Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. The Shadow uses his hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice of the Shadow belongs. Today's story, The Stockings Were Hung. This is a story of Christmas time in a great city. Tonight, with Margot Lane and Lamont Cranston, we look in on the lives of the Grover family.
Get out of here. Get out. You'll not get a cent to pay from me, Mr. Grover.
Simon Jordan, you know my wife's dead and I have 2 children. And it's Christmas. I've got to.
Get out before I...
It's Christmas time in a great city. As our scene opens, we find Margot and Lamont coming down on the elevator from Margot's apartment.
Well, here's where we get out, Margot. Where now?
Over to the club, Lamont, to pick up a Christmas basket of food to deliver.
Good.
Oh, look, Lamont, it's snowing.
What do you think of that?
I want to stop at the corner and see my friend Spike.
Spike?
Yes, Spike Grover. He's a newsboy. I always buy my papers for him. There's Spike on the corner.
Busy little man, isn't he?
I always give him $5 for Christmas.
In spite of all you've said about organized charity, giving one isolated newsboy $5.
But, Lamont, this is different.
Get your papers.
I should say it is different. It isn't even Spike.
Paper, mister? Paper?
Yes, the young lady would like a paper to cover her new hat. If you can call that Christmas tree ornament a hat.
Where's Spike Grover?
Spike's got family trouble. He's a pal of mine, Spike is. Tells me everything. He knows I can keep a secret.
Family trouble?
Well, it's very confidential. You see, Spike and his sister Jane, you see, they haven't got any mother. They only got a father. And you see, I don't tell anybody, but Spike's grandfather owned the Grover Importing Company.
Wait a minute. You're way ahead of me.
Now, look. Spike's grandfather owned the Grover Importing business, and Spike's name is Grover. So Spike and his father should own the Grover Importing business. And, well, it seems there's a fellow named Jordan worked for Spike's grandfather. And the way I figure it, this fellow Jordan put the snatch on the whole business.
Did what?
Lady, you wouldn't understand. I was just telling this gentleman here, as far as I can figure, this old miser named Jordan steals the whole business right out from under Spike's father's nose. So a couple of days ago, Jordan fired Spike's father from his own business, mind you. Ain't that awful?
But where's Spike?
And where's his father?
Lady, if I knew that, I'd tell Spike.
Well, where does he live?
He lives in the old house down on South and 7th Street.
What's your name, son?
They call me Gabby. But, you know, I could never figure out why.
No? Well, Gabby, here's a Christmas present for you.
Oh, thanks. Gee, thanks, mister.
Merry Christmas, Gabby.
And the same to you, lady.
Bye. Well, you go over to your club and pick up the Christmas basket, Margot. I think I'll go down and see Spike and family. I'll pick you up at the club, Margot. A cab?
You want a cab, mister? You want a cab?
Yes. Take me to South and 7th Street, please.
South and 7th Street, yeah, South and 7th.
Thanks. Oh, by the way, I want to stop at a pet shop on the way. Do you know a good one nearby?
Well, I don't know where that is. There's one. Oh, yeah, I do know where there's one on the next block, that is.
Well, that's where we're going, then. Oh, driver, are you busy tonight?
Yeah, I gotta drive this cab. Ain't it awful, ain't it?
That's what I mean. That's what I... Now you've got me doing it.
Doing what?
Hiring the cab for tonight.
You mean it?
Sure.
Gee, Santa Claus. I didn't know you without them whiskers. That's a joke. It is a pet shop, mister. There it is.
Well, that's fine. Thanks. What's your name?
Louis.
Well, come on, Louis. Let's buy a pup.
Buy a pup, huh? Buy a pup, oh boy. Hey, the red one in the window?
Sold, Louis, sold.
Oh, that's a cute pup. That's a cute pup, all right.
How much is the red setup up in the window?
Oh, that's a very fine animal. $35.
Fine. Wrap it up.
I beg your pardon?
Put it in a cardboard carton with some holes in it. We'll take it with us.
Very good, sir.
Now, Louis, you'll take the pup in front, see? It's a surprise for a young lady we'll pick up later. She mustn't know about it.
Yeah, sure. Say, but suppose it begins to bark or whine or something.
Well, if she asks what it is, you just tell her a box of books.
Hey, yeah, that's smart. But wait a minute. What kind of books am I going to say if it starts to bark?
Oh, that's easy. You just call for Sneeze.
Believe me, mister, if you didn't want this hack for the evening, I tell you, it sounds a little screwy to me, I tell you.
Here's your dog, sir. Fine animal indeed.
Louis, Sneeze.
Huh?
Sneeze.
Oh.
Gesundheit.
Thanks.
Great, Louis, great. Take the box of books now. We're off to South and 7th Street.
brother would be very mad if I didn't make these cookies just perfect for Daddy. Let me see. Here it is. Mother's recipe for Christmas cookies. 1 1/4 cups of flour. I've got that. 1 1/2 teaspoons vanilla. Maybe nobody would notice if there's no vanilla in them. 1/3 cup of sugar. 1 egg. And 1/2 cup of butter. 1/2 cup of butter? I haven't even got half a cup of butter. Oh, I wanted so much to surprise Daddy.
Well, that's no way to feel on Christmas Eve. What's the matter, Jamie?
I haven't got hardly any butter.
Well, we'll take care of that in a minute, Jamie. But I came here looking for your brother Kingsley.
But I don't know where my brother is because he's looking for my father. And I don't know where my father is. Daddy hasn't been home for 2 whole days.
Oh, easy, Jamie.
Well, Kingsley says Daddy will be home for Christmas.
I'm sure he will.
But now Kingsley's gone. I haven't any butter, and Mother always makes such good Christmas cookies.
Well, now, look, Jamie. I think this will give you all the butter you want and anything else you might need for your Christmas cookies.
Oh, it's $5.
You can't expect me to find your father and Kingsley if you don't have Christmas cookies ready for them when they come home.
Will you really bring them home?
I'll try, Jamie. I'll try.
Hey, is this where we picked the young lady up?
Yes, Louie, and don't forget, that's a box of books you have in front and not a dog. And don't forget, if he barks, you sneeze.
Okay.
Well, there's Miss Lane now. Oh, Margot, been waiting long?
Oh, no, Lamont. Whew, I just piled the snow on my best hat so I look like the spirit of Christmas.
Oh, it's gunshot. Did you deliver your last basket?
Yes. What's that package you have in front, driver?
Oh, I got it. Yes, a box of books. I got a box of books.
Oh. Well, I thought you'd never get here.
The South and 7th Street, Louie. That's Spike's house, Margot. You wait here, Louie.
Yeah, sure, boss. Sure.
Margot, this is Spike's house.
Let's go
in and see Jenny, huh?
Oh, good. I want to meet her. Lamont, look. Those 2 boys are fighting. And that smaller boy is Spike.
It is? Hey, you youngsters.
Let go of that tree. It's mine.
Stop picking on him, you big bully.
Oh, scram.
See, Miss Lane, I found this
You
tree.
did not.
Come on, you young hoodlums. Hey, now, wait a minute, one at a time.
Start in the gutter.
Listen, young man. I suggest that you run along and let Spike have his tree.
Who's going to make me?
Why, you young
Oh,
rapscallion.
Lamont, remember, peace on earth.
I'll get you, Spike, when you haven't got your gang with you.
What a piece of the society column. The well-known clubman, Lamont Cranston, seen brawling... Ow! Why, that hit me with a snowball.
Remember, Margot, peace on earth.
Well, if you were half a man, you'd do something about it.
Never let it be said.
Well, here, you're not going to throw a snowball at him.
It wouldn't look well if I shot him, would it?
Boy, what a whale!
Out! Hey, who do you think you are, Lefty Gomez or something? I'll get you, Spike.
Mister, and it isn't even a good Christmas tree.
Oh, Spike, it's a beautiful tree.
It hasn't got many needles, but see, you gotta have a Christmas tree when you got a girl in the house.
All right, Kingsley.
Kingsley, have you been talking to my sister?
Yes?
Nothing's happened to my dad yet, has it?
Why, of course not. We know your dad's missing, so we just came down to help.
Have you any idea where your father is, Spike?
Oh, gee. He'll show up.
Have you been to the place where he works?
Where he used to work. That old skinflint Mr. Jordan won't let him work there anymore.
I see. Have you asked the police for help?
Well, that's just the trouble, Mr. Cranston. I can't.
Why not, Spike?
Oh, it's kind of private.
Well, here, you must tell us or we won't be able to help you.
Oh, well, all right. See, I went there yesterday, and Mr. Jordan said he hadn't seen Dad, and when he did, he was going to have him thrown in jail.
What?
Yeah. Mr. Jordan said my dad did something to the books or something, and that he was a thief. My dad wouldn't do anything like that.
I'm sure he wouldn't, Spike.
Bet he wouldn't, especially because that business really belongs to him, and it's supposed to belong to me someday when I get big. If anybody's a thief, it's that old skinflint Mr. Jordan.
Now, look, Spike. The first thing we've got to do is to find your father.
Yeah.
The best thing to do is to get the police to help us.
Oh, but maybe they'll arrest him.
But you and I both know that your dad didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, that's right. Maybe they can find him, huh? Maybe they can find him.
Sure they can. You tell me what he looks like. Then you and Miss Lane go in the house, and I'll go to police headquarters. Good evening, Sergeant Murphy.
Well. Season's greetings to you, Mr. Cranston.
Same to you. Sergeant, Kingsley Grover Sr. has been missing for 2 days.
Tell me what he looks like, and we'll start looking.
His son Spike told me that he was 5 feet 10, weighed about 165, was wearing brown overalls.
Calling all cars. Missing since last Friday. Kingsley Grover Sr. Height 5 feet. Harbor Patrol. This is headquarters. We're looking for Kingsley Grover Sr. Height 5 feet dead. Wait.
Kitty Morg.
Hello, cheerful. Headquarters calling. Merry Christmas. If you got a stiff on ice about 5 feet 10, wait.
Hello, Ray.
Hello, Mr. Cranston. Did you find out anything about Spike's old man at police headquarters?
No, not yet. Miss Lane's still in the house?
Yeah. She's there with Spike and his sister. Say, the dog's all right. I didn't have to sneeze or nothing. He was so quiet I thought he was froze or something. So put my hand inside the box. You know what happened?
No.
He bit my finger. He's a card, all right. He's a card.
Keep up the good work, Louie. I'm going in the house.
Okay, boss, okay.
Hello, everybody.
Oh, Mom, around here. Lovely gentlemen. You were gone a long time, Mr. Cranston. The police find him?
They'll get him soon, Spike. Don't be impatient now.
No, I won't be impatient. Say, would it be bad if you and Miss Lane went into the other room for a minute? I want to talk to my sister. Do you mind?
No, of course not, Spike. Come on with me, Lamont.
It'll only be a second.
Take your time, Spike.
Look at Johnny. We'll find him in time for Christmas.
And still the search for Spike's father goes on. The machine of the police looking everywhere. Hours pass, and no word. Now we find Kingsley going up to old Mr. Jordan's office.
Mr. Jordan!
Who is it? Oh, it's you, is it? Get out of here.
Please tell me where my father is.
I don't know where that thieving father of yours is. If I did...
He's not a thief. If anybody's a thief, you are.
You shut your lying, dirty mouth.
You stole my father's business. He should be here, not you.
I'll thrash you within an inch of your life, you little gutter snipe. Take that.
Please don't hit me with that cane again, please.
You don't like that, eh?
Please.
And that.
Please stop it.
Come on, get out. Get out.
Spike, what's the matter?
Kingsley, you're hurt.
You poor kid. How did you get that red welt across your cheek?
Mr. Jordan hit me with his cane.
Oh, you poor child. Come here, I'll wash it out.
Now we have to plan what we're going to do. Have you any suggestions, Spike?
Only one, Mr. Cranston.
What's that?
Well, it sounds kind of silly, maybe even to try it, but you see, Dad and me, I mean Dad and I, well, we always used to walk up the avenue on Christmas Eve.
Oh, it stings a little, doesn't it?
It's all right. Well, anyway, we'd look in the store windows and we'd see what we'd buy for ourselves and Jamie and Mother when she was alive. If we had all the money we wanted, I thought I'd walk up the avenue tonight and... Well, I guess it sounds kind of silly, but I would like to.
That's a wonderful idea, Kingsley. And Margot.
Yes, Lamont.
Why don't you go along and take a pencil and paper and write down all the things Spike would like for himself and his sister?
We never did that.
No? Well, just think what fun you'd have. Talking it over with Janie afterwards if you had a list.
Gee, that's right. Let's go. Wait, you know, we might even run into Dad.
Well, sure you might.
Aren't you coming with us, Mr. Cranston?
Well, yes, of course. I'll join you on the avenue, but first I want to get to the police station again and check up.
Oh, Jamie. Yes, Kingsley? You better stay here and watch those cookies don't burn again. All right.
I'll be with you in a little while.
Well, I guess I can close the books for tonight. I've had a good year. Who's there? guess I'll give myself a Christmas present of a new latch for the door. That Grover brat must have left it open. He's too smart, that boy. You don't have to worry about any Grovers ever again, Simon Jordan. Simon Jordan. That's going to look fine in new gilt letters on the door instead of Grover's Important Company. You're pretty slick, Simon Jordan. These books are fixed so cleverly that even the Supreme Court couldn't tell that Simon Jordan didn't own this company. Hey, what was that? Who said that?
No one said anything, Simon Jordan. I was just enjoying your joke with you.
Where are you? I can hear your voice.
Of course you can hear my voice, Simon Jordan. But you can't see me. I'm in the shadows. The shadows of your mind.
Go away. Go away from me.
I thought you might be lonely.
No, I'm not going away.
I came to ask you about the Grovers.
Hey? What do you know about the Grovers?
Enough, Simon Jordan. Enough to know that your altered books would not fool the Supreme Court.
Hey? You're not a spirit, are you?
In a sense, yes. I try to represent the spirit of honesty and justice. And when Simon Jordan beats a child with his cane, steals from the father of that child like a low, sneaking thief, then I must talk to Simon Jordan.
I'm not a thief.
No. I should not disgrace thieves by calling you one of them.
Hey?
You're a man too mean to be a thief, Jordan.
Yeah.
What do you want from this world?
None of your business what I want.
I'll tell you. You want money. Nothing but money. I feel sorry for you, Simon.
Oh.
I'm going to go now. But I want to leave one thought with you.
Eh?
You're an old man. You don't have much longer to live.
What?
All your life's work is your money. It's rather an empty victory, isn't it? You're alone in the world. Your money doesn't do anyone any good, Simon Jordan.
Eh?
But you can rest easy in your shriveled soul because the Grovers will be taken care of.
Huh?
The shadow will take care of them.
The shadow.
There they are, Louis. Stop here. Margot, Spike. Hello.
Hello there, Lamont.
Oh, I thought I'd never pick you up.
We're beginning to worry, too.
How are things down at the police station?
Well, not much news yet, Spike. But they've got a couple of leads that might amount to something.
That's good.
Are you pretty near the end of your Christmas Eve walk, Spike?
We've got one more stop. Pop and me always stopped in here at the cathedral, just to get out in the cold for a minute. You don't have to be afraid. They'll let you in.
If you take it, they will, Spike.
Up these steps.
Lamont, I didn't know there were as many windows in town. I'm dead. I've got a list of presents as long as... Oh, your arm.
Don't sweat, Miss Raymond.
I hope you've got a preferred list.
Oh, I have.
Here, in here. Why, this door is heavy. We can stand back here and listen.
All right, Spike.
Look, Lamont, that poor man over in the corner.
Yes.
Mr. Kraft, it's my dad.
What?
It's my dad. Daddy. Dad, speak to me. Speak to me. You won't speak to me.
Mr. Grover. Mr. Grover, this is your son. Don't you know him?
Dad.
I can't remember. Margot, this man has been hurt.
Let's get him outside, Lamont.
Do you remember your name, sir?
Gee, there's something wrong with him.
My name? You must try to remember.
Truck. Skidding. Hit me.
Oh. Why did you come to the cathedral tonight?
It's Christmas Eve. Always come here.
Who is we?
I can't remember.
Louis, Miss Lane leave some packages with you?
Did she leave some packages? Did she leave some? She dumped them in the back of the hack and went to the kids. Spike, was talking all the way down about your father's old man. Is that the kid's old man with you?
Yes, he's in pretty good shape now.
Oh, gee, that's the nuts. That certainly is.
Now, Louis, don't forget to bring in those packages when I call you. All right, now, Mr. Grover. Just lean on me. You're still a little bit shaky.
I know it.
Now, watch the step.
I'm all right, thank you.
Yeah, you're fine now. All right. You go first.
Merry Christmas, children.
Daddy! Oh!
How is the lady of the house?
Oh, it's just wonderful now that you're here. Oh, Daddy. And I make Christmas cookies, too.
Fine, fine. And how about you, young man? How have you been behaving?
I've been getting along all right.
Where did you get that nasty welt across your cheek? You haven't been in a fight, have you, son?
Oh, I'll go.
Oh, no, sir. It was only an accident.
Mr. Jordan, what are you doing here?
I came to speak on a matter of business.
I don't believe this is the occasion for a business discussion.
Oh, I think it is, Mr. Grover. In going over the books tonight, I found that a great and terrible mistake has been made.
Huh?
The Grover Importing Company has been making more money than I thought, and over half of it is rightfully yours as partner in the company.
Partner?
Yes, part owner. And I hope you'll find it within your heart to forget any misunderstandings we may have had, and that you'll take over the responsibilities of partnership immediately. Yes, that's all I've got to say. Good night, and Merry Christmas to you all.
Oh, how can such an awful old man say such beautiful things?
Well, we haven't time to talk about whether he's awful or not. We have things to do. Louie!
Oh, you don't have to yell. You don't have to yell. I'm right here. I got all the stuff right with me.
Good. Bring it right in.
Look, presents. Are they for us? Quiet, Jenny. Of course they're not.
But they are, Kingsley.
Oh, don't kid me, Mr. Cranston.
You're not getting framed.
I don't know how I can ever repay you for what you, Miss Lane, and Mr. Cranston have done tonight. We've been more than repaid, I assure you. Louie, don't bring that in here. I didn't tell you I wanted you to bring that in.
It was my own idea, and I'm not even going to have to sneeze.
Oh, I dropped.
Oh, Lamont, you're a darling. Did you get that puppy?
Well, yes.
Gee, is that for us, too?
Why, oh, of course, Spike. Mr. Cranston got that for you as a surprise.
Margot, hear ye. It's about time for all three of you, and that means you too, Mr. Grover, to sit down and open some packages. We've got to go. You ready, Margot? Where's Louie?
He went outside.
Merry Christmas to you all, and to you all, good night. Merry Christmas. Merry. Well, Margot, earlier tonight, we disagreed on our interpretation of charity. Silly, wasn't it?
I know what you mean, Lamont.
There should never be a thing called charity. There should never have been the necessity to create the word. In this short span we call our lives, if each man would only realize that every other man has dreams and hopes, this world wouldn't be a topsy-turvy place. Then peace on earth would be a fact. Goodwill would be for every man. Is that you, Louie?
Oh, me? Yeah, Mr. Cranston.
Have you got a cold?
A box of books.
Box of books? But you brought that inside.
Yeah, but this is another one.
Another one?
Yeah, another one. It's for you, Miss Lane.
You mean it's another puppy?
Yeah, it's my own idea. You see, when I went by the pet shop, and the other pup's brother was in the window, so I went in and I pet him on the head. You know what he done, Mr. Cranston?
No.
He bit my finger. Oh, he's a card. So I had to go and get him for Miss Lane. And I charged him to you, I did.
Aunt,
Yes, Margot.
I'd like to say something.
Why, certainly. What do you want to say?
Merry Christmas to everybody.
Thank you, Margot and Lamont. Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The Shadow magazine is on sale at your local newsstand.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Maxwell House Coffee presents Good News of 1939. The makers of Maxwell House Coffee present 60 star-studded minutes filled with Christmas cheer and holiday spirit from the Metro Goldwyn Mayer Studios in Hollywood. Tonight you will hear Robert Taylor, Rita Johnson, Fanny Brice with Henley Stafford, Frank Morgan, Tony Martin, and Meredith Wilson. Here is your host for this evening, Robert Young. Thank you, Warren. Meredith Wilson and the orchestra get our show underway with a musical tribute to one of the sweetest and best-loved stars on the MGM lot, Eleanor Powell. He calls it Here's to Eleanor, and in it you will find Rosalie, My Lucky Star, and from her newest picture, the title song, Honolulu.
Unless I find romance in Honolulu, I know just how it looks from the pretty picture book. So please don't disappoint me, Honolulu, my Honolulu.
That was swell, Meredith. Well, Tony Martin, how do you do, boy?
Hello, Bob. Say, Bob, I just walked into my dressing room and I saw all the swell presents you fellas got for me, and, gee, I don't know what to say.
That's all right, Tony. Don't say it. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Say, Meredith,
Sure.
How did you know that was just what I wanted?
I'm psychic.
A suit of long underwear. Fits me like a glove.
Say, Tony, did you like the hot water bag I gave you?
Oh, Bob, just my color.
Oh, fine.
Gee, fellas, you know I wanted to reciprocate and everything.
Oh,
but-
no, Tony. Don't think anything
Oh,
of it.
really,
No.
fellas, I really mean it. I've been terribly busy, but I finally found time to do a little shopping after all, and I just couldn't get a thing.
Well, why not?
The dime store was too crowded.
All right, Santa Claus, I think you better sing. Ladies and gentlemen, Tony Martin sings a new arrangement of one of Raymond Scott's early compositions, Christmas Night in Harlem.
I've spent my Christmas in Singapore, rung bells in Ecuador. I've seen the gay streets and play streets of every shore. Each town has some stay out late white way, some not so great white way. They're only thin types of Harlem way. Under a sky of electric lights they sway. There's where they dance all their hectic nights away. Take London Strand and the Paris Rue de la Paix. But give me Harlem, give me Harlem, where every gal strutting with her bow through till the streets covered white with snow. Happy smiles everywhere you go. It's Christmas night in Harlem. Black and tan, feeling mighty good in that old colored neighborhood. Here and now, be it understood, it's Christmas night in Harlem. Everyone is going to sit up until after 3. Everyone will be all lit up like a Christmas tree. Come on now, every cold black Joe, greet your sweet niece the mistletoe with a kiss and a hidey-ho. It's Christmas night in Harlem. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Now, every cold black Joe, greet your sweet niece the mistletoe with a kiss and a hidey-ho. It's Christmas time in Harlem town. Tonight. Let me tell this little boy underneath the mistletoe
That was swell, Tony. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here is Fanny Bryce as Baby Snooks. Daddy, played by Hanley Stafford, is taking Snooks down to a department store to see Santa Claus. As he leads her into the store, Daddy is full of happiness and the Christmas spirit. Listen.
Oh, Snooks. Stop dragging along behind. You want to get lost?
Oh, look it.
Come on, let's get in the store. Talk to Santa and make it quick so we can go home. My feet hurt.
I want to look in the window, Dad.
Oh, never mind the window. There's plenty of... Gee, look at that wonderful erector set. And that electric train. Hey, it whistles. Well, well.
Daddy,
What?
there's Uncle Louie with a fur coat on.
Oh, where's Uncle Louie?
There he is, climbing up the ladder.
That's a mechanical monkey. Uncle Louie.
I want it.
Well, you can't have it. It's too big. Now, what else do you want?
And buy me a drum.
Oh, Snooks, you don't want a drum.
Yes, I do.
But if I get your drum, you'll keep disturbing me while I'm working.
No, I won't. I'll only drum while you're sleeping.
The drum is out. Now, get something sensible. Like a dollhouse or that wonderful electric train. Boy, is that terrific.
You want it, Daddy?
Do I? I mean, what do I want with toys? Now, don't be silly. Now, hurry up. Make up your mind, and we'll go in and see Santa Claus.
Is he there?
Yes. Do you know what you're going to ask him for?
Uh-huh.
Are you sure?
Uh-huh.
What?
I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you. Ask him to bring you a dollhouse.
Why?
Because I've already bought it. I mean, that's the best toy for you.
I don't want a dollhouse.
Well, what do you want?
I want a live pony.
Oh, you can't have a live pony. You've got to ask Santa for a dollhouse.
All right.
Now, don't make any trouble for me when we get in there.
I won't, Daddy.
We'd better have a little rehearsal. I want to make sure you'll ask him for the right thing. Now, I'll be Santa Claus, and you come up to me. Aha! Merry Christmas, little girl.
Same to you, Daddy.
No. Say Merry Christmas to Santa Claus.
Where is he?
Inside the store.
And why should I say it out here?
Because I'm Santa Claus.
Where's your beard?
I haven't got a beard. I'm just pretending. Now, when you see Santa, I want you to ask him for a dollhouse. Now, let's try it again.
All right.
Now, here we go.
Where are we going?
Nowhere.
Ah.
Now, let's try it. Aha! Merry Christmas, little girl.
I want a live pony.
I told you to ask for a dollhouse.
I don't want a dollhouse.
Just the same, you've got to say, I want a dollhouse.
Why?
Say, I want a dollhouse. Ah, Merry Christmas, little girl. What do you want?
Daddy wants a dollhouse.
What?
But I want a live pony.
Now, listen, sir. If you don't ask him for a dollhouse, I won't take you in there. Are you going to behave?
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's go in.
All right.
Now, There's Santa. Now, come on over and talk to him. Now, go ahead.
Hello, Santa Claus.
Well, Merry Christmas, little girl.
Merry Christmas.
Well, you're just about the nicest, sweetest little girl I've ever seen. Come over close to Santa.
Oh, what are you crying about?
He's going to spank me.
Oh, look out. What have you done? No. You give Santa back his beard. Come on. Let's get out of here.
What kind of a kid is that anyway? You ought to give her a south swing.
Well, now, you've annoyed Santa Claus. I guess that'll fix you for Christmas.
Why?
Because he won't bring you any presents.
Then I'll buy some. I got 40 cents.
Oh, you have?
Uh-huh. I saved it up to buy a present for you and Mommy.
Why, Snooks, that's very sweet of you, dear.
I'm going to buy you a silk bathrobe.
Oh, yes?
And I'm going to buy Mama a great big diamond ring.
Well, listen, Snooks. I think you'll need a little more money if you're going to buy all that. Give me the 40 cents.
Here, Daddy.
And here's a brand new $10 bill for you.
What shall I buy you, Daddy?
I'll leave it entirely up to you. Let's walk around the counter.
Oh, look at all those nice things. Ain't it wonderful? Hello, little boy. Oh, what's your name? Tony, what's your name? Pudding. Ask me again, I'll tell you the same.
Oh, Snooks, be polite and tell the little boy your name.
My name is Snooks, and you got a big hole in your pants.
Snooks.
Well, I know it. The patch ain't the same color. That ain't a patch, that's me. Where's your daddy? I ain't got no daddy. Why? Oh, I don't know. They took him away last year in an ambulance. Mother says he ain't coming back.
Oh. You look cold, Sonny.
No, I ain't cold. I'm going home soon. When? As soon as I sell the rest of my papers. What are you selling papers? Well, I got 18 cents already. If I get another 7 cents, I can buy something for my mother.
What did you figure on buying, Sonny?
Well, I kind of wanted to get her that nice soft fur coat, but the man said it cost too much. Mother gets awful cold most of the time. I guess I can buy her a turkey, though.
A turkey?
Uh-huh. We ain't had turkey for an awful long time. Yeah, I bet you'd love a turkey. Daddy.
Yes, dear?
I want to whisper something to you.
Yes, dear?
You don't need no Christmas present, do you?
I think I can do without it this year.
All right. Here, Tony. Buy something for your mommy. $10? Oh, gee, I can't take this. Yes, you can you, Dad?
Why, of course.
Is it all right, mister?
If my little girl wishes you to have it, that's fine with me.
Gee, thanks. Bye. Goodbye, little
Merry
boy.
Christmas.
Be nice, little boy.
Well, Snooks, I don't know what to say. You really are a wonderful child.
You love me, Daddy?
Snooks, I love you an awful lot. When you're good.
Daddy,
Yes?
I love you even when you ain't good.
Well, come on, let's go home, baby. This is the happiest Christmas of my life.
Daddy,
What is it?
you know what?
What, Snooks?
I bet that little boy thought I was Mrs. Santa Claus.
In the MGM Concert Hall tonight, Meredith Wilson presents the true story of a melody that is better known than that of any Beethoven symphony, or of any song on the hit parade, or of any folk song that I can think of. But I'm sure there are very few of you who can tell the name of the man who composed it. His name was Franz Gruber. He was born in a little town in Upper Austria almost 150 years ago. His father was a poor linen weaver. So although Franz was interested in music almost from the time he was a baby, there was little money available for study. But Franz Gruber was a boy of talent as well as determination. At home, beside his bed, he built into the wall a series of little blocks about the size of the keys of an organ. And there he practiced. One Sunday, the regular church organist having been taken suddenly ill, the boy Franz, only 12 years old, leaped to the organ bench and played the entire service of High Mass from memory.
It was just 10 years later, in the year 1818, when he was only 22 years old, that the young man made his deathless contribution to music. The parish priest, a man named Joseph Moore, burst into Gruber's house on Christmas Eve with a poem he had just completed. The priest read the verses to his friend and suggested that Franz supply a melody to accompany them for the Christmas services in the church the next day. Within an hour, Franz Gruber had conceived and finished his masterpiece. It was played and sung in the church at Oberndorf next day without altering a note, and made a profound impression on the Christmas worshipers. However, only 50 years after it was written, all record of the melody's authorship had been lost. A discussion of its origin, which accidentally took place in the presence of the composer's 12-year-old son, led to the discovery that it was not a folk song, but the composition of Franz Gruber. And so let us enjoy it again, as Meredith plays it. And let us be thankful not only for Christmas, but also a little for the obscure and modest Franz Gruber, who wrote Silent Night, Holy Night. Warren, a couple of weeks ago, you made the statement that women could easily win their husband's praise by changing to the new Maxwell House coffee. Well, at a dinner party last night, one fellow doubted it. He said a man wouldn't notice any difference in the coffee, and even if he did, he wouldn't thank his wife.
I hope you stood up for me.
Certainly I did. After the argument settled down a little bit, our hostess took us in the kitchen and we made 2 cups of coffee. One out of Maxwell House and the other one out of another well-known brand. Then the fellow who started all the trouble had to admit the difference. But he still wouldn't admit women are interested in trying new things to please their husbands.
Bob, your friend must be a bachelor. He's too cynical. No smart wife would ever pass up the opportunity of giving her husband a better-tasting cup of coffee. Anyway, thanks for defending my honor so nobly and so well. Now, as a matter of fact, folks, millions of wives have already earned their husband's thanks by serving the new Maxwell House coffee. We believe this is due to 2 important improvements. First, Joel Cheek's original blend, which made so many friends for Maxwell House, has been still further enriched. Today, this superb blend is smoother and far more mellow than any coffee you've probably ever tried before. Second, the new Radiant Roast process roasts each bean all the way through, as evenly inside as out. It brings out more of the true flavor of the coffee. There's no weak coffee due to under-roasting, no bitter coffee due to parching. So tomorrow, ask your grocer for a pound of the new Maxwell House coffee. It comes in the same blue super vacuum can you've always known. You'll delight in coffee that's richer and smoother with more downright satisfaction than ever. Now, more than ever, This is coffee that's good to the last drop.
What's all the excitement about? Quiet, for heaven's sake.
My dear sir, I don't care what the Archduke told you. I don't like the suit, and I won't pay for it. Good day.
Well, what's the matter, Frank?
What's the matter? Look what my imbecilic tailor sold me for a Tyrolean suit.
Oh, for the love... Frank, where's the rest of it?
My boy, you're so provincial. It's refreshing. The whole Tyrolean costume is historic. The blouse in memory of the Swiss patriot, William Tell. The cross leather braces, part of the uniform of the ancient Swiss regiment, Les Chasseurs. The green half-hose, a relic from the Saxon peasants, and the green twill shorts, a remnant from Saxe Herald Square.
Well, the hat's no slouch either.
Well, of course, you understand it takes quite a fine figure of a man to wear such a revealing outfit.
Yes, I was just thinking.
Yeah.
Who pumps up your knees, Frank?
Young, you're just jealous. In Switzerland, bare knees are de rigueur.
Yeah. All right, pretty pants. Why are you wearing this outfit?
Well, I'm wearing it in honor of my paternal great-grandfather on my mother's side, a Swiss watchman.
Your great-grandfather made watches?
Oh, well, just the cases. My great-grandmother gave him the works.
Oh.
All of my ancestors came from the Tyrol, and of course I spent my own boyhood conquering the peaks of Switzerland.
Mountain climbing now.
Yes.
You couldn't climb an anthill, Mr. Morgan.
Alpenstock Morgan, sir. In Switzerland, I was known as the craftiest creeper that ever crawled under a cravat.
Cranberries.
Young, it might interest you to know that I have climbed every important peak not only in Europe but also in America. I'm the only man alive who ever scaled the front of Indian Head Bluff in Colorado.
Never heard of it.
Only 80,000 feet high, that's all.
80,000.
Just about 4 inches less than Mount Everest. But I climbed Indian Head Bluff in 27 minutes flat, wearing only shorts and a tennis shoes.
What a climb.
What a bluff. But the real mountain climbing is
Frank,
really...
Frank, did I hear you say you'd been in Switzerland?
You heard me. The real mountain
May
climbing...
I ask you...
Go away. Bob, how do you find Meredith these days?
Oh, I just pushed back his hair, and there he is.
You'll soon be ready for cafe work.
Oh.
Where was I?
In Switzerland, Camembert.
Oh. Yeah, Switzerland.
Yeah.
Let me see. Alps Cheese Mountains. Saint-Maurice. Ah, those golden days and nights in Saint-Maurice. I always stayed at the exclusive Hotel Bête Noire, favorite resort of continental society, where the rooms are $100 and $200 a day.
Well, what's the difference?
Well, the $200 rooms had mousetraps. When I last visited the hotel, my suite overlooked...
Frank, could I ask you...
Go away! My suite overlooked the ice arena. The most beautiful rink in all Europe. 80 feet in diameter, a perfect circle of crystal clear ice. I couldn't resist the temptation.
What temptation was that, Frank?
Well, to revisit the scene of my triumph in the Olympics in 1912, when I was the idol of the crowds, the pet of the photographers...
Frank!
Yes.
You were an Olympic champion?
1,000 times a champion, my boy. I won the speed skating, slow skating, figure skating, and cheap skating. In skiing, I won the downhill slalom and the uphill glide. But you should see me on a sled, Bob.
A bobsled?
You slay me. I won the 4-man and 2-man bobsled.
Now, listen here,
and...
Frank. I want to ask you a question, darn it.
Go away!
No, darn it.
Why?
You've been in Switzerland, and you can tell me.
All right. Anything from Switzerland. What is it, Meredith?
Do I look like a St. Bernard?
You mind if I answer that question?
Pray do.
Go away, Meredith.
Darn it. I won't go away.
Oh.
I know a mountain climbing joke.
Oh.
You want to hear an Alp calling to its mate?
No.
Hi, Cliff. Darn it.
This is no place for me, Bob. I'm going home. I can't...
Now, wait a minute, Skee-Ball.
What?
I want to hear some more of that mountain lion.
Oh. Yes. Well, I'll never forget the first time I skated on the rink at the Bête Noire, my European debut. With studied carelessness, not appearing to notice the crowd, I described a series of sparkling glissandos. Then, pretending to flick an imaginary snow crystal from my skate, I pirouetted on one toe, a flashing human gyroscope, till the crowd burst into spontaneous cheers.
That got him, huh?
Bob, I can hear it now, the ringing of their cheers mingling with the notes of a church bell far across the valley, where the peasants were celebrating the old Swiss festival of Kirchnissen-Sonntag.
What's that?
Walnut Sunday.
I'll have a cherry coke.
Small or large?
Large, no ice.
Coming up. Returning to the rink for an encore, I threw caution to the winds. I skated faster and faster. Even the musicians were infected by the mad gaiety of my whirling, dashing performance. I finished off with a series of precision tinsikas that sent the audience into hysteria. The ladies waved their toques and shook their astracans. I mean those that had them.
You must have been a sensation.
Yes, the next day they put ice in the rink. Well, I've got to be going.
Who's this?
Oh, here's my tailor again. I won't pay for this suit, my man. In the first place, you haven't caught the spirit of the Tyrol. And in the second place, the pants don't fit.
That's not the only place they don't fit.
Well, I'll make them any way you want, Mr. Morgan. I can make them smaller, larger. Now, we can
I haven't got time now. You've got to...
Well, look, I have my tools right with me. I can do it right now. Just take a minute.
Oh, your tools.
This ought to be good.
Here, just
little
give
hand
me
tailoring
those
on the
scissors.
air.
Yes, well, now, just a minute. Come here, young.
Hey, what are you going to do?
Well, I tell
Hey,
you
wait a
where
minute.
I think that these ought to be...
cut it out.
As a matter of fact...
Somebody stop this madman. Hey, he's cutting my pants up.
Now, maybe I have to please. I don't believe that'll do it all. It won't
That's
do
a
it.
fine thing. Hey,
They'll have to be at
Frank.
least this
couldn't you wait to
high.
get home to do this?
It must be at least that.
Well, that isn't bad. Now, that was pretty fine.
Well, I'll bring it back to you Monday then.
Oh, well, that's all right.
Frank,
What?
I'm awfully embarrassed. I don't know how to get off.
Oh, well, just follow me off, Bob.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bob Young has gone out to borrow another pair of pants. But I noticed it's about time for our old Thursday evening custom. You know, at this happy season of the year, the holiday mood is everywhere. You can see it on the faces of the children and the actions of your neighbors. Everyone is thinking about the nice things they can do for others and how they can bring more pleasure to their friends, how they can make this holiday truly one of peace on earth, goodwill toward men. And at this joyous Christmas season, we too are happy, for Maxwell House is bringing more pleasure to more firesides than ever before. And now, won't you join us in our moment of relaxation? A steaming, fragrant cup of Maxwell House coffee. Here's yours and yours. Sugar? Cream? We pause briefly for station identification.
This is KFI, Los Angeles.
This is Warren Hull again, and we continue our Maxwell House Good News Show.
Bob Young again with a new pair of pants. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as a special pre-Christmas treat, Maxwell House presents Baby Snooks reciting The Owl and the Pussycat by Edward Lear. Bring her on, Daddy.
All right, sir. Go on. Don't be nervous.
Oh, Daddy.
Wait a minute. Let me straighten your dress.
What's the matter?
I ain't got no hanky, Daddy.
Oh, wait. I'll blow your nose. Come on now, blow. Then, are you all set?
Uh-huh.
Well, go ahead.
The Owl on the Pussycat by Edward Lear. The owl on the pussycat went to sea in a beautiful pea green boat. They took some honey and plenty of money wrapped up in a 5-pound note. The owl looked up at the stars above and sang to a small guitar. Oh, lovely pussy, oh, pussy, my love. What a beautiful pussy you are. You are, you are. What a beautiful pussy. Pussy said to the owl. Oh, you elegant fowl. How charmingly sweet you sing. Oh, let us be married so long we have tarried. But what shall we do for a ring? They sailed away for a year and a day to the land where the bone trees grow. And there in the wood a piggy stood. I like that. With a ring at the end of his nose. His nose, his nose. At the ring at the end of his nose. Dear pig, are you willing to sell for a shilling your ring? Said the piggy. I will. So they hurried away and were married next day by the turkey who lives on the hill. They dined on mince and slices of quince, which they ate with a wonderful spoon. And hand in hand on the edge of the strand, they danced by the light of the moon. The moon, the moon. They danced by the light of the moon. And I forgot the rest.
Oh, that's all there is. There's no more.
No more?
No.
It is indeed a pleasure to welcome back to our MGM Theater the air tonight a young man whom you Maxwell House listeners have voted your favorite dramatic actor on this program, my good friend, Robert Taylor. Bob will appear with a young lady who's played with him before in our theater, the charming and personable Miss Rita Johnson. Our stars appear tonight in a fictitious playlet directed by MGM's producer, Edgar Selwyn, and especially written for this program by Carlos Del Prado and adapted by Don Milo. The title, Rendezvous at Dawn. Music, Meredith, please. It is spring, the time when eager proprietors of the many sidewalk cafes which characteristically dot the streets of all European cities begin to rub their hands enthusiastically. For with spring comes romance, and with romance, business. At the Cafe Royale, occupying their favorite table, are Eric Rapinard, played by Robert Taylor, and Vilma Duro, played by Rita Johnson. They are young and gay, yet strangely wise. Wise perhaps because their very lives often depend upon their wits, for Eric and Vilma serve their beloved country in its most dangerous and thankless capacity. They are spies.
Everything was all right, madame? Monsieur?
A lovely lunch, Philip.
Thank you, madame.
That'll be all, Philip, thank you.
Thank you, monsieur.
You know, darling, Philip reminds me of that funny little waiter in Trieste. That was where I met you, if you remember.
Of course I remember.
He insisted we change our table because we couldn't see the moon.
It was a glorious moon.
Yeah, it was a glorious night. Our first together. I've often wondered what we ate, you know. When I'm with you, I never know what I eat or drink.
Darling.
Well, can you blame me? It's enough to confuse anyone. The fragrance of lilacs in the air, bougainvillea on a trellis, and the living, breathing angel so close I can feel her enchantment stealing through my heart.
Oh, you always say such beautiful things that I never know what to answer.
Well, why don't you just say you love me?
I love you.
What could be more beautiful? I love you. 3 little words. So powerful that for the sound of them, men give up kingdoms, glory, honor, and I give you heartache, suspense, danger.
No, that isn't so. I asked for that, all of it. I'm proud of every moment, every sacrifice I've made for our country, but somehow I've often wondered if I'd have felt that way without you, because now that the work is almost over, I find myself wanting something more than just a lot of excitement and intrigue. I want...
You only want what every other woman wants? A home, protection, security?
Yes, darling, that's it. That's what I want. I know of a little place in Switzerland, like Moto by the lake. We could only take a tiny cottage there.
A tiny cottage by the lake. Yes, I'd like that, too. In the evening, a log fire crackling merrily, you in my arms.
Watching the flames dance until we both fall fast asleep. Oh, I've dreamt of that, Eric. Oh, how I've dreamt of it.
I've thought of those things, too, Wilma. I want you to have them. And after tonight, if everything goes well, you can.
After tonight? Then you got the order. What do we do?
Well, you see, they've decided not to wait.
Eric,
And...
you mean the capital?
Yes. The trouble there last week brought on a crisis. Franz Bulig and I have been ordered to make the final move.
Bulig? But why not me?
Those things we never know, dear.
That isn't so, Eric. We've always worked together. We saved each other's lives time and again. Why, then, is it Franz instead of me?
I told you I don't know, Velma. I get my
You
orders.
do know. You're just trying to protect me. You asked for Franz, didn't you?
Now, darling.
Didn't you?
Now, darling,
You're
please.
afraid, Eric. You're afraid something will happen. Oh, darling, don't you know I wouldn't mind any danger so long as we're together. Please, please let me go with you.
Vilma, we've asked so much of fate, you and I. We've been awfully lucky. This time we might not be so lucky. Perhaps our just asking for me alone won't be too much.
Oh, Eric, I can't let you go. I can't.
Stop it, Vilma. The girl I love has courage. She doesn't know fear.
Not for myself, darling. To die is one thing, but to lose you and go on living, that's another. That's what I couldn't stand. Suppose you fail.
I won't fail. I've too much to live for. A toast, then. A toast to tomorrow. And to Mr. and Mrs. Eric Rapinoff in the tiny cottage at Montreux.
Yes, darling. To Mr. and Mrs. Eric Rapinoff.
Sure there are no messages?
Yes, madame, I just asked again. No messages. Please, madame, you've had nothing all day. Try just a cup of tea.
All
yes?
right, Marina, just set it there. I'll drink it later. See you it is.
Yes, madame.
Quickly.
Yes, madame.
Quickly.
Where's your mistress?
Come in, Mala. You may go, Marina. Yes, Mala, what's wrong? Oh, you're hurt.
No, I'm all right. You must get away from here at once.
Something's gone wrong. What is it?
Well, after Eric and Franz left last night, we learned our plans were known.
Oh.
I tried to head them off, but I ran into a detachment of soldiers. I was wounded in escape.
What's happened to Eric, don't you know?
No, he was due back this morning, and there's been no word.
But isn't there some way you can
Vilma?
find out?
I promised Eric I'd look after you if anything happened. That's why I came. You are suspected. Even now the soldiers may be on their way here. We've got to leave at once.
Don't you understand? I can't go. I promised Eric I'd wait.
Down there on the street. They're watching the house. Now then, do you believe me? We'll have to take a chance for the back way. Hurry, every moment counts.
No, I can't go. We were to have been married today.
Vilma, I've risked my life to come here only because I promised Eric to see that you were taken care of. Now, are you coming with me, or will I have to carry you?
Leave me alone, can't you?
Open the door!
Mama, please put me down. I won't go.
Open the door! 5 years have passed since the day Eric Rapinoff failed to return to Vilma Duro. Years which have weighed heavily on the imprisoned Eric. For little news from the outside world has reached him. Once a new prisoner brought news that a General August Renar had married a woman thought to be Vilma. With this tormenting thought constantly in mind, Eric joins 2 fellow prisoners in a desperate plan for escape. After spending months working at the bars of their tiny cell window, an opportunity finally presents itself. It is night. Hopefully, desperately, the prisoners lay their final plans.
The new guard takes over on the hour. You know what to do.
Yes. Now remember, the guard's name is Bond.
I remember.
We mustn't fail.
Fail? After 5 years in this hell, we can't fail.
I wonder what a glass of wine will taste like. It's been so long I can't remember.
Wine. And real food again. And music. That's what I want most. To hear music.
Wine, music. That's what you want, is it? Compared to what I want, they're nothing.
I hope you find her, Eric.
To hear her voice again. To hold her in my arms. That's more than wine or music. That's ecstasy.
Here comes the guard.
Remember. Help.
Who is it? What's wrong?
Oh, I'm sick.
What's the matter? Here are the keys. The door, quick. Drag him inside.
Good work, man. Help me with these boots.
Put on his tunic, Eric. Hurry.
And his sword.
Now, follow me. Come on.
Listen. What's that?
They must have found Bank. Come on, we'll have to run for it.
Hey there, guard. Any prisoners pass your way? Go.
There's the border. I can see the lights from here.
Thank God.
Can you make it, Max?
Of course he can. We're almost there.
Yes. Almost there.
Well, let's hurry while it's still dark.
Yes, it'll be easier to slip through. Wait a minute. What's that? There's someone coming up the road.
Looks like a peasant with his cart.
That's good. I'll question him.
Take no risk, Eric. Careful.
Don't worry. I'll handle him.
Stay there, my good fellow. A word with you.
What is it I can do for you, monsieur?
Well, we're strangers about. How's the road at the border? Is it difficult to get through?
Not tonight, monsieur. The soldiers are mostly all at the old castle.
Then we're in luck.
It's a fine way to neglect their duty. And what is it at the castle that interests them so?
I don't rightly know, monsieur. Every year there's a big to-do at this time. 'Tis said General Auguste Rignard celebrates his wedding anniversary.
Rignard? That was the name.
Thank you, my good man. That will be all.
Oh, glad to be of service to you, monsieur.
Come, Eric. We're losing time. Let's make the best of our good fortune.
No, you and Max go ahead. I'll join you later.
Why, Eric, what is it?
His name was Rignard. It must be the same one.
Don't be a fool, Eric. You can't stop now. There's freedom within your very reach.
Quiet, Johann. Eric, perhaps the story wasn't true. Come on with us. Give yourself time to think.
No, I've got to see her.
Oh, but you can wait until it's safer, Eric. You wouldn't have a chance tonight with all those soldiers there.
I said no.
Johann is right, Eric. Don't be too hasty.
Hasty? Don't you realize I've waited 5 years for this? Now I must see her. Tonight.
May I wish you another year of happiness, Countess?
Thank you. You're very kind.
You see that everything bores her.
She is beautiful, though. No wonder the general married her.
May I have the honor of this dance, Countess?
No, thank you.
Not even one waltz?
I'm sorry, I don't know you.
Are you sure?
Quite sure.
Perhaps if I hold my hand over my beard.
Eric.
Shall we dance?
Oh, yes, yes. Oh, Eric, I can't believe it. It can't be you.
Why not?
But you've changed so. Your face, even your voice.
5 years, Velma.
Oh, 5 years. Oh, Eric, you shouldn't have come here. It's dangerous.
Nothing could keep me. Not another day, another moment. Hear your voice, feel the touch of your hand. No, I had to come.
It's wild. It's crazy.
It's everything I've thought about for 5 years.
Oh, darling, hold me closer. Eric, those officers, they're staring.
Because you're so beautiful.
But they're looking at you.
Because they're green with envy.
Oh, Eric.
Nothing unusual. The handsomest couple on
But
the
if
floor.
they recognize you...
It's barely possible if you didn't.
Eric, you must go immediately.
What? If I finish this waltz?
We'll dance over towards the entrance. You can slip out some way.
Can I?
I'll meet you tomorrow. I'll come to you anywhere, I promise. Only please go before they catch you.
You really mean that, don't you?
Of course I do.
I mean about tomorrow. You really would come to me, wouldn't you?
You know I would.
No matter where I were.
Yes, dear. Now please go.
No, not yet, Velma.
Don't you realize the danger?
I only realize how long I've waited for this moment.
Oh, darling, darling, you don't know what it's been like. Not even knowing if you were alive, just waiting and praying and waiting. And the news of 2 spies had been shot. One was Francis Bulick. I knew he was working with you. With usual mystery about the other one.
And you thought it was me, thought I was dead.
Yes, what else could I think?
Yeah, I was dead. All these years I know that now.
Eric.
And now it's like living again.
Darling.
Remember this waltz?
Yes. Cafe Royale. A little table under a lilac tree.
You do remember.
2 people very much in love planning their tomorrow.
Their tomorrow that never came. Funny, isn't it, how the music brings it all back?
Every word, every thought, every look.
Oh, darling.
Hold me closer. Tell me it isn't a dream. Tell me you've really come back.
Yes, I've come back. I, Eric Rapinoe.
They'll hear you. Everyone's looking this way.
I can't see them. I don't even know they exist. All I know is I'm back and you're in my arms and we're alive again.
Let's dance out on the terrace, the two of us together.
Just like the Royale?
Yes. There might even be a lilac tree.
What, out there?
Why not?
I don't know. Well, here we are. Shall we go out?
Yes.
It's almost sunrise.
Not a soul out here but us.
No, not a soul.
What's the matter, dear?
Nothing, though.
Eric, those shadows in the courtyard there against the wall.
Probably lilac.
No, look, they're soldiers.
Are they? No, you're just imagining.
Oh, Eric, you shouldn't have come here. We must be mad, both of us. You could be walking down those stairs and facing a firing squad if anyone knew.
I think of that now.
Because we're fools, risking your life for one waltz.
The best gamble I ever made.
Well, I mustn't anymore, darling.
Why not? We always took chances, didn't we? That's what made life so thrilling. Paris, London, Budapest, Cairo. Wherever we were, we took chances. And we always knew that someday there'd be a blindfold, a cigarette, and the firing squad.
Stop it, Eric. Don't say any more.
I'm sorry.
Oh, Eric, what are we doing? We're out of our heads. But, it's so wonderful to be together. Everything's wonderful. Look, even the sky is glorious. See, the dawn is just beginning to break.
Yes, we'd better go back.
Go back? Where?
You're your husband, and I...
You know I can't do that. I married him because I thought you were dead. He knows that, too.
You told him?
I told him I'd been in love once, but I could never love anyone again. He wanted me anyway, but why talk of what's past? It's tomorrow we must think about.
Tomorrow?
Yes.
It's almost sunrise now.
Well, today, then. We'll go to Motra by the lake. Remember, darling, that's the place I always wanted for our honeymoon.
Yes.
We won't let anyone keep us away from it now.
No.
There won't be any more secret missions, no last-minute orders to keep us apart.
No, darling.
Just you and I.
And the tiny cottage by the lake.
Yes.
Vilma. Oh, there you are, my dear. I've been looking for you.
I'm so sorry I didn't realize. Oh, Auguste, may I present Monsieur...
I believe I know. Eric Rapinard.
General?
Oh.
Almost sunrise, Monsieur Rapinard.
Yes, General, I know. Thank you, madame, for your kindness. Good night.
Au revoir.
Good night, madame.
Now, my dear, shall we go in?
Yes.
Tell me, what did you think of Monsieur Rapinard?
Oh, a very good dancer.
What else?
He seemed a perfect gentleman. What else is there?
Aren't you curious?
I don't understand.
Didn't he tell you?
No. What are you trying to say?
Well, my dear, Monsieur Rapinard just paid us a very original compliment.
Really?
Yes. As you know, Eric Rapinard, besides being a gentleman, happens to be a very dangerous spy. He was to be shot this morning. And as his last request, he asked for one waltz with the most beautiful woman in all Europe. I could hardly refuse, could I?
Oh.
Shall we dance, my dear?
Of the innumerable glorious melodies that Jerome Kern has given to the world, Mr. Kern's own favorite is Old Man Rivers, which, like the lyrics of the song itself, seems destined to just keep rolling on forever. Tony Martin sings this old showboat favorite for you, friends of Maxwell House.
Darkies all work on the Mississippi. Darkies all work while the white folks play. Hauling those boats from the dawn to sunset, getting no rest till the judgment day. Don't look up and don't look down. You don't just make the white folks frown. Bend your knee and bow your head and pull that rope until you're dead. Let me go away from the Mississippi. Let me go away from the white man boss. Show me that stream called the River Jordan. That's the old stream that I long to cross. Old Man River, that old man River, he must know something, but don't say nothing. He just keeps rolling, he just keeps rolling along. Just keep rolling along. He don't plant potatoes, he don't plant cotton, and them that plant them is soon forgotten. But old man River, he just keeps rolling along. You and me, we sweat and strain, body all aching and racked with pain. Tote that barge, lift that sail, you get a little drunk, and you land in jail. I'll get weary and sick of trying. I'm tired of living and fear of dying. But old man River, he just keeps rolling
Say, Bob, how would you like to help me make a test?
I'd be glad to, Warren. What's the idea?
Well, I want to demonstrate to every woman listening in how she can be sure of getting her money's worth when she buys coffee.
Well, how are you going to do that?
First, smell this unopened can of Maxwell House coffee.
Okay. Can't smell a thing.
Well, now, smell this package of coffee.
Mm-hmm. It smells great.
Sure it does. But that's flavor you'll never get in the cup. You see, the reason coffee flavor escapes is because the container the coffee is packed in isn't airtight. Scientific tests reveal that coffee, whether ground or in the whole bean, starts to lose flavor the moment it's roasted. In fact, ground coffee packed in ordinary containers where air can get at it loses as much as 45% of its flavor, nearly half, in only 9 days. But with Maxwell House, the coffee is taken fresh and fragrant from the roasting ovens and packed in a super vacuum can from which all air is first removed. Then this famous blue super vacuum can is sealed under vacuum to keep the air out. Thus, no air can get in, no flavor can get out. So Maxwell House comes to you not just days fresh, but roaster fresh. Try the new and improved Maxwell House. Not only has the blend now been further enriched, but due to the radiant roast process, which roasts each bean all the way through, you'll get ever so much more of the true flavor of the coffee. You'll find it far richer, smoother, and more delicious than ever before. Ask your grocer for the new and improved Maxwell House in the familiar blue super vacuum can, the one way known to science to keep coffee truly fresh.
There's a form of parlor entertainment much in favor during the holidays. Anything to do with quiz or puzzles is a game that everybody plays. If you're really in the mood for riddles, here's a question I would like to raise. What makes the world go round? The breezes blow, the roses grow, the crickets crick, and the dogs bow wow, the clocks tick tick, and the cats meow.
I know, Mr. Young, I know.
Oh, quiet, Snooks, I'm singing.
Oh, is that what it is?
What makes the world go round? The rivers flow, the roosters crow, the whistles blow, and the cowbells ring. It may be snowing, but you think it's spring.
I know, Mr. Young, I know.
Quiet.
So because you won somebody's favor, and life becomes a horse of a different flavor.
Meredith,
What makes the world go round?
Why, melodies, Bob, and fine harmonies. A stirring march or a minor strain. Some happy song or a love refrain.
Mr. Wilson, I know.
Quiet, Snooks. Frank, what makes the world go round?
Why, perhaps a good smoke or a little joke. And, of course, a lovely lady, a pretty face, a table for two in some quiet place. Wow!
How about you, Bob Taylor?
Well, I'll take my ranch, horse to ride, my boots and my hunting gun, a nice big campfire beneath the sky. That's my idea of fun.
Tony, what makes the world go round?
Well, Bob, a song to sing or a tune to swing, a fine arrangement or maybe a good part to play, Maxwell House coffee and Alice Faye.
That ain't it, Mr. Martin. I know.
Oh, Snooks, will you please be quiet? Oh, what are you crying for?
You won't let me say what I know, and I know what makes the world go round.
All right, Snooks. What makes the world go round?
Well, being kind to Christmas time and giving to the poor. Like I learned at Sunday school. Live by the golden rule. Love your mommy and daddy, and be good to all your friends. Peace on earth, goodwill to men. You see? I know.
Meredith, excuse me a moment. I think we ought to take a hint from Snooks and wish all our friends a Merry Christmas.
Well, I'd like to wish them all a Merry Christmas, too.
And so would I. You count me in on that. What about you, Rita?
Well, I certainly would like to wish everybody a Merry Christmas.
Beg pardon, Bob, but right about here, don't you think it would be a nice thing if everybody wished our friends a Merry Christmas?
Oh. Meredith, where have you been? That's what we've been talking about, but we don't know how to do it.
Well, why don't you sing it?
Now, why didn't I think of that? All right, everybody ready?
Yeah.
Here goes.
Merry Christmas, everyone, from us to you, and you, and you.
Ladies and gentlemen, be with us next Thursday and tell your friends about our big New Year's show. Wallace Beery and Robert Taylor and Mervyn LeRoy's new MGM thrilling and exciting drama, Stand Up and Fight. We'll also have with us charming Florence Rice, Douglas MacPhail, Fanny Bryce, Hanley Stafford, Frank Morgan, Meredith Wilson, and Robert Young. A special guest will be NBC's sports announcer and commentator of news of the day, Bill Stern. Take it, Bob Young.
There's one Christmas treat you can give your family. Take them to see MGM's brand new picture, Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol. They will never stop thanking you for taking them. And now, speaking for the Metro Goldwyn Mayer Studios and our entire Good News staff, may I wish you all a very Merry Christmas. Echoing the thoughts of every true American who participated in the celebration of Rededication Day, the very best we can wish for you is that this Christmas and every Christmas finds you happier and even more proud that you are an American living in America. Merry Christmas and good night.
Now, this is Warren Hull saying good night and wishing each and every one a very Merry Christmas for Maxwell House, the coffee that's always good to the last drop. This is the National Broadcasting Company. KF.
Horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. men who built the western United States were courageous pioneers, but the obstacles they faced might never have been surmounted if it had not been for the masked rider of the plains. It was he who broke the power of the outlaw bands and the hostile Indian tribes. It was his knowledge of the country that rescued the settlers when the forces of nature seemed ready to overwhelm them. Return with us now to the thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Red River Valley. There's going to be trouble. Hail, Silver! Away!
Dan Parsons owned the bank in the little town of Sagebrush at the head of the Red River Valley. One day, he was sitting in the living room of his home when he heard a rider draw up out in front. Dan was expecting a caller. He rose from his chair, straightened his weary shoulders, and turned to his wife.
Well, reckon that's Brady, Marcy. Looks like more trouble.
Now, don't you fret, Dan. Man's got to do what's right. Come in.
Where's that husband of yours? I want to... Oh, there you are, Parsons.
You want to see me, Brady?
You're doggone right I do, and you know what for.
I haven't done anything I'm ashamed of.
I ought to throw bullets through you, Parsons.
Brady, you can't
I reckon you'd best go in the next room, Marcy.
No. You're my husband, Dan Parsons. I'm not letting a gun...
In the next room, Marcy.
Well, you just take care of yourself, Dan.
I will. Now get along. You hadn't ought to bust in that way, Brady. It ain't right when there's women folk around.
You don't never fight, do you, Parsons?
I'm a banker, Brady. I'm a man of peace.
You bought Carstairs cattle, didn't you?
I did.
You paid $10 silver a head, didn't you?
Brady, I calculate what I buy and what I pay for 'em is my business, not yours. If it so happens I plan to go to the railroad with them cattle and sell 'em, that's my affair.
Yeah. Gonna make a profit, ain't you?
Well, maybe you will.
Maybe nothing. A banker like you don't buy nothing when he figures on losing. Now, there ain't no friendship between me and the Carstairs outfit, and I'm
Too bad they ain't.
Huh?
This here whole valley is owned by your outfit and by Carstairs. Just the two of you.
You ain't forgetting you hold mortgages on both of us.
That don't matter. What does matter is that you two hombres ought to stop battling each other.
Tell that to Carstairs.
I did. And he acted the same as you. Both bull-headed as loco steers. Why don't you get together? Work together. The rangeland's drying up. The more you two hombres fight, the less chance there is.
Parsons, there's no use talking. Carstairs is a no-good skunk, and
He says the same about you.
Sure. If I ever meet up with him face-to-face, there'll be plenty of gun smoke, savvy? But I didn't come here for that. I come to ask you what about my cattle.
I'm buying them, Brady.
Sure. But for how much?
$10 silver a head.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Trying to... Huh? Did you say 10?
$10 a head.
But, Parsons, you...
The same as I'm giving Carstairs. Well, what's your jaw dropping for? Can't you talk?
Parsons, Well, them cattle of mine, they ain't worth that much.
I'm paying it, ain't I?
Well, they're thin and scrawny. Not much feed, and the water's so scarce they
Brady,
hardly...
I paid Carstairs 10, and I'm paying you the same. Now, take it or leave it.
Pretty anxious, ain't you?
Take it or leave it.
I get it. Reckon you got inside knowledge that cattle is fetching a fancy price back east, ain't you? Even scrawny cattle. You ain't the kind of fella to do nothing for charity.
You're entitled to your own opinion.
10 cartwheels ahead. Doggone it, you can't make much on that, Parsons.
You ain't answered yet, Brady.
Oh, I'll take it. When you plan to round up the cows?
As soon as it can be done.
And when do I get paid?
As soon as I get back from selling them.
After you sell them. Why not before?
Got any objections? I ain't never gone back on a debt so far.
All right, Parsons, all right. Don't get your dander up. The cat'll be ready soon to go.
Carstairs. Hey, Carstairs.
Did you finish the count, Parsons?
Count 825 head in your herd. That tally with your count?
Yeah. When you come back, I collect $8,250 silver dollars. I'll be in your bank waiting. Better have the money, Parsons.
I'll have it. All right, you riders. Start these longhorns moving. Get them on the prod.
Well, Parsons, me and my boys counted up the cattle. When you come back to Sagebrush, I'll be expecting $9,060 as payment.
You'll get it, Brady.
See that I do. I'll be in your bank when you get back. Come on, boy.
Him, Carstairs. Got tempers like a bull. Neither one of them trusts me further than a rope's end.
Dan, I'm worried.
Now, Marthy, leave me do the work.
But you can't possibly get as much for these cattle as you promised to pay. $10 a head. Ain't nobody going to pay that much.
I'll see you when I get back, Marthy.
Thin, scrawny cattle won't bring that much even at St. Joseph's. You'll never be able to pay Carstairs and Brady what you promised.
Martha, I don't want you to fret. I'll do it.
If you don't, there's going to be a heap of trouble when you get back.
I'll be back, and I'll take care of trouble. All right, get these cows moving. We got a long trail to go. Get 'em moving. Martha, you can expect me back in 2 weeks after I sell these here cattle. 2 weeks. Come on. Come on here.
Parsons' outfit down below us, Tonto? He's on his way back from selling those cattle, Kemosabe. He didn't get very much for them.
That's right.
That information you brought me from Sagebrush. You're sure that Parsons promised to pay $10 apiece for those cows? He'll never be able to do it.
He'll know that.
I can't understand it in the first place. Parsons is a smart man, a good banker. Yet still, he paid much more for the cattle than they were worth.
What's wrong, Kemosabe?
Rain up. Listen. You hear that?
One pony.
Yes, coming this way along the trail. We'll be heading for Sagebrush at this time of night.
Him come from Parsons' camp.
Yes, get back, Kemosabe. I want to see him as he goes past without him seeing us.
Back, Scout.
Good enough. Now watch. Quiet. Nothing, you saw him? It was Parsons, Banker Parsons, riding his horse in a hurry.
Him use spare.
He's heading for Sagebrush, leaving his outfit behind. That way he'll reach his home by early morning.
You think something wrong, Kemosabe?
We're going after him, Tonto. Come on.
Set him up, Scout.
We're going to find out why Parsons is acting so strangely. We'll trail him to town.
Who's there? Who is there? I'm warning you, I got a gun. Come around the back door this early in the morning. Tell me who you are, or I'll...
Let me in.
Oh. Dan Parsons, what on earth?
Marcy's in trouble. I rode all night.
You got back already.
The boys and outfit will come in the regular way. They'll show up about sundown tonight, but I had to see you private. Marcy, I got to pay the money off to Brady and Carstairs.
No.
I promised to pay him $10 a head for them cattle, and all I could get was $6.
Dan, you mean you're...
What am I going to do? I had to come and tell you, Marcy. Come tomorrow morning, they'll be asking for their cash, and I ain't got it. I ain't got it.
Dan, you must be plumb tuckered out. Here, sit down.
Yeah.
I was just getting ready for breakfast. A cup of hot coffee will do you good.
No, Marcy, I can't drink and I can't eat. My throat's as dry as this here Red River Valley, but I can't take nothing. What are we going to do?
Dan, why'd you offer Brady and Carstairs so much for them cows? Why?
Well, you see...
You knew it wasn't worth that much. You knew it.
Sure, I knew it, but...
But what? You're a banker, Dan, a businessman. What you done don't make sense.
Marcy, it makes sense to me. Leastways, it did up to now.
Huh?
I ain't never told you how I feel, have I? About me being a banker for Sagebrush in the Valley. I ain't never told you what it means to me.
Being a banker?
Marcy, I always figured a banker had a duty to the people. Sure, I wanted to make money so as we could live comfortable. But I wanted to help others.
Like Brady and Carstairs?
Yeah, like them. In good times, they didn't need no help. They was doing all right. But then the river dried up and the rangeland got burnt.
The cattle got scrawny and thin, and they died off.
So I give 'em mortgages on their outfits.
Yeah.
I figured maybe the river would come up again. There'd be rain and melting snow to bring the grass back.
Instead of which, it got worse.
Plenty worse. And this time, well, I knew right well that Brady and Carstairs had to get $10 a head for their cattle, or they couldn't keep going. They'd go bust.
You done all that 'cause you're a banker, Dan?
A bank's got to help folks. It's got to. That's what I done it for. Only now I tried too hard. I can't meet the promises I made.
Brady and Carstairs are honest men, Dan. Tell them.
Tell them what? You think they'll believe me?
No, I reckon not.
They're honest, sure. But they're bullheaded and ornery. They'll think I'm trying to cheat them. You know how they'll act.
Guns?
Yeah, guns. I don't know what to do.
Dan, we gotta leave Sagebrush.
Huh?
It's early. Nobody knows you're in town. We could vamoose.
Leave Sagebrush?
Leave what money you got for them cows. Leave the bank. Dan, you gotta. We'll saddle up them horses to the wagon, and by tomorrow morning we'll be long gone out of here.
No, Marcy. We ain't going.
Dan.
I tell you no.
But Brady and Carstairs, they might kill you.
It ain't honest to leave. No, Marcy, I'm staying no matter what. I'm going to take my medicine.
Dan.
I'm staying, Marcy.
Dan.
Far enough from town, Tonto. Pull up. You heard Parsons talking to his wife?
We listen at window. Him good man.
He's got courage, Tonto. If he'd left Sagebrush, it would have been hard to blame him. But he's determined to stay no matter what happens.
We help him, Kemosabe?
Tonto, I have a plan. It's going to be dangerous because we'll have to ride into Sagebrush in broad daylight and get out again. Here's what we do.
All right, Parsons. Come back from selling them cows. Now hand over my money.
Pay me first, Parsons.
Oh, no, he don't, Costello.
Stay out, it's Brady. I don't like doing business with you in the same room, but...
Then get out. Or maybe you'd like some gunfighting to make you get out.
Now, hold your horses. This here's my bank, remember that.
He can't talk to me
I said shut up, both of you. For Pete's sake, why can't you gents get together? You're the two biggest men in the valley. You could do a lot. Instead, you're at each other's throats like hungry coyotes.
We do like we want to, Parsons. I'll fork over that money so that I can get away. I don't relish being with Brady long and I can help. That goes double for me.
Well, I got something to tell you, gents.
Huh? There's the money right on the table in them saddles bags, ain't it?
Yeah, but...
And trot it out and start divvying up.
Brady, Carstairs, there's a little something...
what's the matter? Ain't you got the money?
Well, for a matter of fact, you see, it's like...
Don't move,
What the? A masked man.
We came after that cat.
Hold up.
Take it, Tonto. Out to the horses.
Me get it.
No, you don't. That's my money. Oh.
I shot the gun from your hand, mister. The next one who tries may not be so lucky.
We got money.
Good. The horses are outside.
You hurry.
Now I'm going. Don't anyone try to throw that after me because it won't do you any good.
Hold up.
After him. Where's my gun? There he goes. Pour it at him.
Come on, shoot him.
Shoot, shoot, doggone you. They're getting away. Shoot.
Hail, Silver, away!
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. To continue our story. In order to save Dan Parsons' life, the Lone Ranger and Tonto held him up. Then they raced out of town just ahead of a hastily organized posse. Before long, Silver and Scout led the posse far behind. Then finally the men drew rein.
Slow up, you fellas. Drag in your horses. We ain't got a groundhog's chance of catching that pair of hold-up men. That white horse covers ground like a streak of lightning.
Yeah, and that paint is like a shatter.
When we get back to Sagebrush, now hold on there, Brady. You're giving up, ain't you? Doggone you, hide Costello. I never cottoned to you, and I don't now. But I say...
Quiet, both of you.
Yeah, keep quiet.
You act like it was your money that masked man stole.
Huh? Sure it was my money. And mine. Don't forget that.
No, it weren't, Brady. You see, I hadn't give it to you yet. I hadn't give it to either one of you. So I still owe you that cash.
Say, he's right. Well, I'll be jiggered.
You're all right, Parsons. I reckon that's so. If he didn't pay us, and I ain't lost. Not yet.
Yeah. Of course, I can't pay you till we catch that masked hombre. But when I do...
Well, they still ain't catching us, them crooks.
Well, I figure you're right, Brady. The thing to do is to head back to Sagebrush.
What for? Why not go after him now?
On account of we come away in a hurry. We ain't prepared for a long chase.
Yeah, I ain't got but one gun. Ain't got no ammunition, no food.
What we got to do is organize. Get plenty of water and grub.
Yeah.
Get plenty of guns. Rifles, not sidearms. Then we come out here, pick up the trail, and go get them.
Yeah. Them horses are too fast for us on a short chase.
We got to keep going after them for a long time. And for that, we got to be prepared. Now, let's head for home.
All right, come on. Get up. Get up. Get up.
See any sign of them, Tonto?
No sign.
Now watch for a cloud of dust. They may still be after us.
Tonto seen nothing.
We've been traveling half the day. Silver could have outrun them easily. But I wanted them to keep trailing us for a while.
They not on trail now.
Copy. Huh? What is it, Silver?
Look.
Yes, Silver smelled the water. We'll pull up and let them drink their fill.
It's plenty dry.
Here we are. The Red River. The Red River. Now, what's left of it, Tonto?
Nobody come after us, Kimasabi.
Well, all we've done is to give Parsons a breathing spell. The most important thing is to let Brady and Carstairs realize how much they're indebted to him. It's not going to be easy to do. But I'm certain if they realized the true facts, they'd face them like men. They'd work together.
Maybe you tell them.
No, they wouldn't believe me, Tonto. I'm masked. They wouldn't trust a masked man. There must be some other way to... Tonto. I think I have a plan. Look at the bed of the river. There's only the thinnest trickle of water now. You heard Parsons. Formerly, Red River was full of water. Plenty of water to keep the entire rangeland going.
It's plenty dry now.
Look up there into the hills. You can see where the river comes down from the mountains.
Let me see.
Tonto, if that river was full of water once more, it could water this entire valley the way it used to.
What you mean?
Come on, we're going up into those hills. We're going to take a look around. Up on your horse. We've plenty to do.
Steady, Scout.
Come on, we're taking a look around, and then we're calling on Parsons. Up, Silver, come on.
Get on, Scout.
We've got work to do.
Ho, Silver, away! Ease up, boy.
That you, Dan?
Yeah, Marcy, I'm kind of wore out.
You've been out with the posse again?
Yeah, searched for that masked hold-up man in the engine.
Well, I hope you didn't catch him. I hope they got away.
You hope they got away? What kind of talk is that?
I do. Dan, as long as that money ain't found, Brady and Carstairs will never know you didn't have enough to pay. And I hope it ain't found.
That don't change the fact that I still owe the money, Marcy.
Then, and the masked man's still free?
Yeah, him and the engine. The posse trailed him up near the head of the valley. They're somewheres in the hills, but we don't know where.
Dan, you're tired.
I reckon I ain't as young as I was. That's why I come back to rest up. I've been in the saddle too long.
You come in the house and sit.
Marcy, I got to tell them pretty soon. Brady and Carstairs. I got to tell them that I didn't have the money.
Now, Dan, don't go inviting trouble.
I can't help it, Marcy. Right is right and wrong is wrong. There ain't no two ways about it. Even if the money don't never come back, I got to tell them.
It'll mean we're ruined, Dan.
I got to tell them.
Here, let me hold the door open for you. Now, come in.
What in tarnation?
What's that doing on the floor?
Well, it's a sack of some kind.
What, here when I went out to meet you?
Marcy.
Huh?
Marcy, it looks like... It is. It's the sack that was stole. The money the masked man took.
Dan, close the door.
How'd it get here? It's the money. How'd it get here?
I brought it, Parsons.
The masked man.
No, don't pick it up again. And you, ma'am, stay away from that gun on the wall.
What do you mean by
Stand right there, Parsons.
Where's the rest of the cash?
Up in the hills with Tonto.
Tonto, huh? That's the engine. Martha, we got to get the posse.
Dan,
The posse can wait. Parsons, I took that money to help you.
What?
You needn't stare at me. You see, Parsons, Tonto and I were on the trail when you returned here after you sold the cattle. We heard you and your wife talking.
Mister, you mean you know Dan didn't have enough money for the bank to pay what he promised?
Yes, that's why we took it. And Parsons, is there any blasting powder in sagebrush?
What?
You can figure it out later. I asked if there's any blasting powder in town.
There is, masked man. There's a few casks of it in the general store.
And your husband and I are going to get it.
Now, look at here.
Dan Parsons, you go with him.
Marcy,
You heard me, Dan. There ain't nobody else to help you. You go with him and come back later.
He's not coming back here, Mrs. Parsons.
You mean?
Parsons and I are taking that blasting powder. Then we're going up into the hills. You leave everything to me, understand?
She's gone plumb loco.
Now, come on, Parsons. We're getting that powder. This is the last one, Parsons.
Masked man, I can't figure
Don't
what
ask
for
questions. We talked about that money and the rest of it a dozen times already. Now, load it on your wagon. Come on. Yeah, that does it. All right, Parsons, up on the seat.
Yeah, I'm getting.
Here, Silver.
That horse does what you tell him like a puppy.
Silver and I are old friends. Now, Parsons, take off that brake and start heading for the hills.
Get up, horses.
I'll be right behind you. I'm going to help you no matter how much you may dislike it. Come on, Silver.
Gee, Jehoshaphat, it's the masked man. The masked man and Banker Parsons. They're in cahoots. Where's my horse? I got to get riding. I got to tell Brady and Carstairs about this. Brady! Hey, Brady! Carstairs, I got news. Who's that? Don't shoot. I'm Shad Jenkins. I come from town. Shad Jenkins? What's going on? Something wrong? I come riding out from town. Where's Brady? Where's Carstairs?
Hey, what's the ruckus about?
One side there. Lead me through. I just come from town. I seen him. Quiet, you fellas. Quiet.
Come on, Jenkins, spill it. Why ain't you back in Sagebrush looking after your store?
My store's been robbed.
What?
Yeah, my store's been robbed of 6 kegs of blasting powder. Who done it? The same masked hombre you gents is after.
What do you mean?
And wait. I got more to tell you. The masked man, huh?
The ornery coyote must have circled down out of the hills and got into town.
I tell you there's more. The masked man won't alone. Sure or not. That Injun pilot's with him. No, 'twon't the Injun. The gent with him was Dan Parsons.
Wait a minute, you fellas. All right, Jenkins, give us the whole story.
Carstairs, Brady, listen to me. The masked man and Parsons is in cahoots. They're working together. What? Yeah, I heard them talking. They're heading into the hills, the both of them, going to join the Injun. And you know how I'm sure Parsons is with them?
Go ahead.
Because that holdup was fixed. Parsons didn't have enough money to pay you two fellas off in the first place.
So that's it, huh? Brady, you savvy that?
Yeah, Carstairs, I do. All right, you fellas, get your horses. We're going after them.
We don't know where.
They got blasting powder, ain't they? We'll find them. Come on, you fellas. We're going. Get up there. Hey, Brady.
Yeah?
How are we going to locate them hombres if we don't know where they're at?
We'll find them somewhere.
Did you hear that? Blasting powder. That's it.
Look up there in the mountains. Smoke. Yeah, smoke from the powder. Now we know where they're at. Come on, gents. Head for the smoke. This time we got them. Get up, come on. Get up.
There he is. Up ahead. That's him. It's Parsons. Don't try to run, Foot Parsons. Stand right where you are. I ain't running. I'll say, ain't you sneaking coyote? Caught you, didn't we?
Where's the masked man?
So you and the masked hombre was working together, huh? So you had him work that hold up because you didn't have all the cash you promised me.
And me, too.
Now, listen, you got to believe me. I didn't have nothing to do with that holdup. I'll admit I didn't have the cash to pay you off, but I did have...
A fine banker you are, Parsons. I figure we ought to string you up right here now. If it wasn't for you setting off that blast, we'd have never found you. But you
Drop
can't...
those guns, pronto.
What's the masked man?
That means you too, Brady. Drop it.
I'll drop you first, mister. No!
Good shooting, Tanner. You're not hurt, Brady. Tanner shot hit your gun, not you. Keep an eye on them, Kemosabe.
Counter watch.
Mister, what's the idea of taking them kegs of powder and setting off that blast? I don't savvy.
Carstairs, the first reason for setting that blast was to close off the river. Look at it.
Well, I'll be... It's a regular dam. You blocked off the river. We didn't have enough water before, but now we won't have none.
You'll have plenty, Brady.
But why did
you should have built a dam long ago. There's a natural basin to hold the water here. If you and Carstairs had built a dam before this, you'd have had water when you needed it.
Yeah, there was some talk about building a dam, but me and Brady couldn't get together.
So I heard.
What difference does that make? I was doing all right anyway.
Why were you doing all right, Brady?
Huh?
Your cattle were thin and scrawny. The whole valley was in danger. Yet Parson kept giving you loans, promising you more for your cattle than he could get himself.
Mister, you mean...
I mean Parsons is the best friend any of you ever had. He tried to be your banker. He tried to help you out in every way that he could.
Parsons, you mean you offered $10 for them cattle when you knew you couldn't get more than 5 or 6 for them?
Well, I figured you gents needed the money, Carstairs, and I figured I could get a hold of it some way. You see, the way I look at things, a bank's got to help folks out when they need help. I done my best.
Parsons, you sure make me feel ashamed of myself.
Yeah, that goes for me, too.
I got the money here. Tain't what I promised to pay you, but it's all I could get for the cattle.
Parsons, you and the masked man done us a real favor. I reckon we've been kind of short-sighted, ain't we, Costello?
I reckon we have, Brady. What do you say we forget about being enemies and work together for a spell?
It suits me right down to the ground. And the first thing we got to do is build up this water supply like the masked man said, so we'll always have plenty of water for Red River Valley. Parsons, will you shake hands?
I'm asking for your hand, too, Parsons. Will you?
I sure will. And, gents, let's make Red River Valley the best doggone cattle country in the West.
Come on, fellas, let's get busy. And from now on, we listen to Dan Parsons.
Hi-yo, Silver, away!
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger, Incorporated.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Moon Over Tarzana. Bright and gay and so exciting, quick and thrifty and inviting. Full of flavor, rich and mellow, all together, this spells Jell-O. Yes, friends, Jell-O is certainly an all-around good dessert. It's a dessert that has everything. Rich, shimmering colors that tell you here's a mighty swell treat, and a world of grand, intriguing flavor. Flavor so pleasing, so refreshing, so downright satisfying, that it rivals the real juicy, ripe fruit itself. Jell-O is easy to prepare, too. One of the simplest and quickest desserts you can possibly serve. And, of course, you can treat the family to a delightful Jell-O dessert for only a few pennies. So order Jell-O tomorrow, choosing any or all of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, or lime. Incidentally, strawberry and raspberry Jell-O are now better than ever. Both have a new, improved flavor obtained by using a natural flavor base artificially enhanced. Try these grand flavors and enjoy Jell-O's rich, distinctive goodness. Serve a tempting mold of Jell-O tomorrow. Moon Over Tarzana, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this being the 5th day of January, we bring you a man who is still doing his Christmas shopping, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, when you saw me in that department store yesterday, I wasn't shopping. I was exchanging some of my Christmas gifts.
Well, that's quite a coincidence. I was doing the same thing. Would you believe it, Jack? 3 different friends gave me electric razors.
Now, you think that's bad? I got enough bottles of cologne to have people whistle at me for the next 10 years. No kidding, Don. I must have gotten 25 bottles of that stuff.
Oh, what are you going to do with it all?
I gave it to Rochester, and he's going to throw a cocktail party. He mixes it with orange ice and calls it a Central Avenue lullaby. But when you saw me in that store, Don, I was only exchanging the gift Phil Harris gave me.
You were? Why, Phil told me he gave you a lovely present.
Oh, it was lovely, yes, but I don't know, I didn't feel right in it.
Oh, well, you shouldn't have exchanged it, Jack. You'll hurt his feelings.
I don't care whether I hurt his feelings or not. I'm too old for an Indian suit. I don't know what's the matter with Phil. He gives the darndest Christmas present. Last year, he sent me a manhole cover. Imagine a manhole cover.
Oh, yes, I remember that. What'd you ever do with it, Jack?
What could I do? I put Home Sweet Home on it and hung it on the wall. And I wish you could have seen what the... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Happy New Year, Don.
Same to you, Mary.
What about me? No wonder you wouldn't thank me for the swell time I showed you New Year's Eve. You didn't even phone me.
I want to do it big. I'm going to hire a skywriter.
It won't be necessary. You know, Don, I took Mary to the Wilshire Bowl, and boy, was I raring. At the stroke of 12, I grabbed a horn and blew the old year right out.
You did, huh?
Yep.
And at 12:01, Jack put the horn in his pocket and said, "Let's go home."
Mary, the only reason I suggested going home early was because I didn't want to have a hangover the next day.
A hangover from what? Breaking balloons?
Listen, Mary, don't try to give the impression that I'm an old dodo. I was the life of the party. I had you on that dance floor every minute.
Anything to keep me from eating.
You ate, sister. Believe me. You had the special T-bone steak with French fried potatoes and choice of 2 vegetables, including tax, $1.29. You know very well you had a swell time.
Okay, I had a swell time.
You darn tootin'.
Say, Mary, is Jack a good dancer?
I couldn't tell. That was the first time I ever did the turkey trot.
That wasn't the turkey trot at all. I was doing the la conga.
The La Conga?
Yes. Couldn't you hear me going? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, What'd you think that was?
I thought your rheumatiz was giving you the biz.
That was very funny, Mary. You know, I wonder why you and Phil don't quit this program and get one of your own. Harris and Livingston, every week an audition. You're too smart for this show. Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Happy New Year.
Same to you, kid.
Is anybody in aspirin? Oh, boy, what a head I got.
Why, Dennis, I'm ashamed of you.
I bumped it getting out of my car.
Oh, I see.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. You can bump your head. I thought you meant you'd been celebrating too freely. By the way, Dennis, where did you go New Year's Eve?
I went there. Don't worry.
Oh. Okay. Say, I wonder what's keeping Phil.
You went where, Dennis?
Never mind.
I went there every night, just like you told me to.
All right. Say, Don, have you seen...
Dennis, where have you been going every night?
Mary, it's none of your business.
It's a good picture, all right, but gee, I can't laugh all the time.
Dennis, please.
I'd rather go back to mowing your lawn.
Now, Dennis, I don't want to hear another word about it.
Why, Jack Benny, do you mean to say you've been sending the kid downtown to laugh at your picture every night?
Mary, I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, Dennis, it's time for your song. So let's have it.
My girl laughed at Fred Allen, but don't worry, I kicked her.
Now, Dennis, everybody's waiting for your song, so let's have it, please. What's it going to be?
A brand new number called I'm Gonna Round Up My Love.
That'll be fine. Go ahead. And by the way, if your girl thinks Fred Allen is so funny, get another one. Mary, stop looking at me like that. Do you hear?
Oh, brother.
That kid wouldn't babble so much.
I'm a roaming cowhand, singing as I ride. For my gal I'm a-searching, and a-needing her by my side. I'm gonna round up my love, gonna win her tonight in the prairie moonlight. I'm gonna round up my love, gotta make her agree who belong to only me. Then together we'll ride high, and together we'll sing low. Side by side, roaming the range, we'll go. I'm gonna lasso my gal, gonna make her my pal. I'm gonna round up my love. Yippee, yippee, I ride high. Yippee, yippee, oh, sing low. Side by side, roaming the range, we'll go. I'm gonna lasso my gal, gonna make her my pal. I'm gonna round up my love.
That was I'm Gonna Round Up My Love, sung by Dennis Day. There you are, Dennis. That was swell. You were in very good form.
Thanks, Jack.
Jack? Why, Dennis, what's come over you? You've always called me Mr. Benny.
Well, I saw so much of you last week, I feel like we're old friends.
Oh, I see what you mean. But you know, Dennis, I kind of like the idea of your calling me Mr. Benny. It adds a little dignity to the program and shows your respect for me.
Do you want me to call you Mr. Benny, too?
That won't be necessary, Mary.
Gee, I can call him Jack.
And now, folks.
Wait till the girls at the May Company hear about this.
Now, wait a minute. Don't get smart, Miss Livingston.
Oh, do call me Mary.
Now, cut that out. You asked me a question, I answered it. Now, let's forget it. Well, look who finally breezed in.
Hiya, Jackson. Am I late?
No, Phil. We realize that taking up a half hour of your valuable time once a week is quite an imposition.
Now, hold on, Jackson.
In fact, Phil, I think that next Sunday I'm going to have a microphone installed across the street in the pool room so you can say hiya, folks, without putting your cue down. Would you care for that?
Now, before you bawl me out, Jackson, I want to tell you that I'm a changed man. You're looking at the new Harris.
Oh, I am, eh?
I'm not kidding.
No.
On January the 1st, I made a resolution. I'm going to cut out smoking, cut out drinking, cut out gambling, and I'm going to cut out staying up so late.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. When are you going to cut out running after women?
When they stop running.
I thought so. Well, Phil, here's another resolution for you during this new year. Why don't you learn something about music?
You mean I should be like Stokowski?
No, Phil. All I ask is when you pick up a piece of paper that has lines across it and little black dots all over it, don't look at your boys and say, there's a spy around here. This stuff is in code. Little as they know, it embarrasses them.
Okay, Jackson, that'll be another one of my resolutions.
Speaking of resolutions, Jack, I've resolved that during 1941 I'm going to find new ways to tell people about Jell-O.
You are, kiddo?
Yes. Instead of telling them about strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime, I'm going to mix them up and say strawberry, lime, raspberry, lemon, orange, cherry, and.
Oh, the and at the end. Gee, they'll never dream it's the old Jell-O show. Anything else, John?
Yes. Remember how I always used to say, look for the big red letters on the box?
Uh-huh.
Well, this year I'm going to say it backwards.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Box Z on, letters read big, D for look.
Well, mouth my shut. John, that's a very novel idea.
Oh, thanks, Jack. I'm awfully glad you like it.
I'll see you get a raise for that. Backwards. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a number by Phil Harris and his orchestra, who will play it not backwards, not forward, but in their usual manner. They will start in the middle and blast both ways. All right, Phil, let's have it.
Okay. Say, by the way, Jackson, I got my expense account on our New York trip all made out. You want to see it now?
No, Phil, I'll look it over later. What is the total up to?
$3,427.
Give me that. Let me see that expense account.
There you are. I got the whole thing itemized.
That's itemized. Itemized. If you don't mind, I'll look it over. Let's see here. Hotel room, $42 a week. That's reasonable. Meals for 2 weeks, $63. That's very reasonable.
You don't have to read it, Jackson. It's in perfect shape.
I'll just give it a quick glance. Now, let's see.
Hey, Jack, look. There's one item you can't complain about.
Where?
Right there. Laundry for 2 weeks, 37 cents.
Oh, yes. That's not bad. Let's see what else he has here. Bottle opener, 10 cents. Ice, $2.50. Bromo, $135.
What do you want us to play, Jackson?
Wait a minute, Phil. I'm not through yet. Taxi cabs, $11.50. That's okay. Charles Bagby, musical arrangement for orchestra, 37 cents. 37 cents?
That must be the same guy that does his laundry.
Yeah. See, what else is here? IGR, $45. $45? Phil, what's this IGR?
I got robbed.
My goodness, you don't expect me to pay for that. You don't expect me to pay for that, do you?
Oh, what are you beefing about? I never even charged you for bailing out my guitar player.
Oh, well, that's very sweet of you. Now, let's see. Well, here we are again. Bromo, 100. Phil, you and I will talk this whole thing over later. In the meantime, let's have a band number.
Okay.
Look at this next item, Mary. Elevator, $400. What could he want with an elevator? That was There'll Be Some Changes Made, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra, where there will be some changes made. And, Phil, getting back to your New York expense account, it's a ridiculous total, and I'm not paying for all of your hilarity.
Okay, Jackson. But as long as we're on the subject of dough, how about that $50 I won from you from the Rose Bowl game?
That you can take to court. I didn't see the game, Phil, so the bet's off.
I thought you'd squirm out of it.
Well, Jack, I thought you told me you were going to the Rose Bowl game.
I did go, but I didn't stay.
Tell him what happened, Jack.
Mary, Don wouldn't be interested.
Oh, yes, I would. What happened, Mary?
Well, Don, it was like this.
There's a woman for you.
Jack got the tickets and told us to meet him in front of Tunnel 16 at 1:30.
1:30.
Well, anyway, Phil Dennis and I took a cab. But when we got to the bowl, Jack wasn't there yet. So we waited and waited and waited. You should have seen the crowd, Don. There were thousands of...
Programs. Names and numbers of all the players. Program, miss.
No, thanks. Come on, fellas, let's go in.
We can't go in. We got to wait for Jackson.
Yeah, he's got the tickets.
I don't see why he didn't come with us.
Well, you know how romantic Jack is. He's bringing his girlfriend Gladys to the game, and they're driving out alone in the Maxwell.
Say, that little waitress ain't so bad looking when she gets dressed up. I think that Jackson's stuck on her.
You said it.
Yeah, he said it.
Dennis, why don't you go get lost in the crowd?
Don't think I couldn't.
Hey, look, Mary, ain't that Jack and Gladys coming this way?
Oh, yes. Jack would be wearing a beanie. And get a load of that fur coat on Gladys.
Gee, Gladys, I never saw you looking so good. You're sure pretty when you're all dolled up.
Thanks, Speedy.
I mean it. Get your programs here. Program, mister, 15 cents.
Oh, Speedy, can I have a program?
You're darn right you can. Here's $50, buddy. Keep the change.
Oh, boy, now I get my toupee out of hock.
Well, here's the game, Gladys. Hiya, fellas. All set for the game?
Yeah, I've been waiting on you, Jackson. Come on.
Say, Gladys, you know Mary and Dennis, don't you?
Sure. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Gee, Gladys has a pretty fur. Did you trap it yourself?
You know darn well I gave it to her for Christmas. Oh, pardon me, honey. Do you know Phil Harris?
Do I?
Hiya, Gladys. I'll have a ham on rye.
Now, Phil, cut that out. Not working today. Come on, fellas. Here's our gate. Let's go.
Take it. Hold your own stubs, please.
Here you are.
Oh, hello, Gladys.
Hello, Eddie. How are you?
Fine. Taking your old man to the game?
I'm not her old man. I'm her fella. Come on, sweetheart. Say, where's Dennis?
I'm stuck in the turnstile.
Now push it a little, for heaven's sake.
Here's Tunnel 16 over this way.
Oh, yeah.
Say, Gladys, are you still working at the Shamrock Cafe? No, I'm at a drive-in now. Speedy thought I ought to be outside where it's healthier.
Darn right. What's the use of being in California and not enjoy the sun? It's great for you.
Yeah, I wish I could get off the night shift.
You will, honey. Well, here's the entrance, kid.
Say, look who's here. Hiya, Gladys. Happy New Year.
Same to you, Lefty.
Lefty. Who's that fresh guy, Gladys?
Lefty Flanagan. Boy, can he drive a truck.
I can imagine.
Hey, look, there's a hot dog stand. Let's see.
Yeah, you want a hot dog, Gladys?
I'm not hungry right now.
Okay, we'll get him inside.
Better get one now, Gladys. You know Speedy.
That's Speedy. All right, I'll go over to buy the hot dogs. Everybody wait here so you won't get lost. Hey, mister, 5 hot dogs, please.
5 puppies coming up? Oh, hello, stranger.
Why, grab them now! Well, of all people, Slapperman, are you running a hot dog stand now?
And look at my signs, Hetty boy. All the hot dogs you can eat for 10 cents.
That's fine, but how can you make money with an offer like that?
Taste one and you're tasting the answer.
Oh, they're pretty tough weenies, eh?
What suitcase handles they would make.
Well, they still look good to me. Give me 5 of them.
Okay, what kind of mustard do you want?
Mustard? What kind?
Yeah, sure. I got strong, mild, and Chanel number 5.
Oh, mild, I guess. How much do I owe you?
5 hot dogs, 50 cents.
Well, that's fair enough. Here's $1.
Here's a quarter. Thanks for the tip.
You're welcome. So long, Slap.
So long. Get your red hat here. You ain't kept till you dine with Slap.
Well, here you are, kids. Take your hot dog.
Thanks, Jack. Here's my dime.
Keep it. Everything's on me today.
Gee, I'm thirsty. What are we going to drink with our hot dog?
Here you are, Gladys. Put that back in your pocket. Phil, just for once, why don't you see a football game where 4 teams aren't playing? Now, where's Dennis?
You'll be back in a minute.
Oh. Well, he's got his own ticket. Let's go in. Here's the tunnel.
Gee, it's dark in here.
Huh?
So dark in here.
Yeah.
Say, Speedy, remember the time we went through the Tunnel of Love at Ocean Park?
Oh, Gladys, for heaven's sake. Cut it out.
Oh, I'm sorry I slapped you.
Gladys, it's all over. Forget it. Now, come on.
Stubs, please.
There you are.
Right this way.
Oh, hello, Gladys.
Hello, Nick. Where you been keeping yourself?
Oh, I've been around where you been.
Come on. Show us our team. Listen, Gladys, you have to talk to every fellow you meet.
Oh, Speedy, you're so jealous.
I'm not jealous.
Here are your seats, mister.
Thanks. Say, these seats are all right, aren't they?
Yeah, right on the old 40-yard line.
Say, Jack, who's playing here today?
2 of the finest teams in the country, Stanford and Nebraska.
Then why does your pennant say "Love Thy Neighbor" on it?
gotta weigh something, don't I? You know, I kind of like Nebraska.
Well, I'm for Stanford. You want to make a little bet, Jackson?
Yeah, I might.
Hey, Gladys, how are you?
Oh, there's Lefty Gordon. Hello, Lefty.
Another lefty. Don't you know anybody that's right-handed?
Well, I used to go with him.
Used to. You're going with me now. I wish you wouldn't talk to everybody.
Hey, Jackson, what about that bet?
Okay, Phil. You've got Stanford, and I've got Nebraska.
Oh, yeah, pal. Is this seat second, old pal,
Oh, fine. Yes, a young man has it. He'll be here in just a minute.
Oh, don't mention it, pal. A friend of yours is a friend of mine.
This would happen to me.
How much dough you want to bet, Jackson?
Any amount you say, brother. Just name it.
Okay, $50.
50, eh?
Take another number, Phil.
No. If he wants to bet $50, it's okay with me.
Quiet. I want to hear the game.
The game hasn't started yet.
No thanks. I never touch it.
How can you talk to a guy like that?
Look, Jack, here comes the Nebraska team.
Oh, yeah. Gee, they're a husky bunch of fellas.
Yeah, listen to that crowd.
Yes, sir. You know, Gladys, I'll bet there are 90,000 people here.
That's terrible. 90,000 people without a home. Oh, my goodness. 90,000 people.
What are you talking about? They've got homes. They're here for the game.
Oh, no. You're just saying that because I'm your pal.
You're not my pal. I never saw you before in my life.
No thanks. I never touch you.
I don't know why I always run into one of these guys. Ignore him, Gladys.
I am Gladys, old pal.
Don't you dare speak to her. Here, hold my coat, Mary.
He's on the floor already. What do you want?
Well, he can't talk like that.
Hey, look, Jackson, here comes that good old Stanford team out on the field.
Hey, those boys look pretty good, too, don't they, Gladys?
Oh, they're a swell bunch. Hello, fellas.
What?
Well, I'll be darned. She knows the whole team.
Well, that's the last straw. I'm leaving. I'm not even going to stay and see the game.
Oh, Speedy, calm down.
Calm down nothing. And let me tell you something else, Gladys. The next time you go out with me and say hello to every Tom, Dick, and Harry we meet, remember,
So there you are, Don. That's exactly what happened at the Rose Bowl game on New Year's Day.
Jack really lost his head, huh?
He sure did.
Okay, I'm a fiery, jealous nature. What can I do? Play, Phil.
Okay, Speedy.
Friends, before dessert at dinner tomorrow, why not serve the family a real surprise, something delightfully different, like apple snow jello. A delicious combination of cold, spicy applesauce and crimson raspberry jello. Or try apricot pecan layers, crunchy pecan meats and golden canned apricots molded in shimmering orange jello. These are just two of the many grand treats that you'll find described in the new Calendar of Desserts book. In this big 48-page recipe book, you'll discover 365 suggestions for all kinds of novel and tempting desserts, pastries, puddings, cakes, cookies, and, of course, lots and lots of swell desserts made with delicious jello. And this unique calendar of desserts is just as beautiful as it is useful, too, full of lovely paintings and handsome photographs in brilliant glowing colors. So be sure to send for your copy right away. Just mail 10 cents, just 10 cents, in coin or stamps to me, Don Wilson, care of General Foods, Battle Creek, Michigan, and this handy day-by-day recipe book will be forwarded to you at once. Don't wait until tomorrow, friends. Send 10 cents for your copy tonight.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, McGee, and Volley. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, McGee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by Martha Tilton and the King's Men, and music by Billy Mills. The show opens with the National Emblem March. Cross speak last night. He was asking for money. He said in part...
Ladies and gentlemen, I heard an officer of the Red Cross speak last night. He was asking for money. He said in part that it was customary these days to press demands upon them will be great. But we are a great nation. So let's give till it hurts. Urgently and immediately. Now, for 130 million people, that's the price of a few cigars or a lipstick. The Red Cross is always ready to help in times of war and disaster. And from now on, the demands upon them will be great. But we are a great nation. So let's give till it... Frost-bitten but triumphant, we find that lumberjack. The master of 79 Wistful Vista is not one to squander $1.25 for a Christmas tree when he can drive out to the woods and chop down his own. No, sir. And here, driving up to the house, frost-bitten but triumphant, we find that lumberjack who saves Jack on his lumber.
Get them brakes fixed. Oh, boy, am I cold. Well, come on, Christmas tree. Come to Papa. You got a new home.
Oh. McGee, you're getting snow all over the hall. Why didn't you stamp your feet?
Why should I stamp my feet? I ain't mad at anybody. Besides, they're so cold, I'm just walking from memory.
Oh. Here, you poor lad. Let me take your coat.
Shorty. And I says, yeah, I says, tossing my hatchet up in the air and catching it by the handle. Try and get it, I says. You don't need this tree for last Christmas, I says. And he says...
Oh, did you actually fight for it, dearie?
Oh, it didn't come down to actual brawl, no. One guy ups to me and says, that's my tree, Shorty. And I says, yeah, I says, tossing my hatchet up in the air and catching it by the handle. Try and get it, I says. You don't need this tree for last Christmas, I says. And he says, what do you mean last Christmas? Well, I says, sinister-like, advancing toward him with a nasty look, you lay a blade on that. So I just sneered and walked away. Double time.
Good for you, McGee. Did he go away then?
No. He started swinging his axe at me. And just then I noticed that this tree, which was a little farther along and was even bigger and better.
Oh, yeah.
So I just sneered and walked away. Double time.
Well,
next spring when the snow melts, I'll get... Oh, my gosh. What's that?
Oh, it's that window.
Shucks now, Molly, just because...
What took you so long to get it home? You know, you've been gone 6 hours.
Well, I had a blowout on the way back and had to stop and buy a new second-hand tire.
Oh.
Cost me $7.
Where's the hatchet?
I lost it in the snow. But I know just where it is, and next spring when the snow melts, I'll get... Oh, my gosh. What's that?
Oh, it's that window in the dining room. I opened it because it was so hot in here, and it won't stay open.
No. Well, I'll fix it when I get time. By the way, what time is it?
It's after 4. Why? Where's your wristwatch?
Well, I took it off to chop this tree down and forgot all about it.
Oh.
Then when I went back to look for it, moth-eaten shrubs they're selling downtown. When I want a tree, not a bouquet.
A $2 hatchet and a $7 tire. $39 for a 98-cent Christmas tree. Oh, happy Yuletide.
Well, I didn't want one of those measly little moth-eaten shrubs they're selling downtown. When I want a tree, not a bouquet. Come in.
Oh, hello, Mayor Latrivia.
Good day, Mrs. McGee. I say, McGee.
Yes?
About that job you wanted in the City Hall. I'm still working on it, but I'll have to have a little information.
Well, tell the nice mayor what he wants to know, dearie.
Okay. Dig me, little detective force of Wistful Vista. I order you to make way there. Stand back, everybody. The police...
This wouldn't be a police job, McGee.
Oh.
But one of the elevator operators has just been drafted. Crowds of people all asking you questions.
Can you ignore the whispers behind your back? Can you give orders in a loud tone of authority?
Boy, can I. Listen to this, Triv. All right, folks. As captain of the detective force of Wistful Vista, I order you to make way there. Stand back, everybody. The police...
This wouldn't be a police job, McGee. Oh. But one of the elevator operators has just been drafted, and I've suggested you.
I'll let you know later. Good day.
Why, that small-minded, boat-grabbing baby...
Is at present sleeping its edge off under a snowdrift 18 miles north of town.
Yeah, well, we got a saw, haven't we?
Not a very good one. It's all bent.
Who bent it?
You did.
Huh?
After you saw that vaudeville act at the Bijou last...
Get me a hatchet, will you?
The hatchet, dear boy, according to your official communique...
Yeah?
Is at present sleeping its edge off under a snowdrift 18 miles north of town.
Yeah, well, we got a saw, haven't we?
Not a very good one. It's all bent.
Who bent it?
You did.
Huh?
After you saw that vaudeville act at the Bijou last October, you tried to play pony boy on it, remember?
Well, I guess it'll still work. Say, it's awful hot in here.
Yes, it is. I'll open that dining room window again.
Okay.
The thermostat on the furnace is out of order, and I've got to get it fixed.
Boy, am I tired. Ah, but what a tree. Why, this will give us enough kindling wood for all summer. Thing, Mert. Huh? Who? Your niece. Somebody grabbed her and kissed her during the...
Our little ornaments are going to look awful silly on it.
Yeah, I never thought of that. I better order a bigger assortment of ornaments. Now, hand me the phone, will you?
Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me the Wistful Vista Novelty and Day. Oh, is that you, Mert? How's every little thing, Mert? Huh? Who? Your niece. Somebody grabbed her and kissed her during the blackout.
Oh, heavenly days, McGee. Does she know who it was?
She'll recognize him when she sees him. He'll have lipstick all over his face, neck, and shirt front.
From just one kiss?
What do you mean, one kiss? That blackout lasted 3 hours.
Tarzan.
Who?
I said Tarzan.
Who?
Oh, stop it, McGee. That's
I
not
didn't
very
say
funny.
anything. You says Tarzan. Who? Tarzan.
Who are you shouting at?
Who? Hey, what the...
McGee, it's an owl. He's in that tree.
Huh?
Look, up on the fourth branch. And trim out 100 or so branches. Tarzan or somebody might be hiding in there.
Who?
Tarzan.
Who?
I said Tarzan.
Who?
Oh, stop it, McGee. That's
I
not
didn't
very
say
funny.
anything. You says Tarzan. Who? Tarzan.
Who are you shouting at?
Who? Hey, what the...
McGee, it's an owl. He's in that tree.
Huh?
Look, up on the fourth branch.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Shake the tree, Molly. Open the door and we'll shoo him out. Who? You! Come on, get out of that, you big buzzard. Go on, scram.
Take it harder, McGee. There he goes.
Take him, Molly. Take him this way. Look out, look out, look out.
Scat, go away, Birdie. He won't even look at me, McGee.
Well, owls don't see good in the daytime.
Well, what do you expect me to do, buy him some glasses?
Hey, who? There he goes. Go on. Beat it. Scram.
Well, thank goodness. Those things give me the creeps.
Me too. Though I will say it was decent of him to back up my judgment.
What are you talking about?
Well, owls are wise birds, and we both picked out the same tree. Don't you get it, Molly?
I wanted to know if you could come out and play. Some of us kids are building a snow fort in that vacant lot up on the corner. Having a peck of fun.
No, thank you. We've got work to do, Mr. Oldtimer. I'm afraid you'll have to romp in the snow without... No. We buy our firewood on the hook, Mr. Oldtimer.
What's on your mind besides that Daniel Boone cap, Oldtimer?
Just wanted to know if you could come out and play. Some of us kids are building a snow fort in that vacant lot up on the corner. Having a peck of fun.
No, thank you. We've got work to do, Mr. Oldtimer. I'm afraid you'll have to romp in the snow without us.
Oh, gee, kids, come on. We wanted to choose up sides and play Yanks and Japs. Only nobody wants to be a Jap. Hey, what was that?
Oh, it's just the dining room window, Mr. Oldtimer. It won't stay open.
Hey? Who? Well, the way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller, say, that's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it. Hey, what was that?
Oh, it's just the dining room window, Mr. Oldtimer. It won't stay open.
Hey? Who? Well, the way I heard it, Telefeller.
Thank your lucky stars and stripes.
If you peaches from a beer garden. Well, says Telefeller, that's so when he starts foaming at the mouth, nobody'll notice it.
Martha Tilton sings Thank Your Lucky Stars and Stripes.
If you live right, you like the good old Yankee way, so say so. If you can sing and believe in anything, you can thank your lucky, you can thank your lucky stars and stripes. Keen heat and ham and eggs and hay rides and cider kegs. If you like the good old Yankee way, so say so. If you can sing and believe in anything, you can thank your lucky stars and stripes. If there's fun on Dollar Day, you can thank your lucky stars and stripes. If you can joke and enjoy an artichoke, well, if life is gay, if there's fun on Dollar Day, you can thank your lucky stars and stripes. If you can joke and enjoy an artichoke, you can thank your lucky stars and stripes.
Oh, they cut down the old pine tree and they hold
stars and
They cut down the old pine tree, and they hauled it away to the mill to make an ice.
Well, listen now, try and be a little quieter. Uncle Dennis is upstairs taking the steaks. Do you have to sing with your sawing?
No, I don't have to, but it helps. Hey, how's it look now, Molly? Beginning to shape up pretty good, eh?
Yes, if you like that shape. It's pretty lopsided.
It is? Where? Oh, yeah.
Sure.
Well, I can trim that side off a little more. It's a good thing I got a big tree to start with, you know it?
Well,
yeah.
Listen now, try and be a little quieter. Uncle Dennis is upstairs taking a nap.
That guy's always taking a nap. Anybody I ever knew. Oh, I cut down the old pine tree, and I hauled it away in my car.
McGee, there's somebody at the door.
Who?
I don't know. Let me peek. Now, let's not start on poor Uncle Dennis again. He's a gentleman and a scholar.
He ought to be a scholar. He's had more teachers than anybody I ever knew. Oh, I cut down the old pine tree, and I hauled it away in my car.
McGee, there's somebody at the door.
Who?
I don't know. Let me peek. Oh, it's Mrs. Uppington.
Oh, not the Mrs. Uppington, the choicest crumb in our upper crust.
Yes. And wearing a hat that was made in a hurry by a cross-eyed milliner wearing boxing gloves. Come in, Abigail, darling.
I'd say that if I carried my handkerchief in my sleeve.
Say, I didn't know you were such a lover of the great open spaces, Abigail.
Oh, my dear. I used to simply I simply adore the scent of freshly cut lumber, really. It's so invigorating and so outdoorsy, you might say.
Yeah, I might say that if I carried my handkerchief in my sleeve.
Say, I didn't know you were such a lover of the great open spaces, Abigail.
Oh, my dear. I used to simply spend all my time at my hunting lodge in Maine. Roughing it, you know.
Ever hunt any moose?
McGee. Watch your commas, dearie.
Well, did you, Uppy? Feeling that something was creeping up on you, ready to pounce any minute. and suddenly... Wow! Help! He got me! Shoot him!
Take it easy, McGee.
Huh?
Take it easy.
Sir, uppy.
Don't pay any attention to him, Abigail. You know, he thinks he's a great woodsman because he shot a bear in Alaska last summer.
Well, that was something. If you ever walked through a dark forest with the feeling that something was creeping up on you, ready to pounce any minute, and suddenly... Wow! Help! He got me! Shoot him!
Take it easy, McGee. Huh? Take it easy. It's just the window in the dining room. It won't stay open, Abigail. But say, where did you get that hat? I haven't been...
Since I'm a plain-spoken man, I think it's the worst monstrosity ever placed on a human head.
Oh.
It would make a Zulu medicine man swallow his spear.
Oh, splendid. That's exactly why I dropped over today, my dear, to see if you liked it. Do you, Mr. McGee?
Well, confidentially, Uppy, and since I'm a plain-spoken man, I think it's the worst monstrosity ever placed on a human head.
Oh.
It would make a Zulu medicine man swallow his spear.
Oh, splendid. I'm a success.
What?
I just said to myself, if Mr. McGee likes it, I will simply have to give it to my cook.
Okay. I got needles galore sprinkled over the floor in the shade of the old pine tree. Hey, Molly. How's she look now?
Well, it looks better, McGee. At least we can get in the same room with it. Not in half, dearie. When it comes to fashions, you'd better just do one thing.
What's that?
Saw wood.
Huh? Oh, okay. I got needles galore sprinkled over the floor in the shade of the old pine tree. Hey, Molly. How's she look now?
Well, it looks better, McGee. At least we can get in the same room with it. Now, if you'll trim some more off the far side there.
Okay, I'll... Oh, hi, Harlow.
Hello, Fibber. Hello, Molly.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox. Won't you come in and get some sawdust all over your clothes?
Say, what goes on here anyway?
I went out and cut down my own Christmas tree, Harlow. Now I got to shorten the sleeves on it a little.
Well, you sure got the room in a mess, pal.
The card could be too flowery.
Why, certainly not. Let 'em drip, I always says. Well, read the blurb, Waxy.
All right. It reads, "The season's greetings to you, my friend, from the Johnsons." I'm a little worried about the greeting cards I ordered this year. I'm afraid the sentiment is a little too flowery.
Well, read one to us, Mr. Wilcox. Though, personally, I don't think a greeting card could be too flowery.
Why, certainly not. Let 'em drip, I always says. Well, read the blurb, Waxy.
All right. It reads, "The season's greetings to you, my friend, from the Johnson Self-Polishing Glow Coat Man. I hope that in 1942 and 43 and 44 and 45 and 46, you'll remember all those little minutes or less, you're through. Just pour some out and spread it around and let it coat on your flow."
On your flow. Well, shut my mouth, honey child.
You shut it, dearie.
Your husband's wife. If that ain't the corny.
Hey, what's that lovely gloss and the dandy sheen? Eliminates rubbing and buffing, too. And in 20 minutes or less, you're through. Just pour some out and spread it around and let it dry. And then you've found the color and pattern have come to life. And so have you, your husband's wife.
Oh, that's fun. Your husband's wife. If that ain't the corny.
Hey, what's that noise?
That was Longfellow turning over, Harlow. Naive character, isn't he, Molly?
How naive?
Oh, I was talking to him one day, and he looks all around to see if anybody was listening, and then whispers to me that Santa Claus didn't really live at the North Pole. He said he really...
Okay. I'll get something else.
Naive character, isn't he, Molly?
How naive?
Oh, I was talking to him one day, and he looks all around to see if anybody was listening, and then whispers to me that Santa Claus didn't really live at the North Pole. He said he really lived in Racine, Wisconsin.
Say, that tree's getting awfully small, McGee. Better not trim it much more.
I know, but I decided that it would look a lot better up on the piano.
Well, that'll be nice.
Yeah.
Then it'll be out of the way.
Yeah, that's right.
I'll go out and fix that dining room window.
Okay. Oh, I cut down the old pine tree, 'cause the ones at the store were not free.
I'm spending the holidays in Chicago with Mama and Papa.
Oh. Is your wife going with you, Mr. Wimple?
Who, Sweetie Face?
Uh-huh.
No, she has to stay here and knit. How are you today, Mr. McGee?
Fit as a fiddle and ready to play humoresque, Wimp. Old shrimp, what's it with you?
I just dropped in to say goodbye for a couple of weeks, is all.
Oh.
I'm spending the holidays in Chicago with Mama and Papa.
Oh. Is your wife going with you, Mr. Wimple?
Who, Sweetie Face?
Uh-huh.
No, she has to stay here and knit.
Knit? Can't she knit on the train?
Not so good, Mr. McGee. She broke 3 ribs wrestling with a policeman, and the doctor says chef. Oh, I shouldn't say that, I suppose. Sweetie Face is really a wonderful woman at heart. The whole force is just crazy to study with her. At least, I think they are.
I'll bet you'll miss her, Wimple.
How much?
How much will you miss her?
No, how much will you bet? Oh, I shouldn't say that, I suppose. Sweetie Face is really a wonderful woman at heart, if any, and I doubt it.
Well, we'll call on her while you're gone, Wimple, and see if there's anything we can do.
Yes, we might take her some fruit or something.
Oh, I wouldn't advise it, Mrs. McGee.
The King's Men sing Coming Through the Rye.
And you,
The King's Men sing Coming Through the Rye.
If a body meet a body coming through, get all the lassie, body kiss a body, meet a body cry. Every meet a body coming through the rye. May they say, get all the lassies smile at me, coming through the rye, coming through the rye. If a body meet a body, coming through the rye. If a body kiss a body, the body cry. Every little laddie has a body, now everyone must have a loving lassie, but they say that the lassies always pass me by. Yet all the girls, they smile at me, coming through the rye. If a body meet a body, coming through the rye. If a body kiss a body, the body cry. Every little laddie has a bonny little lassie, but may they say, hey, I yet. All we lads and lassies get together in the heather when we're coming, but we're a coming through the rye.
Well, is it still awfully hot in here, McGee?
You're asking the wrong... Comforter, what are you sounding now?
McGee, haven't you got that tree fixed yet?
No, it won't be long now, Molly. Anyway, I hope not. This saw is getting duller than a bus trip to Bloomington.
Well, is it still awfully hot in here, McGee?
You're asking the wrong man, Mrs. McGee. I'd be hot right now if I was up to my clavicle in ice cubes. This is a warm work.
Well, I hate to keep that dining room window open, but the thermostat on the furnace simply won't work. Say, have you been monkeying with that, McGee?
Who, me?
Yes, you.
With the thermostat?
Yes.
Caught in one of the little screws, and the first thing I knew, I had it all apart.
I know that, too, but did you monkey with it?
When?
Anytime.
Well, say I did kind of tinker with it last night at that.
Oh, now it comes out. And just what did you do to it, Mastermind?
Well, I was walking past it with a screwdriver in my hand, and the screwdriver caught in one of the little screws, and the first thing I knew, I had it all apart. Wonderful little gadget, too.
McGee, I don't know what I'm going to do with you.
That's a coincidence, Molly. I don't know what I'm going to do with this little dingus I took out of it either. I couldn't find any way to get it back in there.
Well, why didn't you tell me so I could call the furnace man?
Oh, I was going to fix it myself when I got finished with this tree. I'll fix it. Stop a while and listen to my...
Well, you go ahead and I percolate it.
What you mean?
It throws coffee across the room like a fire extinguisher. And my electric toaster.
Oh, well.
I have to fix breakfast wearing a catcher's mitt.
Oh, well. No machine is perfect. As soon as I finish with this tree, I'll fix it. Stop a while and listen to my...
Well, you go ahead and I'll go open that dining room window.
No, take a look at this saw. Only 3 years old, and its teeth are all shot. Let that be a lesson to you.
Okay, mister.
Now, I wish you wouldn't bother me anymore now. I got to finish this job and get the sawdust swept out.
Do you know it smells dandy in here?
Sure it does. No nicer smell in the world than a cedar. Look, do you always drink your milk like a good girl?
Sure I do, I bet you. Why?
Well, you better, that's all. Take a look at this saw. Only 3 years old, and its teeth are all shot. Let that be a lesson to you.
Okay, mister.
Now, I wish you wouldn't bother me anymore. Now, I got to finish this job and get the sawdust swept out.
Do you know it smells dandy in here?
Sure it does. No nicer smell in the world than a cedar tree. It's one of nature's lures to get us out into the great outdoors.
Gee. Is it? Honest, mister?
Sure it is. You got to realize, sis, that there's a reason for everything in nature.
Oh. What's nature's reason for spinach, huh?
Why, sis, do you mean to stand there with your little arms sticking out of your shoulders? Sis? Nature is called she because it's so inconsistent, unstable, unpredictable, beautiful, mean, gorgeous, appealing, nasty, and nobody yet. She. Nature, sis, is always referred to as she.
Why?
Well, oh, boy, here's my chance to make Reader's Digest. Sis? Nature is called she because it's so inconsistent, unstable, unpredictable, beautiful, mean, gorgeous, appealing, nasty, and nobody yet has ever understood her.
You think the Reader's Digest would like that?
Well, don't you?
Then...
Now, trim the ends a little bit. Let's get her up there.
Oh, heavenly days, there goes that window again.
You don't have to worry about it anymore, Molly. That's the last time I ever try to explain something to her, if I'm smart. Okay. Uh-oh. Aha. Now we're getting someplace. Now to cut her down on the sides. Now, trim the ends a little bit. Let's get her up there.
Oh, heavenly days, there goes that window again.
You don't have to worry about it anymore, Molly. Here's a nice stick I made for you to prop it up with.
Oh, fine, dearie. Just the thing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, forget it. It's nothing that any red-blooded American boy couldn't
Say,
have
it
done.
was very thoughtful of you now, McGee. Say, what became of the Christmas tree?
Program and others, for the past 2 weeks, you've heard urgent requests to buy defense. I got her trimmed down a little too fine. Well, that's that, I guess. Now to go to work on that thermostat.
No, don't do it.
Folks, day after day and night after night on this program and others, for the past 2 weeks, you've heard urgent requests to buy defense bonds and defense stamps. If they come to your door selling bonds and stamps, get down to your bank or post office and lay it on the line. This isn't the other fellow's fight. It's yours and mine. So here it is again. Buy defense bonds and defense stamps.
Yes, and if you live...
It's going to cost a lot of money to win it, but it would cost a lot more than mere money to lose it. Now, don't wait for somebody to come to your door selling bonds and stamps. Get down to your bank or post office and lay it on the line. This isn't the other fellow's fight. It's yours and mine. So here it is again. Buy defense bonds and defense stamps.
Yes, and if you live in Canada, buy war savings certificates or victory bonds.
Good night.
Good night, all.
Makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Blow Coats present Fibber, McGee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by the King's Men and music by Billy Mills. The show...
Kraft Music Hall with Bing Crosby and his distinguished guests for this Christmas Eve, Miss Fay Bainter, star of the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture Journey for Margaret, Jack Carson of Warner Brothers Pictures, Andrew Toombs of Paramount Pictures, and, of course, Janet Blair, John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, the Music Maids and Hal, and the Charioteers. Well, this makes the 7th Christmas that Bing has sung Adeste Fidelis here in the old Kraft Music Hall in Latin and English.
This seems like the most natural year for everybody to join in on the English chorus.
Well, it might be nice if everyone at home joined us, too.
Oh, we're counting on them.
Adeste Fidelis, Leti triumphantes, venite in Bethlehem. Natum videte, regem angelorum, venite
Venite adoremus. Venite adoremus. Dominum. Now, everyone here in the hall, Fay Bainter, Janet Blair, Andrew Toombs, Jack Carson, the Music Maids and Hal, the Charioteers, Ken, John Scott, everybody at home in the family key, once through in English, huh? All come, all ye faithful, joyful and triumphant. Oh, come ye to Thus, friends, everybody in the old Kraft Music Hall, short-waving the season's greetings to battle stations all over the world. And for said strong points, we have something new and extremely attractive. Columbia Pictures' new star of My Sister Eileen, and the forthcoming film Something to Shout About, Miss Janet Blair. Janet joins us KMHers of this Christmas Eve. Joins us permanently. Everything copacetic for Christmas, Janet?
Well, I don't know, Bing. I'm a little worried about tomorrow, though.
You worried about Christmas? Why?
Yeah, we asked Johnny Trotter to our house for dinner.
You are in a little trouble, but I got a TL for you, Janet. Johnny has got himself a diet.
Yeah, but that's the trouble. He doesn't start on that diet until December the 26th. Until then, well, he's dreaming of a wide Christmas.
A wide? You know, I saw John Scott standing in a safety zone the other day, this afternoon, and an automobile practically knocked him down.
Well, if he was in a safety zone, why didn't they drive around him?
The fellow only had an A card.
Hey, Janet, you know Johnny a long time, haven't you?
Well, I've known him longer than he's been here in the Kraft Music Hall.
Oh, would you say he's changed much in the past few years?
Oh, no. If I hadn't seen Johnny in years, I could spot him a mile away.
Who couldn't?
I met him on the boulevard today, didn't I, John?
You sure did. And you helped me decide what to send a little boy I know.
How?
I was undecided whether to send a certain little boy ice skates or roller skates.
And Janet helped you decide?
She sure did. She told me to send him one of each.
Well, if he can handle himself on those, I can get him 10 weeks at the Radio City Music Hall. He'll be all right.
Are you all set for Christmas, Bing?
Yep, I made the last of my resolutions just a little while ago.
Resolutions?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're supposed to make resolutions on New Year's Eve.
Oh, not me. I got me assistant. I find it's kind of tough keeping your resolutions from New Year's to Christmas. So I make mine on Christmas, and it's a cinch to keep them till New Year's.
Well, how about you this evening, Janet?
Oh, sorry, Ken, but I'm busy.
Oh, well, that's too bad. No, I mean later. Are you going to hang up your stocking so Santa can leave some toys?
Oh, not this year, Ken. This year, the girls are going to hang up their toys, hoping Santa Claus will leave stockings.
And it's with this Christmas thought for the distaff side of our listening membership that Janet Blair turns to a little thing called, with disarming simplicity, steam is on the beam.
The steam is on the beam. The point is that the joint is jumping. The steam is on the beam. The janitor is making with the jar. He's making with the pipe. The radiator starts to riffing. The boiler keeps alive. The job when all the pipes are taking fire. A Dixieland beam. A Methodist from Chicago. The New Orleans beam. It ain't got glamour, but it's a jammer. Oh, the steam is on the beam. It doesn't want a note from ballads, no tenor from Waikiki from Waikiki in the car. Tonight the steam is on the beam. What love? The steam is on the beam. The point is fat. The joint is jumping. The steam is on the beam. The janitor is making with the child. He's making with the pie. The radiator starts to rip it. The boiler keeps alive. The jive when all the pipes are taking fire. A Dixieland beat. A Messelix from Chicago. A New Orleans beat. You bet your life is no good for high biz. Oh, the steam is on the beam. It doesn't want to know from ballads. No corny trumpet men is playing Carnival of Venice in the car. Tonight the steam is on the beam. But love, the steam is on the beam.
That's really steaming on the beam, Janet. Now, while you simmer down some, we turn to our friend Jack Carson. One of Warner Brothers' leading men and character comedians. Jack Carson is at present playing your local cinema. A very fine story of the prize ring called Gentleman Jim. Certainly glad you dropped into the old Kraft Music Hall this evening. Jack, you get caught in any last-minute shopping riots? Did you get any on you?
Oh, I got out with just a few minor bruises. My insurance broker's taking care of everything, including the lady who claimed I crumpled her bumper. You know, Bing, I can sympathize with those store clerks during the holiday rush. I worked in a department store one Christmas vacation when I went to school.
Were you any good at it?
School? No. But I was the best salesman at Flugel's department store. I was about the hottest thing in that place. Matter of fact, I was so hot they called me Arson Carson.
Well, you know, they're soft peddling the high-pressure stuff these days.
Yeah?
Stores don't have much to sell.
I'll sell it even if I haven't got it.
Carp, rent this boy a stall.
Coming right up. Announcing the opening of a novel shop designed especially for the sale of items that are unavailable and unobtainable. Presiding over this mammoth area of empty shelves is that new low and high-pressure salesman, Mr. Jack Carson, whose slogan is...
No use coming in as we haven't got it and we don't know when we're going to get it. And if we do get it, we won't be here to receive it. So why don't you put your dough in war bonds?
A baby of mine.
Blues.
To celebrate the opening of his new shop, Mr. Carson is holding a gigantic going-out-of-business sale. He hopes to follow this up with his annual end-of-the-month bankruptcy sale. Due to difficulty in finding elevator operators, proprietor Carson is piloting the lift in person.
Going up. First floor, furniture, beds, and spreads. Second floor, glassware, plates, and skates. Third floor, clothing, hats, and spats. Fourth floor, hardwares, pails, and nails. Basement, everybody out.
Hey, Bud, can I get waited on?
Yeah, sure. I hope you don't see anything you like. But if you do, I'm sure we won't have it.
Well, I want to buy a Christmas card that says, Merry Christmas to the one and only girl I have ever loved.
That we just happen to have. Here you are, sir. Merry Christmas to the one and only girl I have ever loved.
Thanks. I'll take 2 dozen of them.
Steadfast little fellow, aren't you?
Yeah. Say, who's that old guy over there running up and down the stairs?
Oh, that's Santa Claus. He got his beard caught in the escalator.
From a thing like that, a guy can get a headache.
Yeah.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Carson? Well, I didn't expect to see you in this department. Last time I was here, you were in women's lingerie.
Yeah, I look so silly, though. I moved over to woolen underwear.
Well, what are you laughing at?
It tickles.
Mr. Carson, I wonder if you could suggest a small gift for a small boy.
A small boy, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Say, do you know those tin soldiers in the toy department?
Why, yes.
That's funny. They don't know you.
Oh, is that so? Oh, fine thing. I'll write Washington about this. In fact, I think I'll write Adams and Jefferson, too.
You write to Washington and Jefferson? I'll deliver the letter myself.
To Washington and Jefferson?
Sure, I live on that corner.
Hiya, Mr. Carson. I'm Speed Croveny.
Well, Speed, what isn't on your mind?
Well, I can't think of what I'm not thinking of.
Well, forget it. What don't you want?
How about that overcoat over there on that dummy?
That's no dummy. That's my brother.
I know just how you feel. I got 4 of them.
Yeah.
What's this funny-looking gadget here?
That's a combination toothbrush and pliers.
What do you do with a thing like that?
If you're too lazy to brush your teeth, pull them out.
Well, in that case, I'll take a 10-cent package of soap flakes, and I brought my birth certificate.
You don't need a birth certificate to buy soap.
Oh, so that's the one thing you don't need it for.
Look, this particular soap is great for washing your silk shirts.
Don't have any silk shirts.
What? No silk shirts?
Huh.
What do you do those long winter evenings when everybody else is rinsing out their fluffy things in lukewarm suds?
I get so lonesome.
Don't ever let it be said that I'm not the kind of a guy to take the shirt off his back. Here, take my shirt. $8. A beautiful shirt and no strings attached.
No strings? How am I going to hold my socks up?
Roll them down over your shoes and make out like they're spats.
You want me to come formal, huh?
Now, look. Here's what you do.
What'd I do?
You take this silk shirt and you put it in the washing machine.
Oh, ain't got no washing machine.
Oh, wise guy, huh? No washing machine. Everybody's got a washing machine today, and you're going to stand there and tell me you haven't got a washing machine? Well, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Well, in that case, I'll buy one.
You got a priority?
No, ma'am.
Oh, wise guy, eh? Trying to buy a washing machine without a priority, huh? Trying to get me in trouble. You look like the criminal type with those fancy sideburns and that jute mill bowel McCann.
Well, gee, all I wanted to get was some soap flakes to wash my priority.
Well, okay. How many soap flakes would you want if I had them?
Will it be all right if I take 2 boxes?
A wise guy, eh?
Oh, gee, I'm sorry.
Trying to hoard soap flakes. I ought to report you. Let me tell you something, Bud. It's a good thing you came to my store. Anybody else would have reported you.
Well, I didn't mean no harm. Honest, I didn't. But I ain't leaving this store till I get something you've got.
Yeah? You know what I do to people who want what I've got when I ain't going to give them what I got?
What you do?
I beat them to a pulp.
Oh.
I break their necks. Put my fingers in their eyes. Smash them. I practically annihilate them.
What happens to them?
I lose more customers that way.
For that shrinking salesman, Jack Carson. We travel now out to the old Red River Valley. Mighty pretty country out there, partner. Mighty pretty. Especially the way them charioteers handles it. Yes, yes.
I should never have taken to roaming. I should never have left all my friends. 'Cause I dream of the Red River Valley and a home where the great river bends. When it's lonesome and blue on the prairie, then my heart fills with endless regret. And I dream of the Red River Valley, and the one I could never forget. Just consider a while ere you leave me. Do not hasten to bid me adieu. And remember the Red River Valley and the girl who has loved you so true. Oh, her hair was all yellow and flowing, like the gold of a bright western sky. And her eyes were the blue of the valley, and they cried when we whispered goodbye. Well, just consider a while ere you leave me. Do not hasten to bid me adieu. And remember the Red River Valley and the girl who has loved you so true. But I'm so tired, awful tired of roaming. Yes, and someday when I've sung every song, I'll return one melody to the valley where I
That's a fine treatment, men. The charioteers return ere long with additional arrangements. While you're waiting, cut in on this character,
Christmas Eve 1942 is one that we'll all carry in our hearts for many a year. Let us say Christmas spirit, Christmas kindness, as usual. Let us know that this night, as of other years, is the celebration of hope and joy and goodwill to the whole world. Let's make that so in each of our homes. For no matter what the world may be like, this is the night when the sugar plum fairies dance in the dreams of the little folks. This is the night when Dunder and Blitzen ride the winds jingling silvery bells. You ready for them at your house? Packages all wrapped and tied, the war bond envelopes and the little packages hanging on the tree, the bigger packages piled around. Well, there's one little package we hope you didn't forget because it's a real holiday help to Mother. We hope it's out in the refrigerator right now. A package of creamy white, delicately fresh Philadelphia brand cream cheese. It'll be wonderful with the pancakes or waffles or toast for Christmas morning.
As long as you're not in love with anyone else, why don't you fall in love with me? You're driving me crazy, baby. Trying to guess. Will you tell me no, or will you tell me yes? You gotta go overboard for someone someday. Believe it or not, it's bound to be. As long as you're not in love with anyone else, why don't you fall in love with me? You're driving me crazy, baby, trying to guess. Will you tell me no, or will you tell me yes? You gotta go overboard for someone someday. Believe it or not, it's bound to be. Don't laugh, that stuff might come back someday. As long as you're not in love with anyone else, why don't you fall in love with me? Oh, baby, why don't you fall in love with me? On this Christmas Eve, 1942, the Kraft Music Hall's remembrance to our listeners is our very dear friend, Fay Bainter. To many of you, as well as to us, it wouldn't be Christmas without Fay. For it's at this time each year that Fay Bainter, reading a few words tossed off perhaps in haste by an editorial writer 46 years ago, puts our Christmas thoughts back on the beam. Last Christmas, to a nation boastful and bragging in the face of defeat, the words Francis P. Church wrote for the New York Evening Sun in 1896 seemed cleansing and refreshing. And this year, with victory dimly, very dimly on the horizon, a sober nation that is now beginning to understand what war really means also realizes that it must keep its faith. And I think Francis Church's letter to Virginia will help do just that. Don't you, Fay?
Yes, Bing. More than anything pompous, more than anything martial. I think we parents know that in keeping our children's faith in things as they truly are, not things as war distorts them, we will be protecting them against the hard days, the very hard times of growing up in a war-warped world.
Yeah, I guess we had better concentrate on giving our youngsters what's in our hearts rather than what's on our front pages.
Exactly, Bing. The thing that's going to keep us happy and healthy and alive spiritually until the end of time is what we believe in. Belief and faith is what we must never lose. The kind of belief and faith that Francis P. Church expressed so beautifully in his answer to a little girl who wrote to the New York Evening Sun saying, "Dear editor, I am 8 years old. Some of my little friends say there's no Santa Claus. Papa says, if you see it in the sun, it's so. Please tell me the truth. Is there a Santa Claus? Virginia O'Hanlon." And this is Mr. Church's answer. Virginia, your little friends are wrong. They've been affected by a skepticism of a skeptical age. They do not believe except they see. They think that nothing can be which is not comprehensible to their little minds. All minds, Virginia, whether they be men's or children, are little. In this great universe of ours, Man is a mere insect, an ant in his intellect, as compared with the boundless world about him, as measured by the intelligence capable of grasping the whole of truth and knowledge. Yes, Virginia, there is a Santa Claus. He exists as certainly as love and generosity and devotion exist, and you know that they abound and give to your life its highest beauty and joy. Alas, how dreary would be the world if there were no Santa Claus. It would be as dreary as if there were no Virginias. There would be no childlike faith then, no poetry, no romance to make tolerable this existence. We should have no enjoyment except in sense and sight. The eternal light with which childhood fills the world would be extinguished. Not believe in Santa Claus? You might as well not believe in fairies. You might get your papa to hire men to watch in all the chimneys on Christmas Eve to catch Santa Claus. But even if you didn't see him coming down, what would that prove? Nobody sees Santa Claus, but that's no sign that there is no Santa Claus. The most real things in the world are those that neither children nor men can see. Did you ever see fairies dancing on the lawn? Of course not. But that's not proof that they're not there. Nobody can conceive or imagine all the wonders there are, unseen and unseeable in the world. You tear apart a baby's rattle to see what makes the noise inside. But there's a veil covering the unseen world, which not the strongest men, not even the united strength of all the strongest men that ever lived could tear apart. Only faith, poetry, love, romance can push aside that curtain and view and picture the supernal beauty and glory beyond. Is it all real? Oh, Virginia, in all this world, there's nothing else real and abiding. No Santa Claus? Thank God he lives and lives forever. 1,000 years from now, Virginia, nay, 10 times 10,000 years from now, he will continue to make glad the heart of childhood.
That was beautiful. Thank you, Miss Bainter. That was beautiful. And I'm sure you've given us a fine Christmas remembrance. And one to all of those who have written us asking for another chance to hear you read Francis P. Church's fine editorial. And here, friend, in the spirit of that editorial, are the Charioteers. Thank you, men. That was really fine. Here now is a Christmas message from our friends in Chicago.
Every year at this time, we of the Music Hall direct a special greeting to the Kraft family of employees across the continent. But tonight we aren't thinking in terms of just a business organization. We think of a big job that many, many thousands of men and women are doing together. The job of supplying vital protective dairy foods to the boys who are fighting around the globe, to our allies who are fighting at their side, and to the workers at home who are making the material of victory. We think of the farmer who, short of help, works long, long hours, 7 days a week, to keep his dairy herd producing for Uncle Sam. We think of the cheesemaker in the Crossroads factory, working faithfully to make every pound of milk he receives into fine, nutritious, high-quality cheese for America. And we think of the retailers to whom you look for foods to keep your family strong, how hard they're trying to keep on their shelves the things you need. These days, everyone who works to supply and distribute the vital dairy foods is in his country's service. And housewives who use these foods wisely and without waste are doing a helpful thing, too. Last Christmas Eve, many wondered what the job ahead would be. Tonight, we know. All Americans who produce foods and share foods can hold this a memorable Christmas Eve. A Christmas Eve of good faith and good cheer. Crosby, I just don't know what to do. Here's the last minute, and I still have a lot of Christmas shopping to do. How'll I get it done?
Why, that's a cinch, Carp. You get everybody on your list war bonds or stamps. Well, you can buy them almost anywhere, and they make a gift your friends will remember and our enemies can't forget.
Well, say, thanks, Dr. Crosby. That's swell. Now I'm all set. The Christmas bells can ring anytime they're ready.
Well, I imagine they're ready now.
Let's listen.
Yes. Kraft Music Hall carries on with Fay Bainter, Andrew Toombs, Jack Carson, Ken Carpenter, John Scott Cruller and his orchestra, the Music Maids in Hal, the Charioteers, and as of now, Miss Janet Blair and friends.
You'd be so nice to come home to.
You'd be so nice by the fire.
While the breeze on high sang a lullaby, you'd be all that I could desire.
Under stars chill by the winter, under an August moon burning above,
you'd be so nice.
You'd be paradise
to come home to and love.
You'd be so nice by the fire.
While the breeze on high sang a lullaby, you'd be all that I could desire.
Under stars chill by the winter,
Under an August moon burning above, you'd be so nice.
you'd be paradise
To come home to and
Way up at the North Pole tonight, our amiable old friend Santa Claus is hopping every which way, getting ready for his annual tour de force. Old St. Nick might be a little late coming down some of the chimneys over here because he's got plenty of new stops this semester. All the war posts, wherever his boys and girls are stationed, Santa's going to hit them all if he has to make it in 2 jumps. But we thought we might catch the old character before he hitched up Dancer, Prancer, and Fellow Deer, and get some inside info on just what goes when Mr. and Mrs. Claus, and all the subjunctive clauses, prepare for the takeoff. If we can melt some of the icicles off the wires, we're going to switch right up there to the North Pole, where Santa Claus's children are helping him to get started. Take it away, North Pole!
Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Jingle, 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 on your way.
Oh, that's the spirit, children. A little flat, but so is everyone else just before Christmas. Now for a little rest before I start my arduous journey.
Santa Claus, will you stop dilly-dallying? It's getting late.
My dear Mrs. Claus, my beloved wife, at a time like this.
Yes, at a time like this. Do you realize it's almost midnight, and you haven't started yet?
Never missed a Christmas in my life, and I won't miss this one.
Well, you'd better not. All those people waiting for you, and you sitting smoking your pipe. For shame! Come now, children. Help your father get started.
Yes, Mother dear.
Now get to work and pack your father's bag. I want it done before I get back.
Santa Claus is our papa.
Our mama done told us.
Hey, Pop, you want me to put some C-A-N-D-Y in the P-H-E?
You know your mother doesn't want me to smoke.
Father Claus, I did like you said and checked up on your team of reindeer.
That's good, that's good. Are all my reindeer in good order?
Well, all except Blitzen. He's a little on the fritzen.
Blitzen ate up his racing book and we had to scratch him.
Well, you'd think an animal that size could scratch himself.
Hey, Pop, are you going to see Betty Grable again this year?
Why, of course, son. I plan to spend quite a little... I always try to fill Betty's stockings.
I like the way she fills them better.
Smart boy, smart boy.
I get around, don't I? Santa Claus, are you all going to see Hedy Lamarr, too?
Why, certainly, Johnnikins. Why, I remember last year I left a present for Hetty and she kissed me. Son, was my beard singed.
Santa Claus, are you still here?
My dear Mrs. Claus, haven't you known me long enough to call me by my saint nickname?
Well, get a jingle, Kringle. Hurry up, and I do mean you. Millions of children are waiting, and here you are, dilly-dallying like an old fuss budget. Now, here's your sky nap, and be sure not to leave anyone out.
Don't tell me what to do, Mrs. Claus. I'll run this business. This isn't my first trip.
Well, remember, all you do is deliver. It's us women who pick out the merchandise.
Okay. I'll see all the youngsters and stop at all the battle stations. I know what to do.
And be careful in those chimneys. You always come home with a soot suit and a smeared beard.
Well, I'll be careful, and on my way home, I'll stop at a hotel for a little rest.
Where are you going to stop, Pop?
Same place I always stay. I get a nice room there for a special rate. $2 for room and beer.
Say, Father Claus, isn't that something new this year, putting those sleigh bells on your fur cap?
Yep. Now I got furs that jingle, jangle, jingle.
Yes, but you always come back from those all-night trips with Arctic circles under your eyes.
That woman will never stop nagging. Come on now, boys. It's time to hitch up the reindeer. But first, you better take my bag out to the sleigh. Now, let's see. Where is it? Where's my bag? Oh, there it is, over on the sofa.
Hey, this is heavy. Come on, Harry, help shoulder.
I can't budge her. What do you got in here, Pop? I'm in here, and you all let me down.
Every year that Johnnikins tries to stow away.
Come on, Pop. I got the reindeer all set.
Well, that's good. Goodbye. I mean, good boy. Good boy. Well, now, good boy, everybody. I mean, goodbye, everybody. Good boy, Mrs. Claus. Be a good boy. Be a good wife till I return.
Well, goodbye, Nick. Here's an extra set of flannel underwear to wear. Many things are frozen in the United States, you know.
How do you know?
Well, I heard it on a newscast by Gabriel Refrigerator. That's his name.
Well, they'll never free Santa Claus. They wouldn't do that. Why, they wouldn't dare. Why, if it weren't for all I stand for...
Better hurry, Pop. The reindeer are getting restless.
All right. Don't rush me. Here I go. Giddy up, you reindeer.
Aren't you going with the reindeer, Pop?
How many times have I told you, Harry, you're supposed to hitch the reindeer to the sleigh?
Every year, new rules with the reindeer.
I'll get those deer back here. Go get them. Get them quick. Hurry up.
I'll hit him up good this time, Pop. Here you are.
That's fine, son. Well, goodbye, all. Goodbye.
There he goes. Oh, he made a swell takeoff. He's passing the Big Dipper. There he goes by the Milky Way. Whoop. What's that? Oh, a motorcycle cop is after Pop. He stopped him.
Hey, you! What are you doing all dressed up in a red suit flying around the sky? Pull over to that clown. Who do you think you are, Superman?
I'm Santa Claus.
Oh, a wise guy.
Honest, I'm Santa Claus. Don't you see, I've got all these presents to deliver tonight. I'm going all over the world and stop wherever they'll let me land. And if I don't make it, it won't be Christmas. And when Christmas is lost, it'll be
the speeches. Why didn't you say who you were? Come on, I'll clear the way for you. Let's go.
All right, come on. Giddy up. Come on. Prancer, Dancer, Donder, Cupid, Comet. Merry Christmas, everybody!
You know, that's the first Santa Claus I ever saw who looked exactly like Andrew Toombs. Some of them looked a little like Andrew Toombs, but this one looked enough like Toombs to be Toombs himself. Well, that's how it is. Going back a little way now, here's one that we've had a lot of requests for from a lot of men in a lot of places. Good morning, Mr. Zip, 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 with your haircut just as short as mine. Good morning, Mr. Zip, 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 you sure are looking fine. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, the shaved tails don't get you, the top kicks must. Good morning, Mr. Zip, 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 with your haircut just as short as, your haircut just as short as, your haircut just as short as mine.
Good morning, Mr. Zip, 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 with your haircut just as short as mine. Good morning, Mr. Zip, 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 you're surely looking fine. Ashes to ashes and dust to dust, if the Louis don't get you, then the top kick must. Good morning, Mr. Zip, 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 with your haircut just as short as, your haircut just as short as, your haircut just as short as mine.
Just as short as mine. Good morning, Mr. G.I. Zip. You sure are looking fine. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. If the guardhouse don't get you, KP must. Good morning, Mr. Zip, 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 with your haircut just as short as, your haircut just as short as. Say, son, who cut your hair? Just a few days ago, everybody here in the old Kraft Music Hall received a letter from our friend and advisor, J.L. Kraft. Now, it's not the usual sort of a Christmas letter from employer to employee. J.L.'s never are. It's certainly not front office stuff. It's the kind of a letter a man likes to read and reread. It starts to my friends, which means it really as much to you Kraft Music Hall listeners as it is to us. So I asked Ken to read you his copy.
To my friends, Each weekday morning as I walk into the Chicago office, the first sight which greets my eyes is our great service flag, a flag whose stars are ever growing in number. More than 800 blue stars are there emblazoned against a white field in this December of 1942. And almost every morning there are a few more added to the luster of the flag. On Sunday mornings, when I go into my home church, I'm greeted by another service flag with more than 200 represented there. Walking along the city streets, wherever I go, I see more and more windows lighted with a glory that was never there before. As I see the service flags, which mean so much to us personally, I'm reminded that the meaning of each star is twofold. Each service flag in a window means not alone that there's a member absent from that family circle, but it's a symbol that the enduring light of home still shines for him, and that it shall not be extinguished, that it is for his home and the multitude of homes which make up the United States of America that he fights around the globe today. This Christmas time, when we turn our thoughts and hearts to our boys so far away, and when their thoughts are warm and strong enough to reach around the earth and back to us, the light of this sacred birthday is a lamp unto our feet, bringing us all home in thought, in love, in faith, in rekindled devotion. The stars in our service flags take their light from a holy star, that one which led the wise men of old. May the abiding glory of Christmas time be upon you and upon yours wherever they may be. May it be our constant prayer that before another Christmas dawn shall break, the everlasting light may have overcome the darkness of the earth. Sincerely, J.L. Kraft.
Thank you, J.L., for a thought that we'll try to keep with us, and a hope that I know we all share. Here now is Janet Blair in a nice new melody with what is certainly a universal thought.
He's not so handsome, he's not very tall, and in the smart set, he's nothing at all. He was the first one to answer the call, that soldier of mine. He's just a private, just one of the crowd. He's got that something that makes me so proud. You keep Old Glory as high as a cloud, that soldier of mine. I wish he knew how much I've been missing him. Every single day we're apart, but I still have the memory of kissing him the day he marched away with my heart. There at the station, I tried not to cry. I kept on smiling while waving goodbye. I know he'll come back, my wonderful guy, that soldier of mine, and I'll be waiting, oh, soldier of mine.
March is back, but way back. 1618, the 30-year war starts in Germany, and Sir Walter Raleigh loses his head over Arabella Stuart. 1618, William Shakespeare is 2 years in his grave, and many a man is heard saying to his wife,
How now, my gentle Janet? Wouldst while away an idle hour this evening in the courtyard of the tavern, where the strolling mummers make their mimicry?
Is not this night the night they do William Shakespeare revival, Romeo and Juliet?
Romeo and Juliet. Pox on these double features.
Have you perchance heard the new melody that's drifted across the channel from Switzerland?
Oh, it hath a haunting quality. How goes the lyric?
The words are yours for the writing.
Well, quickly, my quill, my sand, and my parchment.
Time lurches on. 1776, the Declaration of Independence is signed and the United States is born as a nation. 1776, and in many a continental home on Christmas morning, thinking men can be heard to say,
Well, it's been 6 months since they signed the Declaration of Independence.
Yes, but I can't remember. Where did they sign it?
Right at the bottom.
How is Washington doing?
'Tis looking better for us, Janet Lass. I have it direct from E-Town Crier that Washington hath crossed the Delaware this day and won a great victory at McConkey's Ferry.
'Tis well, but 'tis a pity they must fight on Christmas Day.
Oh, tell me, pretty, what that tune, what words go with it?
Ah, 'tis a tune my mother brought with her from England. The words, my lord, are yours for the writing.
Oh, hum softly, and I'll see what can be devised.
Time staggers on. 1847, the first adhesive postage stamp comes into use in these United States, and druggists start praying for stamp vending machines. 1847, and in many an American home on Christmas Eve may be heard,
A good King Wenceslas slipped out on the field of Stephen, where the snow lay around and about it, deep and crisp and even.
Have you heard that new carol that Dinah Maria Muller Craig wrote the words to?
How's it go? Oh, that one. Oh, to be sure.
God rest you, merry gentlemen. Let nothing you dismay. Remember Christ, our Savior, was born on Christmas Day to save us from Satan's power when we were gone astray. Oh, tidings of comfort and joy. Oh, tidings of comfort and joy. Gentlemen, let nothing you dismay. Remember Christ, our Savior, was born on Christmas Day to save us from Satan's power when we were gone astray. Oh, tidings of comfort and joy. Comfort and joy, oh, tidings of comfort and joy.
Kraft Music Hall continues with a few words from the fellow on my right.
Just one last-minute suggestion for the lady of the house. You'll have some nuts and candied fruit left over from tomorrow's festivities? Well, Saturday or Sunday, for dinner dessert, serve those leftover treats with some crackers and a square of Philadelphia brand cream cheese.
toy trumpet John Scott. Before closing the old Kraft Music Hall, as we traditionally do, I'd like to remind you that Lionel Barrymore is doing Scrooge, as he does every Christmas on the Rudy Valley program, which follows immediately on many of these stations. Be sure and hear Command Performance tonight on another network at 8 p.m. Pacific Coast time. As for ourselves, we'll all be back New Year's Eve. That's a week from this evening. We being our usual group, plus Janet Blair, Johnny Mercer, Richard Hayden, and Betty Hutton. At the moment, I'd like to say to J.L. Kraft, the man behind the Kraft Music Hall, and to everyone who's ever been kind enough to listen to us, and to everyone who's ever been a guest in the old Kraft Music Hall, a Merry Christmas. In its own way, it is a Merry Christmas. The fact that we're still free to celebrate Christmas and that we're going to remain free should make it so. Don't you think so, Faye?
I most certainly do, Big. And on behalf of everyone who's ever enjoyed Kraft Music Hall hospitality, I think I'm qualified to thank you and add, before you sing Silent Night, that I think these words by Robert Louis Stevenson make a perfect preface to your song. The infinite, shining heavens rose, and I saw in the night uncountable angel stars showering sorrow and light. I saw them distant as heaven, dumb and shining and dead, and the idle stars of the night were dearer to me than bread. Night after night in my sorrow, the stars stood over the sea, till lo, I looked in the dusk, and a star had come down to me.
Silent night, holy night, all is calm, all is bright, round yon virgin, mother and child, holy infant, so tender and mild, sleep in heavenly peace, sleep in heavenly peace. Round yon virgin, mother and child, holy infant, so tender and mild, sleep in heavenly peace, sleep in heavenly peace.
Merry Christmas, everyone, from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. What do you like me to eat? Archie speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. What am I doing? I'm in the Columbia workshop. What am I in for? Duffy, I said workshop. Yeah. Tonight I am an artist. Yeah, an actor. Yeah, we're doing a thing called Miracle in Manhattan. What do you mean? If it's good, it'll be a miracle. Duffy, you ain't got no Christmas spirit, that's all. Whose idea is it? Well, it's Columbia's Western program director. He dreamed it up. Yeah, it's Charlie Vander. He's a friend of mine. Came to New York on a busman's holiday from Hollywood. Yeah, he's directing it, too. Well, I don't know, it starts like all Christmas plays. You know, the band plays Silent Night, and we're into it.
How much to Times Square, driver?
From here?
Certainly from here.
6 bits, mister.
Okay. But sort of take it easy like. I want to take a gander to town.
Okay. Want a little music? I'll turn on the radio.
Go ahead.
That thing again. I'll try to get you something different. Now, you'd think there was nothing else on the air tonight. Oh, get that, will you? Listen to that. It's enough to drive a guy nuts. I'm sorry, mister. I guess this is all we're going to get. Over and over and over.
Doesn't bother me. Matter of fact, I kind of like it.
No kidding?
Sure. It's Christmas music. Heck, this is Christmas Eve.
Well, I'll be frank with you. To me, Christmas Eve is nothing but a first-class headache.
Yeah?
Yeah, what have you got? Slippery streets, a bunch of screwy people with too many drinks under their belts. I tell you, a cab driver's got to watch his step on a night like this. So it's December 24th. So all of a sudden, everybody goes wacky. You never know what's liable to happen.
Well, maybe you got something there.
Yeah, everybody's got packages under their arms. You know, a lot of nice little packages. So they can't reach for the tip. Well, mister, you said you want to see the town. What's on the menu first? How's about starting off with Park Avenue?
Oh, no, just drive. Oh, wait a minute. Pull in over there.
By that little church, you mean?
Yeah. I'd like to sort of drop in.
You know, you guys are people funny sometimes. I've never figured you was the religious type.
Oh, just curious, that's all.
Well, you're the doctor.
Hey, how about coming in with me?
Huh? Oh, nah, not me. I ain't been to church for so long, I wouldn't know how to act.
Well, I ain't been to church much either, but Christmas Eve is Christmas Eve.
Well, like I told you, mister, my racket one night ain't much different than the next.
The music ought to be nice.
Are you kidding? Now, listen, count me out. I'll just sit out here in a cab and listen to the meter tick. That's music enough for me.
I'll pay the damages.
No. You go ahead. I'll wait out here.
It's warm inside.
What are you, mister? Missionary?
Oh, no. Just want company. Come on.
Well, you're paying the freight. Let's go.
Gee, you never go to church, huh?
Nah, you see, there's the kind that does and the kind that don't. I'm the kind that don't.
Did you ever pray?
Yeah, you know, when I was a kid, they used to teach us all kinds of prayers. Our Father, what art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. I don't know, I forget the rest of the stuff.
Say, that's kind of pretty, ain't it?
If you like that kind of thing.
Here, let's sit near the back.
Hey, well, them people are awful quiet, ain't they?
Yeah. I guess this is one of the last places left where people can come and think.
Think, huh? What are they thinking about?
Well, you're just one of the people, too. What are you thinking about?
Me? Oh, well, us cabbies is different from most people. I guess all we ever think about is where we're going to get another fare.
Is that all? Even on Christmas Eve?
What else is there to think about?
Oh, all kinds of things. Special things. Sort of wonderful things.
Look, mister, this ain't for me. I get the heebie-jeebies in this joint. I'll meet you out in a cab, huh?
All right, I'll go along. Hey, what are you doing?
The sign there says, help the poor, don't it?
Well, didn't do you much good to have that meter ticking over out there in the cab. You aren't going to break even.
All right, so I don't break even. Forget it. Hey, that was a sucker. Let's get going, huh? Still that same tune.
Oh, don't worry. I told you I liked it.
Well, of course, that's your own prerogative, but give me Glenn Miller playing that Chattanooga Shoo-Shoo. Boy, this traffic's tough tonight. Christmas.
Paper, get Christmas Eve edition. Yeah, paper.
Hey, Cabby, you think you could pull out of this traffic line for a minute? I want to pick up a paper.
Well, you're in the right neighborhood for a paper, mister. You can buy it from little Jimmy Turn over there.
Jimmy Turner?
Yeah, a little crippled guy, newsboy. Ain't walked in years, but always got a smile for us cabbies. That's why we like to bring him business. That's him over there in the corner.
Paper, Christmas Eve edition. Paper.
Crippled, huh?
Wait a minute, I'll get your paper.
Hey, hold on. I'll go with you.
Extra paper. Paper, mister? Oh, hiya, Lefty. Merry Christmas.
Same to you, Jimmy. How's business?
Half sold out already. Hey, mister.
Thanks, Jimmy.
We'll be seeing you, Jimmy. We got to get along, you know.
Look, Lefty, one of my customers threw me a nickel. Rolled out in the street there. Want to get it for me?
Oh, sure, Jimmy. I'll get it.
Why don't you walk over and get the nickel yourself, Jimmy?
Oh, what are you trying to give me, mister? You got eyes you can see, can't you?
Yeah, and you got legs.
You can move your eyes.
How long since you tried to walk?
Long as I can remember. I ain't chicken. I can yell.
I heard you. You sure can.
Bet your life I can. That's all I need for this racket. On a quiet night when I ain't too much traffic around, where they can hear me 2 blocks away. Yeah. Clear up to 53rd Street. And that's important in my business.
Oh, sure it is. Tell me, Jimmy, what do you want for Christmas?
What do I want? I already got my Christmas present. Last October.
Last October? No kidding.
Uh-huh. When the Yanks won the pennant. Boy, they paralyzed us.
You like the Yanks, huh?
I'll say I do. And mainly because of one guy. Joe DiMaggio. Paper, mister?
Is this the latest edition?
The very latest.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, DiMaggio's the greatest baseball player in the world. Boy, you ought to hear me yell when he's in the headlines.
Oh, driver. That cabin gauge? Sorry, mister. It's all tied up. Thanks. I'll get another one.
Hey, Jimmy.
Yeah?
You know who that was? That was Joe himself. Joe DiMaggio.
No kidding. Oh, gee, I didn't recognize Joe DiMaggio in his street clothes. Oh, gee.
Come on, cabby. We got to stop him. Hey, DiMaggio. Hey.
Did you call me?
Excuse me for yelling at you, but I had to stop you. You see, you've got quite an admirer over there in that news kid.
That's so?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, if he could shake hands with you, I think it'd be the swellest Christmas present he could ever get.
Really?
Yeah. Honest. Would you mind?
Certainly not. Come on.
Just a minute, Joe. Let him walk over to you.
What's that, kid?
Oh, you need somebody like you to, well, call him and see.
I don't get it.
Wait a minute. Jimmy.
Yeah?
There's a friend of yours here. He wants you to walk over and shake hands with him.
Calvin. Oh, gee, can't you see?
Come on, Jimmy. Come on over here and shake hands.
Joe, I can't.
Come on, Jimmy.
Joe, I'm walking. Look, I'm walking. Man, you see what I'm doing?
Come on, Cabby. I don't like crowds. Let's get out of here.
I'm walking.
Hey, careful, Cabby. Watch this crowd. Take it easy. I'm sorry, mister, but it's a wonder I know what I'm doing. I swear I'm dizzy.
What's the matter?
That kid back there. I seen him sitting on a corner like that for 6 years. And now he's walking.
Well, maybe he could have walked all the time.
Yeah. Hey, you're the smart one. You did it. Giving him the will to walk. Tell him that was Joe DiMaggio.
Well, it was.
Listen, look, it's all right to fool a kid, but I know better. That wasn't DiMaggio.
It wasn't, huh?
No, it couldn't have been. Maybe it looked like him, but it wasn't him.
No?
No. Of course not. Of course, only this morning I read about him in the papers. It says that Joe DiMaggio was spending Christmas with his family in San Francisco. Won't that thing ever stop? Well, I hope you like it. Nothing I seem to be able to do about it.
Hey, what's all the excitement?
Oh, say, that's something that ought to be worth seeing. I heard about it earlier this evening. There's a guy up on a window ledge there on the 22nd floor. Claims he's going to jump off at 11 o'clock. Hey, wait a minute. Listen to them chimes. Yeah, that's 11:15 now. Guy's got 15 minutes to go, if he keeps his word. Look, they got a spotlight on him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they don't want to miss nothing. Guys don't do this every night in a week, you know. This guy must be off his bean, huh?
Who is he?
Oh, some guy used to be an actor, they tell me. Certainly hugging a spotlight for this performance, huh?
Gabby, you think we can get into this hotel?
Huh? You mean you don't want to stay outside here and watch?
I want to get inside right away.
Listen, who are you anyway? You a newspaper reporter?
Oh, maybe.
Well, listen, there's cops all around. You can't... Well, wait, I tell you, I got an idea. You walk in the front door with me behind you, see? They'll think you live there and that I'm going to carry your luggage out.
Oh, good. Come on.
Look at that. It's disgusting. Look at them toes. I'm telling you that's the kind of a thing that can only happen on a night like this.
Ew. That was close.
Well, we're in. Now what?
22nd floor. Going up, boy?
Huh?
Yes, sir. 22.
I can take you up, sir, but the police aren't letting anyone into the West Wing. That's where that room is that the man's jumping out of.
I know.
Listen, mister, I hope you ain't going to try nothing screwy here, especially when the kid says that they got cops guarding the room. And besides, you
Here we
can't...
are,
Come on.
See? Look at it, just like I told you. 3 cops in front of the door. You ain't got a chance of getting in there. Come on, before they kick us out.
It's worth a try. Maybe one of us will make it. Right down. Here we are.
Yeah, just a minute. Where do you think you're going, Tabby?
I'm just following my friend here. You let him through, didn't you?
We didn't let nobody through, and we ain't letting nobody through. We got orders that nobody's to go into this room.
You mean to say that you guys didn't see nobody go into that room just now?
Of course we didn't, because nobody went in.
Huh?
You must be drunk, buddy. Now run along and sit and wait for Santa Claus to come down the chimney. We got strict orders to keep everybody out of this room until the wife of that nut gets down here to try and talk him out of jumping.
Okay, wise guys, have it your way. But my fare sneaked by, and he's up there in that suicide jumper right now. Now, you guys can laugh all you want, but I'll bet my hack that there's a mighty interesting conversation going on right now. Mighty interesting.
Listen, you. I thought they promised there wasn't going to be anyone else out here to bother me.
I just want to talk to you. Who knows? Maybe I can help you.
Suppose that I don't want your help.
Well, people have refused help from me before, but
It doesn't matter.
Just remember what I told the others. If you come one step towards me, I'll jump. Or maybe that's what you're here for. To get a better view of it.
No, I don't need to watch it to know what'll happen. I know. So will you in a few minutes. When those church chimes ring, you'll hesitate a second, and you step off into space. Your heart's pounding, your throat's so hard you think it'll choke you. And then the night air hits your face, ice cold, and you grab at that air, and nothing there. You have a sick, helpless feeling in your stomach. You thought it was going to be over fast. It lasts a long time, a heck of a long time. Long enough to bring back every memory you ever knew and more. You hate to look down, but you can't help it. You hear a scream. You hear an ambulance bell. You see the lights on the street. People running, shouting. They're rushing up to you like lightning. The people run. They yell like crazy. The lights go brighter. Down, down, down! And suddenly it's over. And you don't hear the police. You don't hear them at all.
You can't scare me.
I know. I'm not trying to. I thought maybe you'd like to hear exactly how it would happen without going through it.
Who are you, anyway?
Just a guy. Who are you?
Don't tell me you don't know that. Don't you read the papers?
Well, not very often. Hey, I hope you're not doing this just to break into print.
I've got good reason for what I'm doing.
Well, a lot of people down there trying to be happy because this is Christmas Eve. And here you are making them all feel sick.
Christmas Eve. A fine Christmas Eve it is for me. No job, no...
What do you do for a living?
I was an actor. A good one, too.
Start putting on a show here, too, ain't you? Go on. Tell me about yourself.
All right, I will. I might as well tell him the time between now and 11. Maybe they told you why they've stopped trying to talk me out of this. They're waiting...
For your wife to get here?
That's right. But they'll wait forever. She won't be here. That's why I'm doing this. I haven't known one decent moment since she left me, or until I left her.
You're sorry about that, huh?
Plenty. I haven't been good for anything without her.
I suppose if you had to do it all over again, things would be different.
Oh, what's the use of even talking about it? Nothing means anything.
So that's why you're up here tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, I've tried everything to get her to come back to me. I've written to her, tried to see her, make promises. I even prayed.
Yeah?
But it isn't any use. You see that clock over there? In about 5 seconds, it'll ring out the hour. And that's when I'm jumping. Right with those chimes.
Why don't you wait? Give your wife a chance to get here. They're trying to reach her.
They've had plenty of time. And she won't come when they do reach her. What's keeping those chimes? They should ring any second now, any second.
Those seconds are going to seem kind of long to you because they're the last seconds you'll ever have.
Well, they're not important. Because my life isn't important. Not anymore. Don't think I'm going to back out, mister. Come on, chimes! Ring out! Like you've been doing all day. You see, I've heard them ever since I've been standing out here. I can tell almost to the second when they're going to ring.
But it's like I told you. These last moments are changing all that. The seconds seem like years.
Yeah, but this can't keep up. They'll go in a moment now, any moment. And then I am going to jump. And you'll see, all of you, that you were wrong. That she didn't get here. She didn't come back to me. Even in a time like this.
Paul. Paul. Yes, darling. It's Anne. Please, Paul. Aren't you going to take me in your arms?
She's waiting for you, Paul. What are you going to do?
Do? What am I going to do? Oh, Anne, thank God you've come back. almost time. I was going to jump when I heard the man. I was going to jump.
I know. I got here as soon as I could. And all the while I was afraid I was too late. I thought I was too late for it.
Nearly 20 years now, and this is the first time I ever known him to ring late. And on Christmas Eve, too. What do you suppose done it?
What's wrong? You haven't tried to get some other music.
Huh? Oh, Well, I guess I'm kind of mixed up. You got me thinking. Listen, mister, do you mind if I shut this radio off altogether? That silent night is beginning to get me back.
Oh, do anything you like.
Look, mister, you got to tell me what happened up there. How did you sneak past the cops? And what made that guy change his mind? What did you do, anyhow?
Oh, I only gabbed with him a little while until his wife got there.
Listen, I've had some screwy Christmas Eves, but this one tops them all. First, there was that little newsboy.
Hey,
now?
Cabby, that man crossing the street.
I've known Jimmy for...
Look out! Hey.
Don't worry, driver. I saw it happen. He walked right out in front of us.
Yeah, you did see him, didn't you, mister? He walked right out in front of us.
Come on, let's get out.
The driver didn't stop.
No, the man stepped right out there without warning.
Somebody better call a cop. Don't worry, there's one coming right now. All right. Pull her down, let your hands, will you?
Hey, I saw it happen, officer. He walked right out.
It wasn't the driver's fault. This guy stepped right out in front of him like a blind man. Hey, wait a minute. He is a blind man. I've seen him around here before.
Yeah, so have I.
Here, you. Get your hands off him. Don't be trying to pick him up. It's against the law. Wait till the ambulance gets you.
Against the law? Help someone?
Sure it is. You never know when you're doing him more harm than good.
Okay, officer. Okay.
Hey, wait, he's getting up.
Get back, everybody.
What hit me? I was so excited. Christmas Eve, I was in a hurry to get home. Tell me. Wait a minute. What's wrong? Lights and faces.
Easy, mister. You better not try to get up.
I got up. I can see. I'm all right, I tell you. And I can see. I can see.
Hey, he can see.
It must have been the shock. The shock when the cab hit him, you know.
I didn't mean to hit him.
Didn't mean to, so you've done him a favor. The shock of it brought back his eyesight.
No, that's not it. Someone touched me. It was a cool hand. The cool hand of the man that helps me.
Huh?
The minute he touched me, I was all right. Where is he? Where is he?
Hey, wait a minute. I'm beginning to get this. It's a racket. In minutes, these guys will be passing the hat.
Yeah, he's never been blind at all.
What? I've been giving him money on this corner all winter, and he's a phony.
Hey, wait a minute. There was another guy with a cabbie. He looked like a suspicious character to me, officer.
You ought to run him in, officer. I bet they staged the whole thing.
Suspicious character, huh? Where'd he go?
Well, he was here a second ago. He looked like one of those subversive guys to me. Imagine pulling a trick like that on Christmas Eve.
Now, wait a minute here. This guy's got this all wrong. Huh? This guy you're talking about is a very good guy. Now, wait a minute. He's a stranger in town, but he's all right. Hey, where did he go? You see, he even ducked out on you, buddy.
I know it was all an act.
Oh, wait, he was here just a second ago. This guy's been riding my cab all night. He was a regular sort of a guy. Listen, let me tell you what he done. First, it was Jimmy the newsboy, see? He was crippled. And all of a sudden, he started to walk. All right, now this ain't funny, I'm telling you. Then it was that guy that was going to jump off the building. And now this blind man.
Hey, what are you hanging us anyhow?
Get moving, buddy.
Boy, what a frame-up. Better get moving, cabby. This mob don't like what's happened.
All right, I'm going. Fine thing. The guy just ducks out when I need him to prove a point. In addition, he sticks me with a cab. What a guy.
Just 2 more blocks. It's 2 minutes to Christmas in Times Square.
Hey, was you in a cab all the time?
What do you think I am? Magician?
Sometimes I wonder.
Now, in case you lose me in the crowd again, here's your fare. Keep the change.
$5.
And Merry Christmas.
Mister, look, what goes on here anyway? Who are you? You talk like one of us. I mean, real lingo, and yet you say you're a stranger.
Oh, wherever I go, I sort of seem to be just like everybody else, see? Talking their language. It's always been that way.
Yeah. Mister, do you mind if I turn on the radio again?
No. Go ahead.
Geez, that's funny. Now, you don't hear. What happened to that silent night? All night long they played that one tune. And, you know, it's a funny thing. Before it almost drove me bats, and now, all of a sudden, I got a funny feeling. I feel like I'd give anything to hear it again. Can you beat that? No silent night. What a night this is, huh, mister? I never had such a time before. All them things that happened, I wish I could figure them out, but what's your slant on it, mister? I said, what's your slant? Hey, where are you? Geez, he disappeared again. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
Director for CBS. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Johnson's Wax Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. Makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's new water repellent Glow Coat present Fibber, McGee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Dick LeGrand, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. Music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Tonight, I'd like to make one thing clear to everybody. There is only one Glow Coat. It's the water repellent new Glow Coat that's on your dealer's shelves right now. There's been no change in the familiar Glow Coat container, but wait till you find out about the wonderful change inside. For it is a wonderful thing to be able to cover your floors with a self-polishing floor wax that is positively water repellent. Now, the big thing from your standpoint is that it'll last so much longer without losing its smooth, lustrous shine. Water that's dripped or spilled on it can be wiped right off without leaving an ugly streak or spot. You can damp mop Glow Coat protected floors over and over without killing the protection or the shine. You get more for your money now in Johnson's Glow Coat than ever before. More beauty, more protection, more freedom from floor care drudgery. Guaranteed the most economical self-polishing wax you can buy. Its protective shine lasts up to 4 times longer. Get water repellent new Glow Coat tomorrow. In 1649, a Dutchman named Rembrandt took some oils, some brushes, some canvas, and some talent and turned out a lot of masterpieces. In 1949, a fellow in Wistful Vista got out the card table, loaded it down with art materials, and started to make his own Christmas cards. The sound of the gong was so we could avoid mentioning the two artists in the same breath. Because one of them is Mr. McGee, of Fibber, McGee and Molly.
Boy, I sure wish I'd have thought of this before, Molly. Look at the money I'd have saved if I'd have made my own Christmas cards every year. How's this look, kiddo? My first one.
Let me see. Very interesting.
Isn't it, though?
Too bad you had to spill that big blob of red paint all over it.
What do you mean, big blob of red paint? That's Sandy Claus.
It's his? Where's his beard?
That's the whole idea of the card. He ain't got any beard.
Santa Claus with no beard?
Why, certainly. Just coming out of the barber shop. The verse is going to say, St. Nicholas had his beard cut off, as up on the roof his reindeers trample. Because how can a guy with whiskers on show little shavers a good example?
Oh, McGee, that's cute.
Oh, shucks. I got a million ideas as good as that. Or better.
Well, I should hope so.
Huh?
Among your many good ideas, have you got one about how to get that India ink out of the rug?
Oh, I'll clean up here when I get through. I ain't quite used to handling all this stuff, but I'll learn, Tootsie. I'll learn. My gosh, I'll bet Somerset Maugham didn't learn to paint overnight either.
Somerset Maugham is a novelist, dearie, not a painter.
Oh, he gave it up, huh? Couldn't stand the gaff, eh? Well, believe me, I'm staying right with it. I got tenacity. I got grit. I got perseverance.
You have something else, too.
I have?
Yes, you have a jar of blue paint dripping into your lap.
Huh? Oh, my gosh. I must have tripped it over with my elbow.
Yes.
There. Shucks. That was my only jar of blue paint. I'll have to paint the rest of the reindeer with brown eyes.
You've been painting reindeer with blue eyes?
Why not?
A good question. For all I know, reindeer might... Come in. Oh, 'tis out on the mayor, McGee. Come in, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Molly. Hello, McGee.
Hi, Latriv.
Well, you must be having a circus with those watercolors. You certainly look like a clown.
If you're referring to the pigment so plentifully permeating my pretty puss, Politico, it is purely a product of my poster paints and my peculiar pictorial proclivities.
Are you through, dearie, or shall I open up another can of peas?
I'm through. No kidding, Latriv. This artwork is a great little hobby. It gets your mind off of things.
Oh, I didn't know you ever had yours on anything. But I agree that a hobby is a fine thing. My secretary collects stamps.
Has she a valuable collection, Mr. Mayor?
She must have. I buy about $50 worth a week, and I can never find one around the office. I think she must be papering a bedroom with them. If she doesn't like the result, she can always mail the house to some relative.
I come by my artistic talent kind of natural, Latriv. It's hereditary. My Uncle Sycamore was an artist.
Uncle Sycamore.
Oh, yes.
You had an interesting family tree.
Oh, yes.
A squirrel's idea of heaven, I imagine.
I didn't know your Uncle Sycamore was an artist, McGee. Portrait or landscape?
Mail pouch tobacco. Painted it on barns, fences, and silos. You got any hobbies, Latriv?
Yes. She sells.
Oh, you mean seashells, don't you, Your Honor?
No.
No?
My housekeeper is always selling raffle tickets for something, and I have to buy whatever she sells.
Be kind of interesting sometime if she sells tickets on some seashells.
Well, anytime she sells seashells, she'll sell the seashells to somebody else. Because if she sees that she can sell me seashells, she'll sell this.
What's the matter, Your Honor?
I'll have to change the subject. My bridge work is coming loose. Anyway, I have to be going. I can find my way out, Molly. Don't trouble to...
No, Mr. Mayor, not that
No, that's the whole...
orchestra, and she wore a yellow ribbon.
How much longer are those Christmas cards going to take, McGee?
Hmm?
The way the paint is thrown around in here, it looks like Sherwin had a fight with Williams.
My dear girl, a true artist is not concerned with such trivial things. When one is creating, one thinks only of putting one's best work into one's work. You seen the pot of glue?
Yes, you're putting your best elbow in it.
Oh, yeah. I felt that a while ago, but I thought it was just the red paint. Hey, look at this card I just designed for Mort Toops. Not only wishes him a Merry Christmas, but carries a thoughtful little message, too.
Something sentimental, I suppose, like go boil your head?
Here it is, picture of a fish. You see, fish is swimming through a sprig of mistletoe.
A fish and mistletoe?
Yeah. The verse says, I hope the fish I hereby show recalls the fin I loaned you last July. And though he swims through mistletoe, I ain't going to kiss that fin goodbye. Merry Christmas. You like it?
Well, $5 is always a nice touch if you can't get 10. But that's what I say. Come in.
Oh, it's Ole from the Elks Club. Come in, boy.
Well, hello, Mrs. Hello, McGee. What's the mess, Mrs.?
Well, himself here is making his own Christmas cards, heaven help me.
Yep, personalized handmade Christmas cards, Ole. None of that run-of-the-mill stuff for me this year. I painted every one of these babies with my own hands.
Well, maybe they wouldn't look so messy if you paint them with a brush, McGee.
Well, he did use a brush, Ole. He means that...
Hey, I might not do so bad with just my bare hands at that, Ole. You've heard of finger painting, haven't you?
Oh, sure. My daughter, Christina, she makes good money with finger painting.
Yeah? What does she paint?
Well, what would a finger painter paint, McGee? Feet? She paints fingers, of course. She's a lady curist.
You mean a manicurist, Ole?
Me and the missus, we don't like Christina holding hands with the men. She just paints fingers on ladies.
Have you done any of your Christmas shopping yet, Ole? Say, what are you going to give your wife this year?
Well, my missus is always a problem. Every year for Christmas, she wants something sensible. But I want to give her foolishness.
And you're right, boy, you're right. That's what Christmas is for.
Sure. But this year, though, she changes.
Yeah?
This time, she wants foolishness, too. Oh. And such foolishness.
Oh. What does she want, Ole? A diamond necklace or a mink?
No, she drops hints by the kids so that they say this year Mama wants for Christmas a dyed rabbit.
Well, now a dyed rabbit is very nice, I think.
Yeah.
So I make a deal with the pet shop. The first rabbit that dies, I give it to my missus. Well, I just dropped in to say hello, McGee, so goodbye, Miss.
Goodbye, Ollie.
It's a good thing I keep on talking while I'm working, or working while I'm talking, or I'd never get finished. I got some beautiful cards here, Molly. If they weren't so messy.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you take this one for the mayor, for instance. Kind of a symbolic card, see? You get it? The picture of the pork barrel with a hand in it?
That's lovely. That's about as subtle as a blackjack.
I didn't realize I was so loaded with ideas, so productive, so specific.
Not specific, dearie. You mean prolific.
Oh, I do, eh? I'm afraid you're thinking of that stale movie at the Bijou, my dear. The one that the ad claims it's colossal, it's stupendous, it's prolific.
That's terrific, McGee.
Thanks. I think it's a nice card myself. It's got that certain something that you can't...
Hello, Molly. May I come in? Hi, pal.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox. Welcome to the McGee Greeting Card and House Wrecking Company.
Pull up a chair, Junior, if you can find one without any paint on it, and watch a Julius at work.
Thank you, pal. I'll stand. Hey, this is very interesting stuff to me, kids. I used to work in a greeting card place, you know.
I didn't know that, Mr. Wilcox.
Sure, I designed Christmas cards. Modernistic stuff.
You mean modernistic stuff like a picture of a fried egg draped over a half moon, under a watch with a woman's face with roller skates for ears? And it says, onions are for love? You mean that stuff?
Yes. I was kind of a dilly-dally. Matter of fact, I designed a beautiful card for myself this morning, kids.
Really, Mr. Wilcox?
Sure, I just splashed the card with a lot of colors, you see. Then I drew a picture of Santa Claus carrying an umbrella and a rubber band. Looks terrific.
That's supposed to mean something?
Why, certainly, pal. Look, take the colors on the card, you see. They simply stand for the colors the Johnson Self-Polishing Glow Coat restores to your worn and faded linoleum.
Oh, of all the dirty waste of stink.
Then the umbrella. The umbrella. That means the new Glow Coat is water repellent. Yes, sir. This great new discovery, Johnson's new self-polishing water-repellent Glow Coat, is the one floor wax at last that does not smear and show drab, dull spots when you wipe up spilled things with a damp cloth or mop it with a damp mop.
Yes, and you have no idea what that means to a housewife like myself, Mr. Wilcox.
The heck he don't.
Now, you hush, McGee. You know, I don't have to wax my floors nearly as often with the new Glow Coat since it's water repellent.
That's right, Molly, because when you mop up dirt and spill things, you don't mop up the wax. It stays on and it stays bright even after repeated moppings. That's why I drew the rubber band on my card, because your work is a snap when you use the new water repellent Glow Coat. And hey, pal, the Santa Claus is me. The way I look to a housewife when she learns how much work she saves with Johnson's new water-repellent Glow Coat because it lasts so much longer.
Hey, look, look. Waxy.
Yes, pal.
How long did you work in that Christmas card place?
About an hour and a half, pal.
Huh?
The fellow who owned the place made a crack about my drawings that I didn't like, so I left.
Oh, independent, eh? What'd he say to you?
Wilcox, he said, you're fired. So I left. Like this, kid.
Sensitive kid.
Look, sweetheart, why don't you give up designing Christmas cards, too? If Mr. Wilcox could do it, you can do it. Just say to yourself, I can give it up. I will give it up. What are you doing with the yardstick?
Trying to draw a picture of the Shah of Persia. With no curves, just angles. You know, it's just an experiment.
But why no curves?
Well, I know I can't draw a straight line with a ruler, so I wanted to see if I could draw a ruler with a straight line. You see, my dear, when an artist... Hold it, kiddo, hold it. Come in.
Oh, McGee, it's Dr. Gamble. Hello, Doctor.
Hi, tonsil burglar.
Hello, Molly. Good day to you, smear face. What are you doing, dyeing Easter eggs?
He's painting his own Christmas cards this year, Doctor. This year? Seems like this has been going on for 300 years.
Pull up your stomach and sit down, microbe merchant. You're looking at Wistful Vista's answer to Courier and Hives.
Well, I couldn't think of a nastier answer.
Thank you, Doctor, thank you.
All right.
Praise from you is praise indeed.
Well, I must have missed a line someplace. But give the boy credit for effort, Doctor. You'll have to admit he's trying.
Admit it. I accuse him of it. He's very trying.
Oh, my gosh, the guy's got to have a hobby, hasn't he? What's your hobby?
Needlework. Roll up your sleeve and I'll show you.
Nothing doing. You get under my skin without any extra equipment. What are you staring at my vest for?
Just noticing how full it is, stuffy. Can't button the bottom button anymore, can you?
Well, gee whiz, I get hungry. I exercise a lot, Doc. A guy that exercises...
Yes, he does, Doctor. He exercises harder with a knife and fork than anybody I know.
Well, looking at you, Goonsboro, and your little round hand-painted tummy has inspired me to a little Christmas poem myself.
Yeah?
Maybe you can use it on one of your cards.
Gee, you made one up just sitting here?
Uh-huh.
Let's hear it, Doctor.
Oh, yes, let's.
All right. Christmas is a time of cheer, to think of the colorful friends we've got. Like little Bucklebuster here. He is the rainbow at the end of the pot. So long, now.
The King's Men and Little Teeny tell the story of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
This is the story of a reindeer, a super extraordinary reindeer. He wasn't what a reindeer ought to be, for he had one peculiarity. Go on, Teeny, you tell him.
Okay, fellas, I'll tell him. Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer had a very shiny nose, and if you ever saw it, you would even say it glows. All of the other reindeer used to laugh and call him names. They never let poor Rudolph join in any reindeer games. On one foggy Christmas Eve, Santa Claus lost his way. Then he cried,
Without a light, old Saint Nick can't ride tonight.
just then along came Rudolph,
Galloping, galloping, galloping through the stormy night.
lighting the way before him with his little nose so bright.
Santa Claus shouted,
Rudolph,
please guide us on our way. And the reindeer shouted,
Rudy,
come along, we'll let you play. So Dasher and Dancer and Prancer and Vixen and Comet and Cupid and Donner and Blitzen away.
Boy, Rudolph,
Tote that sleigh, hey, 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 Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer.
brighter than a neon sign.
There used to be 8 reindeer.
Now there always will be 9.
Don't you worry if you should see stormy weather on Christmas Eve. Santa will find his way to you.
'Cause Rudy's equipped with radar, too.
Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer, twinkle, twinkle on your way. Everybody loves that reindeer, 'cause Rudolph saves the day.
For little children,
Yes, Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer's here to stay.
that's the end of the story, Alberta. Well, McGee, you're certainly making a shambles of this living room. Paint and ink all over everything. Why don't you give it up?
My dear, did Da Vinci give up? Did Piscasio give up? Did Somerset Maugham give up?
I told you before, Somerset Maugham is not an artist. He's an author.
He's an author. I'm an author and an artist. Who wrote that wonderful little Christmas verse? 'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house we could smell Uncle Dennis. He was such an old souse.
Now, McGee.
Who wrote that? I did, 5 years ago. That was the night Uncle Dennis came home.
Now.
Look at this card I designed.
Mm-hmm.
See it?
But you drew the figure too large. The hands and the feet are clear off the page.
I know it. I done that on purpose. This one is for old McDonald at the Third National Bank.
But why did you make the picture so out of proportion?
I wanted him to see how it feels to be overdrawn.
But now, dearie, look. How many cards have you finished?
Well, as soon as I finish this one and 2 more, I'll have 3. Kind of discouraging at that, but it's going smoother now. I'm getting the knack of it.
Oh, McGee, watch it. There goes the ink. Oh, do something, sweetheart. Don't just sit there and watch it pour out onto the floor.
It ain't going onto the floor. It's running down my pants into my shoe. All I got to do is sit here till it dries, and then I can get up and walk.
Oh, dear. Come in.
Hello there, daughter. Hello, Johnny.
Oh, hi, old-timer.
What are you making the Christmas cards for? Christmas?
Well, the way I'm laying eggs with them, I think I'll use them for Easter.
Where's your girlfriend, Bessie, Mr. Oldtimer? Isn't she with you?
No, daughter. Bessie's working down at the carnival. Me and her had a little falling out.
Had a fight, eh?
Nope. Falling out.
Oh?
Out of the top seat of the Ferris wheel.
Heavenly days. Was Bessie badly hurt?
No, she was delighted, daughter. She fell with her face in the cotton candy, and they gave her a job as a bearded lady. Bessie's a sweet kid. Now, anyway.
I can have a lot of fun in the carnival. I mind one time I was throwing darts at some balloons, and a fat lady walked past.
Yes, they sure are fun. Bessie and me went to the Hall of Mirrors.
Oh, that Hall of Mirrors. What those things can do to your shape.
You said it, daughter. Bessie never looked better.
I never quite understood, old-timer. Is Bessie a daughter of the Old South or just an old daughter of the South?
Now, McGee. Say, where did you ever meet her anyway, Mr. Oldtimer?
Well, daughter, I was judge in a beauty contest down in Possum Choke, Alabama, and Bessie won it hands down.
Hands down, eh?
She was scared to raise them. The elastic in her bathing suit bloomers was busted.
Well, what was the contest?
Oh, a bunch of planters was voting on the sugar they'd most like to raise cane with. They named her Miss Blackstrap of 1914. Incidentally, Johnny, that there painting of yours reminds me. Bessie's papa was a painter.
He was?
Good one, too. I remember one painting he'd done of the whole family standing around a vat full of moonshine.
Sounds very effective. What did he call it?
Still life. Well, we gotta get down to the carnival to see Bessie, kid. So long.
So long. Now, let me see. As soon as I get
Look, dearie.
Huh?
Let's call this whole Christmas card thing off, shall we? You're ruining your clothes, and the living room is a sight.
Yeah, I know, kiddo, I know. I've been kind of clumsy at it, but I'm getting the knack of it now. What's that noise?
Sounds like something. Heavenly days. Grab the glue, McGee. It's running off the table.
Oh, my God. I got it. Oh, what a mess. And look, it went all over all the cards I had done. Dad rat, they're all ruined.
Oh, it's too bad. Dear, oh, dear. Come in.
Hi, mister. Hi, Miss McGee.
Hello, sis. Run along with you. I'm in enough trouble.
Well, now, don't take it out on Teeny, McGee.
I ain't taking it out on Teeny just because I make an unholy mess out of trying to make my own Christmas cards.
Okay. I guess if you make your own Christmas cards, you don't want to see these then, mister. So I'll just...
Hey, wait a minute. What was that you said?
Who?
You.
When?
Just now.
About what?
About I don't want to see those.
That's what I thought. These are just some 10-cent cards that I was trying to sell so I could make some money for Christmas, but, well, if you make your own, I guess I...
You got Christmas cards for sale? Come here, kid. I want to kiss you.
Oh? How many cards you want to buy, mister? How many,
How many you got, sis?
About 30, I betcha.
About 30, huh? I'll buy all of them.
Oh, I'll kiss you.
All right, sis. There. Now give me the cards and I'll give you the dough. Boy, are these beautiful. Look at them, Molly.
Lovely.
So colorful.
Mm-hmm.
Such clever verses.
Mm.
How can them commercial companies turn out such beautiful stuff so cheap? Here, sis, here's $3. And thank you ever so much. What's the matter?
Well, nothing, mister, only I guess I better tell you.
Huh?
The reason they're so cheap is they've been used. Yeah, and the ones that they got writing on them you'll have to erase. If you need any more, let me know. Our attic is just full of them. So long, mister.
Oh, dear. Hey, Molly, hand me what's left of the glue.
What are you going to do with it?
Drink it. I've been stuck every other way. I might as well go the whole hog.
Fibber and Molly return in a moment. Let me remind you again, there is now a self-polishing floor wax that is positively water repellent. It's Johnson's new Glow Coat. That means long-wearing protection for your floors, freedom from ugly spots or drab streaks caused by water. Spilled things, muddy footprints, melted snow whisk right off that hard Glow Coat surface. Glow Coat stays on, stays bright, even after repeated damp moppings. And this wonderful new water-repellent quality means that Glow Coat's protective shine lasts up to 4 times longer. That's why Glow Coat is guaranteed to be the most economical self-polishing wax you can buy. So tomorrow, get the smooth-spreading, self-shining floor wax that's positively water-repellent. No change in the Glow Coat package, remember, but what a wonderful difference inside. Ask for the new water-repellent Glow Coat tomorrow.
McGee, what are you going to do for Christmas cards next year? Make your own again?
Well, I ain't the type guy that gives up easy, Tootsie. I'm strictly the type guy that he makes up his mind to do something and I do it.
So?
So about December 1st next year, I'm going to the art store, buy a lot of paint and cardboard and brushes.
Oh, no, not that.
And paint a big sign for the front door. Welcome, Christmas card salesman.
Oh.
Yeah. Good night.
Good night, all.
The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's new water-repellent Glow Coat, Racine, Wisconsin, and Brantford, Canada, bring you Fibber, McGee, and Molly each week at this time. Be with us again next Tuesday night, won't you?
Here's a time-saving way to keep your furniture sparkling clean and shining bright with almost no effort. Tomorrow, start using Johnson's Cream Wax, the fastest wax furniture polish money can buy. Johnson's Cream Wax cleans so quickly, dries so quickly, polishes so quickly that using it is almost as easy as dusting. A few strokes of a cloth do the cleaning. A few more polish your furniture to a satiny smoothness. And this wax contains no sticky oils to catch dust. Tomorrow, start using the fastest wax furniture polish money can buy. Get Johnson's Cream Wax at your dealers. Stay tuned for Big Town, coming to you next on NBC.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Maureen O'Hara, John Payne, and Edmund Gwenn in Miracle on 34th Street. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Our Christmas present to you is the new Christmas classic of our time, Miracle on 34th Street. It's wrapped in a gay covering of laughter, tied with a bright ribbon of good humor, and decorated with the 3 sparkling stars of the 20th Century Fox picture, Maureen O'Hara, John Payne, and Edmund Gwenn. This is a wonderful story for the whole family, and perhaps some families may be gathered around a Christmas tree as they listen. Others will be putting up this happy sign of the season in a few days with lights and ornaments and the shining snow that can be made with Lux Flakes. Later, we'll tell you how to do this trick with Lux. But right now, it's curtain time for the play that proves there's a Santa Claus, Miracle on 34th Street, starring Maureen O'Hara as Doris, John Payne as Fred, and Edmund Gwenn in his Academy Award-winning performance as Kris Kringle. It's Thanksgiving Day in New York City. On a broad avenue adjoining Central Park, an annual event is being joyfully awaited. The spectacular parade presented by Macy's department store to herald in the Christmas season. Away from the crowd are two of Macy's public relations experts.
He's simply wonderful, Mrs. Walker. Just look at him on that float. The most realistic Santa Claus we've ever had. Why, he didn't even need any padding, did he?
Padding?
Why, didn't you notice his tummy? So round, so firm, so fully packed. Well, now that everything's under control, where on earth did you find him?
I don't know. I just turned around and there he was.
And to think that the man whose place he took was intoxicated.
With a breath that would knock over a reindeer.
Oh, just think if Mr. Macy had seen him.
What if Mr. Gimble had seen him? Competition between our stores is tough enough.
Well, the parade's starting. Let's stand at the curb.
Not I, Mr. Shellhammer. I'm going home to relax. Anyway, I can see it from there. I live just around the corner.
Oh, so you do. Well, I'll see you tomorrow, Mrs. Walker. And congratulations on finding the best Santa Claus in Macy's history.
Certainly is a wonderful parade, Susan. Just look at that clown. Gosh, what a giant.
Giant, Mr. Gailey? There are no such things as giants.
Well, not now, maybe, but in olden days there's...
Really, Mr. Gailey? And you a lawyer?
Well, what about the giant that Jack killed? You know, Jack and the Beanstalk?
Everybody knows that's a fairy tale. And I agree with my mother. Fairy tales are silly.
Come in.
Good afternoon. I'm Susan's mother. My name's Santa.
Oh, hello, Mother. I'm watching the parade. Mr. Gailey invited me.
Hello, darling.
Susie's told me quite a lot about you, Mrs. Walker.
She told me quite a lot about you, too. The man in the front apartment.
Well, this is all part of a plot, Mrs. Walker. I'm very fond of Susie, but I also wanted to meet you.
At least you're frank.
There goes Santa Claus.
Oh, don't even mention the name.
Why not, Mother?
Well, that Santa Claus you see is a last-minute substitute.
But why?
Oh, remember the way the janitor was last New Year's?
Oh, my. Tight as an owl.
I see Susan doesn't believe in Santa Claus either.
That's right, she never has.
Well, that's the end of the parade. Mother, I've been thinking. It's Thanksgiving, and there are only two of us. Couldn't we invite Mr. Gailey?
Well,
Oh, please don't bother. I'll just have a sandwich or something.
But we have such a big turkey. Please, Mother, please.
Well,
Did I ask her all right, Mr. Gailey?
Susie, shh.
You asked fine, Susan. Dinner's at 3, Mr. Gailey.
Hello, Mrs. Walker.
Yes, Mr. Shellhammer.
Your maid said you were at Thanksgiving dinner, but I just had to tell you. Your Santa Claus was stupendous.
Well, thank you.
Mr. Macy himself wants him to be our toy department Santa Claus.
Oh, fine. Can you hire him?
Oh, I already have. Oh, he's a born salesman. I just feel it.
Good. We'll talk about it in the morning. Thanks for calling, Mr. Shellhammer.
Here he is, Mr. Shellhammer. Here's Santa Claus.
Oh, thank you, Alfred. Thank you. Good morning, Santa Claus.
Good morning.
Now, before you go to the toy department, here's a list of toys that we have to push.
Huh?
You know, things we're overstocked on. Now, you'll find that a great many children will be undecided as to what they want for Christmas. And when that happens, you immediately suggest one of these items. Do you understand?
I certainly do.
Fine, that's fine. Now, take the list, and Alfred here will show you to your throne in the toy department. And don't you forget, you're working for Macy's.
Are you really Santa Claus?
Why, of course I am. What do you want for Christmas, little boy?
I want a fire engine with a real hose that squirts real wet water. And I won't do it in the house. I'll only do it in the backyard, I promise.
And I promise you'll get your fire engine.
You see, Mama, I told you you'd get me one.
That's fine. That's just dandy. You wait here, Mortimer. Mama wants to thank Santa Claus, too.
Yes, madam?
Say, what's the matter with you?
No. What's the trouble?
I told you before, didn't I? The kid wants a fire engine, but there isn't one to be had anywhere in town. Macy's ain't got any. Gimbel's ain't got any. Nobody's got any. My feet are killing me, and you say, okay, he gets the fire engine.
But you can get those fire engines at Schoenfeld's on Lexington Avenue. Only $4.50, a wonderful bargain.
Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Hey, I don't get it.
Oh, I follow the toy market very closely.
Macy's sending people to other stores?
Yes.
Are you kidding?
No. The one important thing is to make the children happy. Whether Macy's or somebody else sells the toy doesn't matter. Don't you feel that way?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, sure. Only I didn't know Macy's did. I don't get it. I just don't get it.
Who's next, please? Right this way to see Santa Claus. All right, little girl. You're next.
Of course, little girl. You want some roller skates? Well, you shall have them, too.
Mama, he's going to bring me some roller skates.
And he has some fine skates here at Macy's, haven't you, Santa Claus?
Oh, they're good skates, all right, but not quite good enough. Now, I left some really wonderful roller skates at Gimbel's. I'm sure Gimbel's have just what this good little girl wants. Very good.
Mr. Shellhammer, are you Mr. Shellhammer?
Gimbals? Gimbals? That's just what he did say. Gimbals.
The sales lady said I should speak to you.
Gimbals.
I just wanted to congratulate you and Macy's on this wonderful new stunt you're pulling.
Gimbals.
Imagine a big outfit like Macy's putting the spirit of Christmas ahead of the commercial.
Gimbals.
From now on, I'm going to be a regular Macy customer. All right, Mortimer, we're going.
Gimbals!
And there's the toy department over there, Mr. Gailey.
You certainly know all about Macy's store, don't you, Susan?
Well, that's because my mother works here. But I still think it's silly bringing me here to see Santa Claus.
Well, I just feel that when you've talked to him, you might...
Okay, Mr. Gailey. I'm certainly willing to try.
Well, what a fine young lady, eh? And what's your name, little girl?
Susan Walker. What's yours?
Mine? Kris Kringle. I'm Santa Claus. Oh, you don't believe that, eh?
You see, my mother's Mrs. Walker.
Oh.
But I must say you're the best-looking Santa Claus I've ever seen.
Really?
Your beard, for instance. It doesn't have one of those things that goes over your ears.
That's because it's real. Just like I'm really Santa Claus. Now go ahead, pull it.
Well, my goodness, it is real.
Yes, yeah. And now what would you like me to bring you for Christmas?
Nothing, thank you. Whatever I want, my mother will get. If it's sensible and doesn't cost too much.
Oh. That's quite right, Susan.
Oh, hello, Mother.
Hello, Mr. Gailey.
Hello. The explanation for all this is very simple. Your maid's mother sprained her ankle. She had to go home, so she asked me to bring Susie down to you. And as long as we were here, I figured we might as well say hello to Santa Claus.
He has real whiskers, Mother.
Susan, would you mind standing over there a minute?
If you want me to.
I shouldn't have brought Susie to see Santa. Is that it?
Now you're making me feel completely heartless.
I'm sorry.
Don't you see, I tell Susan that Santa Claus is a myth, and you show her a very convincing old man with real whiskers. Well, whom is she to believe?
Yeah, that's right, isn't it?
When Susan was a baby, her father and I were divorced. And ever since then, I've protected my child by teaching her realities. If you don't believe in fairy tales and fantasy, you can never be hurt or disillusioned.
We were talking about Susie, Mrs. Walker.
And I must ask you to let me raise her as I see fit. All right, dear. The store's going to close soon. We'll run along to my office.
Alfred said you wanted to see me, Mrs. Walker.
Oh, yes. Come in. I'd be grateful if you'll please tell Susan that you're not really Santa Claus, that there actually is no such person.
Oh, but Mrs. Walker, not only is there such a person, but here I am to prove it.
No, you misunderstand. I want you to tell her the truth. Now, what's your real name?
Kris Kringle, and I always tell the truth. Susan, I'll bet you're in the first grade.
Second grade.
I mean your real name.
Well, that is my real name. My goodness, the second grade?
Very well. I have your employment card right here. I'll look it up on that.
That's a very cute dress you have on, Susan.
It's from Macy's. We get 10% off.
Oh.
So, you always tell the truth, do you?
Mm-hmm.
Look at your employment card.
Name, Kris Kringle. Address, Brooks Memorial Home, Great Neck, Long Island. You may call the home if you'd care to confirm that, Mrs. Walker. It's a home for elderly gentlemen.
Would you also like me to confirm this?
What's that?
Date of birth. As old as my tongue and a little bit older than my teeth. Place of birth, North Pole. Now, really.
Why, I believe you doubt me, Mrs. Walker.
And this tops everything. Next of kin.
Oh, that.
Dasher, Dancer, Prancer, and Vixen. I'm sorry to have to do this, Mr.
Kringle?
But the Santa Claus that we had 2 years ago is back in town, and I feel that we owe it to him to...
What, have I done something wrong?
No. It's just that we feel... Oh, excuse me. Hello?
This is Mr. Shellhammer, Mrs. Walker. Drop whatever you're doing. Mr. Macy wants to see us immediately.
Oh, I'll be right up. I'm afraid I'll have to be very abrupt with you. I have to see Mr. Macy. You'll be paid for the full week, Mr. Kringle, and I'll send your check to that address.
Come right in, Mrs. Walker. Mr. Shellhammer.
Thank you, Mr. Macy.
Now, about this new policy you two initiated.
Oh.
Macy's Santa Claus sending customers to Gimbel.
Well, I can explain everything, Mr. Macy.
You don't have to explain a thing. Just look at my desk. 42 telegrams and over 500 phone calls. Grateful parents expressing undying gratitude to Macy's department store.
Why, you don't say.
From now on, not only will our Santa Claus continue in this manner, but every salesperson in the entire store.
You mean that if we haven't got what the customer asks for,
we're to send him where he can get it. No high-pressuring and forcing a customer to take something he doesn't really want.
I think that's wonderful, Mr. Macy.
Why, we'll be known as the helpful store, the friendly store, the store that places public service ahead of profits. And consequently, we will make more profits than ever. As for you, Mrs. Walker and Mr. Shellhammer, you'll find a more practical expression of my gratitude in your Christmas envelope.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yes.
And tell that wonderful Santa Claus I won't forget him either. As a matter of fact, I'll tell him myself in the morning.
Yes, indeed, Mr. Macy.
Good night. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Macy.
And thank you again, sir. Oh, imagine a bonus.
Yes.
Well, what's the matter with you?
Mr. Shellhammer, I just fired him.
Who?
Santa Claus.
No, you couldn't have.
But I did. He's crazy, Mr. Shellhammer. He really thinks he is Santa Claus.
I don't care if he thinks he's the Easter Bunny. Find him.
Act 2 of Miracle on 34th Street will continue in a moment. Well, Libby, have you given Santa your Christmas list?
Yes, indeed, John. And number 1 on my list is a pair of Chinese pajamas with a 3/4 coat and little upstanding collar. Just like the ones Marta Torin wears in Rogue's Regiment.
Perhaps you'd better have the wardrobe mistress at Universal International show Santa what you mean.
Well, I'm sure Dick Powell or Stephen McNally could give him a good description. They found Marta very glamorous in this modern story of the French Foreign Legion.
And what a villain Vincent Price is in Rogue's Regiment.
Mm-hmm.
I was on the edge of my seat through the whole picture. And you talk about a pair of pajamas.
Well, they were very special. Marta liked them so well, she had 4 pairs made for her personal wardrobe. And she was delighted when they told her she could lux them.
That's about the easiest care in the world. Especially now with the new tiny diamonds of Lux. Another triumph of the famous Lever Laboratories. These tiny diamonds are so much faster, they burst into suds the instant water touches them. And make wonderfully rich suds that last and last.
Don't colors look marvelous when they're luxed? So fresh and new. No wonder smart girls say they won't risk wrong washing methods.
Tests prove that with gentle care with Lux Flakes really makes a difference. Lux slips and nighties stayed new looking 3 times as long. And that's just like getting 3 pretty slips for the price of 1.
A really thoughtful Santa would put a box of Lux Flakes in every lingerie gift next Friday night.
Here's our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Act 2 of Miracle on 34th Street, starring Maureen O'Hara as Doris, John Payne as Fred, and Edmund Gwen as Kris Kringle. It was a frantic few hours that Doris spent last night, rushing out to the Brooks Memorial Home in Long Island and assuring Kris Kringle that Macy's wanted him back as Santa Claus. Now Kris is again presiding over the crowded toy department, while in her office, Doris and Mr. Shellhammer...
Don't you understand, Mr. Shellhammer? That old man with the nice white whiskers insists that he is Santa Claus. Why, he's out of his mind. What if he should have a fit or something? Oh, no, I've got to tell Mr. Macy.
Yes, but maybe he's only a little crazy. Anyway, you can't be sure until he's examined. We'll send him to Mr. Sawyer.
Sawyer?
In personnel. He's paid to examine employees, isn't he? And now, by the way, what do you think of this?
What is it?
A full-page ad Macy's is running in tomorrow's newspapers.
Macy's is running it. But it's all about the other stores, Gimbels and
I
Saks.
know. Mr. Macy's idea to help our customers find what they want. It's revolting, isn't it?
That Santa Claus certainly has started something. Oh, well, I'll get a hold of him in his lunch hour and send him up to Mr. Sawyer.
So I changed my clothes, Mr. Sawyer, and came right up.
Oh. Well, then that's your own beard, huh?
Oh, yes.
Interesting complex in back of that. Why do you carry a cane?
Always carry a cane, Mr. Sawyer. Well, that is when I wear street clothes. I carved this cane out of a runner from one of my old sleighs.
What's that? What's that?
With a fine, solid silver top.
Who was the first president of the United States?
Oh, give me a difficult one, like who was vice president under James Monroe?
I'm conducting this examination.
The answer is Daniel D. Tompkins.
Oh.
Yes. You're a rather nervous man, aren't you, Mr. Sawyer? Tell me, do you get enough sleep?
My personal habits are no concern of yours. Now, what hand am I holding up?
Right hand.
How many fingers do you see?
3. Oh, dear, oh, dear. You bite your nails, too.
Stand up now. Feet together, arms extended.
Muscular coordination test? I've taken dozens of these tests. Mr. Sawyer, are you happy at home?
What? That will be all, Mr. Kringle. The examination is over.
Thank you.
Yeah, and it may interest you to know I've been happily married for 22 years. Very happily married.
Delighted to hear it. Goodbye, Mr. Sawyer.
Miss Prawn.
Yes, sir.
Get Mrs. Walker on the phone.
Yes, sir. But your wife, Mr. Sawyer, she's called 4 times already.
Now, you tell my big fat wife to shut up and mind her own business.
Here's Mrs. Walker, sir.
All right. Hello.
Oh, I was just going to call you, Mr. Sawyer.
Oh?
There's a Dr. Pierce stopping by this afternoon at 3.
Who's Dr. Pierce?
He's the physician at the Brooks home. I thought we might discuss Mr. Kringle's case with him.
There's hardly any point in discussing it, Mrs. Walker. Obviously, the old man should be discharged. So, Dr. Pierce, Kringle should be dismissed immediately and sent to a mental institution.
Oh, now, just a minute, Mr. Sawyer.
He's deluded, saying that he's Santa Claus.
It's a delusion for good. I found he only wants to be friendly and helpful.
His whole manner suggests aggressiveness. Look at the way he carries that cane. Mrs. Walker, naturally, I can't discharge that loony, so when he exhibits his maniacal tendencies, please realize the responsibility is completely yours.
Well, I'm right back where I started.
Mrs. Walker, I assure you, Kris Kringle has no maniacal tendencies.
But if there's the slightest possibility of us causing any trouble...
What trouble?
All that needs happen is a policeman ask his name. Kris Kringle, clang, clang, and Macy's Santa Claus lands up in the psychopathic ward.
Well, you can prevent that very simply. Now, there must be someone here at the store who could rent him a room. Then they could both come to work together. Just as soon he avoided that long train ride to Long Island, anyway.
You mean sort of take custody of him?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that Mr. Kringle would agree to that?
Oh, I'm sure he'll agree.
Well, in that case... Now, let me see. Who do I know who could rent him a room?
You're going to have dinner with us, Mr. Kringle.
Oh, thank you, Susan.
I'm also very glad you're going to live next door with Mr. Gailey.
Oh, why?
Because you're nice to talk to.
Oh, I say, what a fine young man that Mr. Gailey is, eh? Just think, allowing me to share his apartment, a mere stranger.
He did it because Mother hinted to him.
Oh, well, anyway, I'm very grateful.
Shall I tell you what I did in school today?
By all means. Any games?
Yes. And a very silly game, too.
Oh?
They played zoo, and each child was supposed to be an animal.
Oh, but Susan, they were just pretending.
But that's what makes the game so silly.
Oh. Well, of course, in order to play games, you need imagination.
Oh, that's when you see things, but they're not really there, huh?
Oh, yes. Yes, but, you know, to me, imagination is a place all by itself. Now, you've heard of the French nation, and the British nation.
Yes.
Well, this is the imagination. A very interesting place, too. Now, how would you like to be able to make snowballs in summertime, eh?
What?
Or be the Statue of Liberty in the morning, and in the afternoon, fly south with a flock of geese?
Well, I'm quite sure I'd like it, but...
Oh, it's very simple. Very. Well, anyway, look here. The next time they play zoo, you can be a monkey.
But I don't know how to be a monkey.
Don't you? Oh, I'll show you. Now, first, you bend over a little, like this, see? Now, let your arms hang loose, see?
Like this?
Yes, that's fine, fine. Now, put your hand over here and start scratching, see? That's it. That's it. That's excellent, Susan. That's as fine a bit of scratching as I've ever seen. Yeah. Now you start chattering.
Chattering?
Yes, now listen. See? And keep scratching. Now then, look here. We'll do it together, see? Chatter and scratch and chatter, see? That's fine, Susan, fine. You're doing beautifully. Beautifully, yes. Susan, are you still awake?
Uh-huh.
I've just come in to say goodnight, Susan, that's all. Now, look here, about Christmas. There must be something you'd like for Christmas.
Well, I've certainly thought about something, Mr. Kringle.
You have? Well, what is it, eh? Tell me.
It's right here on the night table, see?
Oh?
I tore this page out of a magazine. It's a picture of a house.
Oh, that's what you want, is it? A doll's house. Colonial architecture.
Oh, not a doll's house, a real house.
A real house?
Yes. And if you're really Santa Claus, you can get it for me.
Now, wait a minute, Susie. What could you possibly do with a big house?
Live in it with my mother. And a backyard with a big tree to put a swing on, and a garden, and a... Oh, well, why even discuss it?
Susie, could I keep this picture? Just in case?
I guess so.
Thank you, dear. Thank you. Well, Mr. Gale is waiting for me. Good night, monkey.
Good night, Mr. Kringle.
Take whichever bed you want, Mr. Kringle.
You're very kind, really. Tell me, Mr. Gale, what is it you just do for a living, huh?
Oh, I'm a lawyer. Haslip, Sherman, and Mackenzie.
Oh. And you like living here in the city?
Well, it's convenient. But someday I'd like to get a place on Long Island.
Huh.
Not a big house, just one of those junior partner deals around Manhasset.
Oh, one of those little colonial houses, eh?
Yeah. A little colonial house would be swell.
Good, yeah. You're, you're quite fond of Mrs. Walker, aren't you?
A lot of good it does me. She lives in a cast iron shell that's just a little difficult to penetrate.
Oh. Well, you must try a little harder, Mr. Gale. You know, Mrs. Walker and that child are a couple of lost souls, and it's up to us to help them, see?
No?
Yeah, Oh, well, shall I turn out the light?
No. I'm not going to be cheated out of this. You know, all my life I've wondered about it, and now I'm going to find out. Tell me, does Santa Claus sleep with his whiskers outside or inside the cupboard?
Oh, outside, of course. Outside, by all means. The cold air makes them grow.
Oh, thank you very much.
Come in, Mrs. Walker. Come in.
Thank you, Mr. Macy. I've just heard something very exciting.
You have? Well, let me tell you something very exciting. Our policy of being kind to customers has tripled our sales. Now, what do you think of that?
That's wonderful, Mr. Macy. And Gimbels thinks it's wonderful, too.
Gimbels?
Gimbels are adopting the same policy.
Well, is that so?
And it gives me an idea. As long as Gimbels are doing the same thing, Why not some pictures for the newspapers?
Pictures?
Yes, you and Mr. Gimble shaking hands.
Shaking hands? R.H. Macy and Gimble?
Well, yes.
Yes, why not? With Santa Claus. It's a great idea, Mrs. Walker. Macy and Gimble shaking hands. Oh, that's enough pictures, gentlemen. Thank you.
Well, thank you
very much. Well, Mr. Gimble?
Come on, R.H. Now we'll go over to my store and get some really good pictures.
Oh, just a minute. I have something here for Santa Claus. Here you are, Mr. Kringle. A check in appreciation of all you've done.
Mr. Macy, why, that's most kind of you.
I didn't think you were that generous, R.H. That's quite a check. What are you going to do with it, Mr. Kringle?
Well, I have a friend, a Dr. Pierce. He needs a new X-ray machine.
You buy the machine through the store. 10% discount.
Nonsense. Come over to Gimble's. We'll furnish it at cost.
Oh, keep it up, gentlemen. Keep it up. At this rate, my friend will have a whole new hospital.
How did the pictures turn out, Mr. Kringle?
Oh, fine, Alfred, fine. How about a game of checkers during lunch, eh?
Oh, not today, Chris. I don't feel so good.
Oh? What's the matter, Alfred?
Oh, nothing much. You remember I was telling you how I like to play Santa Claus over at the Y and give out packages to the kids?
Yeah?
Well, I was telling Mr. Sawyer about it, and he says that's very bad. That psychologically it's all wrong.
Wrong? To be nice to children?
Well, he says guys who play Santa Claus do it because when they was young they must have done something bad. Now they do something they think is good to make up for it, see? It's what he calls a guilt complex.
Alfred, what else has he found wrong with you?
Oh, nothing much. Just that I hate my father. I didn't know it, but he says I do.
Excuse me.
Hey, ain't you going to have lunch?
Later. Right now, I have an appointment with Mr. Sawyer.
What do you mean, breaking into my office like this?
Are you a licensed psychiatrist?
What business is it of yours?
I have great respect for psychiatry and great contempt for meddling amateurs who go around practicing it.
Oh, shut up.
You ought to be horsewhipped. Taking a boy like Alfred and filling him up with complexes and phobias.
I think I'm better equipped to judge that than you.
Just because Alfred wants to be kind to children, you tell him he has a guilt complex.
Yes. Having the same delusion you couldn't possibly understand.
Oh.
And don't you wave that cane at me.
Either you stop analyzing Alfred, or I'll go straight to Mr. Macy and tell him what a contemptible fraud you are.
Get out of here. Get out of here before I have you thrown out.
There's only one way to handle a man like you. Maybe this'll knock some sense into you.
Oh! Oh, help! Oh, my head! My head! Oh!
Good day, Mr. Sawyer.
Miss Prawn! Get me the police! Get me Mrs. Walker! Get me the psychopathic ward in Bellevue Hospital!
You can see Mr. Kringle now, Mr. Gailey.
Thank you, nurse. Hello, Chris.
Hello, Fred.
Chris, I've been speaking to the doctors. They said they've given you some tests.
Oh, yes. Same old tests.
Except this time you failed to pass them. Chris, you deliberately failed. Why?
Why? Well, because I had great hopes, Fred. I had a feeling Mrs. Walker was beginning to believe in me, and now I discover she was only humoring me all the time.
But this wasn't Doris's idea at all. Mr. Sawyer had you sent up here before she even knew about it.
But why didn't she come to me and explain things?
Because she didn't want to hurt you.
Oh, well, it's not just Mrs. Walker. Well, now take Mr. Sawyer. He's contemptible, dishonest, deceitful, yet he's out there and I'm in here. Well, if that's normal, I don't want it.
But you can't just think of yourself, Chris. What happens to you matters to a lot of other people. People like me who believe in what you stand for, and people like Susie, who are just beginning to. Chris, you're letting us down.
Well, Fred, maybe you're right. Of course you're right. I ought to be ashamed of myself. Let's get out of here.
Now, wait a minute. You flunked your mental examination, but good.
Oh, yes, so I did. Oh. Well, anyway, you're a lawyer. You fix it.
Hey, look, I can't just...
Now, I won't let you down, and you won't let me down.
Chris, now take it easy. Look, there'll have to be a hearing. If you're going to be committed, it has to be before a judge.
Well?
Well, if I can do anything at all, it'll have to be in courtroom. Now, sit tight, Chris. I'll get an idea. I have to get an idea.
You sent for me, Mr. Macy?
I certainly did, Mr. Sawyer. I brought my family to the toy department to see our Santa Claus, and our Santa Claus isn't there. He's in Bellevue.
Yes, Mr. Macy.
Because he's a lunatic.
Yes, sir, a lunatic.
Lunatic, my foot. Now, you listen to me, Sawyer. You get that case dropped right away, or you'll have another lump to match the one he gave you.
But it's out of my hands. Mr. Kringle goes to court in the morning.
Well, just see that he's back in the toy department by afternoon. Now, get out of here.
Oh, Mr. Gailey. Mr. Gailey.
Yes?
I've been looking all over for you. I'm Mr. Sawyer.
Oh, so you're Sawyer?
Yes. I was just speaking to the court clerk, and he said you represent Mr. Kringle. Well, I represent Mr. Macy.
Well, then I'll see you in court.
Oh, no. That's what I wanted to speak to you about. Now, Mr. Macy would like to drop the whole case right now. You see, we're most anxious to avoid any publicity.
No publicity, huh? Well, that's very interesting.
Oh, then you'll cooperate?
You know something, Sawyer? You've just given me the idea I've been searching for.
Oh, good, good.
If I'm going to win this case, I'm going to have public opinion and plenty of it. And publicity's just the way to do it. Thanks. And so long, Mr. Sawyer.
Mr. Gailey? But Mr. Gailey!
Look at these newspapers, Chris. Here. Evening Dispatch. Doctors doubt sanity of Santa who launched goodwill campaign.
Oh, my.
Daily Bulletin. Macy's Santa Claus to have lunacy hearing.
What's this one?
The New York Express.
Is Kris Kringle crazy? Court case coming. Kiddies cry calamity.
You've driven the United Nations clear back to page 5. Well, get a good night's sleep, Chris. We go before Judge Harper at 10 tomorrow morning.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Our stars will return with Act 3 of Miracle on 34th Street in a moment. When a new player signs a contract with 20th Century Fox, she soon gets well acquainted with Miss Helena Sorrell, head dramatic coach. Helena, do you like to watch your pupils perform in a picture?
Oh, of course, John, because I take a personal interest in them. I'm especially proud of Betty Grable and her new picture, When My Baby Smiles at Me.
Betty's become a really fine dramatic actress.
She certainly has.
She and Dan Daly are magnificent as a couple of vaudeville hoofers.
And Betty's costumes in When My Baby Smiles at Me gave me a thrill. And I was amazed how many things the wardrobe department washed with Lux Flakes. It reminded me of my theatrical days when I was on the road and lived in a couple of trunks.
A box of Lux Flakes in each?
That's absolutely true, John. I was never without it, in my hotel or at the theater.
Well, then you've probably discovered that the new tiny diamonds of Lux are more wonderful than ever. They're so much faster and richer. Do more for you, too. They remove soil which other types of suds can't. Leave things cleaner, fresher.
And Lux Flakes keep colors lovely.
You're right there. That's why it's foolish to risk wrong washing methods that may fade colors. Actual tests show that with gentle Lux Flakes care, colors stay lovely up to 3 times as long.
That's a good tip for girls who get nice blouses and sweaters for Christmas.
Right you are. And thank you for coming tonight, Helena Sorrell. We return you now to William Keighley.
The curtain rises on the third act of Miracle on 34th Street, starring Maureen O'Hara as Doris, John Payne as Fred, and Edmund Gwenn as Chris. For a few weeks, a jolly elderly gentleman named Kris Kringle has been working minor miracles as Macy's Santa Claus. But now his sanity has been seriously questioned. And in a crowded courtroom, Judge Harper listens patiently as the assistant district attorney summons Chris to the witness stand.
Now, this is not a trial, Mr. Kringle. It's just a hearing, so you don't have to answer any questions. Now then, where do you live, please?
Well, it seems to me that's what this hearing will decide, won't it?
Mr. Kringle, do you believe that you are Santa Claus?
Of course I do.
That's all, Your Honor. The state rests its case.
Well, Mr. Gailey? Your Honor, Mr. Mara contends my client is not sane because he believes he is Santa Claus.
An entirely logical conclusion.
Anyone who thinks he's Santa Claus is crazy.
Your Honor, you believe yourself to be Judge Harper, yet no one questions your sanity because you are Judge Harper, do they?
Mr. Kringle is the subject of this sanity hearing, not I.
Well, Your Honor, I intend to prove that Mr. Kringle is Santa Claus.
Mr. Mara, I thought you said this was a cut-and-dried sanity hearing.
I thought it was, Your Honor.
In view of Mr. Gailey's statement, I'll have to review the entire background of this case. Court's adjourned till tomorrow morning.
Hello, Doris. I'm sorry I'm late, but get ready. We're really going to celebrate tonight.
What are we celebrating?
Well, didn't you read the papers? Santa's mouthpiece throws bombshell in New York Supreme Court.
Oh, Fred, you're not really serious about this. You can't possibly prove that Kris Kringle is Santa Claus.
Well, you saw Mr. Macy and Mr. Gimble shake hands. That wasn't possible either.
And what does your firm have to say about it? Hayslip and Mackenzie and the rest of them.
That I've jeopardized their prestige, and either I drop this impossible case or they'll drop me.
You see?
So I beat them to it. I quit.
Fred, you threw away a career because of a sentimental whim?
Well, I'll open my own office.
And what kind of clients will you get?
Oh, probably a lot of people like Chris who are being pushed around. That's the only fun in law anyway. Doris, look. Don't you have any faith in me at all?
Oh, it's not a question of faith. It's just common sense.
But faith is believing in things when common sense tells you not to. It's not just Chris that's on trial. It's everything he stands for. Human kindness and love and dignity.
Fred, listen. We've seen a lot of each other the last couple of weeks. I've become fond of you. We've talked about some wonderful plans, haven't we? And then you do this. Go on an idealistic binge, throw away your security, and expect me to be happy about it.
And I expect too much. Is that it? Well, that's that, I guess. Good night, Doris.
Hello. Yes, this is Mr. Mara. Well, can't it wait till tomorrow? I'm eating dinner. Who's been subpoenaed? Well, how do you think I feel about it? I'll see you tomorrow.
Who's that, dear?
R.H. Macy's been subpoenaed.
Oh, my.
Those reporters. They make me look like a sadistic monster who likes nothing better than to drown pussycats and tear wings off butterflies.
Quiet, dear. Tommy's still awake.
Oh, yeah.
It'd just break his heart if he knew what his daddy is doing.
I'm doing my job as assistant district attorney.
Well, I'm not so sure, but that I agree with them. Mr. Kringle looks like a very nice old man, and I don't see why you have to keep persecuting him.
I'm not persecuting him. I'm prosecuting him. I like the old man, too, but there's nothing I can do about it.
You know something, Thomas? Sometimes I wish I'd married a butcher or a plumber.
Well, if I lose this case, it's very possible you'll get your wish. R.H. Macy, I wonder what he's going to pull tomorrow.
Proceed with the witness, Mr. Gailey.
Now then, Mr. Macy, if you recognize the defendant, please tell us who he is.
Why, Kris Kringle, of course.
Do you believe him to be of sound mind?
Sound mind? I wish I had a dozen like him.
Mr. Macy, you are under oath. Do you believe that man is Santa Claus?
Well, now, that's a rather delicate...
Just think of those headlines tomorrow. Macy admits his Santa Claus is fraud.
You keep out of this, Gimble.
What did you say?
Nothing, Mr. Barra, nothing.
Well, I wish you would. Is that man Santa Claus?
Yes, in my opinion, he most certainly is.
Your Honor, there is no such person as Santa Claus, and everybody knows it.
Can you prove there isn't any?
I won't even try. I'll not waste the court's time with such childish nonsense. Your Honor, the prosecution requests an immediate ruling from this court. Is there or is there not a Santa Claus?
Well, now, the court will take a short recess to consider the question. Why, Charlie, what are you doing here?
Can't an old friend visit you in your chambers? And if you ask me, you never needed a friend like you do now.
This Kringle case? Well, I certainly don't see what they're making such a fuss about.
Henry, that's Santa Claus you've got out there. On trial for lunacy. This case is dynamite, and you're coming up for re-election soon.
Charlie, you know what happened last night? Martha brought the grandchildren over. They wouldn't kiss Grandpa. They wouldn't even talk to me.
Ah, you see what I mean? If you rule there is no Santa Claus, you better start looking for that chicken farm right now.
I'm a responsible judge. How can I seriously rule that there is a Santa Claus?
Because of what happens if you don't. The kids read about it and they don't hang up their stockings. Now what happens to all the toys that are supposed to be in those stockings? Nobody buys them. The toy manufacturers have to lay off employees. By now you've got the AFL and the CIO against you. Yes, and they're going to say it with votes, see? Oh, and the department stores are going to love you, too. Yes, sir, Henry. And what about the Salvation Army? They got a Santa Claus on every street corner. They take in a lot of money to help the poor. But go ahead, Henry. You go in there and rule there isn't any Santa Claus. But if you do, you can count on getting just 2 votes, your own and that district attorney's out there.
1 vote, Charlie. He's a Republican. Oh, well, let's get this over with. The question of Santa Claus seems to be largely a matter of opinion. The tradition of American justice demands a broad and unprejudiced view of such a controversial matter.
But, Your Honor...
This court, therefore, intends to keep its mind open. We shall ask for evidence on either side.
But the burden of proof clearly rests with my opponent. Can he produce any evidence to support his views?
If Your Honor please, I can. Will Thomas Mara please take the stand?
Who, me?
No. Thomas Mara, Jr. I believe he and his mother are both in court today.
Hi, Papa.
Hi. Tommy, do you believe in Santa Claus?
I sure do. Gosh, he gave me a brand new sled last year.
Now, what does Santa Claus look like, Tommy?
Well, there he is, sitting right over there.
Your Honor, I protest. Overruled.
Tell me, Tommy, why are you so sure there's a Santa Claus?
Because my papa told me so, didn't you, Papa?
Thank you, Tommy. You can go back to your mother now.
See you later, Papa.
You certainly will. Your Honor.
Don't forget Santa Claus. This year I want a football helmet.
Don't worry, Tommy. You will get it.
Mr. Kringle, if you don't mind.
I'm sorry, sir.
Your Honor, the state of New York concedes the existence of a Santa Claus. But in so conceding, we demand that Mr. Gailey stop representing and presenting personal opinion as evidence. I insist he submit authoritative proof that Mr. Kringle here is the one and only Santa Claus.
Well, Mr. Gailey, are you prepared to show that Mr. Kringle is Santa Claus on the basis of unprejudiced authority?
Well, sir, no, not now. I need a little time.
Why not now?
Tomorrow, Your Honor.
Very well. Court's adjourned till tomorrow morning.
Whew. Oh, brother.
Now come, Susan, dear, finish your supper.
But I can't, Mother. All those things they're saying in the newspapers about Mr. Kringle and Mr. Gailey.
They're having this trial because he says he's Santa Claus.
He's so kind and nice and jolly. He's not like anyone else I know. He must be Santa.
You know something? I think perhaps you're right.
Is Mr. Kringle sad now, Mother?
I'm afraid he must be.
Then I'll write him a letter. Maybe that'll make him feel better. I'll cheer him up.
Oh, postman.
Yeah, lady?
Would you mind taking this letter?
Oh, sure, lady. We're going straight down to the post office now. Okay, Louie, take it away. Well, what do you know, Louie? Another letter for Santa Claus. Hey, here's a new one. Instead of the North Pole, this kid's got it addressed to Kris Kringle, New York County Courthouse.
Well, the kid's right.
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure. They got him on trial down there. He claims he's Santa Claus, and the DA claims he's nuts.
Hey, hey, I got an idea.
Huh?
How many Santa Claus letters we got down there in the dead letter office?
Oh, who knows? Must be 50,000 bags and bags all over the joint. Hey, you mean?
But, Frankie, why not? Wouldn't it be nice to get rid of them all? Wouldn't it?
Boy, oh boy. Look, Louie, soon as we get to the post office, we go and see the supervisor. You know something? I bet we both get promoted.
And since the defense has been unable to submit one shred of proof that Kris Kringle is the one and only Santa Claus, and since tonight is Christmas Eve, I ask Your Honor that this hearing be terminated without further delay.
I protest. I do have evidence.
5 minutes ago, you said you didn't.
During Mr. Mara's oration, the bailiff handed my client the evidence I refer to.
What evidence?
This letter, Your Honor.
Oh, yes, Mr. Kringle?
It's from Susan Walker. She believes in me. Oh, this letter means more to me than anything in the world.
That letter, Your Honor, was delivered by the United States Post Office, an official agency of the federal government. The Post Office Department was one of the largest business concerns in the world. Last year, it did a gross volume of over $1 billion, and this year...
Your Honor, I'm sure we're all gratified that the Post Office is getting along so well. But what bearing has it on the sanity of that man?
My point is that the Post Office Department is a model of efficiency. Furthermore, the laws of this country make it a criminal offense to willfully misdirect mail or intentionally deliver it to the wrong party.
The state of New York is second to none in its admiration of the Post Office Department. We're very happy to concede Mr. Gailey's claims.
For the record, Mr. Mara?
For the record. Anything to get on with this case.
Thank you. Your Honor, that letter just received by Mr. Kringle is positive proof that a competent...
One letter is hardly positive proof.
I have further exhibits, Your Honor, but I hesitate to produce them.
Come, Mr. Gailey. Put them here on my desk.
But, Your Honor, I don't...
said put them on my desk.
All right, boys, bring them in.
Your Honor, what is this?
Empty those mail sacks on Judge Harper's desk. Bring them all in or be fined for contempt of court.
No, just a second here.
We'll do it, Your Honor, through rain, through sleet, through courtrooms, anything. We deliver.
Mr. Gailey.
Your Honor, every one of those letters and every one of those mail sacks is addressed to Santa Claus. The post office is to deliver them. Therefore, the Post Office Department recognizes Kris Kringle to be the one and only Santa Claus.
Since the United States government declares this man to be Santa Claus, this court will not dispute it. Case dismissed. And for heaven's sake, get this mail out of my courtroom.
So as soon as I got out of court, I came straight to Macy's to see you, Doris.
Oh, Chris, I'm so glad you won.
Well, we're having a big Christmas party at the Brooks home tomorrow morning. I'd like so much to see you and Susan there.
We'll be there, Chris. Oh, Chris, couldn't you come home now and have dinner with us?
Now? Tonight? Me? My goodness, Doris, it's Christmas Eve. Alfred, look who came all the way out here to the home, just for our Christmas party.
Chris, it's Mr. Macy.
Mr. Gimble, too. Oh, excuse me, Alfred. Mrs. Walker and Susan have to leave now, and I want to see them before they go, so forgive me, will you?
But, Susie, darling, you got so many presents.
Not the one I wanted. Not the one Mr. Kringle was going to get for me.
Well, what was it?
Doesn't matter. I knew I wouldn't get it, but I thought he'd at least tell me why.
Susie. I'm sorry, Susie. I tried my best, but...
You couldn't get it because you're not Santa Claus.
Susan.
Just a nice old man like Mother said.
But I was wrong when I told you that. You must believe in Mr. Kringle and keep right on doing it. You must have faith in him.
But that doesn't make sense, Mother.
Faith is believing in things when common sense tells you not to.
What?
I mean, just because things don't turn out the way you want them to the first time, you've still got to believe in people. I found that...
Hello, Doris.
Fred.
Mr. Gailey.
Merry Christmas, Susie.
Gosh. You just get here and we're ready to leave.
Oh, I've been here.
All
And if you're ready to leave, I'll drive you home.
Before you go, here's a map I've made for you. You'll miss a lot of traffic. About 4 miles south, you will see Ashley Avenue. Now, that's the street you want. Ashley Avenue.
Thanks, Chris. And Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you, Fred. And to you, my dear. And to you, Susie.
I believe Mr. Kringle. I do. Silly, I suppose, but I do.
I don't understand it, Fred. The map Chris gave definitely says Ashley Avenue. We've been on Ashley Avenue now for...
Stop the car! Oh, stop the car, please!
Susie, what is it, darling? What's the matter?
There it is! The house! The house!
Susie!
What in the world?
She's running into that house.
But at least there's no one home. It's brand new. It's just been built.
Yeah, for sale, it says. For sale.
What on earth is that child up to?
Susie! Hey, Susie!
Here I am! Upstairs!
Now come right down. You know you shouldn't run around in other people's houses. That's strange.
I'll say.
No. I mean this house. I've seen this house somewhere. I know I have. Maybe in a magazine or...
Mother, it's our house. It's the one I asked him for, Mr. Kringle.
Mr. Kringle?
I know it is. Oh, you were right, Mommy. You were right.
Susie.
Mommy told me that if things didn't turn out just the way you wanted them at first, you've still got to believe, and I kept believing. And you were right, Mommy. Mr. Kringle is Santa Claus.
Now where are you going?
In back to see if there's a swing. There is one. Oh, there is one.
You told her that? About believing?
Well, you told me, Fred.
A sign outside. For sale, huh? Well, we can't let her down, can we?
I never really doubted you. It was just my silly common sense.
It even makes sense to believe in me now. I must be a pretty good lawyer. I take a little old man and legally prove to the world that he's Santa Claus. Now, you know that couldn't be.
Fred!
What's the matter?
There. In the corner. By the fireplace.
Oh, no. No.
It can't be. It couldn't.
A cane. Chris's cane. Well, there couldn't be two canes like this anywhere in the world.
Silver handle and all.
Hey, you know something? Maybe I didn't do such a wonderful thing after all.
Before our stars return for their curtain calls, Libby Collins wants to tell you about the wonderful way to decorate your Christmas tree, as we promised at the opening of the show.
You can give your tree that fresh from the woods look by covering it with real-looking snow you make yourself from a box of Lux Flakes.
So many people have asked for the Lux recipe for Christmas snow that we gave last week. We'll repeat it tonight. Listen carefully.
Take a large box of Lux Flakes. Gradually add 2 cups of lukewarm water and beat with an egg beater until it has the consistency of thick whipped cream. Then, with your fingers, spread the mixture over the branches of your tree. And that's all.
This snowy covering dries quickly, it won't melt, and lasts as long as the tree. Ask your dealer for a copy of this Christmas snow recipe.
I don't know of any other decoration that costs so little, yet does so much for your tree. It looks lovely used just with tree lights, or you can add your usual ornaments if you prefer.
Try it on your mantel decorations and table arrangements, too. It gives them a very professional look.
And makes the whole house look more Christmassy. Now, I'll repeat that recipe. Take a large box of Lux Flakes. Gradually add about 2 cups of lukewarm water and beat with an egg beater. While moist, spread the mixture along the branches. If you want extra glitter, shake on some shiny artificial snow before the mixture dries. Let the children help. They'll love doing it and love the snowy tree.
Back now to our producer, William Keeley.
Mr. Kringle's reindeer are waiting on the roof, but we've asked him to pause a moment before he leaves and come back to the footlights with Maureen O'Hara and John Payne. Ladies and gentlemen, it was a real thrill to everyone in Hollywood when Edmund Gwenn topped his entire 53 years as an actor with his great performance as Kris Kringle.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bill. Everyone connected with Miracle on 34th Street from George Seaton, the author-director, to the prop man helped me. They all believed in Santa Claus.
How could we help it?
I suppose you've got a strenuous time ahead, Chris. Yeah? Covering the entire world in one night.
John, if everyone believed in Santa Claus, peace would break out all over the world in 30 seconds.
I hope you won't be too busy to stop at my house. I'll have my stockings hung up.
Oh, well, I'll stop in, Maureen, but seems rather futile.
Why, Chris?
Well, I couldn't possibly fill her stocking as well as she does.
I see what you mean.
Bill, after that, I think you'd better tell us all about next week's play.
Next week, Maureen, a play straight from your native land. It's the 20th Century Fox picture, The Luck of the Irish. And the stars? Well, we have a superb cast. There's Dana Andrews, Ann Baxter, and Cecil Calloway. This is a delightful romance, presided over by a most mysterious leprechaun in the person of Cecil Calloway. I know you'll all enjoy it.
We'll be looking forward to it, Bill. And good night.
Good night.
Good night. Can I give anybody a lift in my sleigh?
Good night and a Merry, Merry Christmas. Before we meet again in this theater, the most joyful day in the year will have come and gone. There are, in our time, as in every time, a few foolish men who deride the spirit of Christmas. But in every country and in every time, they are overwhelmed by those who find in it the hope and happiness of the future, by those of us who believe in our hearts that there can be peace on this earth and goodwill among all men. On behalf of Lever Brothers Company and of us in the Lux Radio Theater, may I wish all of you the happiest of holidays. And we invite you all to join us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Dana Andrews, Ann Baxter, and Cecil Calloway in The Luck of the Irish. This is William Keeley saying good night and Merry Christmas.
Maureen O'Hara appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, producers of The Snake Pit, starring Olivia de Havilland and Mark Stevens. Edmund Gwenn appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the all-star Technicolor musical Words and Music, based on the lives and music of Rodgers and Hart. John Payne will soon be seen in the Paramount picture El Paso. Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of The Luck of the Irish, starring Dana Andrews, Ann Baxter, and Cecil Calloway. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Insurance Company of North America, the country's oldest and strongest stock, fire, and marine insurance company, and its affiliated companies. Philadelphia Fire and Marine Insurance Company, Indemnity Insurance Company of North America, and Life Insurance Company of North America present Bing Crosby with the Norman Luboff Choir and Paul Weston and his orchestra. North America companies dedicate this hour to their 20,000 agents and brokers throughout the United States and Canada, and to all independent agents and brokers everywhere. This is the happiest night of the year. It's Christmas Eve, friends. Time for a Christmas Sing with Bing.
Happy holiday, happy holiday. While the merry bells keep ringing, may your every wish come true.
Yes, friends, this is your second annual Christmas Sing with Bing. And this is Ken Carpenter inviting you to join your hearts and voices in the traditional spirit and songs of Christmas. And come along with Bing as we travel around the world for Christmas visits to France and England, Italy, the Netherlands and Canada, and all across the USA. We'll go to Korea to hear carols by our own GIs stationed there. We'll visit a picket ship of the Continental Air Defense System off the Pacific coast. And don't be surprised if we stop in your town. And now, let's sing with Bing.
Happy holiday to you. we come a-caroling among the leaves so green. Here we come a-wandering so fair to be seen.
Greetings, greetings, and Merry Christmas, fellow singers. Hope you're all set now for the Christmas chirp. I do hope you're in good voice and you're all ready to sing out on this second annual Christmas Eve Carol Fest. And incidentally, you might like to know that last year's sing is now available on Decca Records. You know, we're going to call on a lot of wonderful choirs and some of our good friends from all over the free world tonight. We're going to hear from Maurice Chevalier, Monsieur Paris himself. He'll be heard from Paris, France. And from Merry England, Miss Sarah Churchill. Here in Hollywood, we're going to tiptoe with Rosemary Clooney into the nursery as she sings a lullaby for her little ones. And way out in the mid-Pacific, a salty skipper of a cockle-shell picket ship is going to pipe us aboard. And we're going to hear the winning child's letter on what Christmas means to me, and I know you're going to be delighted when you hear it. So now, my eager nightingales, let's all join Paul Weston in the orchestra and the Norman Luboff Choir to sing our first merry song. It's going to be Deck the Halls with Boughs of Holly. Deck the halls. Are we ready? Well, let's go.
Deck the halls with boughs of holly, fa la 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 la. 'Tis the season to be jolly, fa la 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 la. Don we now our gay apparel, fa la 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 la. Troll the ancient Yuletide carol, fa la 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 la. Fast away the old year passes, fa la 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 la. Hail the new ye lads and lasses, fa la 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 la. Sing we joyous all together, fa la 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 la. Heedless of the wind and weather, fa la 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 la.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and boys and girls. It was a pleasure to deck the halls with you.
Ah, wonderful, Bing. You know, friends, serving others gets to be a way of life with independent local insurance agents and brokers. Everywhere you go, you'll find them giving generously of their time and efforts to community activities, especially in the fields they know so well: traffic safety, fire and accident prevention. When good citizens work together to protect our homes and families, the chances are you'll find an independent local agent or broker heading up the work, with the help of trained experts from the Insurance Company of North America companies. In your own neighborhood or community, you'll find your independent agent and broker is a good neighbor, a good citizen, a good friend of the family.
You know, most of us tonight are celebrating Christmas Eve surrounded by our friends, by conveniences, warmth, and comforts, and all the little things that we sort of take for granted when we live in America. But way out on the other side of the far horizons, there are a lot of fellas who have almost forgotten what a warm bed or an evening out dancing with the only gal feels like. They're out there for us, and we're honored to have them with us tonight. So now out across the Pacific Ocean to a tiny spot on the map, and the voice of Private First Class Joe Henderson. Come on in, Joe. We're waiting to hear from you.
This is Army Private First Class Joe Henderson of the American Forces Korea Network, speaking to you from Seoul, Korea. There's such a mixture of feelings in Korea that it would be impossible to relay them to you in a few short words. It can be stated simply that American soldiers are celebrating in the true spirit of Christmas, the spirit of giving. Most of the fellows have already opened their packages and gifts to see if there might be anything to give to the many small children of Korea left homeless. But the Christmas spirit is being conveyed by the songs of praise and adoration being played and sung by the men stationed here today. Songs such as this one a group of my buddies are going to sing now. It came upon a midnight clear.
It came upon a midnight clear, that glorious song of old, from angels bending near the earth to touch their harps of gold. Peace on the earth, goodwill to men, from heaven's all gracious King. The world in solemn stillness lay to hear the angels sing. Still through the cloven skies they come, with peaceful wings unfurled, and still their heavenly music floats o'er all the weary world. Above its sad and lowly plains they bend on heavenly wing, and ever o'er its babel sounds the blessed angels sing.
And now speaking for the men stationed in Korea, from all of us to all of you back home, a very Merry Christmas. We return you to Bing Crosby in Hollywood.
Thank you, Private First Class Joe Henderson and group. I want to tell you something. You all sounded great to us here in America. And a Merry Christmas to you all, too.
You know, it's wonderful what radio can do, Bing. You can sort of reach out and touch your loved ones, no matter where they are, all over the world.
You are right as rain, Ken. Look, before we take off again, I would like to invite everybody to sing again with the Norman Luboff Choir and with Paul Weston's music and myself. This selection, I suppose, well, it's probably one of the most revered songs of Christmas, Adeste Fidelis. Friends, won't you all sort of blend your voices in singing this immortal hymn with us? Adeste Fidelis, Leti triumphantes, venite, venite in Bethlehem. Natum videte, regem angelorum, venite adoremus, venite adoremus, venite adoremus, Dominum. Oh, come, all ye faithful, joyful and triumphant. Oh, come ye to Bethlehem. Come and behold him, born the King of angels. Oh, come, let us adore him. Oh, come, let us adore him. Oh, come, let us adore him. Christ the Lord. Oh, that was wonderful, real wonderful. Thanks to my fellow singers here in the studio, to the carolers out in the streets in their homes or wherever they happen to be.
What's the next stop on our itinerary?
You know, Ken, where we're going? Off to the continent, to Paris, France, and David Schoenbrunn, who, if all is as it should be, ça va, as it were, he should be in company with our very good friend Maurice Chevalier.
These are the bells of Notre Dame, Our Lady of Paris. For more than 700 years, these bells have brought to the people of Paris news of victory and of defeat, news of sorrow, news of joy. Tonight, the bells are tolling the news of Christmas and of gaiety, even though it is anything but a gay world. The French, however, like the Americans, enjoy their holidays and they intend to make the most of it. Here in Paris, well, why should I tell you about it? I have here with me Monsieur Paris himself, Maurice Chevalier. Let him tell you about Noël in Paris.
Hello, Bing, and hello to all friends in America. This is Maurice Chevalier, and I'm speaking from Paris, France. In some ways, we celebrate Christmas Eve a little differently here in France than you do in America. The children don't hang up their stockings for Santa Claus to fill. No, they put their shoes on the chimney place. Tonight, people in Paris will gather after midnight mass to enjoy le réveillon, a family dinner which is traditional on Christmas Eve to French people. We always eat turkey, blood sausage, pâté de foie, and of course we always drink a lot of wine, you know. All over the city the monuments are lighted. The Arc of Triumph, le Louvre, le Sacré-Cœur, and on the streets the hot chestnuts are being sold. What would Paris be without hot chestnuts? In the morning we will open our gifts and admire our Christmas styles just as you will, Bing. And also, like you, will remember the meaning of Christmas. And since this is a sort of song fest, well, here is a carol from Paris, a traditional Christmas song from all of us here to all of you in America. Merry Christmas, Bing. And to all of my good friends in America, this is Maurice Chevalier saying, Joyeux Noël.
Thank you, Maurice. And this is David Schonbrunn, returning you to Bing Crosby in Hollywood.
Thank you, David. We got it here. Merry Christmas to you, Maurice, and to all my friends in La Belle France.
You know, Bing, last year we received many thousands of letters commenting on the show and suggesting ideas for this year's Sing. You know, almost every letter mentioned your singing of White Christmas.
What's the matter? I didn't have the words right?
Oh, that'll be the day.
I think I know those.
Actually, what the folks mentioned was that, would you be sure to sing it again this year?
I am flattered, Ken, and I'm ready, too.
I just thought you would be.
White Christmas, ladies and gentlemen. You probably know most of the words by now, too, so just kind of elbow in here, won't you, my little co-singers? I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to know, where the treetops glisten and children listen to hear sleigh bells in the snow. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas. With every Christmas card I write, may your days be merry and bright, and may all your Christmases be white. Thanks, fellow warblers. Why don't we hop across the Atlantic once again to England this time and to a charming lady who is standing by in London to tell us what Christmas Eve is like over in her hometown. I'm speaking of Miss Sarah Churchill. Sarah, you know, really, well, she commutes, you might say, on an almost regular schedule between here and London town, but she makes it a point to be home for Christmas. So come in, London, and Miss Sarah Churchill.
Thank you, Bing. Like everyone, I'm glad to be home for Christmas. Of all holidays, it is the one where one most wants to be with one's family. Our way of celebrating Christmas is the same as yours. As with you, so with us, it is the children that are the most important. One thing that we have very much in common is the traditional Christmas carol, and children and grown-ups love to gather and sing them together, whether in church or at home or out under the stars on a frosty night outside a neighbor's house. So, right now, I would like to invite all of you in America to join us here in England as we add our voices to the Royal School of Church Music Choir to sing, "Unto Us a Child is Born." This is Sarah Churchill wishing each and every one of you a Merry Christmas and returning you to Bing Crosby in Hollywood.
Oh, that was very nice, Sarah, very pleasant. We enjoyed the call and the carol, too. Our Yuletide greetings to all over there. Now, folks, we're going to make another impressive visit as our round-the-world broadcast stops at Salt Lake City. To Salt Lake City and the world-famous Tabernacle Choir. Here's the voice of Mr. Richard Evans.
Thank you, Bing Crosby. This is Richard Evans speaking from the Tabernacle on Temple Square in Salt Lake City, from the crossroads of the West. The miracle of this blessed season has once more moved upon us with its quality of kindliness, which lights the eyes of children and mellows the hearts of men, as we remember the birth, the mission, and the message of the Redeemer of mankind. And now, with J. Spencer Cornwall conducting and Alexander Schreiner at the organ, the Salt Lake Mormon Tabernacle Choir will sing a cherished and meaningful song from Handel's Messiah with the words of the heavenly host. Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace, goodwill toward men. May peace be with you, this day and always. And now back to Bing Crosby and Hollywood.
Our thanks, our deepest thanks, to the Salt Lake Tabernacle Choir for an inspiring contribution to this evening's Carol Fest. Well, Christmas Eve means many things to many people, and to most of us, it means last-minute shopping, last-minute wrapping of last-minute Christmas gifts, last-minuteness. But to the men of the Navy, the Marines, the Armed Forces, and the Air Force, Christmas Eve is a great deal more than this. It's a night for work. It's a night to pay very strict attention to the matter at hand. And that's why tonight, on this Christmas Eve in the year 1956, we take a great deal of pride in moving our microphones out to sea, out to the picket ship locator, because the locator is on station some 350 miles off the Pacific coast for a reason. She's a proud member of the CONAD team, the Continental Air Defense System. So to tell you more about this remarkable ship and its crew, let's go now to the picket ship locator, steaming a prescribed course somewhere off the Pacific coast. To the picket ship locator and her skipper, Lieutenant Commander Wigner.
Hello, Bing. This is Lieutenant Commander Wigner, commanding the picket ship locator. We are on station as a part of the system that protects the U.S. against sudden air attack. The locator is a ship that acts as a floating radar platform, designed to work as a team with the super constellations that overfly us 24 hours a day. And by that I mean we're extending the eyes of the shore defenses many miles out to sea. The locator is quite a ship, Bing, and I'm going to ask Lieutenant Touton to give you a rundown on her. Lieutenant Touton?
Thank you, Captain. Well, the locator is actually a Liberty ship, remodeled from the last war to become an advanced set of eyes and ears for the Continental Air Defense System. We have all sorts of recreation halls aboard, including a basketball court and a movie theater. But the heart, the brain of the ship is here, amidships in Combat Information Center. Tonight we are doing just about the same thing that you're doing back on the mainland, celebrating Christmas Eve. We have a tree, and tomorrow morning we'll open our presents. And tonight, just like you're doing, we'll sing some of the wonderful Christmas carols. And we'll think of many people who we'd like to have with us, and who are thinking of us tonight. So now, Bing, we'd like you and all of your friends, wherever they might be, to join us in one of the best loved of all the Christmas carols, the first Noel.
The first Noel, the angel did say, was to certain poor shepherds in fields as they lay, in fields where they lay keeping their sheep on a cold winter's night that was so deep. Noel, 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 born is the King of Israel. They looked it up and saw a star shining in the east beyond them far, and to the earth it gave great light, and so it continued both day and night. Noel, 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 born is the King of Israel. Amen.
Well, that's it, Bing. And from all of us here on the picket ship locator, a very Merry Christmas. And the best of everything to you and yours. This is Lieutenant Commander Wigner returning you to the mainland and Bing Crosby.
Ah, that was well done, Commander. Our congratulations to the men of your command.
Say, it's about time to let our friends along the network know who we are.
That's right, Ken. Grab it and pass it, will you?
Well, for no more than a moment, and then we'll be back to Sing with Bing. This is the CBS Radio Network. North America companies are bringing you this Christmas Sing with Bing as a holiday greeting from their 20,000 agents and brokers throughout the United States and Canada and the free world. Now, these are your fellow townsmen, independent businessmen and women whose first loyalty is to you, their friends and clients. Through the protection of North America policies, they bring you peace of mind, serving the family, the home, the farm, factory, bank, and store. For 165 years, North America companies have stood between their policyholders and loss from fire, theft, accident, or perils of the sea, always pioneering, developing new and better forms of insurance to fit your changing needs in this fast-changing world. The North America pledges itself to maintain this policy in 1957 as in the past through your own local independent agents and brokers.
Here we come a-caroling among the leaves so green. Here we come a-wandering so fair to be seen.
Well, what do you say now that you're warmed up? Would you stand by, please, to join in with the carolers here in the local time zone? Our next song is Jingle Bells. I guess everybody ought to know that one. You certainly ought to know enough of it to get by, so let's hear from you now. It's Jingle Bells. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
Jingle, 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 jingle.
Dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh. O'er the fields we go, laughing all the way. Bells and bobtail ring, making spirits bright. What fun it is to ride and sing a sleighing song tonight.
Hey, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Hey, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle, 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 jingle.
Ah, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
Hey!
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
Ah, that was a rouser, Bing.
Oh, wasn't that great? Of course, Jingle Bells Ken always leaps around pretty good.
It sure does, but, Bing, I must tell you, I didn't sing that time.
What do you mean? You played hooky during Jingle Bells?
No, not exactly hooky. I was busy unwrapping this package for you.
Oh, well, then you're excused. Say, looky here.
Something?
Isn't that nice? A beautiful framed engraving. Huh? What does it say? The State House in Philadelphia in 1776 by John Sears. State House. Oh, that's Independence Hall, isn't it?
Yes, and John Sears, Bing, was one of the great engravers of all time.
Oh, I can see, yeah.
Pretty?
I guess this engraving is a collector's item, huh, Ken?
Oh, it sure is. And you're just the collector who can collect these items.
It's a Christmas gift, I suppose.
Well, it certainly is, Bing. It's from John A. Diamond, president of the North America Companies.
Well, it's truly a beautiful thing. I shall always treasure it, and I want to thank Mr. Diamond very much.
Well, aren't you going to thank me for opening it?
Oh, yes. Pardon me. Thanks. You were very clever.
Glad to do it, Bing. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Well, you know, Bing, the Insurance Company of North America has a real connection with Independence Hall. The company was founded in 1792 in the very same room in Independence Hall in which the Declaration of Independence was signed. It was organized as a true private enterprise by friends of George Washington, who was then serving his first term as president. Through 165 years, the North America and their agents have carried on the tradition of independence and devotion to the public interest that was established in Independence Hall.
Time now to switch to Philadelphia, Ken, and we're going to hear from the Insurance Company of North America Company's chorus, directed by Dr. Charles T. McClary, in their selection, Jesus, Rest Your Head.
Jesus, Jesus, rest your head. You have got a manger bed. All ye
Oh, that was just fine. Really a wonderful sound. Certainly happy you could be with us. And now, for another bright Christmas moment, we've come to the time for the best child's letter on what Christmas means to me. Our winner this year is Edward Tachawena, who lives in the Moenkopi Hopi Indian Village, 80 miles outside of Flagstaff, Arizona. Here now, then, is Edward. He's going to be reading his own letter direct from his home. Edward, that's your cue, boy. Come in here.
Dear Mr. Crosby, I am a little Hopi Indian boy, 9 years old. I live in Moenkopi Village, and I am in the 3rd grade. You set on the radio to write and tell you what Christmas means to me. At Christmas, what I like best, we sing for our fathers and mothers and grandfathers and grandmothers and all our friends. We have your records, and it makes us all happy to sing with you 12 days of Christmas. Here comes Santa Claus, and best of all, Silent Night. Then when February comes, we have bean dance, and that is our Hopi way Christmas. We get presents, bows and arrows, and the girls get kachina dolls. And again we sing, and we are happy. On the Hopi sun shield, the feathers means the good wishes of the Hopi people go to the 4 corners of the world. So Christmas in December and in February means happiness to me. I hope you are happy too. Your friend, Edward Tachawena.
Oh, gee, that was a great letter, Edward. I'm going to let you in on a little secret now, too. You know, Edward, I've been talking to your friend, Mr. Guy Dickerson, the principal of your village school, and Mr. Dickerson told me in great privacy that you've got your heart set on a bicycle. Well, I also had a little chat with Santa Claus. I was pretty lucky. I got him on the phone just before he left the North Pole, and I'm pretty sure that bike is going to be right under the tree at your school tomorrow morning. Matter of fact, I'm quite certain that Santa's also seeing to it that the kids of your school get some footballs and basketballs and a lot of other athletic equipment, things that they're going to like and enjoy. So, Merry Christmas, Edward Tachawena, from all of us here. And our very sincere thanks, too, to you for sending your nice thoughts to us on the meaning of Christmas.
It's about time to continue our Christmas swing around the world to deliver greetings and hear Christmas songs and customs from our friends in Canada, Italy, France, England, and Holland. But wherever we go, Insurance Company of North America companies are there, too.
Yes, that's true, friends, because North America companies are a worldwide organization. They have offices and agents in every city we're going to visit. Right now, for instance, we go to Holland, where we pick up Fritz Tors. He's speaking from The Hague. Fritz, a Merry Christmas to you and to all our friends in Holland.
December is a busy month in Holland, but Christmas Eve and Christmas Day are in the first place times of family gatherings round the Christmas tree, of contemplation for many, and of church-going. What we call Second Christmas Day, December 26, is gayer. That's the day for parties. On this Christmas 1956, we wish that peace in our hearts may go hand in hand with the universal peace in the world, that indeed there will be goodwill among men. This is Fritz Tors speaking from Holland, and now asking you to listen to one of our choirs singing De Nederige Geboorte, the simple birth.
Come on,
Thank you, Fritz. Gee, it was good to hear from you again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, listen. Those are the bells of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. Tonight, as Christmas casts its magic spell across the world, let's all sing about the Holy Land, O little town of Bethlehem. O little town of Bethlehem, how still we see thee lie above thy deep and dreamless sleep. The silent stars go by, yet in thy dark street shineth the everlasting light. The hopes and fears of all the years are met in thee tonight. Say, haven't we covered a lot of territory so far tonight?
Righto, Bing. And now we're about to visit our good friends and neighbors to the north as we travel to Ottawa, the capital of Canada. But to the Insurance Company of North America, you folks in Canada are closer than neighbors. You're part of the family. North America companies are proud to have been a part of Canadian life ever since 1879.
Let's call on the city of Ottawa, where the mayor of Ottawa, Her Worship Charlotte Whitten, is waiting to bring us greetings. Mayor Whitten, are you there?
I certainly am, Mr. Crosby. And with me, I have a 40-voice choir from Ottawa, under our own Bill McCauley as musical director. And I can think of no lovelier greeting this Christmas season to go out across the crisp night air than this music from Ottawa on the Ottawa. To you all, from the people of Ottawa, a blessed, happy Christmastide in the name of the corporation, through the mayor who is speaking.
Thank you, Mayor Whitten, and all you singers in Ottawa. You know, Ken, we were trying to borrow Santa's sled and reindeer for this next little jaunt, but seems that Santa is using the equipment himself tonight, so we'll have to resort to our usual mode of transportation and say the magic words that'll whisk us to the Children's Hospital, right here in Los Angeles, California. To the Children's Hospital and a group of young Hollywood people who call themselves the Voices of Christmas. These kids spend a lot of time every Christmas to spread as much cheer as they possibly can. Cheer to the young and to the sick. And so now, here we go to the Children's Hospital and to the Voices of Christmas, conducted by Maestro Les Brown. Les?
Hello, Bing. I guess that from the sounds you can hear in the background, I don't have to tell you we've got quite a crowd here tonight. We're here in the orthopedic ward of the Children's Hospital in Los Angeles, and all the kids are sitting around. We're trying to entertain them with our Christmas carols. So let's have a go at one of the best known of our Christmas carols. It's Good King Wenceslas.
Good King Wenceslas looked out on the feast of Stephen, when the snow lay round about, deep and crisp and even. Brightly shone the moon that night, though the frost was cruel, when a poor man came in sight, gathering winter fuel. Hither, page, and stand by me, if thou know'st it telling, yonder peasant, who is he, where and what is dwelling? Sire, he lives a good league hence, underneath the mountain, right against the forest fence, by St. Agnes' fountain. Bring me flesh and bring me wine, bring me pine logs hither, thou and I will see him dine when we bear them thither. Page and monarch, forth they went together, through the rude wind's wild lament, and the bitter weather.
That's it, Bing. Merry Christmas from the Children's Hospital in Los Angeles to all of you.
Thanks, Les. And thanks to all those fine voices you have with you.
And it seems to me, Mr. C., that it's about time to hear from you again.
I've been away?
Well, not exactly, but it's time for another carol, isn't it?
Oh, it's always time for another carol. Here's a carol for the whole family. Everybody now, Norman Luboff, Paul Weston, and you singers out there, it's Joy to the World.
Joy to the world, the Lord is come. Let earth receive her King. Let every heart prepare him room. And heaven and nature sing, and heaven and nature sing, and heaven and nature sing.
All right, everybody now in the family key, please.
Joy to the world, the Savior reigns. Let men their songs employ. While fields and floods, rocks, hills and plains, repeat the sounding joy. Repeat the sounding joy. Repeat the sounding joy. Repeat the sounding joy. Joy to the world, the Lord is come. Let earth receive her King. Let every heart prepare him room. And heaven and nature sing, and heaven and nature sing, and heaven and nature sing.
Ah, magnificent, Bing.
It was nice, yes, Ken. But before we switch back to Europe, don't you have a brief message from the Insurance Company of North America?
Well, this has been an eventful year for the Insurance Company of North America. One of the highlights was forming Life Insurance Company of North America in September. Formation of the Life Company carries out the North America's very sensible plan to provide to policyholders from a single source every kind of protection that they may need. Individuals, families, businesses, and industries here and abroad will benefit from this latest progress by the North America.
Friends, we're going to take you now to Rome. To Rome and one of the finest singing groups, I suppose, in the world, the Vatican Choir. Grazie, grazie. See, those beautiful voices were thrilling. Well, we're getting along now towards the end of our Christmas sing. The trees are trimmed, the presents are wrapped. I guess Mom and Dad are checking off the last second things that have to be done before the big morning arrives. How the dickens are we going to get the kids to sleep? We're going to need a lullaby about here, and I can't think of anybody more qualified to sing it than Rosemary Clooney, the mother of two. Why don't we slip into the nursery, and see how she's doing with her brood? What do you say? Are you there, Mother?
I'm right here, Bing, and so is Miguel and Maria.
I suppose they're eagerly awaiting a lullaby, huh?
Mm-hmm. Tonight the lullaby will be away in a manger.
Say, Rosie, you mind if we sort of sing along with you?
That would be quite agreeable, Bing, but gently.
Yes, yes, yes.
Away in a manger, no crib for a bed, the little Lord Jesus laid down his sweet head. The stars in the sky looked down where he lay. The little Lord Jesus asleep on the hay. The cattle are lowing, the poor baby wakes, but little Lord Jesus no crying he makes. I love thee, Lord Jesus, look down from the sky and stay by my cradle till morning is nigh. Well, good night, Bing, and Merry Christmas.
A very Merry Christmas, Rosemary. Merry, Merry Christmas. And so with Santa on his way, silence settling down on the land, I don't think there's really much more we can add. So now would you join me now, everybody, in this best known of all Christmas songs? Silent night, holy night, all is calm, all is bright, round yon virgin mother and child, holy infant, so tender and mild, sleep in heavenly peace, sleep in heavenly peace. Silent night, holy night, shepherds quake at the sight, glory stream from heaven afar, heavenly hosts sing hallelujah. Christ the Savior is born. Christ the Savior is born. Merry Christmas, everybody. Merry Christmas to you all, and good night.
Happy holiday, while the merry bells keep ringing, may your every wish come true.
Thanks for joining our Christmas Eve Sing with Bing, presented by the Insurance Company of North America, the country's oldest and strongest stock, fire, and marine insurance company, and its affiliated companies, Philadelphia Fire and Marine Insurance Company, Indemnity Insurance Company of North America, and Life Insurance Company of North America. This has been the North America's way of saying thanks to all of you in Canada and the United States on behalf of independent insurance agents and brokers everywhere. North America companies, Bing Crosby and yours truly, Ken Carpenter, are happy you were with us, and we'd like to ask you a favor. Please drive carefully over the holidays for your own sake and the sake of others. May all your holidays be free from care and never careless. Merry Christmas!
Happy holiday to you.
Sing with Bing was produced by Sam Pierce and Bill Morrow and directed by Murdo Mackenzie. Music by Paul Weston and the Norman Luboff Choir. Transcribed from Hollywood, Philadelphia, Paris, Ottawa, Korea, Rome, London, The Hague, Mid-Pacific, Moine Kopi Village, Arizona, and the Holy Land. And has been presented over the combined facilities of the CBS Radio Network and the Dominion Network of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, and will be broadcast over the Armed Forces Radio Network and the Voice of America. This is Frank Goss, joining Bing Crosby, Ken Carpenter, and all the rest, wishing you a happy holiday.
Hey, Abbott, what time is it? It's time for the Abbott and Costello show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello show.
It's the new transcribed Abbott and Costello show with their new singing discovery, Susan Miller and Matty Malnick's orchestra. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
All right, Costello. Look at you. You're all messed up. Where have you been?
Well, I was doing some last-minute shopping. I bought a dress for our maid. The sales lady asked me to slip it on for size. And before I could get it off, I was dancing with 3 sailors at the Palladium.
Now, did you remember to get that clock for our producer?
Yeah, I got him a dandy clock.
Cuckoo?
Yeah, he's a little nuts.
No. Never mind that. Did you get that box of artificial snow?
What's your language, Abbott? Artificial snow? In California, we call that stuff Miami mist.
Did you find out what the rest of the people on the show wanted, Lou?
Yes. Our announcer wants a pipe, a leather jacket, and a gallon of gin. But he says you won't be mad if you don't get the pipe and the leather jacket.
Did you get the presents for Matty Malnick like I told you to?
Oh, yeah. I got the 5 girls waiting up in the hall.
Girls, I told you to get 5 shirts for Malnick.
Oh, I thought you said skirts.
Now, what would Mattie do with 5 girls?
Don't mind him, folks. She's getting a pogo stick for Christmas. And I also got some mistletoe.
You don't even know what mistletoe is.
I do so.
All right. What is it, a vine or a plant?
It's an excuse.
Hey, will you please talk sense, Lou? I hope you didn't drag that little fat kid that lives next door to you down to the store to see Santa Claus.
Oh, yes. And with those crowds awful, that poor little fat kid got squashed in between Sidney Greenstreet and Kate Smith.
Where is he now?
He's got a job with the circus. He's the tallest, skinniest 6-year-old boy in the world.
Keep quiet, Costello, will you? That's enough from you. Give my friend here a chance at the microphone.
Abbott and Costello fans, if you'd like to shoot off to musical heaven, do it with a Bing Crosby. Yes, later tonight on the Bing Crosby Show, the groaner will salute the Yuletide with his favorite seasonal songs, sung your favorite way. And in addition to the musical portion of the show, you'll hear Bing's presentation of a moving and tender Christmas drama. This great Bing Crosby Show is definitely a must for Christmas Eve listening. So be sure to hear it on ABC tonight at 10 in the East, at 9 elsewhere in the nation. Next week, New Year's Eve, there'll be a new addition to ABC's great Wednesday night lineup. It's the Tony Martin Show featuring Alan Long with Evelyn Knight, the Victor Young Orchestra, and the Jeff Alexander Chorus and Jimmy Wallington. Remember, hear the Bing Crosby Christmas Show tonight, and next Wednesday night, the Star Theater presents the Tony Martin Show.
Well, Costello, it's Christmas Eve. I understand you played Santa Claus on the Vox Pop show at our youth foundation.
Yes, I stuffed a feather pillow under my Santa Claus suit, just like you told me, and some little kid with sharp fingernails poked me in the stomach.
What happened?
I snowed on him for 10 minutes. Then when I was going upstairs, another kid hit me in the escalator with a lollipop.
No, you mean escalator. An escalator is a kisser.
That's where he hit me. Then Warren, Hull, and me trimmed the Christmas tree with spaghetti and meatballs.
You idiot! You trimmed a Christmas tree with spaghetti?
Yeah, and it sure was pretty. When we plugged it in, you should have seen those meatballs light up.
You please talk sense.
Those kids at the foundation remind me of the days when I was a kid, Abbott. I never had any money for Christmas. When I wanted money, I used to go out and wrestle the organ grinder's monkey for his penny.
That's terrible.
You're telling me I only won once in 7 years.
Well, things are different now. Now, Costello, my pal.
Oh, sure.
What did you get for Buddy Abbott, your dear friend?
Oh, Abbott, you are my dear friend.
Sure.
And nothing is too good for you.
Thanks, pal.
And nothing is what you're going to get.
You mean you haven't bought my present yet?
Oh, yes, I bought you an incense burner and a mirror.
What can I do with an incense burner?
You can burn punk in it.
Where am I going to find the punk?
That's where the mirror comes in.
That's a fine way to talk after the wonderful presents the gang gave you last year.
Wonderful present?
Yes.
You gave me a mustache cup, and I ain't got no mustache. The announcer gave me an automobile horn, and I ain't got no car. And Susan Miller gave me a cane-bottom chair. It's a good thing I got an end table.
Costello, you're getting more stupid every day. How do you manage to increase your ignorance?
I put on extra help over the holidays. Hey, Abbott, you know I was over to my Uncle Mike's farm putting up Christmas decorations? I even hung jingle bells on the cows.
Where did you hang them? On their horns?
Well, I ain't saying, Abbott, but tomorrow morning when Uncle Mike milks those cows, he's going to be a Swiss bell ringer.
Costello, don't you miss not being home for Christmas?
Yeah, good old Paterson, New Jersey. The biggest town in the country. I got a Christmas card from my mother in Paterson.
From your mom?
Yeah.
What did she say?
I'll read it. Dear son Louis, it is Christmas time again, and I sure miss you. Last night I sat for 3 hours looking at your vacant chair. Ain't that touching?
That's beautiful. Read the rest of it.
Then I went out to see your latest moving picture. I should have stayed home and looked at your vacant chair. There will always be a light burning for you in the window. P.S. I'm enclosing the electric bill.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Costello. I just saw your picture, The Wistful Widow of Wagandap, and you were wonderful, simply wonderful.
Where did you see it?
I was standing in the lobby of the theater, and I watched the picture through a popcorn machine.
Oh, through a popcorn machine.
Yes, and you'd be surprised how much better you look with a little butter and a pinch of salt.
That was Abbott's nephew, folks.
Let him alone, Lou. He's dying to be an actor.
Well, he got his wish. He just died with that last joke.
Hello, boys.
Well, it's Susan Miller. It's lucky you happened along, Susan. Costello don't know what to get his Aunt May for Christmas.
Well, maybe I can help you, Costello. Why don't you get her one of those new facial kits?
One of those what?
Costello, Susan is suggesting that you buy Aunt May a kit.
Why should I buy her a kit? Maybe someday she might have kits of her own.
Oh, Costello. Costello, you tickle me.
You tickle me first. I'm bashful.
Why don't you listen to Susan's suggestion? Come on.
Costello, now, how about something for your Aunt May's hair? Does she have a snood?
Certainly she's got a snoot.
Well, is it a short snood that hangs down over her back?
No, it's a long snoot that hangs down over her chin.
No, Susan is trying to find out how she does her hair. Does she pile it up on top of her head, or does she drop it down on her neck?
She hangs it up in the closet.
Oh, look, Costello. Does your Aunt May wear her hair off her face?
No, it takes too long to wear it off. She has to pull it out with tweezers.
Susan, Costello's Aunt May is short and fat, just like him.
How much does your Aunt May weigh?
260 pounds with her girdle on.
Well, how much does she weigh with it off?
She's never been able to get it off.
Oh, forget about your Aunt May, Costello. What did you get me for Christmas?
Well, I'll give you a gift. It comes in a box, you wear it on your finger, and it shines.
What do you know? Nail polish again. So long, Fatso.
You can't treat Susan that way. She's a very vain girl. For Christmas, you should get her something that will appeal to her vanity.
Okay, I'll get her a feather duster for her bedroom.
Will that appeal to her?
No, but it will tickle her vanity.
Costello, is that any way to talk on Christmas Eve?
Oh, I'm glad you reminded me, Abbott. All the kids all over the country are waiting for me to tell them a Christmas story. Now, once upon a time...
What is the story about?
It's about 2 pages long.
Oh.
Look, I don't need no help from you, Abbott, so don't interrupt me while I'm telling it. Now, keep your mouth shut. Why don't you take a walk through the park and show the squirrels what a real nut looks like?
Here. Go ahead. Tell your story.
Now, Scrooge was waiting in his office for his old partner, Marley. But Marley didn't show up. He had a broadcast.
Marley had a broadcast?
Yes. Didn't you ever hear Fibber, McGee, and Marley?
No. I happen to know the story, Costello, and Marley was not Fibber's partner. He was Scrooge's partner.
Oh, I know that. They were partners for years, like Burns and Durante, Lum and Amos, and Hope and Costello.
Now, wait a minute. Costello, you've got that all mixed up.
Believe me, it's better that way.
Oh. Hope and Costello. Costello, you've been working with me for 10 years.
Wait till Hope hears about this.
Your dummy Hope has been using Kelowna for years.
He must smell pretty good by now. You know, I sprinkle that stuff on myself. I use the imported kind.
Machiavelli?
No, just a little dab behind each ear.
You idiot. You started to tell the story of Scrooge. Now, you've got Scrooge in the office. Now, continue.
Well, one day, Scrooge's nephew came over to the office and said,
Merry Christmas, Uncle Scrooge. Why don't you come over to my house for Christmas dinner?
Scrooge got mad. He grabbed his nephew by the neck and threw him out into the snow. And the nephew started crying.
Please, please, Uncle Scrooge. It's cold out here in the snow. I'm freezing. I've got no shoes.
Scrooge opened the window and laughed.
If you're cold, take this match and give yourself a hot foot.
Then the nephew said,
Please, please, Uncle Scrooge, let me in.
And Scrooge laughed. And the nephew cried, no, hi. And then Scrooge laughed. Low. And then the nephew cried.
Wait a minute, Costello. Wait a minute. What are you doing?
I'm acting, Abbott. If my mother hadn't cut my curls off when I was a baby, I'd have been another Bette Davis.
Shame on you, Costello, to come out here on a Christmas Eve and take a beautiful story like Dickens' Christmas carols and twist it into an inane, senseless conglomeration of gibberish. Tell me, why do you do these things?
Oh, I'm a bad boy.
Abbott and Costello will be back with more of their antics in just a moment. But first, listen to this.
Let me tell you a bit more about the Tony Martin Show, which will follow Bing Crosby in ABC's great lineup of shows next Wednesday night and every Wednesday night thereafter. For wonderful music, there will be songs by Tony Martin, plus beautiful melodic interpretations by lovely Evelyn Knight, with the Victor Young Orchestra and the Jeff Alexander Chorus. In the comedy department, you'll roar over the hilarious antics of Alan Young as he jumps from one riotous predicament to another. Yes, the Tony Martin Show, featuring Alan Young with Evelyn Knight, the Victor Young Orchestra, the Jeff Alexander Chorus, and Jimmy Wallington, is a welcome addition to the great lineup of shows heard over most ABC stations Wednesday night. Vox Pop, Mayor of the Town, starring Lionel Barrymore, Abbott and Costello, Bing Crosby, and another newcomer to the lineup, the Groucho Marx Show. For wonderful Yuletide listening later tonight, be sure not to miss the Bing Crosby Christmas Show. And now back to ABC's Abbott and Costello Show.
And now here is vivacious Susan Miller with Matty Malnick and his orchestra.
Sleigh bells ring, are you listening? In the lane, snows are glistening. A beautiful sight, we're happy tonight, walking in a winter wonderland. Gone away is the bluebird, here to stay is a new bird. He sings a love song as we go along, walking in a winter wonderland. In the meadow we can build a snowman, then pretend that he is Parson Brown. He'll say, are you married? We'll say, no, man, but you can do the job when you're in town. Later on, we'll conspire as we dream by the fire to face unafraid the plans that we've made, walking in a winter wonderland. In the meadow, we can build a snowman, then pretend that he's Parson Brown. He'll say, are you married? We'll say, no, man, but you can do the job when you're in town. Later on, we'll conspire as we're sitting in front of a fire, face unafraid the plans that we've made, walking in a winter wonderland. To face unafraid the plans that we've made, walking in a winter wonderland.
Costello, who dragged that tree in here?
I did. That's our Christmas tree.
You dummy, that's not a Christmas tree. That's an orange tree.
I wondered why the ornaments were so juicy.
Costello, isn't your mother going to hang your stocking on the fireplace?
I told her not to. Last year she hung my stockings upside down. And Christmas morning I had a terrible headache.
Oh, wait a minute. How could hanging your stocking upside down give you a headache?
She forgot to take me out of them.
Talk sense, please. All our friends will be here soon for our Christmas party. Now, better light a fire in the fireplace. Here, throw this gasoline on the log to start it.
Nothing doing. I ain't throwing no gasoline in the fireplace. My brother did that once.
What happened?
Haven't you read his book, 30 Seconds Over Tokyo?
Well, I hope you got presents for everybody.
Oh, sure. I even got my sister's baby a toy rhinoceros.
Rhinoceros? You can't even spell rhinoceros.
So what? Show me a rhinoceros that can spell Costello.
What else did you get the baby?
An electric Indian blanket.
Now, wait a minute. What good is an electric Indian blanket for a baby?
Well, if he kicks at night, it sends up smoke signals.
What did you get your nephew Bobby?
Something to help him in his geography class. One of those statistical graphs that indicate topographical elevations and depressions according to the longitudinal and latitudinal hemispheric zones.
You mean map?
Isn't it funny? I can never think of that word. Did I say something wrong?
No. Costello, what did you do with that present I gave you last year?
It's in the cellar, Abbott. I don't like those electric lawnmowers.
Lawnmowers? You idiot, that was an electric razor.
No wonder it took me 3 months to mow the front lawn.
Well, never mind that. Did you send out all the party invitations?
Sure. I even sent one to my cousin Vincent Varello, the famous builder.
Vincent Varello? What did he ever build?
A tunnel through the mountains to Glendale. Now, instead of taking an hour, people can get to Glendale in 5 minutes.
That's good.
What's good about it? You still can't get nobody to go to Glendale.
What else did he build?
Huh?
What else did he build?
Well, he's building some of those new, well-built California apartment houses. He started on it yesterday.
When will it be finished?
Thursday.
He started a California apartment house on Tuesday, and it will be finished Thursday?
Yeah, the reason it took so long, the men won't work on Christmas. He's only going to rent to veterans. Each apartment is $175 a month.
Costello, what veteran can afford to pay rent of $175 a month?
General Myers.
Well, never mind that. What other relatives did you invite here for Christmas?
My Uncle Jim Kelly, the famous farrier. He's the guy that crossed the beaver with a kangaroo and a chimpanzee.
How did it work out?
He now has fur coats with pockets that hang themselves in the closet.
Now, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, my Uncle Jim is also working on another experiment. He's breeding a Plymouth Rock hens with clay pigeons.
What for?
To get chickens who can lay bricks.
There's the mailman, Costello. Let him in.
Merry Christmas, Costello. Got a lot of packages here for you. They're all from movie stars.
Now, how do you know?
Well, when you've been delivering packages as long as I have, you can tell by the smell who they're from.
Oh, you can? By the smell?
Yeah. Now, what have you been smelling lately? Let me know there. Oh, now you take this one.
You take it. I've smelled enough of that. Can you take that letter? I don't want it. Wait a minute. Let's find out if he's telling the truth. What is that?
This here package is from Lana Turner. Now, this one is from Hedy Lamarr. And this one, well, what do you know? You got one from Trigger.
Anything for me, mailman?
No, nothing for you. But here's a bottle of perfume somebody sent your wife. The directions say put 1 drop behind each ear before leaving the house.
Abbott, 3 drops and your wife will be ready to go out.
Costello, my wife hasn't got 3 ears. I should know. I kiss her behind the ear every morning.
You've got to. That's where her lips are.
Mr. Abbott, I hear your wife is going to have her face lifted.
Oh, the doctor did lift her face.
Yes, and when he saw what was underneath, he dropped it again.
Never mind that, Costello. This is Christmas Eve. Give the mailman an eggnog.
Oh, thanks. And put a little bourbon in it.
Why?
Well, the eggnog gives me strength.
And the bourbon?
That gives me an idea what to do with the strength.
Merry Christmas. What a wonderful night Christmas Eve is, Costello, don't you think?
Yes.
Think of it. All over the world, people are trimming Christmas trees.
I can just see them.
Yep.
In France, I see an old man. He's trimming a Christmas tree. In Belgium, I see a gang of kids. They're trimming a Christmas tree. In Pismo Beach, I see a boy and a girl. Well, everybody can't be trimming Christmas trees.
Costello, you look tired. Why don't you run upstairs and take a nap till the crowd gets here?
I'm scared to go upstairs, Abbott. Last night I was up there all alone, and I thought I heard a girl's voice coming from the hall. I was afraid to look.
Why?
I was afraid nobody would be there.
There you go, talking about girls again.
Why not? I've been going with girls since I was in the 3rd grade.
3rd grade? How could you have known anything about girls at that age?
I was 19.
Take a nap, and I'll put the tinsel on the tree. Say, by the way, where did you get this tinsel?
At the 5 and 10 cent store.
5.
And while we're trimming a tree, Abbott, put that red and green traffic light on top.
Costello, where did you steal that traffic light?
at the corner of Hollywood and Vine.
Wasn't anybody watching?
Don't be silly. Who watches traffic lights in California? Well, Abbott, I think I'll take a nap in the bookcase.
Why don't you lie down on the bed?
I can't. It's full of books.
Oh, all right. It's kind of chilly in here. Better put on your pajama tops.
What?
Your tops.
Abbott, you're pretty nice yourself. Well, I'll take a little nap now. I think I'll go in the kitchen and sleep in the bread box.
No, you dummy. The bread box is full of crumbs.
Abbott, what is your family doing in my bread box?
Oh, lay down on the sofa and go to sleep.
Okay. Good night, Abbott.
Good night.
Wake me up if anybody comes. Oh, so sleepy.
Abbott, I don't think nobody is coming to our party. I'll put on my Santa Claus suit. We'll hop in my sleigh and drive over to Susan Miller's house. Gee, I can't wait to climb down her chimney. I'll get the sleigh and hitch up my fog deer.
That's reindeer.
That's fog deer. This is California. Who's that fat guy with the white whiskers and the red suit coming over here?
Well, boys, Merry Christmas. I'm Santa Claus.
Gee, Abbott, that's Santa Claus. Look at his reindeer. Dancer, Prancer, Dunder, Blitzen, and Wyszynski.
Wait a minute. How did Wyszynski get in there with Santa Claus's reindeer?
He figures if Santa Claus is giving anything away, he's going to see that Russia gets hers. Santa Claus, would you like to hear me recite my Christmas poem?
Why, go right ahead, young feller.
It was the night before Christmas, and all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even a cockroach.
Hey, wait a minute. That's not cockroach. That's mouse. You don't know your poem.
You don't know my house.
Quiet, Costello. Santa Claus, have you got a present for Costello?
Well, Costello, I'm sorry. I can't give you a present this year, but being that you're here on the roof of Susan Miller's house wearing a Santa Claus suit, I'm going to let you deliver her present. Here.
Gee, thanks, Santa Claus.
Well, goodbye, and a merry
Christmas.
Thanks. I can never remember that word.
Gee, that Santa Claus is a nice guy. Come on, Abbott. Let's slide down the chimney and put Susan's present under her tree.
Okay, here we go.
Be careful now, Abbott. It's awful dark in here, and we got to feel our way into the den where the Christmas tree is.
No, I can't see a thing. How do we get into the den?
Well, you can go through the door on the left or through the door on the right. Or through the wall.
Here comes Susan.
Hello, boys. What are you doing here? I thought you were having a big Christmas Eve party at your house.
I was, Susan. I invited everybody, but nobody showed up. I guess nobody loves me anymore. Santa Claus didn't even have a present for me. All year long, I've been mean to people. I guess I brought it all on myself, and I didn't mean to hurt nobody, and I'm always in trouble.
Hey, Costello, come on. Wake up. The folks are here.
Hello. Huh? Ooh. Hey, look at it. Everybody came to my party. Boy, am I glad to see all you people. I had a terrible dream. I dreamed that nobody cared about me anymore. I was dreaming of a slight Christmas. I thought my friends had passed me by. Why, Costello,
that you're one fella that we all think is aces high. You're loved by both the kids and old folks, though you have whiskers on your jaw. May your life be merry and bright,
and may all your Christmases be
chairs will be back in a few seconds, folks, but first we want you to hear this.
You Abbott and Costello fans enjoy a good laugh, so you'll be interested in the laugh show that'll follow Bud and Lou next week, the Groucho Marx Show. Groucho is one of radio's funniest ad-libbers, if not the funniest. And this program shows him off at his hilarious best. It's an audience participation question and answer program that leaves the great comedian free to ad-lib at will, or any other contestant facing him. Yes, for plenty of laughs next week, you'll want to hear the riotous Groucho Marx Show following Abbott and Costello in ABC's wonderful lineup of Wednesday night shows. Next week, too, we'll present another newcomer to the lineup, heard over most of these ABC stations, the Tony Martin Show. That's next week. But tonight, don't miss the great Bing Crosby Christmas Show. And stay tuned after tonight's Abbott and Costello program, for coming up next is radio's brightest new comic, Jack Parr. And now back for a final word from ABC's Abbott and Costello Show.
Here are Abbott and Costello with the final word.
Well, Costello, it's time to wish everybody a Merry Christmas.
Yes, and we want to thank all our friends for listening, and thanks for all the letters you're sending in for our Saturday morning kit show.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas to everyone in Patterson, New Jersey, and all over the world. Merry Christmas.
Tonight at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood by Charles Vanda and featuring Susan Miller and Matty Malnick's orchestra. This is Michael Roy saying goodbye until the same time next Wednesday.
And this is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true.
Dragnet is brought to you by Chesterfield, made by Liggett & Myers, first major tobacco company to give you a complete line of quality cigarettes.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to burglary division. You get a call that an important piece of religious art has been stolen from the oldest church in Los Angeles. There's no lead to its whereabouts. Your job? Find it. To sell a product, you have to make it good and keep it good. What do the latest reports show about Chesterfield? Well, our research laboratory has compared it with the leading cigarettes in the country. Chesterfield is highest in quality, low in nicotine. Another good reason why thousands of people are changing to Chesterfield every day. Smoke America's most popular two-way cigarette. Regular or king size, you'll find Chesterfield really mild, really satisfying. Best for you.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, December 24th. It was cold in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of burglary division. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Bernard. My name's Friday. I'd gone across the street to buy stamps for some Christmas cards I was sending out. It was 9:15 a.m. when I got back to room 45. Burglary. I sat down at a table in the squad room and I started to address the cards when Frank walked in carrying a stack of Christmas boxes.
Hi, Joe.
Hi.
Christmas cards, huh? A little late, aren't you?
Well, I was going to send them out Monday, but we had that stakeout.
You ought to get married, Joe.
Yeah?
It's the only system. Faye does all that stuff for me. Laundry, mails, cards. Only system.
Might help.
You got a big stack there.
Ought to cut down the list. Look at this here. Upholstery shop.
Yeah?
They send me a card every year. I never get anything upholstered.
Faye and I ought to go over our list. Cut off a few names. I brought in your present. Want to open it now?
No, I'll wait.
I always open a couple the day before.
Why?
Well, put you in the spirit ahead of time. I opened Phil's this morning.
Who's he?
Fay's brother in Denver. Gave me a magazine, one of those funny ones.
What do you mean, a comic book?
No, one of those funny ones, you know.
No, I don't, Frank.
Well, some of the pages have holes in them. You look through and there's a picture on the next page.
Oh, yeah, I've seen those on the newsstand.
They have cloth pasted in.
Cloth?
In the ads. If you want to buy a suit, they have a sample right there.
You mean you can feel it?
Reach right out and feel it. There was one for $200.
A suit?
Sure. Cloth comes from Scotland.
What's it made out of? Solid gold?
No, they got a special kind of goat over there. It's real smooth.
Not a goat, Frank. A sheep.
Well, it's a special kind of sheep, then, because a suit costs $200.
You gonna get one?
I told Fay. She said, wear the sample. Anything doing?
Fanning and Pryor were in on that market holdup.
They come up with anything?
Pound of air, nothing else.
I hope it stays quiet. I got more shopping to do.
I finished.
What'd you get Ann?
Stationery set, some paper and envelopes, leather binding.
Joe, you'll never learn.
Well, what's the matter?
No woman wants a stationery set. Get her something personal.
Well, it's got her initials on it.
No. You want something more sentimental, romantic.
What'd you get Fay?
It's different in her case.
What'd you get Fay?
Sewing machine.
That's romantic.
Well, it isn't a way.
Why didn't you buy her a catcher's mitt? Burglary Friday. Yes, that's right. You have the right department. All right, Father, we'll be right down. No, you can tell us about it there. Goodbye. The old mission church, they've had a theft.
Collection money?
Statue of the child Jesus. Frank and I checked out of the office and rode over to the church at the corner of Sunset Boulevard and Main. The Old Mission Plaza Church, founded 1781, the year Los Angeles became a pueblo. The outside was typical early Spanish design, complete with mission arches. It was made of adobe and painted white. They called it the Queen of the Angels. The Padres from down in Mexico built it. The devout Mexicans in town still attended services there. 10:05 a.m. Frank and I crossed through the courtyard. It used to be the old stable, but the Spanish priest changed all that when it became a mission. Stonemasons paved the stable floor and made it a courtyard. They planted grapevines, trees, and flowers. A young priest crossed the courtyard to meet us. He'd been sitting on a stone bench reading his morning prayers, as priests had done here for 172 years. We asked for Father Xavier Rojas, who'd communicated with us. We were told he was inside. We entered a side door. The church seemed to glow with the hundreds of votive candles flickering on both sides of the altar and at the shrines throughout the church. It was empty except for a few people praying. Surrounding the main altar were several old oil paintings in gold frames. The air was heavy with the scent of Advent flowers. We found Father Rojas up near the sanctuary, looking at the nativity scene. He told us about the crib. It was a $70 duplication of the scene at Bethlehem. The parishioners had taken up a collection for it 31 years ago. It was put up every year on December 22nd and taken down after the holy season. It was beautiful, except that one of the shepherds had lost an arm, the sheep was old and cracked, and the infant Jesus was missing. Father Rojas led us back into the sacristy.
I'm sorry to bother you, men.
It's all right, Father.
Especially now, the holiday season.
We cash our checks, Father. You want to tell us what happened?
Or what you think happened?
I discovered the statue was missing right after the 6 o'clock Mass.
You say the 6?
Yes. I started over to the rectory and stopped by the crib.
Was the statue there before Mass?
I don't know, but it was there last night.
How late is the church open?
All night.
You leave it wide open so any thief can walk in?
Particularly thieves, Sergeant.
You say it was there last night, Father. How late?
10 or 11 o'clock, we had confessions.
No one saw it after that?
One of the altar boys, he says it may have been there. He thinks it was.
Did he see it?
He's not sure.
What's his name?
Pardon me. Here's the schedule. You'll find the names for every Mass there.
Was there a big crowd at the 6 o'clock Mass, Father?
Not too many. 7's the big one. People on their way to work.
Did anyone stay after Mass, did you notice?
Not especially. I came back here, took off the vestments. I suppose it was 10 or 15 minutes before I went back in the church.
It was empty then?
No, people were coming in for the 7 o'clock.
Are these the altar boys, James Cornine and Joseph Heffernan?
That's right. Joe's the one who mentioned it might have been there.
Did you check with the other priests, Father?
Before I called you. None of them knows anything about it.
Just for a check on the pawn shops, how much is the statue worth?
In money?
Well, that's the point in pawn shops, Father.
Only a few dollars. We could get a new one, but it wouldn't be the same. We've had children in the parish. They've grown up and married. It's the only Jesus they know.
We understand.
And we've had children who died. It was the only Jesus they knew. So many of the people who come here are simple people. They wouldn't understand, Sergeant. It would be like changing the evening star.
We'll do our best, Father.
That's why it would mean so much to have it back for the first Mass on Christmas.
It's not very long, Father.
Less than 24 hours.
If anything turns up here, you know where to get in touch with us.
Yes. It's sad, isn't it?
How's that?
In so short a time, men learn to steal.
Yes, but consider us, Father.
Us?
If some of them didn't, you and I'd be out of work. 10:50 a.m. We notified pawn shop detail. Frank and I checked out the two altar boys. The first one, James Cornine, said he knew nothing about the missing statue. The second one, Joseph Heffernan, was not at home. His father said he had a part-time job, but he'd have him get in touch with us right after lunch. By 11:30 a.m., we'd run out of book procedure. We had a man to find. Our only clue, he'd been to church. 11:33 a.m. We checked the phone books for the names of religious stores in the area. 2 of them were closed. We tried the third. When we got there, the only person in the store was an elderly man sitting by a table. In front of him was a large, beautifully carved chess set. We're police officers. My name's Friday. This is my partner, Frank Smith.
Pleased to see you. Caught me in the middle of a big chess match.
Where's your partner?
Up in San Jose. We've been playing for years.
Same match?
No, just 2 or 3 months on this one. What I meant was we've been playing different matches for years.
I see.
You know, we do it through the mail. I send him a move, he sends me one.
Must keep you on your toes.
Except during the holidays, the mail gets all fiddled up. That's no good.
Guess not.
Slows things down. That's no good. I like to catch him off guard.
You Mr. Flavin?
How do you know? We never met.
Your name's on the window out front.
Mr. Flavin, we checked the other 2 religious stores in this neighborhood. They're closed.
This is the best one anyway. 50% European items.
We're checking the stores around the Mission Church.
For what?
Statue of the Child Jesus. Do you have one we could look at?
Sure.
No, sir, a larger one.
You don't want a larger one, unless it's for a church. That's where you want a larger one.
Could we see it, please?
It's not my due to butt in. But unless you live in a big place, this'll make your living room all the kilter.
Yes, sir. Do most of the people who go to the Mission Church trade here?
Good many of them, especially the kids.
Why kids?
More religious. Check on yourself. See if kids aren't more religious than you.
Might be so.
That's what's wrong with the world. Oh, I don't mean you're wrong with it. Everybody.
Yes, sir. Wonder if we could stick to the point, Mr. Flavin.
Sure. A lot of people from the Mission Church come in here.
Do people ever come in and sell back a religious article?
Like a prayer book or rosaries?
Yes, sir.
Second hand, you mean?
Yes, sir.
Not since I've ever been around. It's silly.
Why?
People don't have religious articles so they can get rid of them. They have them so they can have them.
But if a man had a statue and wanted to sell it, he'd come to a place like this.
Sure, but he wouldn't want to sell it.
He would if it was stolen.
No, sir. If a man was to steal a statue, he'd be crazy or something like that. The only place he'd want to go is where crazy people are.
You may be right, Mr. Flavin.
I don't know what you fellas are looking for, but if it's somebody who stole a statue, he's crazy and you won't find him. You won't find him as long as you live, or in 1,000,000 years.
That should cover it. We checked religious stores out as far as Van Ness. We asked the same questions. The owners gave us the same answers, but none of them were as encouraging as Mr. Flavin. Frank and I had lunch and reported back to the office. It was 1:30 p.m. when we started into the squad room. The captain was just coming out.
I just checked for you in the lunchroom.
And we've been down on that theft at the mission.
Making some action on the Patterson case.
They locate him?
I think he's on the bus from Sacramento.
Well, that means the Bakersfield police.
We'll wait and see.
One of you fellas, Sergeant Friday?
He is.
I'm Joe Heffernan. My father said you wanted to see me.
Well, sit down, son. You didn't have to come in. A phone call would have worked.
My father said to get on over. He says that any kid that uses phones is lazy.
We want to ask you about this morning.
You serve 6 o'clock Mass?
Yes, sir. I'm senior boy, so I get the 6th.
You're a senior and you take the early trick?
Yes, sir. That way, if you receive communion, you get to have breakfast sooner.
Father Rojas says you think the statue was there before Mass.
I didn't look, but I have a feeling it was there.
A feeling?
You know, how you have a feeling about something, but you're not sure.
Did you stay around long after Mass?
I put out the candles and hung up my surplice.
How long would that take?
About 5 minutes, maybe.
Did any of the people at Mass stay on?
Some always do, especially ladies.
Oh?
Maybe they don't finish in time. Or else they start new prayers. I don't know.
So when you left, there were still some women there.
No, sir. That was at first. After I went back to the sacristy, there was only this one man.
What man?
He comes at 6 o'clock all the time.
Do you know his name?
No, sir. But he works down in Olive, paint shop, where they paint signs.
Could you describe him?
Sort of medium. He was wearing a suit that didn't match.
Didn't match?
Different pants than coat.
How about his age?
Oh, he's pretty old.
Take a guess.
About 40, maybe. There's nothing particular about him.
Then why'd you notice him?
I've seen him before. And the bundle, I guess.
The bundle?
Out in front. I saw him when he was coming out. He had this bundle, and he almost dropped it.
How large a bundle?
It's hard to say.
Come on, son. Was it large or small? The size of the statue?
About that big. Yes, sir.
We located the sign shop. The suspect didn't work there anymore, but we discovered his name was Claude Stroop. We found out where he lived. 2:25 p.m. We arrived there. It was a hotel for men, mostly old men, mostly down and outers. It was called the Golden Dream.
Police officers. We're looking for Claude Stroop.
Hope Claude didn't get in any trouble.
So do we. Is he in?
No. He's got room 307. You can check if you like.
We'll take your word.
Were you on this morning?
Yeah, the early shift. Well, we don't have shifts. My uncle owns the place. I'm the shift.
Did Stroop spend last night here?
Came in about 11.
When did he leave this morning?
Around 6, maybe before.
Did he come back after?
8 o'clock or so. Then left. Supposed to be back at 10. And pulls this trick.
What trick?
Our program. He knows the other fellas need him.
Program?
Here at the hotel. Every Christmas we have a program. Put up a tree and sing. They're mostly old fellas. Singing like that makes them remember back when they were kids. Then Jimmy Finn comes on.
Jimmy Finn?
He shares number 409. His family once had a lot of money, so he tells the fellas about it. Stories about Christmas. How they had this big log, and his grandfather used to start it up. And after dinner, everybody turned over his plate, and there underneath was a $20 gold piece. Brand new one.
When Stroop came in this morning, did he have a bundle?
I didn't see him come in.
You said you saw him.
I saw him go out after, but not come in.
When was that?
8. If you want to look for a bundle, I could give you his key.
We don't have a warrant.
It's all right. I know about police. It's all right with me.
It's not with us.
I didn't mean that. I just meant it was all right with me.
Good King Wenceslas looked down on the feast of Stephen when
They were 3 old men. You couldn't tell how much better they would have been with Stroop singing the 4th part, but somehow you didn't care. This was Christmas at the Golden Dream, and it sounded fine.
though the frost was cruel, when the poor man came in sight, gathering winter fuel.
This is the last rehearsal. They got most of the songs down pat.
Sounds pretty good.
Yeah, that's why it's a shame Claude isn't here. He's tenor, and they need him to make it sound just right.
Does Stroop have a job?
No, sir. He used to have jobs. Not much lately, though.
Did he say where he was going?
No, he should have. The fellas need him.
When he comes in, will you call us?
Sure, and not say anything to him.
That's right.
I hope it's nothing serious for Claude. Fella's troubles ought to be over.
Troubles?
Way back. It wouldn't count now.
Tell us anyway.
I don't know much about it.
As much as you know. Now, come on.
It was something back where he used to live. He robbed somebody or something.
What else?
That's all. It was a long time ago, way far back. But he forgot it all, the robbing and everything.
No, not quite. He remembered it this morning.
God rest ye merry gentlemen, let nothing you dismay. For Jesus Christ our Savior was born upon this day to
We went back to the office and ran Stroop's name through R&I. If he'd been booked anywhere, we had no record of it, at least not under that name. 4:15 p.m. Pawn shop detail reported back. No object resembling the statue of the child Jesus had been turned in. 4:18 p.m. I hung up the phone.
Patterson's on that Sacramento bus.
I thought Bakersfield had it.
They were supposed to confirm. They did. Upward station.
What about Fanning and Pryor?
They're still out.
Well, they'll be back soon. When's the bus arrive?
6 o'clock.
There's plenty of time for them to make it.
There's more time for you.
We're still in that theft.
Can it wait?
No.
What is it? $10, $15 statue?
When's the price determine a case?
I realize it's a church statue, but that doesn't give it priority.
It's important to them, Captain. Joe and I promised to get it back.
What do you got on it?
Nothing much.
And why are you so big-hearted?
Burglary Friday. When? No. Don't say anything. No. Right. It's Claude Stroop. He just walked into the hotel. He's our suspect.
Nobody's leaked to him?
No.
You'll keep. You can run him down tomorrow.
It'll be too late then.
They need it for the first mass in the morning, Skipper. It's kind of a big thing for them.
I'm sorry. I can't juggle details around so you can get a statue back. If there's time later on, we'll do our best.
Yes, sir.
You better get over to the station.
Yes, sir. Will you call Father Rojas over at the mission?
Why?
Tell him we're too busy to work on that statue.
But we'll do it later. Tomorrow or when we get a chance.
Why can't you call him?
Well, we better get over to the station.
If Patterson's on that bus, we don't want to miss him.
All right, I'll call him.
Friday.
Yeah.
I can send Fanning in priority. You might as well stay on that other thing.
Whatever you say, Captain.
You are listening to Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action.
There are good reasons why thousands of people are changing to Chesterfield every day. Why Chesterfield is the largest selling two-way cigarette in America. Why Chesterfield is best for me and best for you. People these days want facts. When you want people to use your product, you have to tell them what effect it has on people who do use it regularly. That's why a doctor has examined for almost 2 years a large group of Chesterfield smokers. 45% of them have, on the average, been smoking Chesterfields for well over 10 years. What is the effect on these people from smoking Chesterfield? No adverse effects to the nose, throat, and sinuses, says the doctor. Consider Chesterfield's record with these smokers, with millions of other smokers throughout America. Another good reason for you to change to Chesterfield. Regular or king size, Chesterfield is best for me, best for you.
4:43 p.m. We arrived at the Golden Dream Hotel. The desk clerk was right. Claude Stroop looked like a man who'd had his troubles at bargain rates. Your name Claude Stroop?
Yes, sir.
Police officers. We'd like to talk to you.
I didn't do anything against the law. Honest, I didn't do anything against it.
You haven't been accused.
Want to take you downtown.
We'd like to talk to you.
No, sir, I'm not going. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going to talk to anybody.
You're half wrong already. "5:15 p.m. We returned Stroop for interrogation. He kept his word. He refused to talk. 6:05 p.m. Frank called Fay, told her he'd be a little late. Stroop didn't move for a whole hour. He sat and stared, but he didn't talk. 6:40 p.m. We got a final report from pawn shop detail. The shops were closed. There was no statue. Stroop still hadn't talked.
Don't you ever want to go home, Stroop?
If I was to talk, he wouldn't let me go.
Depends on what you'd say.
I'd say it wrong, and I wouldn't get home.
You won't this way either.
I'd like to go. You can bet on that. This is the 7th year we had the program, and I never missed a one. Not a single one.
Why don't you tell us what happened, Stroop?
How would I know you'd let me go?
You wouldn't.
I might as well anyway.
All right, what happened from Mass on?
Well, there was Mass. I came out and started down toward the hotel.
Back up.
I left my stuff at the hotel, and then I picked up George's car. I didn't steal it. He said I could have it any time I wanted. Only this time I didn't ask him. I took it and started out.
Yeah.
I should have asked, but I just didn't. I went over to Grand Avenue for the Christmas bulbs, for this fella sells them secondhand. It was coming out of the lot that I did it.
Yeah.
The bumper must have caught the other car. Didn't leave too big a dent, but there was this long scratch. I got out and tried to wipe it off with my handkerchief. You know, spit on it like. Only it didn't do no good. I didn't think anybody saw. I don't know how you fellas found out about it.
I'll check auto records.
Right. Stroop, we didn't bring you down here to talk about that.
You didn't?
No. There's a statue missing from the church. The statue of the child Jesus.
You mean I took it?
You took a bundle out of church.
Yes, sir. That was my other pants for the program tonight. I had a place sewed up and there was a button off. You can check. But I wouldn't take a statue.
I don't think you would either. He's clear at auto records. Go on home.
For the program? You mean it's all right?
Good night, Stroop.
Good night. Merry Christmas.
Where to? Well, I don't know. We could stay and work on it tonight.
Wouldn't do any good. We won't find it.
I don't think so.
No use kidding the priest. Build his hopes up.
Might as well go tell him now. Merry Christmas. 7:27 p.m. We found Father Rojas. Frank told him how it was, that we couldn't get the statue back by morning, but that we'd keep trying during the week. He said he understood. We told him we had to get on. As Frank and I started to leave, the doors at the main entrance to the church opened. It was a good 200 feet away. It was hard to be sure, but it looked like a small boy drawing a bright red wagon behind him. When he got closer, you could see he was no bigger than a pint of milk. He was a luminous-eyed little Mexican boy with a face as young as yesterday. The priest seemed to know him.
Paquito?
In the back of the wagon was the missing statue of the child Jesus. He picked it up gently and walked up to the priest.
Padre Rojas?
He just stood there, looking up at Father Rojas.
It's Paco Mendoza, the boy from the parish.
Ask him where he found it.
¿Dónde lo encontraste?
No lo encontré, le cogí esta mañana.
He didn't find it, he took it.
Why?
¿Por qué?
Todos los años Paquito rezó por un camioncito rojo. Este año Paquito rezó al niño Jesús. Yo prometí al niño Jesús el primer viaje en mi camioncito.
He says all through the years he's prayed for a red wagon. This year he prayed to the child Jesus. He promised that if he got the wagon, the child Jesus would have the first ride in it.
¿Vendrá el diablo para llevar a Paquito?
He wants to know if the devil will come and take him to hell.
That's your department, Father.
No el diablo. Jesús ama a Paquito mucho.
We crossed over to the sanctuary. With the help of Father Rojas, the young boy replaced the infant Jesus in its rightful place, the crib in the nativity scene. Frank and I could have been wrong, but the small plaster statue seemed to approve. Mary, Joseph, the wise men, Gaspar, Melchior, Balthazar, the old shepherd, the young shepherd, the peasant, they all seemed to approve.
Vuelve a tu casa, Paquito.
Priest told the boy to go home. He took hold of his wagon and started the long walk out of the church. There wasn't much we could say. There wasn't much to say. We just stood there and watched him go. Halfway up, he turned to look back, and he went on out.
I don't understand how we got that wagon today. Don't kids wait for Santa Claus anymore?
It isn't from Santa Claus. The firemen fix old toys and give them to new children. Paquito's family, they're poor.
Are they, Father?
story you have just heard is true. The names and locations were changed. Ladies and gentlemen, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Friends, remember your cigarette dealer will be open right up to Christmas Eve, and he can take care of your last-minute shopping problems with Chesterfield's. Chesterfield's and the special Christmas carton featuring the covered bridge. And now, on behalf of the makers of Chesterfield, Liggett & Myers Tobacco Company, there are over 6,000 wholesale distributors and 1,300,000 retail dealers, and of course all of us on Dragnet. We'd like to wish you a very Merry Christmas.
Christmas Eve, a time of great joy, and time for our annual Christmas Sing with Bing. Bing Crosby, with the Norman Luboff Choir and Paul Weston and his orchestra, presented for your holiday happiness by INA, Insurance Company of North America, the country's oldest and strongest stock, fire, and marine insurance company. INA dedicates this hour of beloved Christmas music to families everywhere, to their security and happiness, and to the insurance agents and brokers who help them achieve it. So gather round now for a Christmas Sing with Bing.
Happy holiday, happy holiday, while the merry bells keep ringing, may your every wish come true.
Yes, friends, this is your third annual Christmas Sing with Bing. Sit back and fill your hearts with the beauty of our traditional Christmas treasure of songs. We'll travel all around the world with Bing on special holiday visits to France and Italy, to Australia and Canada, the Netherlands, and coast to coast in the United States. We'll pay a visit to historic Salzburg Cathedral in Austria and to the United States Marines Task Force Fire Department in the Mediterranean. This year, we'll make a very special pilgrimage to the Holy Land and Jerusalem. With so many places to go and so many people awaiting our visits, we'd better be on our way. So now, let's sing with Bing.
Happy holiday to you. Here we come a-caroling among the leaves so green. Here we come a-wandering so fair to be seen.
Greetings, greetings, and a merry night before Christmas, fellow singers. Well, now this Yuletide yodel is certainly becoming a jolly gathering of old friends, isn't it? 3 years, I believe it is, yep. 3 years meeting together to sing the wonderful songs of Christmas and to enjoy the musical magic of the outstanding choirs all over the world. As usual, though, we're counting on you to contribute generously to this musicale with plenty of vim, vigor, and vitality. Vocally, that is. So let yourselves go now. Rouse your neighbors, too. Get them out with you to sing with Paul Weston, with the Norman Luboff Choir, and all the rest of us. Our first selection is Joy to the World. Let it ring out now, everybody.
Joy to the world, the Lord is come. Let earth receive her King. Let every heart prepare him room, and heaven and nature sing, and heaven and nature sing, and heaven and nature sing.
All right, everybody now in the family key, please.
Joy to the world, the Savior reigns. Let men their songs employ. While fields and floods, rocks, hills and plains, repeat the sounding joy, repeat the sounding joy, repeat the sounding joy. Joy to the world, the Lord is come. Let earth receive her King. Let every heart prepare him room, and heaven and nature sing, and heaven and nature sing, and heaven and nature sing.
That was fine, Bing. A perfect way to start the Christmas sing.
I thank you, Ken, and may I add that the thousands of more or less amateur singers throughout the land who are gathered in the great open spaces and in the great indoor spaces, too, those ladies and gentlemen and boys and girls, they did very well, too.
Oh, man, they certainly did.
Incidentally, we're singing the first Noel before long, so if you want to take a quick gander at the words, do so right now while we take our first swing on this Christmas Eve whirl around the world to the land down under, Australia. Our good friend Ted Furlong is standing somewhere on the shores of Lake Wendouree, and if all goes well, we should hear from him right now.
Thanks, Bing, and sincere greetings from down under. We're inviting you to join us for a few minutes in Ballarat, Australia's largest inland city. During the post-war years, Carols by Candlelight has become a traditional Australian Christmas Eve celebration. Indoors if the weather's unkind, but mostly out of doors for it's midsummer down here. One of the most picturesque settings for such a festival is here at Lake Wendouree, Ballarat. On the eastern shore of the lake is a large promontory we call Viewpoint. From where I'm standing, it has the appearance of a tree-lined island. Through the branches of the willows are twined myriads of tiny coloured lights. Seated on the lawns are thousands of folk from Ballarat and district, tiny kiddies in their pyjamas and dressing gowns, grandmas and grandpas on their rugs or cushions, young and old, rich and poor alike. As they've been gathering, the music of the bells of St. Peter's Church nearby has been drifting to us on the twilight air. And the scene is now set for Ballarat's Carols by Candlelight. The tiny flames of thousands of flickering candles reflected in the still waters, and floating across the lake, the voices of the YWCA choir as they sing, "Joseph dearest, Joseph mine, help me cradle the child divine."
Joseph dearest, Joseph mine, help me cradle the child divine. God reward thee and all that's thine in paradise. So praise the Mother Mary. He came among us at Christmas time in Bethlehem. Men shall bring him from far and wide, love's diadem. Jesus, Jesus, lo, he comes and loves and saves and guides us. All shall come and bow the knee, wise and happy their souls shall be, loving such a divinity as all may see in Jesus, Son of Mary. He came among us at Christmas tide in Bethlehem. Men shall bring him from far and wide, love's diadem. Jesus, Jesus, lo, he comes and loves and saves and guides us.
You know, Bing, in Australia, we sometimes feel a little envious of your white Christmas. But when we have a clear, calm, starlit night and carols by candlelight on Viewpoint Lake Wendouree, we're not so envious after all. A very Merry Christmas to you all from Ballarat, Victoria, Australia.
Thanks, Ted, and a Merry Christmas to you and all of our friends in Australia. May Santa Claus find his way unerringly into each and every one of your homes tonight.
You know, Bing, INA, Insurance Company of North America, is a worldwide organization with offices and agents in nearly all principal cities, and is happy to be sending this Christmas Sing with Bing into homes all over the world again this Christmas Eve. Because homes and the security of the families who live in them are the main concern of INA.
Ah, very apt observation, Kenneth. Now, folks, a song of joy. This is the first Noel. Join in, everybody, now. Lift your voices. We want to hear you.
The first Noel, the angel did say, was to certain poor shepherds in fields as they lay, in fields where they lay keeping their sheep on a cold winter's night that was so deep. Noel, 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 born is the King of Israel. They looked up and saw a star shining in the east beyond them far, and to the earth it gave great light, and so it continued both day and night. Noel, 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 born is the King of Israel.
Where to now, Bing? Off again across the globe?
No, we're going to stop stateside, Ken, to drop in on some good friends in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Those excellent singers of the Central Lutheran Church Choir. And to greet us in Minneapolis tonight is another friend of old-time standing. I guess one of the best-known voices in the Middle West, Cedric Adams. Cedric, are you there? Come on in.
Minnesota, where our 10,000 lakes on this Christmas Eve are wreathed with the delicate magic of winter's touch, where the pines flaunt their brave greens, where the December winds moan, and the cold often bites deep into our land, all of it, though, to enhance the enduring values, the enduring spirit of Christmas. Out of this pattern of peace comes music from the 120-voice Central Lutheran Church Senior Choir, an organization of 30 years singing under the direction tonight of Frederick Hillary. These voices blend in Hark the Herald Angels. From Minnesota, we return you now to Bing in Hollywood.
Isn't that a marvelous choir? We thank you so much. And it's certainly good to hear from you, too, Cedric.
Time now to visit our good neighbors in Canada, or I should say the Canadian members of our family. For the Insurance Company of North America is proud to have been a part of Canadian life through all these years since 1879.
Oh, you're so right, Ken, and my, how Canada has grown since 1879. Why, I hear just in the last few months alone, people from 40 countries have settled down to make a new life for themselves up there. So now let's go to Canada, huh? Want to hear some words and a song in the two official languages, English and French. To Canada, to the capital city of Ottawa, the Right Reverend Ernest Reed, Anglican Bishop of Ottawa.
Greetings from Canada's capital. The spirit of Christmas moves us to send our expressions of goodwill to all men. For love came down at Christmas, and hate has never vanquished it. Christmas is the record of an event, the event which changed the course of history. But it is also an experience of love come down to earth. Perhaps only in music do we catch the note of the victorious joy of Christmas. Shall we hear again the joyful music of Christmas as it is expressed for us by our French-Canadian brothers? They are singing from Montreal. They call themselves Monnet Contrarie. That's an old French word for choir school. Monnet Contrarie des petites chansons de la Vierge, little singers of the Virgin Mary. Their director, Brother Imand, leads them now in Les Anges dans nos campagnes, angels we have heard on high. The boys' choir of Saint-Jean-de-la-Croix in Montreal. This is Bishop Reed in Ottawa. Now back to Mr. Crosby in Hollywood.
Thank you so much, Bishop Reed. It was a great privilege, a real thrill having you with us.
Say, Bing, isn't it about time for you to sing White Christmas?
Oh, no, Ken, I'd say it's time for everybody to sing White Christmas.
You're not warbling solo, huh?
No one warbles solo on this gigantic sing tonight, Ken. And I don't use the word gigantic loosely either. This is the biggest community sing ever.
Right you are. This sing takes in the whole world.
Oh, we've really got a large group assembled, Ken. We all know White Christmas, too.
Everybody knows the words, huh?
Sure they do. And to those who don't know the lyrics, do what I do. Just mumble them. Just so you're in there trying. That's what counts. The selection, then, is White Christmas, friends. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to know, where the treetops glisten and children listen to hear sleigh bells in the snow. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, with every Christmas card I write. May your days
be wise. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas with every Christmas card I write. May your days be merry and bright, and may all your Christmases be white.
Fine, Bing and Singers, just great.
Oh, we zeroed in on that pretty good, didn't we, Ken? But now, don't you have something to say to the listeners here?
Well, as a matter of fact, I do, Bing. On Christmas Eve, as we gather close together with our families, we learn again the true and wonderful meaning of family security and family happiness. Happiness measured not in material things, but in hopes and dreams that are shared with each other, in the love and trust and respect we feel for one another. You'll be interested in knowing that family security is the subject of a unique conference to be held next month in famous Disneyland, California, under the sponsorship of Insurance Company of North America. A selected group of INA agents and their families will come from all over the country to meet with leaders in various fields of family relations, including Dr. Paul Dudley White, the eminent heart specialist. Through their discussions of the needs and interests of American families, INA hopes to discover even better ways of contributing to family security and happiness through insurance.
Christmas Eve in America and all over the entire free world, and the wonderfully warm sounds that go hand in hand with the joy of giving and the pleasure of receiving. And all across the world tonight, wherever there are people, you can hear the same old words of friendship. And in the Christmas carols we're singing tonight, the words carry the innermost feelings of all of us. I hope you're singing with us. And I know that if you are, you're enjoying it. Why don't we all sing out now with Paul Weston's orchestra and with the Norman Luboff Choir. This carol is Away in a Manger.
Away in a manger, no crib for a bed, the little Lord Jesus laid down his sweet head. The stars in the sky looked down where he lay. The little Lord Jesus asleep on the hay. The cattle are lowing, the poor baby waits, but little Lord Jesus no crying he makes. I love thee, Lord Jesus, look down from the sky and stay by my cradle till morning is nigh.
Thank you. Thanks to everybody. Well, now why don't you take a little breather, folks, because we're going to travel to Salt Lake City. We're going to hear the Salt Lake Tabernacle Choir. Here's the voice of Richard Evans.
Thank you, Bing Crosby. Once more we welcome you within these walls with music and the spoken word from the crossroads of the West. This is Richard Evans speaking from Temple Square in Salt Lake City. Here the warm and wondrous reflection of Main Street's brilliant and beautiful lighting adds its reminder to all men of the birth of Jesus the Christ, the Prince of Peace. Richard P. Conde and the Salt Lake Mormon Tabernacle Choir, with Alexander Schreiner at the organ, now sing in the hallowed spirit of this season from the music of the Messiah. And the glory of the Lord shall be revealed, and all flesh shall see it together. For the mouth of the Lord hath spoken it. may peace be with you, this day and always. And now back to Bing Crosby and Hollywood.
Thanks very much, and our deepest thanks to you, Richard. That was indeed a magnificent contribution.
Say, Bing, lots of folks open their gifts on Christmas Eve rather than wait till Christmas Day. How do you feel about that?
Well, Ken, my lad, I must confess that since I was a little toddler, I've never been out of the money in the race to the Christmas tree. Sometimes I even arrive before the sound of old Santa's sleigh bells have faded away into the night.
Well, in that case, then, Merry Christmas, Bing, with a gift from...
Santa?
No, the card says from John Diamond, President, Insurance Company of North America.
Well, it's certainly a mighty impressive-looking package. Let's just see what we have here now. Man, looky here. It's a beautiful silver bowl. This looks like a museum piece.
Well, it's known as the Philadelphia Bowl, and it's a reproduction of one in the Philadelphia Museum of Art.
Well, my connoisseur's eye certainly spotted it as a work of art, didn't it?
Right. The original bowl was made by an early Philadelphia silversmith named Samuel Williamson way back in 1796.
1796, Well, that's certainly a very early date in our country's history, Ken.
Yes, Bing, just 4 years after the Insurance Company of North America was founded in Philadelphia. INA was organized in 1792 as a true private enterprise by friends of George Washington, who was then serving his first term as president. And the founding took place in the same room in Independence Hall in which the Declaration of Independence was signed.
Thanks to Mr. Diamond and all my friends at INA for this beautiful Philadelphia Bowl. Now we have another treat coming our way from Philadelphia because we're going to hear the Insurance Company of North America Chorus, directed by Dr. Charles T. McClary, singing In the Bleak Midwinter.
In the bleak midwinter, frosty wind made moan. Earth stood hard as iron, water like a stone. Snow had fallen, snow on snow,
It's a fine group, isn't it?
Say, it's about time to let our friends along the network know who we are.
Well, you're right, Ken. Why don't you put it in words for us?
Gladly, Bing, if only for a moment, because we're coming back again to Sing with Bing. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Happy holiday to you.
back again for the second half of Christmas Sing with Bing.
Oh, I knew you could do it, Ken. I knew it. Those are the bells of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. Each Christmas Eve on our visit around the world, we have heard the sound of these bells, but tonight we're actually going to Israel, to Jerusalem, to hear the YMCA choir. Here then are the singers of the Christmas chorus singing A Shepherd's Carol from the Holy Land. Come in, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's really exciting, tremendously exciting to hear from you good people in Jerusalem tonight.
Bing, I understand we have groups of carolers in Grand Central Station in New York and in halls and stations, parks and squares in cities all over this majestic country of ours, from St. Louis to Salem and Memphis to Minneapolis. So, how about leading them all in a song?
Well, they can lead me this time if they want to.
Well, that's real big of you.
Well, I don't have to be the patron all the time, Ken.
Well, maybe we shouldn't change the order of things now, Bing. Might result in coast-to-coast confusion.
Yes, that could be. I'll start it then, I guess. This is one of the truly traditional carols of Christmas, Adeste Fideles. Join in, you carolers. Join in with Paul Weston, the orchestra, and the Norman Luboff Choir to sing Adeste Fideles.
Adeste Fideles, Leti triumphantes, venite, venite in Bethlehem. Natum videte, regem angelorum, venite adoremus, venite adoremus, venite adoremus, Dominum. Oh, come, all ye faithful, joyful and triumphant. Oh, come ye to Bethlehem. Come and behold Oh, come, let us adore him. Oh, come, let us adore him. Oh, come, let us adore him. Christ the Lord.
Splendid rendition, my fine singers all over the USA. You know, I could hear you clear out here in Hollywood, where we're gathered around our giant Christmas tree. Cozy and warm, happy and gay.
Well, you're right, Bing, and you know, Christmas Eve is a time for feeling snug and secure around the family hearth. And for 166 years, the Insurance Company of North America has been devoted to the preservation of family security. For example, INA entered the life insurance field recently when it delivered the first Life Insurance Company of North America policy to Mr. Stanley Martin Saunier, Jr., a 33-year-old attorney of Lexington, Kentucky. This family policy covers not only Mr. Saunier, but his attractive wife and 5 fine children, too. Mr. Saunier today represents millions of families who, through the coming years, will find their every insurance need filled by INA.
Christmas Eve in America. It's always a night for getting together with friends and family. Last-minute wrapping of presents, added trimmings for the tree, singing and enjoying the glorious music of this holiday with those we love so very much. But unfortunately, not all are at home in Fireside this eve. Many of our men are stationed at far-flung outposts, far from wives, sweethearts, and families. Tonight, somewhere at sea in the Mediterranean, are 800 such men who would like very much to be home tonight. They are the men of the 6th Marines who call themselves the fire department because, well, they're there to put out any small fires that might start from an over-anxious match-bearer. They're Marines, these men of the 1st Battalion, and as the song has said since 1847, they are the firstest with the mostest from the hulls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli. So now to the USS Pocono and Technical Sergeant James E. Cox. Come in, Sarge.
Hello, Bing. This is Marine Tech Sergeant James E. Cox, speaking from the cruise lounge aboard the USS Pocono in the Mediterranean. We are many thousands of miles away from you there in Hollywood, but we are celebrating Christmas Eve in the traditional fashion. The Marines have trimmed a tree and decorated the lounge in happy anticipation of St. Nick's visit tonight. Bing, we've been in the Mediterranean almost 4 months with the 1st Battalion Reinforced 6th Marines. A typical group of these Marines is gathered in the lounge this evening to celebrate Christmas Eve at sea. Here is Corporal Jerry Butler. Jerry has been a Marine for 18 months, and he is from Irvine, North Carolina.
Hi, Bing. A very Merry Christmas to you and to all Americans.
Private First Class Howard Anderson is 19 years old. He is from Baltimore, and this is his first Christmas away from home.
Hello, Mr. Crosby. I am glad for this opportunity to wish you and everyone in America a very Merry Christmas.
And here is the Marine who has been leading the group in singing carols tonight. He is Corporal Bob Green from Richmond, Virginia.
Hello, everyone in America. I wish all of you a very Merry Christmas.
We join these Marines in a season's greeting, and from all of us serving in the Mediterranean to all of you in America and around the world, here are the Marines stationed aboard the USS Pocono singing, God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen.
Was born on Christmas Day to save us all from Satan's power when we were gone astray. Oh, tidings of comfort and joy, comfort and joy. Oh, tidings of comfort and joy. Now to the Lord sing praises, all
Thanks, Sarge. Sergeant Cox, that was well done. You firefighters, too, did a fine job. Incidentally, you lads have the singing situation well in hand, it seems to me. That was very good. Now, friends, we're going to Rome. Going to Rome to hear one of the finest singing groups in the world, the Vatican Choir. Listen as they sing Tu scendi dalle stelle, Thou descendeth from the stars. Grazie, grazie. It was a brilliant performance.
Hey, we really covered a lot of territory tonight, Bing.
Haven't we moved around?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What's next, Ken? You think it's about time for our annual visit to the Netherlands?
That's right, Bing. We now visit The Hague in the Netherlands, where INA maintains its European headquarters. Alan Rowe is waiting now to welcome us. Merry Christmas, Alan, to you and all our friends in the Netherlands.
Christmas in Holland. The picture here is not unlike that in other countries of Western Europe. Evening shadows fall hard on the heels of the noonday hour, but the gloom is friendly with the soft glow of candlelight from the Christmas trees, which are set up in all their finery in the windows of Dutch homes. Children's voices sing Christmas songs, and the carillons peal out the music of the Low Countries in a message of Christmas joy. Christmas is the feast of the Christ child, and the joy of Christmas in Holland is joy at the kindling of the light of the world. And what more fitting medium to express the joy at the birth of the Christ child than the voices of these Dutch children as they sing this old, old song, so typical of all the songs sung in Holland at Christmas time. There was a maiden.
And with that Christmas song by the children of Holland, this is Alan Rowe of Radio Nederland returning you to Bing Crosby in Hollywood.
Thank you, Alan. Certainly good to hear from you. Want to wish a Merry, Merry Christmas to all in the Netherlands.
Now, Bing, I know that I personally have been waiting for you to sing my favorite Christmas jingle, so what say you do it now for all of us in the, younger set?
Younger set. Take that knife out of your back, dear boy. You're alluding, I presume, to the jingle known to all as Jingle Bells.
Precisely, Mr. C.
Well, in the interest of keeping you happy, Kenneth, and because I sort of cottoned to this happy little thing myself, I'd be delighted if, of course, you'll join me.
Nothing could stop me.
Fine. And here we go, singers. Jingle Bells. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle, 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 jingle. Dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh. O'er the fields we go, laughing all the way. Bells and bobtail ring, making spirits bright. What fun it is to ride and sing a sleighing song tonight.
Hey, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Hey, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle, 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 jingle.
Ah, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
Hey!
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
That was rousing, Bing.
I thought it was stirring, Kenneth.
Really brought out the gaiety of this joyous season.
Wonderful song for the kiddies, isn't it?
Speaking of children, isn't it just about time we heard from a not-too-distant relative of yours, a lad named Gary?
Gary?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's no longer a child. I can assure you that, Kenneth. We speak of him now as Private First Class Crosby G. of the United States Army.
Well, forgive me, Bing, for being so un-GI.
Well, watch it. But you're right about hearing from Private Crosby, Ken, because we hope to contact him shortly. This Christmas Eve finds Gary in Salzburg, Austria, in the Austrian Alps. He's going to tell us about the little church where the best-known of all Christmas carols was given its first public performance. The carol, of course, is Silent Night. So, now if you're there, Private Crosby, could we hear from you?
I'm here, Dad, but if you'll forgive the correction, it's Specialist Third Class Crosby G now.
Well, a three-striped general in the family, huh? At last. How are things in old Salzburg?
Well, it's cold, Dad. Cold and pretty. I've talked to some of the townspeople, and they tell me that this church I'm in front of now has looked just the same since that night over 130 years ago when Silent Night was first sung here. There's snow on the ground, and if I didn't know better, I might think I was back on the ranch in Elko, Nevada. I learned something up here that I never knew before about the story of Silent Night. It seems the man who wrote the words, Father Joseph Moore, was returning to this little town of Oberdorf, just a few miles from here, on a Christmas Eve 139 years ago. And as he rode along the snow-covered road, he thought of the first Christmas Eve in Bethlehem. And the words of Silent Night seemed to just come over him, and he wrote them down. When he got over to Ovendorf, he took the verses to his friend, Franz Gruber, the village teacher and organist. And Gruber immediately composed the music. Together they started to see how the words and music sounded, but the organ broke down. So this beautiful carol that meant so much to so many people over the years was actually performed for the first time on Christmas Eve by the two men with a guitar as an accompaniment. Later, the man who repaired the organ took the song with him to Tyrol and finally reached Salzburg, where it was performed by the church choir for the first time before the public. Now, on this Christmas Eve, 1957, the choir of this little church in Salzburg, Austria, will sing it again, as they have every Christmas Eve since that night so long ago. this is Specialist Third Class Gary Crosby, speaking from Salzburg, Austria, and wishing all of you back there at home a Merry Christmas. And, Dad, like I said, it's pretty here, but just between the two of us, I wish I were home tonight. But since I'm not, I'd sure like to hear you sing a verse or two of Silent Night. I can understand the words a little better when you sing it.
Okay, son, we're happy to do it. It was mighty nice hearing from you, Gary. Merry Christmas to you and to the whole gang over there. Now, if I can get the rest of you folks out there to lift up your voices with me, why don't we answer that request from Salzburg? Let's sing the song that is sung in all languages all around the world. Silent night, holy night, all is calm, all is bright, round yon virgin mother and child, holy infant, so tender and mild, sleep in heavenly peace, sleep in heavenly peace. Silent night, holy night, shepherds quake at the sight, glory stream from heaven afar, heavenly hosts sing hallelujah. Christ the Savior is born. Christ the Savior is born. Merry Christmas, everybody. A Merry Christmas to you all, and good night. Happy holiday, happy holiday, while the merry bells keep ringing, may your every wish come true.
A Christmas Sing with Bing is our way of saying thanks to all of you on behalf of the Insurance Company of North America and its 20,000 local agents and brokers in your hometowns. INA wishes you one and all Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, friends. Thanks for joining us in singing with Bing Crosby, the Norman Luboff Choir, Paul Weston and his orchestra, and yours truly, Ken Carpenter.
Happy holiday to
Sing with Bing was produced by Sam Pierce and Bill Morrow and directed by Myrtle McKenzie. Music by Paul Weston and the Norman Luboff Choir. Tonight, Sing with Bing came to you from Hollywood, Australia, Minneapolis, Canada, Salt Lake City, Philadelphia, the Holy Land, somewhere in the Mediterranean, Rome, The Hague, and Salzburg, Austria, and has been presented over the combined facilities of the CBS Radio Network and the Dominion Network of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, and will be broadcast over the Armed Forces Radio Network and the Voice of America. This is Dan Cubberly, joining Bing Crosby, Ken Carpenter, and all the rest, wishing you a happy holiday.
Jack Benny program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. "'Tis the night before Christmas, and at Jack Benny's house, there are presents for all, even cheese for the mouse. Jack is up on a chair, then he's down on his knee, but you have to do that when you're trimming a tree.
Well, we're all through, Mary. Gee, it was nice of you to come over and help me trim the tree.
Well, if I didn't, you'd never get it done. Say, Jack, shall I put the snow around the bottom now?
Not yet. I want to see if the lights are working. I'll hold up the bulbs, and when I say ready, you plug it in.
Okay. Ready?
Ready. Pull it out! Pull it out! Pull it out! My goodness.
Oh, Jack, why did you make me shut it off? Those lights were so pretty, especially those two blue ones that kept flashing on and off.
Those were my eyes. I must have been holding on to a bare wire.
Well, it's your own fault. Every time you fool around with electricity, something goes wrong.
It does not. I know plenty about electricity.
Oh, sure. Remember what happened 2 years ago when you fixed your doorbell?
What happened?
I pushed the button and it burned down Crosby's house.
Oh, stop exaggerating. Anyway, hand me that roll of tape. Give me that tape. I'll fix this bare wire right now.
Here you are.
Thanks. Comes to electricity, I know what I'm doing. See, when you see a bare wire, you just tape it up like this. And that way it's insulated against outside elements. There, that ought to be enough tape. All right, Mary, plug it in.
Okay.
Pull it out! Pull it out! Pull it out! For heaven's sake.
What happened, Jack?
I taped my finger to the wire. That's what happened.
Oh, gee. And that time it was even prettier than before.
What do you mean?
Your nose lit up, too.
It did not. Let's get this tree finished before the gang gets here.
But, Jack, what about the lights?
We'll have to let that go until later. Now, hand me one of those...
Oh, Mr. Benny.
What is it, Rochester?
I baked that cake like you told me to.
Good. Did you have enough whipped cream to spell out Merry Christmas on top?
Yeah. Say, boss, how many R's in Merry?
2.
Oh.
So you better add one.
Add one? I better cross one out. I got 3.
Well, leave it. It's better than ruining the cake.
Okay.
Oh, Rochester, will you please take these Christmas tree lights and fix them?
Fix them?
Yes.
I ain't fooling around with electricity.
Now, what are you afraid of?
I ain't going to get hit by nothing I can't hit back.
Oh, Roger. Imagine being afraid of electricity. Suppose Robert Fulton was afraid of electricity. He never would have invented the electric light. Would he?
Jack, you're thinking of Thomas Edison.
Edison? Well, then what did Robert Fulton do?
He said, don't give up the ship.
That was John Paul Jones. Now, let's not start that again. Now, Rochester, please fix these lights, will you?
Okay. Let's see. Now, in electricity, there's the electrons and the electrodes. Then there's the positive and the negative. But I ain't positive which one is negative. Then there's the atoms. Now, the atoms are supposed to go from the positive to the negative, or maybe they go from the electrons to the electrodes. Then again, maybe they go from Natchez to Mobile.
Rochester.
Now, as long as these atoms keep passing each other, everything is all right.
Yeah.
But when they meet halfway and start fighting, they're going to turn on anybody who tries to butt in.
Rochester, I'm not interested in the scientific details. I just want you to fix those lights. And I promise you, while you're holding the wires, no one in this room will turn on the switch.
I know, boss. While I'm holding the wire, you ain't going to turn on the switch. And Miss Livingston ain't gonna turn on the switch.
Of course not.
But way up there at Boulder Dam, there's a little man sitting in a room with thousands of wires around him.
What?
How do I know he ain't gonna do something just to break the monotony?
Oh, all right. I'll fix it myself. Go back in the kitchen. Come in.
I'm looking for Mr. Benny. Mr. Jack Benny.
Me?
Yes.
But you're a policeman.
Well, now, what do you know? This blue uniform has given me away again.
But, officer. Mary, say something.
But, officer,
Is that all you can say?
that's all you said.
Now, officer.
Mr. Benny, I hate to be doing this to you on Christmas Eve, but I have a complaint about you disturbing the peace last week at Moore's department store.
At Moore's department. Oh, that. Well, officer, that wasn't my fault at all. You see, first I had trouble with some crazy floor walker who kept hollering, "Stop breathing on my carnation." And then...
A little slower, please. I'm writing it down.
Yes, sir.
How many R's in carnation?
1. There. And then some silly guy kept following me around, asking me what I thought I ought to buy his wife for Christmas. Now, I didn't mind it the first time or the second time, but he kept hounding me. And just before the real trouble started, I was standing by the perfume counter when all of us, I was trying to buy some perfume for my sister, Flora.
Here's your change, sir.
Thank you. Come on, Mary. Let's get over
I beg your pardon, mister.
Oh, it's you again.
What do you think I ought to buy my wife for Christmas?
I told you before, I don't know what you should buy your wife for Christmas. Figure it out yourself.
Figure it out yourself, he says. Figure it out yourself. Fine Christmas, Spirit.
Look, I don't care what you buy your wife for Christmas. Don't buy her anything.
Don't buy her anything. We've been married for 12 years. What are you trying to do, break us up?
Look, I don't know your wife. I've never seen your wife.
What's going on here? What's the trouble? That man's been caught stealing somebody's wife.
What?
At your age, you gray-haired wolf.
Now, wait a minute.
One time, let me through. What's going on here? Oh, it's you, my little Cupie with the droopy toopy.
Now, cut that out and don't blame me for this because it...
Stop breathing on my carnation.
I'll breathe on it as much as I like.
Stand up, everybody. The man is mad.
You're darn right I'm mad, and this is all your fault, mister. Asked me to buy your wife for Christmas. For all I care, you can buy her a dog collar.
What size?
What size? There you are, folks. You see what a crazy guy is, and you blame me. Why, it's not my fault. I'm not the type that would start trouble. I'm a peaceful home...
Shut up!
Oh, come on, Mary. Let's get out of here. And that's exactly what happened, officer. Believe me.
By golly, it's amazing. It sounds like something you'd hear on the radio.
Yeah.
Well, I'm convinced it wasn't your fault, and I'm going to forget all about this complaint and be wishing you folks a Merry Christmas.
The same to you, officer.
And a Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Goodbye. Say, Mary, he was a nice fella at that, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
Now, come on, Mary. Let's put the presents around the tree before the gang gets here. Huh? Well, Mary, we got all the packages under the tree. It looks nice, doesn't it?
It sure does. Jack, if you're not going to use the Christmas tree lights, let's put on the candy canes.
Okay, here's the box, and you can... Hey, wait a minute. I had 12 candy canes, and now there are only 11. Where's the other one?
Don't look at me.
I'm not looking at you. I'm asking you.
All right, I ate it. Here's 10 cents.
Smarty. I bet you'd be surprised if I took it.
I wouldn't be surprised if you sued me.
Mary, let's get this finished, will you?
Jack, you better pick up those lights off the floor before somebody steps on them.
Oh, yes. Now, where can I put them? I'll put these lights up here on the chair. This chair right here. And, Mary, here's Rochester's present. I forgot that. Slip it under the tree. Boy, will he be surprised.
But, Jack, how'll he be surprised? You've got toilet water written all over the package.
Well, you got to do that with Rochester. When he opens a package and finds a bottle, he never stops to read the label. Last year, I gave him a miniature ship and a bottle, and the mast stuck out of his mouth for 3 days. Every time I asked him something, he had to answer me through the crow's nest. Believe me, Mary, I know what I'm doing.
Well, Jack, I guess that does it. Tree's all finished.
Yeah. Gee, it looks swell. I'm kind of tired. I think I'll sit down for a minute and smoke a cigarette. Mary, have you got a match?
No.
Oh, well.
Oh, say, boss.
What is it, Rochester?
Are your socks dry yet?
My socks? I think so.
Well, people will be here soon. You better take them off the tree.
Oh, that's right. You take them off, will you, Rochester? I'm tired. I want to sit here a while.
Yes, sir. Say, this tree looks all nice, but it's kind of dark. Oh, no wonder the lights aren't plugged in. I'll fix that.
Pull it out! Pull it out! Pull it out! For heaven's sake.
Well, what's the matter, Jack?
I was sitting on the wire. As long as you're here, Rochester, give me a match.
You don't need it now. Your cigarette is lit.
Oh, yes. Thanks, Rochester.
Don't thank me. Thank that little man up at Boulder Dam.
Rochester. I wonder how that guy at Boulder Dam knew I was sick. Oh, well. Come in. Hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Same to you, Phil.
Hey, Jackson, that Christmas tree looks terrific.
Yeah, it is a nice tree, isn't it?
Not only that, it's grown about 2 feet since last year.
Phil, this isn't the same one. You know, Phil, I believe in the old-fashioned way of getting a tree. I know when you get up early in the morning and bundle yourself up warm, and you throw an axe over your shoulder and go out in the woods, way out in the wilderness and chop down your own Christmas tree.
Yeah, you're right, Jackson. Where'd you find this one?
In the lobby of the Beverly Wilshire Hotel.
You said it.
Timber!
Yes, sir.
Say, Jackson, you ought to see the tree I got in my house. I got it all decorated, and then right on top I got a big red star.
A red star? Phil, it's supposed to be a silver star.
I know, but this way I get 5 red points. Oh, Harris, you humorist. You're the Mark Twain of your generation.
Mark Twain. Phil, it's Twain. Twain.
Wheelie?
Phil, after a gag like that, you're lucky Santa doesn't scratch you with his claws. Say, that was pretty good, too.
Don't bother sending us Cracker Jack, Mother. We're now getting corn by the ton.
Oh, I don't know, Mary. I thought that was pretty cute. Hey, Phil, what do you got in that package there?
Oh, I forgot, Jackson. It's a Christmas present for you.
For me?
Yeah, me and the boys in the band all chipped in and got it for you.
Well, thanks. I'll put it under the tree.
Oh, no, you don't. No, you don't. Open it up right now.
Okay. It was certainly nice of you and the boys to think of me. I really didn't... Oh, Phil, thanks. Gee, a beautiful turtleneck sweater. Gee.
Well, look inside of it, Jackson.
Inside? Oh! Oh, Phil.
What is it, Jack?
A turtle. fine present. I'll fix him. Imagine bring me a turtle for the Mary. Come here, Phil. Phil, sit down on my chair.
Well, thanks, Jackson.
Are you comfortable, Phil?
Sure.
Good. Mary, push in the plug.
Oh, Jack, you wouldn't dare.
Hand me the plug. I'll give it to him myself.
Hey, Jackson, what about my present?
Yes, that where you are. You'll get it. It's a surprise. Mary, watch him jump. 1, 2, 3. There. Phil, don't you feel anything?
No, why? Well, what about the surprise? What's the matter?
We're having a little trouble at Boulder Dam.
Mary, I can't understand what went wrong. Phil, stand up a minute.
Okay.
Let's see. There must be something wrong with this thing. Pull it out! Pull it out! Pull it out! Fine thing to do to a guy on Christmas Eve.
Well, it's your own fault for trying to play a trick on Phil.
Oh, so that's it, eh, Jackson? Trying to give me a hot seat.
Oh, it was nothing, Phil. I was just trying to have a little fun. Pull it out! Pull it out!
Jack, that's a doorbell.
Oh. Come in. Hiya, Don. Hello, Larry.
Oh, Don, and Larry. Merry Christmas, Don.
Gee, I'm glad you fellas were able to come over.
Oh, say, Mr. Benny.
Yes, Larry.
Well, last night I went to the movies and I saw a picture called Hollywood Canteen.
You did?
Yes. And you want to know something?
What?
You were in it.
Yes, I know, kid. I happened to see the picture.
8 times.
What?
On the days he can't go, he sends me.
Rochester.
Between you and me, that seat never gets a chance to cool off.
Never mind.
Well, say, Jack, I saw the picture, too.
You did, Don? Well, Don, tell me, how did my violin solo go over?
Well, Jack, this will amaze you.
Really?
When you started to play, the man next to me got all excited and enthused.
Oh, I get it, Don. I get it. You don't have to...
Okay, Mr. Benny, I got the cake and coffee on the table.
Good. Come on, fellas. Let's have a little bite.
Come on,
everybody. Now, take it easy, fellas. Take it easy. Take it easy. There's enough for all.
Yes, folks, you don't have to crowd. Just line up to the right and have your ticket stub ready.
Rochester, this is Christmas.
Oh, yes, excuse me.
Now, fellas. Hey, who can that be? Come in. Well, I'll be darned.
Hiya, Buck. Hello, everybody.
Well, what a surprise. Andy Devine.
Well, who'd you think I was, Frank Sinatra?
No, Andy, your voice and figure are both a little huskier, I think. Hey, Andy, there's Don Wilson.
Oh, yeah. Hello, Skinny.
Hello, Fatso.
It's the first time I ever heard a pot call a pot a pot. Say, Andy, how's your mother?
Oh, she's swell, Buck. Hey, you know, it's nice the way you think of her every year.
Oh, I always call my friends around the holidays.
Well, you don't have to worry about Ma. Buck, she wouldn't think of buying her Christmas cards from anyone else but you.
I know. That's why I always throw in a couple of extra ones, you know?
Here you are, folks. Here's the... Oh, hello, Mr. Devine. Well, hello, Rochester. I'm glad you dropped in on the boss. Christmas wouldn't be Christmas without you. Well, thanks, Roch. You know, the holidays wouldn't be the same if I didn't see all of you folks.
Those are the two voices that drove Gravel Gertie into hiding. Say, come on, Andy. You're just in time to have a bite to eat. And listen, I've been saving a bottle of champagne just for this occasion. Let's drink a toast.
Champagne? Oh.
Come on, fellas, everybody. Oh, Rochester, give me that bottle of champagne.
Here you are, boss. Shall I open it?
No, I'll open it myself. Thank you. Now, let's see. Champagne corks are so tight. Gee, they're hard to get loose.
For goodness sake, fellas, don't just stand there. Pull the cork out of his mouth.
Okay, hold
Hold your head still, Jackson. I'll pull the cork out.
Well, rope.
Now, there.
Jack, say something.
Boy. Here, Rochester. Rochester, fill the glasses.
Yes, sir.
Hey, fellas, how about a toast?
Hey, I got one.
Go ahead, Andy. A toast? Go ahead.
Here's to you, Buck, Mary, Phil, and the whole gang. We've been friends for a long time, and I hope it always stays that way. Merry Christmas!
Merry Christmas, Andy! Merry Christmas!
Jack, can I give a toast, too?
Sure. Go right ahead, Mary.
A Merry Christmas to everyone, everywhere.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, everybody! Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas to all. That's right. Glad to see you.
Say, Jack, how about a toast from you?
Me? Yeah, I'd like to give a toast, too, Don. This is a toast to a lot of fellas I met in Africa, Europe, and the South Pacific. And to all you other boys out there I wasn't lucky enough to meet. Fellas, this is Christmas Eve, a time for happiness and good fellowship, a time when our hearts should be humble and forgiving. But this is war, and I've seen what you boys are up against on both sides of the world. I know the Christmas spirit must seem a very distant thing when you're crouched in a muddy foxhole or wading through the half-frozen slush. I know, too, that there's very little to remind you of Christmas inside a stifling tank or in the icy cockpit of a B-29 6 miles above Tokyo. Maybe you feel it as something you lost long, long ago, because the only Christmas lights you see are the bursts of shells or the flashing path cut by tracer bullets. But Christmas is a spirit that springs from within and is so strong it transcends even the ugly scenes of a battlefield and fills the soul with a passion to defend the things that are right and just. You are the ones who have gone to the ends of the earth to preserve the freedom you know belongs to every man, to hasten the day when all mankind can once again live in dignity and in peace. So here's to you, fellas. Merry Christmas, and God bless you all.
so tender and mild. Sleep in heavenly peace. Sleep in heavenly peace.
Good night, folks.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Claudette Colbert and Don Amici in The Shop Around the Corner. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. In the summer, your producer's fancy lightly turns to thoughts of Don Amici and Claudette Colbert. Summer arrived officially day before yesterday at 11:34 a.m., so we've got Claudette and Don right here tonight. Since they were also right here last year about this time, I suggest we consider them a sign of the season, like the ball game on the corner lot or the first picnic. You'll hear these two stars in The Shop Around the Corner, adapted from the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture success. The play has an air of goodwill to it, a gay mood of laughter and romance that few motion pictures have matched. It's a story of a little group of people who work together in a certain little shop around the corner, a kind of world in itself, where there's a share of good and bad luck for everyone. Usually, of course, the shop around any corner is where you get Lux Flakes. But we had a letter the other day from a woman who didn't take any chances on finding it that close. She was going to Liberia, West Africa, so she prudently took some along. And it pretty nearly got her the reputation of being a witch doctor. A few weeks ago, she writes, I decided to have a bedspread washed, so I took it and a box of Lux to the native washman. When he saw me put the Lux Flakes in the water and just swish them around, you should have seen his face. Then I put a few flakes on his hand and then a little water and told him to rub his hands. He did, and when the suds appeared, he thought it was white man's magic. That's a good thing to know if you ever go to West Africa. But you'll find the magic of Lux Flakes just as useful right here at home. And now the magic of radio brings you The Shop Around the Corner, starring Claudette Colbert as Karen and Don Amici as Martin, with Felix Bressart as Peters. And here's the curtain for the first act. The firm of Matuchek and Company, Novelties and Leather Goods, has been doing business in the same location for 35 years. It's not a large store, nor is it small. Its merchandise is not cheap, nor is it expensive. This is just an ordinary everyday shop, and its clerks are ordinary everyday people. At 8:55 each morning, they stand behind the counters, dusting the goods and gossiping. At 9 sharp, they snap quickly to attention as Mr. Matuchek enters the front door and in a ringing voice delivers his first order of the day.
Joey! Yes, Mr. Matuchek. Joey, run across the street and get me some bicarbonated soda.
Yes, Mr. Matuchek.
Good morning, Lily.
Good morning, Mr. Matuchek.
Good morning, Miss Baker.
Good morning, Mr. Matuchek.
Good morning, Mr. Peters.
Good morning, Mr. Matuchek.
Good morning, Mr. Harvey.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Matuchek.
Good morning, Mr. Martin.
Morning, sir.
Mr. Martin, I'd like to see you in a few minutes on a very important matter.
Yes, sir. Anytime you say.
Well, Martin, won't be long now.
What do you mean?
Well, I hear you had dinner with Mr. Matuchek and his wife last night.
Oh, that, yeah.
And now this morning he wants to see you about something important. You'll be the manager pretty soon.
Oh, I don't know. Say, Peters, want to hear something nice?
You're not the manager yet.
No. It's a letter from a girl.
Oh, girl.
Yeah, listen to this, listen. My heart was trembling as I walked into the post office, and there you were, lying in box 237. I took you out of your envelope and read you right there. Oh, my dear friend.
What is all this?
Well, you see, I was looking through the ads in the Sunday paper, and I ran across one that said, here, I'll show you. See?
A modern girl wishes to correspond on cultural subjects anonymously with intelligent, sympathetic young man.
That's me.
Address, dear friend, box 237. I know those ads. The papers are full of them. How long has this been going on?
Well, we've exchanged 4 letters. And Peter, she's no ordinary girl. Listen, here on page 8, she says, here. Are you tall or short? Are your eyes brown or blue? Don't tell me. What does it matter so long as our minds meet?
You are right. That's beautiful.
Yeah, it is. And then she says, there are so many great and beautiful things to discuss in this world of ours. It would be wasting these precious moments if we told each other the vulgar details of how we earn our daily bread. I agree with you when you say, she means me, what are men and women for but to rise above the stupid necessities of the 8-hour day?
You said that?
Sure. You see, yes, Mr. Matuchek?
Martin, I can get 5 dozen more of these cigarette boxes from Nichols Brothers. What do you think of it? I think it's great. You see, you open it up like this.
No, Mr. Matuchek, that's not for us.
You haven't even listened to it. It plays O Chichonia.
Well, even if it played Beethoven's Ninth Symphony, I'd still say no. I don't like the whole idea.
It's wonderful how quickly you can make up your mind. I've been in this business for 35 years, and it took me a whole hour to decide that I like it. But I guess you're a genius. Harvey.
Yes, Mr. Matuchek.
Listen, what do you think of this? Look. Now, I want your honest opinion. Don't let me influence you. Hear that? That's a very popular classic. Well, Miss Baker?
I I think people who smoke cigarettes and who love to hear old Chichornia will like it.
Harvey, what do you think?
I'd even go further. I think it'll make music lovers out of cigarette smokers and cigarette smokers out of music lovers. I think it's sensational.
Well, Mr. Martin?
I still think it's terrible.
Give me one reason.
All right. Let's say a man smokes 20 cigarettes a day. So he opens the box 20 times, and 20 times he has to listen to Old Chichornia. And besides that, it's imitation leather and cheap glue. In 2 weeks, the whole thing will come apart, and all you have left is Old Chichornia.
I know it. I know it's an imitation leather. You don't have to tell me. You just sell things and let me do the buying.
Excuse me, Mr. Matichek. Nichols Brothers are on the phone.
I'll take it here.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Nichols? This is Matichek. Cancel the rest of those cigarette boxes. They're terrible.
Well, good morning, madam.
Good morning.
Anything I can do for you? We're having a sale on purses today.
Well, to tell you the truth, I didn't want to buy anything.
Oh, well, that's perfectly all right. If you want to look around, just make yourself at home.
Thank you. I wonder if I could see Mr. Matichek.
Well, Mr. Matichek is very busy at the moment. If you'd tell me what you wanted, I'm sure I could take care of you.
Well, I noticed in the window that you're having a summer sale.
Oh, yes, madam. Everything is reduced 25%.
Really? That's wonderful. I guess you'll do a big business.
Oh, there's no question about it. We'll probably have such a big rush we won't be able to take care of the customers.
Then you ought to have some extra help.
Oh, we probably will.
In that case, maybe you can use me. I'm looking for a job.
Yeah. What's the idea of letting me go through this whole routine?
Oh, well, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to. Do you think you could help me to get a job here?
I wish I could, but there isn't a chance.
But you just told me you'd need some extra help because of the rush.
Look around for yourself. You can see what kind of business we're doing. Every half hour, another customer rushes in.
Well, listen, I've had a lot of experience.
Yeah, but I know the situation here.
I worked for 2 years at Blake & Company, and I left of my own accord, and before that, I was with Blayton Brothers for 10 months.
Now, listen, if it were up to me, I'd put you to work, but I'm not the boss. So...
Well, then why don't you let me see him?
Because he's in a very bad mood today.
I'll take a chance. Maybe I can cheer him up.
Now, listen, madam, I've been here 9 years. I know Mr. Matichek inside and out. I know exactly what his attitude would be. I can tell you word for word exactly what he'd say.
Mr. Martin, come here.
Now, you see what you've done?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Martin.
Yeah, coming, Mr. Matichek.
So, Mr. Martin, you know every reaction of mine, eh? You know exactly what I think even before I think it. You're not only a genius, you're a mind reader.
But, Mr. Matichek...
Never mind now, I'll take care of this customer.
But, Mr. Matichek...
Quiet! Good morning, madam. I'm Mr. Matichek.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Matichek.
Please have a seat.
Thank you. Mr. Matichek, I was at Blake & Company.
I'm sure you'll find much nicer things in our shop.
No, I mean I worked there. I'm looking for a job.
A job? You mean... Oh, no. That's impossible. It's out of the question. Good, eh?
Oh, but Mr. Matichek...
I have no time. I'm very busy.
Mr. Matichek, please, I've got to have a job. And I'm good. I know merchandise. Really, I do. Please just give me a chance.
Oh, so you know merchandise. Let me ask you something. Would you buy a box like this? Well?
Well, I couldn't buy anything at the moment.
No. I just wanted your opinion, your honest opinion. Do you like it?
Oh, yes, I do. It's marvelous.
Why?
I think it's romantic.
Romantic? What's romantic about it?
Huh? Well, cigarettes and music? I don't know. It makes me think of moonlight and cigarettes and music.
There, Martin. There's the woman's point of view.
But Mr. Matichek, she would
How much are you selling it for?
Well, I'd say $4.25.
That's a bargain. That's a real bargain.
Oh, that's a candy box, isn't it?
No, madam. It's
yes, madam. Yes, madam. That's a candy box. And I would say a very unusual one.
Yes, I like it. How much is it?
Watch, madam. It has a very distinctive feature.
Well,
you see?
Is that coming out of this?
Yes, madam, yes. It's O Chichonia, a very popular classic.
Oh, no, that'll never do. Where do people get ideas like that? Can you imagine? Every time you take a piece of candy, you have to listen to that song. Oh, no.
Oh, no, madam, wait, please. I know just what you mean, madam. And yet, you see, some of our customers like it for the very thing you object to. Now, there's no denying we all have a weakness for candy. And when I say weakness, I don't mean to say anything against candy. I only mean we're inclined to overdo it a little.
That's true, I suppose.
Now, for instance, madam, have you any idea how many pieces of candy you eat a day?
Well, no, I never gave it a thought. But I am taking on weight.
That's just it. We pick up a piece of candy absent-mindedly, and then we take another piece. And before we realize it, we've gained a pound or two.
Don't I know it?
Now, you see, this little box makes you candy conscious. That's what Matachek and Company designed it for. Every time you open it, this little song is a message to you, see? Too much candy, and I'll be careful.
Well, how much is it?
$5.50 reduced from $6.95. It's a real bargain.
I'll take it. You can wrap it up while I look at these purses.
Well, Mr. Matachek?
What's your name, young lady?
Smith, Karen Smith.
Miss Smith, you may report for work tomorrow morning.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Martin here will show you the ropes.
Yes, of course.
Or perhaps you can show him.
We are late this morning, Martin.
No, it's only 10 up.
Morning, Martin. Hello, Peters.
Hello.
Morning, Mr. Harvey. Oh, say, Martin, can you come to the house tonight?
No, I'm sorry, Peters. I have a big dinner date tonight.
Oh, with the boss again?
No, he doesn't invite me anymore. Say, how do you figure him out?
I give up. It's certainly difficult to get along with him these days.
He hardly talks to me anymore.
You know what I think? I think he's having trouble with his wife.
Who is? Matachek?
I wasn't talking to you, Harvey.
You said Matachek was having trouble with his wife?
I didn't say that at all. I only
Never
said...
mind, Peters. Go on, Harvey. You got work to do, haven't you?
Sure. We all have.
I don't like that fellow.
Say, we better get this counter dusted before Matachek gets here.
No, I do it, Martin.
No, we'll both do it. Say, Peters, you mind if I ask you a personal question?
No, go ahead.
Now, this is very confidential. Peters, suppose a fellow like me wants to get married.
Oh, well, that's wonderful. Who is the girl?
Now, listen, I only said suppose. Now, look, how much does it cost you to live? Just you and Mrs. Peters, leaving out the children.
Why fool yourself?
Well, let's say temporarily. How much does it cost?
Huh? It can be done, and very nicely. Naturally, you can't be extravagant.
No. Well, suppose a fellow took a 3-room apartment, kitchen, living room, and bedroom. Where do you eat?
In the kitchen. You get a nice big kitchen.
Well, then where do you entertain?
Entertain? What are you, an ambassador? Listen, if someone is really your friend, he comes after dinner.
Good morning.
Good morning, Miss Smith.
Morning.
Morning.
Oh, Miss Smith.
Yes, Mr. Martin?
I noticed you wore a yellow blouse with light green dots yesterday.
As usual, you're mistaken, Mr. Martin. It was a green blouse with light yellow dots, and everybody else thought it was very becoming.
Now, listen.
And I don't remember that I ever remarked about your neckties. And believe me, Mr. Martin, if you think I couldn't say anything about them, just ask Mr. Harvey. So please leave my blouse alone. It's none of your business.
I'm sorry, but Mr. Matachek seems to think it is my business.
Oh, yes, that's right. I'm working under you. Well, from now on, Mr. Martin, I'll telephone you every morning and describe just what I'm going to wear. And before I select my next season's wardrobe, my dressmaker will submit samples to you. Oh, imagine you dictating what I should wear.
Now, you get this straight. I don't care what you wear. If you want to look like a pony in a circus, all right. But I have troubles of my own without your blouse coming between Mr. Matachek and me.
Look, I sold as much goods yesterday as anybody in the place. $95 isn't bad for a rainy Friday 3 weeks before Christmas. Did you tell that to Mr. Matachek?
I did.
And what did he say?
He said tell her not to come in that blouse anymore.
Tell him I won't.
I will. What was I just saying, Peters?
About your girl. Who is she, Martin?
Oh, yeah. Remember that girl I was corresponding with?
Oh, yes, about the cultural subjects.
Well, after a while we came to the subject of love. Naturally, on a very cultural level.
What else can you do in a letter?
You know, Peter, she's the most marvelous girl in the world.
Is she pretty?
She has such ideals, Peter. She's so far above the girls you meet today. There's simply no comparison.
I see. She's not pretty.
Well, what's the difference? As a matter of fact, I don't know whether she is or not. You see, I haven't met her yet.
You haven't?
No, I keep on postponing it. I'm scared, Peters. You see, this girl thinks I'm the most wonderful person in the world, and after all, there's a chance she might be disappointed.
Yes, there's a chance. On the other hand, you might be disappointed, too.
Oh, no, I won't. I'm as sure of that as I am my own name. Peters, I'm meeting her tonight for dinner.
Where?
In a restaurant on 8th Street.
I suppose you're going to wear a red carnation, huh?
Yes, I am. And she's going to have one as a bookmark and a copy of Tolstoy's Anna Karenina. Gee, you know, I haven't slept for days.
What's her name?
I don't even know that. I just call her dear friend or dear box 237.
Oh, dear box 237. Oh, I'm sure she'll be beautiful.
Well, not too beautiful. What chance would there be for a fellow like me?
What do you want, a homely girl?
No, knock wood for just a lovely average girl. That's all I want.
Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Mayor.
Morning,
I just want to tell you our window looks terrible. There isn't a store on the street that doesn't look better. So when do we get any customers? Everybody will have to stay tonight to redecorate.
Stay. Tonight of all nights.
There goes your date with box 237.
Yeah. Hand me those belts, Joey, will you? Belong up here on the shelf.
Okay. Say, Mr. Martin, do you think I have to work tonight, too?
After all, I'm a child.
No, you don't have to stay tonight.
No kidding?
I'll straighten it out with Mr. Manicheck.
Oh, gee, thanks.
May I help you, Mr. Martin?
No, thank you, Miss Smith.
There's no trouble at all. I'd like to. Yesterday, I put all the imported bags on the shelf over there.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the way you wanted it, Mr. Martin?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so glad you like it. If there's anything wrong, I'd appreciate it if you'd tell me.
Since when are you so interested in my idea of what's right or wrong?
Well, I like to please you, Mr. Martin. Now, after all, I'm working under you.
You know, you don't have to keep harping on that.
Oh, no, I don't mean it that way at all. Regardless of what I think of you personally, I believe that anybody who works with you and doesn't get a great deal out of it is just dumb.
Just what do you mean, what you think of me personally?
Well, since you asked, I'd say no matter what can be said against you, I think you're a gentleman.
Well, I try to be.
Mr. Martin, you don't realize what that means to a working girl. Oh, what a girl has to go through in some shops. Well, for instance, when I worked at Booten Brothers and Sons, well, the sons were all right, but the brothers, oh. And that's why I like it here. You see, when you say, Miss Smith, let's go in the stock room and put some belts on the shelf, you really want to put some belts on the shelf. And that's my idea of a gentleman.
Well, I just don't believe in mixing belts with pleasure. You know, this is the first time you've shown a little sense. Maybe there's hope for you after all.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Martin. Oh, I almost forgot. Would it be possible, Mr. Martin, do you think you could spare me tonight? Then maybe Mr. Matichek would let me off.
Oh, so that's why I'm a gentleman. That's why you learned so much from me all of a sudden, hmm?
I'm sure I don't know what you mean.
You just want to get off early, huh?
I have to, Mr.
Well, you're out of luck. What a cheap trick that was, and I nearly fell for it, too.
Mr. Martin, I have to get off tonight. It's terribly important.
For 6 months, you've done everything you could to antagonize me, and now you have the nerve to come in
Well, you haven't been very nice to me. No matter what I do, it's wrong. If I wrap a package, it's not the right way. If I make a suggestion, and some of them are very good, you don't even listen. Everything has to be done exactly your way, and even then you don't like it. When I came into this place, I was full of life and enthusiasm, and, well, now I'm nothing. You've taken all my personality away. But let me tell you something. Any day now, I may be in a position where I won't have to work anymore. And, Mr. Martin, I'll really tell you then what I think of you. Mr. Martin, I don't like you.
Karen, what's the matter?
Oh, he won't let me off. And I've got to get away early tonight. I've just got to. I have a date. It's the most important thing that ever happened to me in all my life.
I know. The boy you told me about. What was his name?
That's what makes it so awful. I don't even know his name. I just call him Box 237.
In a moment, you'll hear Act 2 of The Shop Around the Corner, starring Don Amici, Claudette Colbert, and Felix Bressart. Oh, Sally, you have a story for us during our brief intermission, haven't you?
Yes, Mr. Ruick. Let's pretend we can all fly wherever we will, swiftly yet invisibly. Here we are, then, on a warm June evening near the front porch of a pretty little home somewhere in America. There's a young man sitting on the porch with his wife.
Gosh, you look swell tonight, Joni.
And me, an old married woman.
This dress, isn't it the one you wore that evening when...
What evening, silly?
Well, it was a pink dress anyway, like this one, and when I saw you in it, it took my breath away.
And when you got it back?
Why, then I begged for the job of buying your dresses all my life.
How often a charming dress plays its part in romance. That's something every woman knows, isn't it? And now that we have wonderful new Quick Lux Flakes, it's so easy to keep dresses dainty and lovely looking so that you always seem appealing. New Quick Lux, you know, is safe care for every color of fabric that's safe in water alone. The gentle Lux suds swiftly float away soil, perspiration, leave your pretty dresses fresh and charming.
That's something that almost every woman knows, too, Libby.
Of course it is, because twice as many women use new Quick Lux flakes for nice dresses as use any other flakes, chips, or beads. And here's a hint about warm weather. Be sure to Lux dresses often, for even a hint of perspiration can drive romance away.
Thank you, Libby. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of The Shop Around the Corner, starring Don Amici as Martin and Claudette Colbert as Karen, with Felix Bressart as Peters. It's later the same day. Mr. Matuszek's temperature has risen with each passing hour, for 6 of his employees have asked for the evening off. Now Martin is the unlucky 7th, and Mr. Matuszek hits the boiling point.
Do you mean that you want the evening off too, Martin?
Well, yes, Mr. Matuszek.
What is this? Does everybody want to leave? Once a year, I asked you to stay here.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Matuszek. If I'd only known yesterday, I could have...
see. You want a special invitation. Next time, I'll send you an engraved announcement.
Mr. Matuszek, this is the first time in years that I've asked a favor. I think you're being unjust.
I'm being unjust. Once a year, I ask 7 ladies and gentlemen. 7, mind you, and next door, a shop twice as big as mine employs only 4. And, good afternoon, madam. Is there anything I can show you?
Have you traveling bags for men? Oh, with a zipper?
Oh, yes, madam, yes. We have every type of traveling bag in the zipper.
Thank you so much. I'm just doing a little window shopping for my husband. He'll be here tomorrow.
I'd be delighted to serve your husband.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
7 ladies and gentlemen, I ask one day in a year to be so kind as to redecorate a window, and you have the nerve, Mr. Martin, the oldest employee in the place, who should set an example.
You spoke to me like this yesterday. What did I do? The whole week you've treated me like this without any reason at all.
Without any reason? Maybe I have more reason than you think.
Well, it's obvious that you're not satisfied with me.
You can draw your own conclusion.
In that case, there's only one thing to do. Maybe we'd better call it a day.
Maybe we'd better. Miss Baker will see that you get your check.
Thank you.
Mr. Matuszek, there's someone on your private phone.
I'll take it in my office. Hello?
Mr. Matuszek?
Yes?
This is the Kane Detective Agency. We have that information about your wife.
Oh, well, don't tell me on the phone. Come over to my shop, please.
What time, Mr. Matuszek?
Come now, please. I'll be waiting. Mr. Peters.
Yes, Mr. Matuszek?
Tell everyone they may go home. We'll do the windows tomorrow. Sit down, please.
Thank you.
Well, it's true about my wife?
I'm afraid so, Mr. Matuszek. Now, here we have the complete record from our operatives, 2 of our most reliable men.
Go on.
Report on Mrs. Emma Matuszek. On December 6th, Mrs. Matuszek left her apartment at 8:45. She walked 2 blocks up to 10th Street. There, Mrs. Matuszek was joined by a young man.
A young man?
Yes, your suspicions were correct, Mr. Matuszek. The man was one of your own employees.
I know. He's been to my house for dinner. He's been working for me almost 10 years.
10 years? That's funny. Our report says only 4.
Martin has been here 10 years in January.
Martin? But the young man your wife met is named Harvey.
What's that?
Francis W. Harvey, 464 Hill Street.
Oh, then I see. Let me have that report, please.
Yes, sir.
22 years we've been married. 22 years I was proud of my wife. Well, she didn't want to grow old with me. If you'll send me your bill, I'll take care of it immediately.
Yes, Mr. Matuszek. Good night.
Good night.
Is this a restaurant where you were going to meet her?
Yeah. Go ahead, Peters. Go on in.
Why don't you go in? I really think you should keep your date.
No, I haven't got the heart. Not after what happened today. I was going to get married. Now I haven't even got a job. Peters, do me a favor and deliver my note, please.
All right.
And look, Peters, I don't want to know what she looks like. She's homely. I've got enough bad news for one day. If she's lovely, it'll make it so much more difficult, so don't tell me.
No, I won't. Now, what's the name of that book again?
Anna Karenina, and a red carnation is a bookmark.
Wait. Maybe I'd better look in the window first. You stand over that way, out of sight.
Well, you see her?
No, not yet. Oh, say, there's a beautiful girl.
Really?
Very beautiful. But no book.
Oh.
Oh, there's another girl. Oh, wait a minute. I think I see the book. Right here under the window. Yes, Anna Karenina by Tolstoy. And the carnation.
Go on.
I can't see her face. She's sitting behind that rack. Wait, there's a cup of coffee on the table. She's taking a piece of cake. Martin, she's dunking.
Well, why shouldn't she?
All right. She's leaning forward now. Martin, she... Oh.
Can you see her?
Yes, I see her.
Is she pretty?
Very pretty.
Oh, she is.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'd say she looks... She has a little of the coloring of Karen.
Karen? You mean Karen Smith, Miss Smith in the store?
Now, Martin, you'll have to admit that Karen is a good-looking girl. And personally, I've always found her a very likable girl.
Oh, this is a fine time to be talking about Miss Smith.
Well, if you don't like Miss Smith, I can tell you right now you're not going to like this girl either.
Well, why?
Because it is Miss Smith.
No. It can't be. No, Peters.
Well, look for yourself.
Miss Smith? What? This is horrible. Give me that note.
What are you going to do? Let that poor girl wait in there?
Well, why shouldn't Miss Smith wait? For 6 months she's fought with me every day.
But still, she wrote those letters.
Oh, well, that's my misfortune.
Well, I'm going back to the shop. I've got some things to do. Goodbye.
Yeah, goodbye, Peters.
Excuse me, miss. Can I take this chair?
Oh, no, don't, please. I'm expecting somebody, waiter. He'll be here any minute.
Okay. Red carnation, huh?
Yes.
A few nights ago, we had a case with roses. Turned out very nice. Very nice. But once, about 3 months ago, we had a sad case with gardenias. She waited all night and nobody came.
Oh, really? She must have felt terrible.
Well, that's life, you know. You have to expect things like that.
Yes, of course. Waiter, isn't your clock a little fast? My watch says only 8:27.
Oh, listen, you got nothing to worry about. A pretty girl like you, if he doesn't come, I'll put on a carnation myself.
Hello, Miss Smith.
Huh? Oh, good evening, Mr. Martin.
What a coincidence. I had an appointment here. You, haven't seen Mr. Peters by any chance, have you?
No, I haven't.
Well, guess I'll wait. Do you mind if I sit down?
Oh, yes, I do mind.
Well, what's the matter?
Oh, please, Mr. Martin, will you go to some other table? I have an appointment, too.
Oh, really? Well, who are you meeting?
Now, please don't be sarcastic. I realize you've had a bad day, Mr. Martin, and you probably feel very bitter.
Bitter? About leaving Matichak and Company? Listen, I could have another job like that.
Oh, well, in that case, there's no use wasting sympathy on you. Good night, Mr. Martin.
Listen, you don't have to feel sorry for me.
Mr. Martin, I said good night, please.
Well, what are you so nervous about?
I'm not nervous. Do I look nervous?
I should say you do.
Well, I'm not.
You, just knocked over the water.
Well, it's just an accident.
Here, I'll mop it up for you.
Mr. Martin, will
No
you please...
trouble at all. There, it's better. Oh, I see you're reading Tolstoy's Anna Karenina, huh?
Yes. Anything against it?
Oh, no. I never expected to meet you in a cafe with Tolstoy. I didn't know you went in for high literature.
There are a lot of things you don't know about me, Mr. Martin.
Yes? Well, there are a lot of things you don't know about me, Miss Smith. You know, people seldom go to the trouble of scratching the surface of things to find out the inward truth.
Mr. Martin, I wouldn't care to scratch your surface. Because I know exactly what I'd find. A handbag instead of a heart, a suitcase instead of a soul, and instead of an intellect, a cigarette lighter that doesn't work.
Oh, that's very well put. Comparing my intellect with a cigarette lighter that doesn't work is such an interesting mixture of poetry and meanness.
Meanness?
Oh, now, don't misunderstand me, Miss Smith. I was just on the verge of paying you a compliment.
Oh, please, Mr. Martin, I told you I was expecting somebody.
Well, that's all right. As soon as he comes, I'll leave.
Look, Mr. Martin, I'd better warn you. This person is jealous.
Oh.
Very jealous, yes. And if you insist on staying here, I will not be responsible for anything that may happen. I hope you understand what I mean.
Sure. Listen, just in case your party doesn't show up, would well, if he should stand you up or something...
Oh, don't worry about that. This party will show up.
Well, so he came, huh? Will you have a menu, sir?
Oh, no.
I told her not to worry. Pretty girl like her.
Waiter, this is not the gentleman I was expecting.
Oh. No?
No. And I don't want him sitting here at all. Will you please ask him to take some other table?
What's the idea, mister?
All right. Is that next table taken?
No.
Yeah, well, then I'll sit over here. Cup of coffee, please.
I'm sorry, miss.
Oh, it's all right. Just as long as he doesn't sit at my table.
And I'll keep an eye out for that carnation.
Thanks.
Tell me, have you read Zola's Madame Bovary?
Madame Bovary is not by Zola. Will you please go away?
Now, look, Miss Smith.
Oh, what are you trying to do? Ruin my evening? What have I ever done to you? Why do you hate me so?
I don't hate you.
Oh, I suppose you love me.
No, why should I? What have you ever done to make me love you?
I don't want you to love me.
Well, I don't. You know what that song reminds me of?
Yes, thank you. 24 unsold cigarette boxes.
No, you're wrong again. It reminds me of a girl who was looking for a job. And a very nice girl, I thought.
Oh, really? How you've changed.
That was before you began to make fun of me, giving imitations of me in the locker room. And I want to take this opportunity, Miss Smith, to inform you that I am not bow-legged.
Aren't you?
No, I'm not.
Oh, I have information to the contrary. Mr. Harvey told me you have your trousers specially made.
That's a lie. I've never been to a tailor in my life. And if you think I'm bow-legged, you come out on the sidewalk with me and I'll pull up my trouser legs.
Don't you dare.
How would you like it if I made remarks about your hands being red?
That's exactly what you did yesterday.
Yes, but only after you made fun of my legs.
And they aren't red at all.
No, not anymore, after I called your attention to them. And let me tell you something else, Miss Smith. You may have beautiful thoughts, but you certainly hide them. So far as your actions are concerned, you're cold and snippy like an old maid. And you'll have an awful tough time trying to make any man fall in love with you.
Oh, Mr. Martin, you're getting funnier every minute. I could show you a few letters that might open your eyes. No, maybe not. No, you probably wouldn't understand what's in them. They're written by a type of man so far above you that it's ridiculous. I have to laugh when I think of you calling me an old maid. You, well, you little insignificant clerk.
All right, that does it. Goodbye, Anna Karenina.
Goodbye.
Martin, wait, Martin, Matt!
Peters, what's the matter? What's wrong?
I just went to the shop. They took Mr. Matuszek away in the ambulance.
What?
He tried to commit suicide.
Mr. Matuszek, are you all right?
I think I will be. Sit down, Martin. And I want to thank you for coming.
Oh, no, as soon as I heard,
Martin, do you remember when you were at my house for dinner the last time? I told you if things go well, I might take it easier. And maybe by Christmas, make you manager of the shop. Well, now I have to take it easier. Would you care to work for me again after...
Mr. Matuszek, don't even think about it. That's all over.
Is it possible that I ever distrusted you, Martin? I hated you. I couldn't stand your presence anymore. That's how far jealousy can drive a man.
Jealousy? I don't know what you mean.
When I first got that anonymous letter, I laughed at it. My wife having secret rendezvous with one of my employees. But you can't throw a letter like that away. It stays with you, every word.
But how could you suspect me?
I know now that it was Harvey. But you see, you were the only one from the shop who came to my home. You sent flowers to my wife.
Well, I was only
You don't have to tell me. But if this poison once gets into your mind, please try to understand.
Sure, I understand.
Martin, here are the keys to Matuszek and Company.
Thank you. What'll I do about Harvey?
Harvey? I want him very quietly dismissed.
Quietly dismissed? Yes, sir. I'll take care of it, Mr. Manichek.
What do you mean I'm fired?
You hear me? Get out!
Don't push! Don't push!
Go on, beat it!
What right have you got to fire me anyway? Does Mr. Manichek know about this?
Mr. Manichek has nothing to do with it. I'm the manager and you don't work here anymore.
Oh, so you're the manager. How do I know you're the manager? Prove it. Show it to me in black and white.
Oh, you want it in black and white, do you? Well, you're going to get it in black and blue.
Oh, yeah? Well, how do you like this? I'll murder you. I'll show you.
Two fights, two timers.
Mr. Harvey!
Stop!
Oh,
Stop!
they're killing each other.
What's going on?
Martin, you have knocked him out.
Peters, you enjoy. Throw him out of here. Go on, go on.
I got his legs.
Peters, the back way, and do it quietly. Mr. Manichek doesn't want any fuss. Miss Smith, you wait here.
Watch his head, Joey.
Why? He wouldn't feel it.
Well, Miss Smith, I suppose you're kind of surprised to see me back, huh?
Naturally, I'm glad you have your job again. Congratulations.
Miss Baker tells me you weren't feeling well this morning.
No, that's all right, thank you.
You look worn out. Anything go wrong last night?
I tell you, I'm all right. Where's Mr. Manichek? I want to see him.
Well, he's right here. I'm Mr. Manichek.
Oh, Mr. Martin, don't make any jokes. Not today. And if you have to pick on me, make it some other time. I want to talk to Mr. Manichek.
Would it really be so terrible if I were the boss and you had to talk to me?
Will you please stop it? My nerves are at the breaking point.
Miss Smith, I'm simply trying to tell you that...
Haven't you any heart at all? Can't you see I'm sick? I can hardly see straight. The room, everything's turning around. And in this state of mind, I ask you a simple question, and instead of having any consideration for me, you deliberately try to frighten me. Now stop it.
Martin, I didn't have any chance to say it before. Congratulations.
For what, Mr. Peters?
Well, don't you know? Martin's the manager.
The manager? Oh.
Miss Smith.
She fainted.
Peters, get some water. Quick.
Water.
Hurry it up.
Water.
Karen, are you all right? Oh, darling, look at me. Karen, darling. Oh, you poor kid. Karen.
Oh, what happened?
Nothing much, Miss Smith. You just fainted.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Mr. DeMille presents Act 3 of The Shop Around the Corner, starring Claudette Colbert, Don Amici, and Felix Bressart, in just a moment. Now, I want to send a birthday message. Next Saturday, June 28th, is the big day, and I want to wish a very happy first birthday to Catherine, Clarence, and Richard George of Atlantic City, New Jersey.
My goodness, Mr. Ruick, 3 birthdays all on the same day? You don't mean...
I certainly do, Sally. They're triplets.
Oh.
3 of the cutest, brightest babies you ever saw. But my, they were tiny when they were born. Why, one of them weighed only 2.5 pounds. Here's what their mother, Mrs. C.V. George, Jr., says about them. Will you read it, Sally?
Mm-hmm. The triplets were such little mites they needed extra special care. For months they were wrapped in cotton wool. Their skins are so tender that I'm very careful about the way I wash their clothes, too. I use Lux Flakes for every single thing that touches them. Lux is so safe and gentle, I know it has nothing in it to irritate a baby's sensitive skin.
That's something every mother can count on. Wonderful Lux purity.
Mrs. George goes on to say, new Quick Lux Flakes are so fast I get suds in a jiffy, and a little goes so far. It's thrifty, too. When you have as many as 60 diapers a day to wash, as well as rompers, dresses, nighties, and woolies, well, you can see that speed and thrift are important.
Now, that's a fine tribute to Lux Flakes, isn't it? And a well-deserved one, because new Quick Lux is a wonderful help to a busy mother. It's so gentle, safe for anything, safe in water. With Lux Care, soft, woolly shirts and blankets stay fluffy and unshrunken. Pretty dresses and bright-colored sunsuits stay fresh and new-looking longer. And best of all,
There's nothing in new Quick Lux to irritate a baby's sensitive skin or to roughen a mother's hands. No harmful alkali of any kind. Give all baby things this superlatively gentle care. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
The curtain rises on the third act of The Shop Around the Corner. Karen Smith has had no further letters from her unknown admirer, Box 237. This misfortune, combined with Martin's appointment as manager, has proved too much for her. So she's taken to her bed with a bad case of nerves. Now she has a visitor, none other than Mr. Martin, alias Box 237.
Good evening, Miss Smith.
Good evening.
I hope you'll forgive the intrusion. How are you?
I'm all right.
You know, Christmas is coming soon, and we'll all miss a good worker like you, so you better get well. You see, I feel sort of responsible for this whole thing.
You? Oh, no, it wasn't your fault at all. No, there's a much bigger reason, unfortunately.
Miss Smith, don't you think you ought to call a doctor?
No, I don't need a doctor. My trouble is purely psychological. But it's my personal problem, and I'll come out of it.
Well, I'm sorry. It's really a shame you have to go through all this. But as long as it's only psychological...
Only psychological? Mr. Martin? Oh, really? It's true we're in the same room, but we are not in the same planet.
Miss Smith, I must admire your way of expressing yourself. You certainly know how to put a man in his planet.
Karen, dear.
Yes, Grandma?
Look, darling, I sent down to the post office.
Oh, Grandma, tell me, was there a letter?
Here, darling. It's a fat one, too.
Oh, Mr. Martin, it was kind of you to drop in, but I don't want to spoil your evening.
Oh, no, I have lots of time. Go ahead and read your letter.
If you don't mind.
Certainly not.
Oh, I forgot to take care of the messenger boy. Will you excuse me, Mr. Martin?
Certainly.
Oh.
Good news?
Oh, very good news. Mr. Martin, I'm sure I'll be back to the shop tomorrow, and I can promise you I'll sell more goods than I ever sold before.
Well, that's fine. My, it's amazing what one little letter can do.
You know, if I weren't feeling so wonderful right now, I'd be pretty sore at you.
At me? Why?
You really spoiled my date last night. You see, this gentleman came to the cafe, looked into the window, saw us together, and he misunderstood.
You mean he thought you and I were friends?
He must have. Listen to this. Tell me and be frank. Who was that very attractive young man? He's just the type women fall for. Now, isn't that marvelous?
Yes. I'm sorry I caused you so much trouble.
Oh, no, I'll straighten that out. Let him be a little jealous. It won't hurt him.
You know, he doesn't seem to be much of a man, though. He's afraid to come to a table because another man is there.
Oh, he was not afraid.
No?
He's just tactful and sensitive.
Oh.
He's not the kind of man who would sit at a table uninvited. No. You see, it's difficult to explain a man like him to a man like you. Why, where you'd say black, he'd say white. Where you say ugly, he says beautiful. And where you'd say old maid, he says, wait here, listen. Eyes that sparkle with fire and mystery. Vivacious, fascinating. He says I make him think of gypsy music.
Say, he's pretty smart.
Oh, speaking of gypsy music, we're still having some difficulty selling those Ochichonia boxes, aren't we?
Oh, that doesn't matter.
Mr. Martin, consider one box definitely sold. I just got an inspiration. I'm going to give it to my friend for Christmas.
Oh, no. No, don't do that.
What?
You're taking an awful chance. Look, why don't you give him a wallet? I know he'll be crazy about it. And we have those new imported pigskins.
Oh, no, I'm not interested.
Look, I'll make you a special price.
No, I'm sorry.
And another thing, a wallet is not only practical, it's romantic. On one side, he carries your last letter. On the other side, your picture. And when he opens it, he finds you, and that's all the music he wants.
Well, Mr. Martin, you surprised me. That's very well expressed. Oh, yes, I must admit that's very nice.
Well, thank you.
No, just the same, he's going to get the cigarette box.
Oh.
Here's the needy. Christmas dinners for the needy. Everything else. Merry Christmas, Mr. Matichek.
Well, Merry Christmas to you, officer.
I haven't seen you for quite a while, Mr. Matichek.
Yes. I'm supposed to be pretty sick, but it's Christmas Eve, and I just couldn't stand it any longer. I'm going in and help.
Well, take it easy, Mr. Matichek. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Oh, look, Mabel, do you think Howie would like that briefcase?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe.
Pardon me. I can't see very well without my glasses. Can you tell me how much that briefcase is?
$12.50.
Only $12.50. Well, you certainly get exceptional values here. I wonder how Matichek and Company does it.
Well, if you don't know Mr. Matichek, who should?
Ladies and gentlemen, my good friends, we have just had our biggest day since 1929. You should be very proud. And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. When I was in the hospital, I read your little note over and over. I'm glad to know you missed me and hoped I would come back home again. You're right. This is my home. And only too seldom one realizes that the people he works with are his real friends. Well, there's no Christmas without a bonus, am I right? Miss Baker will pass out your checks, and then I want you all to go home and have a very, very Merry Christmas. Going home, Karen?
No, I've still got to wrap this wallet. Do you like it, Mr. Peters?
Oh, I think it's wonderful. Is this for that gentleman you told me about?
Mm-hmm. I'm meeting him tonight for the first time. Isn't it exciting?
Oh, yes, I think it might be. Well, Merry Christmas, Karen, and I hope everything turns out just as you wanted.
Thank you. Merry Christmas, Mr. Peters.
Merry Christmas, Martin.
Merry Christmas to you, Peters. Well, Miss Smith, we're just about ready to close.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll be through here in a second.
Oh, that's all right. There's no hurry. Oh, present for somebody?
Mm-hmm. I followed your advice, after all. It's the wallet.
Oh, fine. Oh, want to see something? Here, look at this. I bought it for a very special friend.
Oh, a locket.
Yeah, with stones in it. Right there, see?
Oh, say, it's beautiful. I didn't know you had a girlfriend.
Oh, no?
Well, I never even suspected.
I guess you think it's pretty funny that a girl would like somebody like me.
Oh, now, Mr. Martin, don't let's start all over again. It's Christmas, and I'd like to be friends with you. And besides, you're wrong. Do you mind if I tell you something?
No, not at all.
Well, when I started to work here, something very strange happened to me. I got psychologically mixed up.
Oh, you don't say.
Mm-hmm. I found myself looking at you again and again. I just couldn't take my eyes off you.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and all the time I was saying to myself, Karen Smith, what's the matter with you? This Martin's not a particularly attractive man.
Oh.
I hope you don't mind.
Oh, no, not at all.
And now comes the paradox. I caught myself falling for you.
Fall? Oh, I can't believe that.
Oh, yes, Mr. Martin. In those first few weeks, there were moments in the stockroom when you could have swept me off my feet.
Well, now, I'm getting psychologically mixed up.
Well, you see, I was a different girl then. I was very naive. Well, that's all forgotten now. Now, you go to your girlfriend and... by the way, is it serious?
Oh, yes, very.
We might both be engaged Monday morning.
Yes, I think we will.
I don't want you to misunderstand. In my case, I say it just might happen.
Well, as a matter of fact, I can tell you it will happen.
How do you know?
Well, I might as well tell you, I guess. He came to see me.
Who?
Your fiancé.
What?
He came last night. You shouldn't have told him who I am. I spent a very uncomfortable hour. You see, he didn't believe it when you wrote him I meant nothing to you.
I don't understand. Coming to see you, it doesn't sound like him at all.
Oh, well, don't worry about it. I straightened everything out. In a little while, you'll be Mrs. Popkin.
Mrs. Popkin?
Yes, that's his name, isn't it? That's what he told me.
Huh? Oh, yes. Yes, Popkin, that's right. Popkin.
Yes. Oh, he's a nice fellow. I congratulate you.
Oh, thank you. I think he's a very attractive man, don't you?
Yes, for his type, I would say yes.
Would you really classify him as a definite type?
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. And don't you try to change him. Don't you dare put him on a diet.
Oh. Would you call him fat?
No, I wouldn't. But, well, that's a matter of opinion. Personally, I think that little stomach of his gives him a nice, homey quality. And that's what you want in a husband, isn't it?
Oh, yes, that's what I want. Yes.
Yeah, I thought so. And you're right, too. If I were a girl and I had to choose between a young good-for-nothing with lots of hair and a fine, solid, mature citizen, I think I'd pick Matthias Popkin every time.
But don't you think he has a fine mind? Oh, didn't he impress you as being very witty?
Well, he struck me as somewhat depressed. But it's unfair to judge a man when he's out of a job.
Out of a job? Well, he never told me.
He never took... Well, that shows how sensitive he is. But you have nothing to worry about. At least he feels you both can live very nicely on your salary.
Did you tell him how much I make?
Well, he's your fiancé, and he asked me. And let me tell you something else. Mentioning that bonus didn't do you any harm either.
Oh, I can't believe it. I never dreamed he was materialistic. Why, if you read his letters, such ideals, such a lofty point of view, Oh, this is horrible.
Oh, I'm sorry you feel this way. I hate to think I spoiled your Christmas.
I built up such an illusion about him. I thought he was perfect.
And I had to be the one to destroy it.
Well, that's all right. I really ought to thank you.
Karen, if I'd known in the beginning how you really felt about me, things would have been different. We wouldn't have been fighting all the time. If we did, it wouldn't have been over handbags and suitcases, but something like, well, should your grandmother come and live with us or not?
It's very sweet of you to try to cheer me up like this, but I think we'd better say good night. You have an engagement, and so have I, and we shouldn't be late. Good night.
No, wait a minute, wait. You know what I wish would happen? When your bell rings at 8:30 tonight and you open the door, and instead of Popkin, I come in.
Oh, please, you're only making it more difficult.
And I'd say to you, Karen, darling.
Oh, please don't.
Dearest, sweetheart Karen, I can't stand it any longer. Please get your key. Open box 237. Take me out of my envelope and please kiss me.
No, Mr. Martin, stop. You mustn't. Oh, what? What did you say? Oh!
Dear friend, dear box 237.
Oh, you a dear friend.
Yes. Are you disappointed?
Oh, no. Well, psychologically, I'm very confused, but personally, I don't feel bad at all. You wrote all those wonderful letters?
Uh-huh.
You like me?
Oh, Karen, I love you.
Oh, that night, the time you came to the restaurant, I was terribly rude to you, wasn't I?
Oh, it was nothing at all.
Yes, I was. Don't you remember why I called you bow-legged?
Yeah. If I wanted to prove that I wasn't, I was going to go out in the street and pull up my trouser legs.
Well, would you mind very much if I asked you to pull them up now?
Well, certainly not. You see?
Oh, darling. Oh, darling, isn't it a wonderful, wonderful Christmas?
Mr. DeMille will tell us about next week's play in just a moment, and Don Amici and Claudette Colbert will return to the microphone for their curtain calls. And now, I want to tell you about The Strange Case of the Woman with One Red Hand. Sounds like the title of a mystery story, doesn't it? Well, it's really a true story. You see, not long ago, hundreds of women were going around with one hand harsh and red and ugly, the other hand smooth and lovely. The clue to this strange state of affairs was in a famous laboratory. Here is what happened. 2 dishpans were placed in front of each woman. In one of the dishpans were Lux suds, in the other, suds from a different soap. The women dipped one hand in each of the dishpans and kept on doing this for 20 minutes 3 times a day. The conditions were similar to home dishwashing. 5 popular soaps in all were tested. Well, at the end of the test, the Lux hands were still soft and smooth. But the others were so red and rough and chapped. As many of the women said, of course we knew Lux flakes are gentle, but we had no idea how much kinder they are to hands. Now, if you've been using a harsh soap for dishes, simply change to gentle new Quick Lux Flakes. See how much nicer your hands look, how they lose that embarrassing, unattractive dishpan look. The reason is simple. New Quick Lux has none of the harmful alkali that dries the natural oils of your skin. It's thrifty, too, and so fast. Yet new Quick Lux Flakes come in the same familiar package, cost you no more. Buy that generous big box tomorrow and start giving your hands gentle Lux care. And now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
You can't beat good acting for good entertainment. That's why we wanted Claudette Colbert and Don Amici tonight. They're back at the footlights now.
Thank you, C.B. Give one of your best salutes, Claudette. You did learn to salute while you were in the Army, didn't you?
Well, certainly, Don. I'll match my salute against any top sergeant in the Army.
You know, C.B., Claudette was one of the gang from Hollywood that put on the show at the Army camps last week.
Hollywood couldn't have had a more charming ambassador. What camps did you visit, Claudette?
2 camps just north of here, C.B. Camp Hunter Liggett and Fort Ord.
How many did you have in the audience, Claudette?
Oh, about 30,000 at Hunter Liggett and 20,000 at Fort Ord.
Sounds as though Hollywood was a success with the Army, Claudette. And plans have been made to send entertainment to other camps, too.
Well, C.B., I want to tell you that whole trip was one of the biggest thrills I've ever had. I want to do it again soon and often as the Army wants us.
Yeah, and every actor in Hollywood is ready to help, Claudette. What have you got planned for Lux Radio Theater next week, C.B.?
There'll be big doings around here next week, Don. And these 2 names will tell you what I mean. Cary Grant and Myrna Loy. They'll star in the play I Love You Again, adapted from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's recent comedy hit. And we promise you that with Cary and Myrna teamed as husband and wife, the pace never lets down. We'll also have Frank McHugh. So if you love a gay comedy, don't miss I Love You Again.
Oh, C.B., that sounds wonderful. I'll be in the audience. Good night.
Goodbye, C.B.
No, not goodbye. Not goodbye. We'll just say, till we meet again, to you two. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Myrna Loy and Cary Grant in I Love You Again with Frank McHugh. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
The United Service Organizations, the huge civilian army behind our Army and Navy, are conducting a drive that should have the backing of every loyal American. There is a USO headquarters in your community. They'll be glad to tell you how you can help in this great work. Claudette Colbert will soon be seen in the Paramount picture, Skylark. Don Amici has just finished making the Paramount picture, Kiss the Boys Goodbye. Felix Bressart will soon be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture, Blossoms in the Dust. The part of Mattercheck was played tonight by Leo Cleary. Also included in tonight's play were Fred Mackay as Harvey, Ann Tobin as Lily, Bea Benaderet as Miss Baker, Charles Peck as Joey, Verna Felton as Shopper, and Lou Merrill, Arthur Q. Bryan, Ferdinand Munier, Jesse Arnold, and Bruce Payne. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Roick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lights out, everybody.
This is a tale they tell of another Christmas. A Christmas 19 years ago. The Great War was over. War-weary soldiers and officers were at last being allowed to rest, to enjoy such recreation as soldiers might find. Leave areas were established in various parts of France, and at intervals, individuals were sent from the stations of their organizations to these areas, there to rest and refresh themselves for a brief period. This story properly begins on Christmas night, 1918, 19 years ago. A leave train was just coming to a halt in the station at Villefranche.
On peut monter à ce compartiment-là, monsieur. Il y a seulement un officier. C'est un Français. C'est première classe, monsieur.
Oh, merci, monsieur. I've seen the Bainter mine. Here you are, mate. Top.
Ah, merci, monsieur l'anglais. Merci.
I'm not an English, you know, chap. Australian. Anzac. Compris?
Ah, oui. Vous êtes australien, n'est-ce pas?
Righto. And Merry Christmas, old chap.
Un joyeux Noël, monsieur l'Australien.
Oh, excusez-moi, monsieur, but s'il vous plaît, I would like to venir ici. Oh, blast it, I can't talk the ruddy language.
It is not necessary to speak the blasted language, monsieur, since I speak yours after a fashion.
Oh, beg pardon, old chap. The station master told me you wouldn't mind if I stowed myself in here with you. I hope.
I should be very glad indeed of your company. I am Captain Esme Rochefort de Gascoigne, of the 212th Regiment Artillery, GPF.
I'm Lieutenant Horace Ballantyne, of the Australian Light Horse, sir.
You are welcome, monsieur. May I help you with your baggage?
I'll have it stowed in half top. Thank you. There. Oh, going on leave, Captain?
Oui, I am not sure where yet, but c'est la guerre. One never knows where it goes in this war.
Too right, Bigger. That was jolly good of you to share your compartment, old chap.
I am only too glad. It has been rather a lonely journey so far. I am delighted to have someone to talk to.
First-class compartments are not too easy to copper, either. A bit cushy, this, isn't it?
Not too bad, indeed. You'll pardon me, I know, but I am a bit curious to know how an Australian officer should find his way to Villefranche.
I don't quite know myself, Captain Gascoigne, is it?
Yes. And your name is Ballantyne?
Right.
I must remember.
Well, I was at Gallipoli in the infantry with the Execook, the 3rd Officer Division, you know. Got a bit of a crack in the head, and the first thing I knew, I found myself transferred as town major, a village a few miles east of here. Nothing but Americans in it.
Ah, the Americans. They are good soldiers, eh?
Fair dinkum.
And now you find yourself bound for leave on Christmas night.
Righto, and jolly glad of it.
Where are you going, do you know?
Report to the RTO at Isle of Bain. That's all I know.
You have the same difficulties in your army, I see. One never knows where one goes. You are a long way from home, my friend.
Righto. A bloody long way. Halfway around the world, you know.
And you have come to fight for France. I salute you, monsieur.
It's been fun.
Oui. And now it is over. And our young men lie dead under the stars out there.
We lost a few, too.
Our young men, monsieur. French, British, Australian, American.
Not to mention a few German chappies.
Quite. Eh bien. One cannot make the omelette without breaking the eggs.
A bloody lot of good eggs, friend Gascoigne.
Oui.
I wish the blasted train would start.
It is always a mystery how they control these trains. Particularly when one wishes to go somewhere in a hurry.
Oh, American chap out there. Looking for a place, I fancy.
Perhaps we could invite him in here if you do not mind.
Why not? If it's all right with you.
Oh, he is a comrade and there is little room on the train.
Righto. Oh, Yank. Yank there. This way, Yank.
He comes?
But strike me pink now. The blighter's black. And an officer, too.
So? I have heard that the Americans have 2 divisions of Negroes, and they have many officers who are, as the Americans say, Colored also. But I have never seen one.
You don't mind if I ask him in?
My dear Valentine, why should one mind? Is he not a man, an ally, an officer? Do we dislike one another because I am French and you Australian?
Good chap. We've lots of blacks in our units. What the devil's the difference? What difference does it make what color the blighter's skin is? Oh, yes. Room here.
Do you mind awfully, Lieutenant?
Not much room anywhere else, old chap. Oh, come in. We've room for one.
Thank you. I was afraid I was going to be left behind.
My name's Bainter, Lieutenant Australian Light Horse.
I'm Captain Melvin, 370th American Infantry.
Delighted, Captain. And this is Captain... I have to help the chap out, Captain.
I am Captain Esme Rochefort de Gascoigne of the French Artillery, Captain. Welcome.
Gentlemen, thank you.
Oh, here. Give me your musette. I'll shove it up in the rack.
Oh, thank you, Lieutenant. Feels good to get that thing off my shoulder.
Sit down, Captain Melvin.
Thanks. Been standing around there all day long on one foot and then on the other waiting. Finally, when the train did pull in, I thought I was still going to stand there. Good of you to take me in.
We are delighted.
Righto.
You're an Australian, eh, Lieutenant?
Righto. From Adelaide.
I just think of that.
Where are you from, Captain Melvin?
Oh, I'm from Chicago.
And you, Captain Gascoigne?
My home is in Bayonne, as one might infer from my name.
Your name, Captain?
Gascoigne. Bayonne is in Gascony, you see.
I see.
Oui.
It's odd, ain't it? Here we are, three of us in one railway coach, bound for somewhere. And we've come from all over the world to meet on Christmas night in France.
We don't even know where we're going, do you?
Well, I haven't the slightest idea. Liberia, that's all I know.
Well, may as well have a spot of Christmas cheer, eh? A bottle of rather good wine in my musette.
And so have I.
Not to be outdone in this matter, mes amis, I also have a bottle of Lacryme Christi.
Tears of Christ.
A very precious wine in these days, mes amis. I do not remember how I came by it, but suffice it to say, I have it.
Attention! Attention!
We are about to start, huh?
We are starting.
A ruddy, happy crowd out there at the station. Christmas.
We still Christmas, despite the fact that most of them all want to get out of the town and go somewhere.
Last Christmas, I was down in Texas, Cape Logan.
I was in the hospital at Marseille.
And I, mes amis, had dinner with a German general.
A German general?
Captured on Christmas Eve.
Oh, yes.
Gentlemen, will you drink with me?
With pleasure, oui. If you will drink with me.
And with me.
Well, then, to Christmas, eh?
Yeah.
To Christmas.
To Christmas.
You know, my musette's so bloody full of junk of all sorts. I was afraid I might have lost the bottle.
Souvenirs, huh?
Oh, yes. Silly toys and things that I picked up. Given to some kid somewhere. Lord knows they have few enough.
I have gifts, too, in my musette. There is no one left of my people to give them to, but it is a sentiment. Sentiment for Christmas.
Suppose we all do that. Mine's packed with odds and ends. I didn't know if I'd ever get back to that outfit after this leave, so I got some souvenirs together.
Another drink, mes amis?
Oh, not now, thanks, Captain. I'll wait a while.
I think I shall, too.
Quite. It is a beautiful night, eh?
Clear. You know, if the war was still on, I'd expect to hear someone shout, lights out, jury's up. Have a lot of bombs land in our laps.
I hope we are done with that, monsieur.
Amen.
No moon, though.
Yeah. But look at them stars.
Oh, see that one over there. You might imagine it to be the Star of Bethlehem. Very bright, isn't it?
Oui. Nearly 2,000 years ago. I wonder if that same star still shines upon the earth.
If it does, we wouldn't know it. Not us. Fight wars and deny the name of the man that was born under it.
Oh, religious chap?
No. No, not at all, Lieutenant. A long way from it.
I'm not a religious chap either. But used to have some jolly times as a kid at Christmas time, though. Church things and all that. candles, whatnot.
One is not religious, save when one sees the star shining down on him.
I wonder if that could be the star.
And why not, my friend? Our earth changes, but the everlasting stars change not.
Yeah. Be funny if it is, wouldn't it? Bonjour.
Oui. But our journey is long, gentlemen. If you wish to sleep...
You sleepy, Captain?
That little drink of wine has affected me, I fear. I cannot keep my eyes open.
Yeah, I'm a little tired myself. Standing around all day in that station. There was no place to sit down.
I can always sleep myself.
I propose, then, that we do sleep for a little while, my friends.
Talking to sleep, it made me sleepy. I'm all for it.
Shall I turn down the lights?
If you will, monsieur. Pleasant dreams. Merry Christmas.
And Merry Christmas to you both, gentlemen.
And to you, Lieutenant Valentine. Captain Gascoigne.
Yonder star shall watch over us, n'est-ce pas?
The star that shone on Bethlehem.
Good night.
Are you asleep?
I'm not.
Nor I. Almost, though, I must say.
I was thinking. It seems that I have met you both before. Somewhere.
That's really odd.
Why, my friend?
I was thinking the same thing.
I was, too. But it couldn't be. One from France, one from Australia, one from America.
Oui, it is so. Good night, my friends.
Good night.
Good night.
Friend Gaspar, we have journeyed far, and the sign that thou didst promise to us is not yet.
Peace, Balthazar. We have not yet come to the end of our journey. Behold, Melchior crieth not out. Canst thou not study his patience to be like unto him?
Yet thou art tired, Melchior.
I am tired and weary. Yet must we go on. No man knoweth what the end of his far journeying shall bring him.
Dost thou see, Balthazar? Thou must needs have faith.
I have faith, friend Gaspar. Yet my burden upon my shoulder is cruel heavy, and I would fain rest.
Have faith, O Balthazar. Have faith, I conjure thee.
Faith. I lead on, O Gaspar. Whither thou goest, there will I follow thee.
And also I, Gaspar. For I know that thou art inspired of God, that his hand doth lead thee.
Yet not even I know what miracle he will do before our eyes.
No matter. We will follow, and thy road lead to death. Now, which road takest thou? That to the right hand or to the left?
I know not.
Wilt thou not call upon God, Gaspar?
Aye. Kneel down, brethren. O Lord, Father God, lead us, thy servants, in the way thou didst set out for us. For know, Lord, Father God, that we are poor, and our eyes know not the right, and we would follow the way that thou wilt have us follow. Therefore we pray thee humbly, dear Father.
A miracle.
Miracle? What sayest thou, Balthazar?
Behold, Gaspar, a sign from the Lord, Father God.
There is no sign.
Behold, in the sky.
A sign.
A star that burneth brighter than all the stars of the heavens. O Lord God, we thank thee. The way is before us. We follow thy will.
Behold, Gaspar, The star shineth upon the pathway to the left.
Forward, forward, brethren, for the end of our far journeying is at hand. Certes, this is a sign from God.
Behold, Gaspar, beyond the hill, the lights of a village.
'Tis so. Now we are come to our destination indeed. Haste, friends, haste.
Knowest thou what town is that, O Gaspar?
Nay, I know not, save that it be the end of our long journey.
Oh, travelers, have ye seen the star?
Who calls? Who art thou? It is a shepherd. See the flocks of sheep beyond the road?
Seest thou the star, travelers? Knowest thou its meaning?
Aye, we have seen it, O shepherd, yet we know not its meaning, save that a miracle of the Lord Father God is nigh unto us.
From the blackness of the sky it sprang into blaze, traveler. Dost thou think it portends the end of earth?
Nay, friend, not the end of earth. Say rather its beginning.
What sayest thou?
Behold, shepherd, the mantle of the Lord is upon him.
He speaketh of miracles.
Aye, and a miracle will come to pass. Haste, friends, haste, for this night we'll hear the voices of angels chanting, and the sound of many great wings. Peace on earth, peace, goodwill to men.
Glory to God
in the highest.
Verily, ye speak as men that understand the workings of the will of God.
Say now, shepherd, how is yonder village named?
Surely, if ye know what shall come to pass because of the star, how is it ye know not the name of the town?
We have come from far lands, shepherd.
Aye. What matters it if we know not such trifles as the name of a little hidden village, when we know of a miracle to be wrought in the name of Almighty God?
Aye, 'tis so.
What miracle shall come to pass?
It is hidden from our ken, O shepherd. Yet it shall come to pass. Fear not.
Aye. And such a miracle as shall set all the world to singing praises, lifting up their voices unto the heavens, crying in a loud voice, Mighty, mighty is the Lord God of hosts.
Ye be not of Israel?
Nay, I am from the land of the Greeks, and these my companions be also from far lands. Melchior from Ethiopia, Balthazar, a wise man of Egypt, a soothsayer unto the king.
Ye have come far.
Aye, so. Since many days our feet have trod the pathways of hidden, unknown places. Yet always have we set our faces unto the east, obeying the bidding of a voice unheard, the guidance of a hand unfelt.
And ye go now into the town?
Thou hast not told us its name, shepherd.
Certes, all men know that yonder town is called the town of the house of bread, even Bethlehem. Know ye that I, even I, am of Bethlehem, where was born 1,000 years agone David, son of Jesse, that was king of Israel.
'Tis well. For now I speak with the tongue of the Lord, the wisdom he hath put into my mouth. Behold yonder Bethlehem whence came David, king of Israel. Now this night shall be born in Bethlehem that Messiah, that very Son of God, which the ancient prophets have foretold. And this is the miracle that shall come to pass. For he shall be born of a virgin immaculate, and his name shall be Jesus, called Christ. O thou Lord God, Father, I give thanks unto thee that thou hast appointed me and my companions, that we shall be witnesses before all the world that the Son of God is born. Haste, my friends. We must on, for the miracle is at hand.
The Spirit of God is upon him.
Speak with the tongue of the Lord. Haste.
O holy man, may I not go with thee, seeing thou knowest not the village, and I with my brethren was born there?
Aye, thou mayest come with us, but haste, friends, haste.
Behold the star, how it seemeth to beckon us on.
Lo, it cometh down from the heavens and standeth above the rooftops of the town. It is the doing of God.
Aye, praise God.
Praise God.
Praise God.
Sling thy burthens from thy shoulders, friends. Haste, haste.
I marvel also that there should be lights abroad in the town. The hour is passing late. Yet there is a light in every house.
Perchance the men of Bethlehem rejoice that the Messiah is born.
Nay, not so. For he is hidden from men, and they of Bethlehem know him not.
Then what?
The feast of Hanukkah is but lately over, my masters. The feast of the lights in memory of the Maccabee, and many remain. Also are there others in the town who have come to deal with the men of Herod, the Tetrarch of Galilee, even the tax collectors. And thus is the city full, even all the inns.
Dost thou know where we shall find him, O Gaspar? Hath it been revealed unto thee?
All in good time, my friend. We follow the star.
Perchance he shall be born in a family of high repute.
Aye, 'tis not fitting that the Son of God shall come from an humble home.
The will of God shall be done. The child Jesus be born in the wide fields under the star, my friends. Haste.
Behold, these be the walls of Bethlehem, O wise man. Yonder lieth the gate.
Perchance the soldiers of the Tetrarch may refuse us admission into the city, Gaspar.
Nay, they are gone away, Melchior.
Aye, they all lie in the inns and public houses and corrals of the people of the town.
Gaspar, art thou sure indeed that we shall find him in Bethlehem?
Dost doubt the word of God, Balthazar? On, on.
Now, whither do we go, O Lord Gaspar?
Name me not Lord, shepherd, for we are all humble men in the sight of God.
Praise God.
Praise God.
Behold how the rays of the star shine down upon this certain street. It is the way, friends. Follow.
Lo, one comes, Gaspar. In haste.
Aye, but so...
Perchance he knoweth.
Hold thou, men. Whither goest thou? Who art thou? Stand aside that I may pass.
Who art thou? Know that I am a citizen, even as thou art. If indeed thou art a citizen and not a strolling player or hawker of false jewels.
Oh, speakest thou thus to me, who am the great physician? Know, man, that I am Balthus, the leech, the learned, the clever, skilled in cupping and the arts of the chirurgeon, the saver of lives, the bringer of babes into the world.
Peace! Thy tongue clacketh like the wheels
that thou art chirurgeon, O man of Bethlehem?
Aye, I am that. I am Balthus, wrestler with the angel of death, sometime physician unto great Antipater himself. I am...
Hold, I pray thee. Hast thou attended woman this night that was brought of child?
And how didst thou know that, stranger?
Wilt thou say aye or nay?
Aye, I have done so. And look ye now. This night have I come upon a miracle, a very marvel, a prodigy of nature. Never before in all my time have I...
Cease thy clacking and speak, leech.
And who art thou thus to...
Speak of the marvel that thou hast witnessed, man.
Behold, not 2 hours have passed since one came post-haste, crying before my door, O Balthus, O most noble surgeon, O saver of lives, come down and haste. And I, setting down the goblet of sack posset wherefrom I did drink, flung open the window and looked down.
To thy story, leech, to thy story.
Behold, crieth the man in the street, behold, Balthus, a woman hath need of thee in the stable, nigh unto the inn of the 2 oxen.
In the stable?
Aye, the stable. Now, I am a man of charity, and always ready to answer the call when sickness stalketh abroad. In the plague that came upon Bethlehem 9 years agone...
Aye, thou art always ready when thou dost smell the smell of gold, leech. Say on, and quickly.
If thou wilt but be still and let me. I spoke of a marvel.
Say on, say on.
I flung my cloak about me, and I came in haste, as ill becometh a man of my age and girth, and yet I am charitable, I say, and behold, in yonder stable was a woman couched in the straw of a manger, brought to bed of a child.
Surely women have been brought to bed of a child in stables before, chirurgeon.
Aye, so. But mark me well now. This woman was a virgin.
Nay.
I swear it by the holy phylactery. By my father's beard I swear it. Verily was a child born unto her, and she a virgin.
Thou hast drunk too much of thy sack posset, neighbor. Thou a physician.
I swear by...
Hold. Thou said enough, leech. Verily hast thou stood before a miracle this night.
A miracle? In sooth, a very prodigy.
Where lieth the woman thou didst attend?
In yonder stable. The man did say that they'd come from Nazareth in Galilee to give his testimony unto the tax collectors. And though they beseeched the innkeepers, yet would none of them give them room, saving only this one, who, having pity upon a woman with child, did say unto them that they might find bed amongst the kine in his stable, and did charge them not.
May all the blessings of God be on this innkeeper, that he hath offered shelter this night, unto the Son of God.
What sayest?
And on thee, physician, for that thou didst lend thy hand unto her, who is the very mother of him who shall be the Savior of the world.
Verily, I know not who thou art, old man, yet I perceive that thou hast the gift of prophecy. If I have served, then I am glad, for I took naught from them. And the babe did look upon me with a look that I shall ne'er forget, though I live to be the last on the earth. Now I crave thy blessing. If thou dost speak sooth, I am most blessed among men.
Verily shalt thou stand at the right hand of him who hath come to the earth, physician. Thine was the hand that first touched him. Verily art thou blessed.
I thank thee for thy grace, friend. Go now inside the stable. I go to the temple to render thanks unto God. For verily, I believe thee.
Now, my friends, 'tis the end of our long journey before us. Come with me, I pray, each of you. Come and fall down and worship the infant Jesus, Son of God, which shall be called the Christ.
Praise unto him.
Praise unto the Son of God. I will not go in. I am not worthy.
Nay, shepherd. There be none of us worthy to touch his hand. Yet there be none too humble to do him reverence. Come.
Aye, come, shepherd.
The star waneth a little.
Shadows fall upon us.
The star paleth before his glory.
Nay, Gaspar. Behold in the sky a sign.
A sign? Oh, Father, Lord God.
A sign. The shape of a man crucified upon a cross.
Belfast. Valentine. Gascoigne.
Didst cry out unto... I say, what's the matter?
I was dreaming, I guess.
Well, where are we?
It was a dream, but I saw you too.
You saw us?
It's hard to remember, but I...
Did you dream of 3 men, Melvin?
Yes.
I did too.
Gaspar?
And Melchior?
And Balthazar?
Gascoigne?
And Melvin?
And Valentine.
Good heavens. Look at our shoes. All of us.
What?
Straw. Where did...
Straw. From a stable. And that smell. What?
Gentlemen, I have been in the East. I know what that smell is. It is myrrh and frankincense.
Here's Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. Hello there, this is Diamond. Well, it's Christmas Eve. And every year about this time, my business takes a big nosedive. People usually pack up their troubles and start unpacking colored lights and Christmas tree ornaments. So tonight, instead of telling you about one of my hair-raising exploits, we're going to tell you a Christmas story. So with apologies to Mr. Charles Dickens, we'd like to bring you an adaptation of one of his most famous stories, A Christmas Carol. Now, I'd better explain something first. This version isn't exactly the way you've heard it many times before. Because of the particular type of characters I usually get mixed up with, this story is written to fit their talents and characteristics. Different from the Dickens original, certainly, but we feel that this story could easily happen today, anywhere. Like maybe right here in New York on a little side street just off the Bowery. So now I'd like to introduce our characters. Mr. Ebenezer Scrooge will be played by my good friend and guiding hand of the 5th Precinct Homicide Division,
Lieutenant Walter Levinson.
Walter?
Otis.
The character of Jacob Marley will be played by one of my dearest friends and constant companions.
Otis, that's you.
Huh? Oh, Sergeant Otis Loveloon.
Loveloon.
Walsh.
Oh, sorry, Helen. Tiny Tim will be played by our corner newsboy.
Johnny Rollins.
Tiny Tim's mother will be played by my red-headed gal friend.
Helen Asher.
The rest of the characters will be played by members of the 5th Precinct Police Station.
Officer O'Reilly. Officer Lund. Officer Lefkowitz.
Sergeant Miller.
The music will be furnished by the 5th Precinct Police Band, directed by Patrolman Worth. And now, our version of the Christmas classic, Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol. Once upon a time, there was a nasty old guy named Ebenezer Scrooge. He was nasty, all right. He didn't like anything, except maybe all the dough he could get his hands on. Scrooge had a little business that he started with his partner, Jacob Marley. The outfit was known as Scrooge and Marley Loan Company. But one day, poor old Marley just up and keeled over. So the boys along the big street gave him a nice funeral, and old Scrooge took over the business. Well, Marley had been dead for 7 years, and Scrooge lived alone in his little room over the office. And for a hobby, he hated everybody. He had a young guy working for him by the name of Bob Cratchit. Bob had a wife and 4 kids and made just enough to make ends meet. Scrooge used to ride him all the time. When it got so cold the polar bears complained, Cratchit would turn on the little heater, and Scrooge would say,
Cratchit, what do you think you're doing?
Turning on the heat, that's what I'm doing. My fingers look like popsicles.
Well, I don't care if they come in 6 delicious flavors. Every time you turn on that heater, it costs me money. Business is not good, so get back to your work and turn off the heat.
Oh, now look, Mr. Scrooge, I'm freezing. This pen ain't guaranteed to ride under ice.
I tell you once more, get back to your work.
Okay, Mr. Scrooge. I don't know why you worry about business. Why not just put up a sign, turn the joint into a skating rink?
Well, this was no time for any decent guy to act like that. It was Christmas Eve. Along about 5 o'clock, into the office came Scrooge's nephew, Fred.
Well, Merry Christmas, Bob. Oh, Merry Christmas, Fred.
You get back to your work, Cratchit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Merry Christmas, Uncle.
Oh, swell. Merry Christmas. Humbug.
Humbug?
Yeah, humbug. My old man didn't like Christmas, and that's what he used to say. Humbug.
Okay, humbug. But it's still Christmas, and I don't see where you get off not liking it. This is supposed to be the time everybody gets with it. Everything stops that ain't much good, and you put your arm around the next guy, you tell him Merry Christmas.
I'll put my arm around you with a hammer on the end of it if you don't lay off that goodwill stuff.
Look, what's with you? What have you got against Christmas?
You show me a way to make $100 every Christmas, and I'll fall in love with it. Every time the holidays roll around, nobody pays their bills, and they all run around like they own the Chrysler building. Look at you. $60 a week, and you're coming on like Rockefeller.
Well, sure, I make a lousy $60, but it ain't easy. But once a year, something happens with everybody in this big world. Well, nearly everybody. Because this is a day that somebody else started to make things right for us, and he had a really tough time doing it. It's more than just remembering. It's feeling. It's all around you. Christmas has got to be merry. Don't you get it?
You want me to be merry?
Well, sure.
Then go get some of these joyous clients of mine to pay off their loans.
The missus asked me to invite you over for dinner tomorrow.
Now, don't hold your breath.
Okay. Merry Christmas, Bob. Merry Christmas, Fred. Merry Christmas, Uncle.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Humbug.
Late that evening, Scrooge went upstairs to his room, the room where Jacob Marley used to stay. It was dark in the little hall, and when Scrooge reached for the door, he looked up at the big brass knocker and saw...
Holy cow. I could have sworn that was old Jake's face in the knocker. I must be working too hard.
So in he went. A little shaky after seeing Jake Marley's face, but he just passed it off his nerves. He closed the door and locked it, then went over and sat down in front of the fireplace. He got a fire going and started to relax. But every tile around the fireplace started looking like Jake Marley's face.
Oh, now, come on, Abe, old boy. You got to get hold of yourself. This is ridiculous, and I haven't touched a drop in weeks.
He got up and walked around the room a few times, then went back and sat down again. He stretched, rested his head on the back of the chair. From somewhere, a bell started chiming, and Scrooge sat straight up in his chair. He heard something else, too. Something from downstairs.
What the... Oh, now, what is that? What's going on? Who's that? Come on, who's out there?
Then all of a sudden, it came right through the wall.
Marley! Jake Marley. Oh, no. I got to stop eating lobster. Oh, it couldn't be. Hey, what's with you? Who are you?
Jake Marley. Who else?
You're dead.
The deadest. But nevertheless, Jake Marley.
His ghost.
You're very sharp today, Scrooge, old boy.
I don't believe it.
You got eyes, ain't you?
Yeah, and I got a bad stomach, too. That's who you are. Nothing but a bad case of indigestion.
You don't think I'm a ghost, huh? Okay, maybe a good scare will change your mind. Whoa!
Oh, no. Stay away from me. I believe you.
Sold on the idea?
Yeah, but why do you got to come to see me?
Regulations. Every man is supposed to live his life and help his buddies. If he don't do it while he's alive, then he's got to do it after he kicks off. Oh!
Now, stop that. Hey, what's with all those chains and things you got wrapped around you?
Oh, these? Well, this here chain is like my life. Each one of these links is something I did wrong.
But why do you have to hold it around with you? Why don't you check it someplace?
Scrooge, old boy, when we was in business together, I never took time out to do any good. I just kept making a buck and figured that was enough. Well, now I got to pay for it. I got to haul this chain around and try to make up for all the things I didn't do when I was alive.
But why come to me?
Because you're going to end up just like me, unless we do something in a hurry. Now, I haven't got much time, so you better listen.
Oh, I don't want to be like you. I'll listen.
Okay. You're going to have 3 visitors. You're going to be haunted by 3 spirits.
Oh, no.
It's the only way you can keep from being like me. When you hear that bell strike 1, the first one will be here. Well, I got to be going. You won't see me again, but you remember what I told you. So long, Scrooge, old boy. Your goosebumps can relax now.
After the ghost took off, Scrooge just refused to believe it.
Nuts. It's ridiculous. Humbug.
Then he climbed into the sack and was soon snoring up a storm. When Scrooge awoke, it was still dark, and the bell from the church on 53rd Street was striking 12. He laid awake listening and thinking to himself.
Oh, just a dream. Ghosts. Bah.
Finally, he dropped off again and slept for about an hour. Then the big bell struck 1.
1 o'clock and I don't see no ghost. I knew it was something I ate. Oh.
All of a sudden, a big light flashed in the room. The first of the spirits stood before him.
Oh, Jake was right. Are you the first spirit that Jake said would come to haunt me?
Yeah, you know it.
Well, who are you?
Me? I'm the ghost of Christmas past.
Yeah? How long past?
Your past. Come on, we're going to take a walk.
Oh, where are we going?
Just relax. I'm running this tour.
Oh, well, let me get my pants.
You got them.
Hey, they're on me.
With that, the ghost of Christmas past grabbed Scrooge by the hand, and they both flew out of the window. Scrooge nearly lost his upper plate. But before he could yell for help, he was standing in front of a dirty, ramshackle old tenement building.
You know where you are?
Sure, I know where I am. This is where I was brought up. Even the garbage cans are the same.
You had a pretty tough time when you were a kid, didn't you?
The toughest. I wasn't very big, and the rest of the kids in the neighborhood were. I had more black eyes than a crow.
You want to go in?
What for?
To see your folks.
My folks died a long time ago.
They're in there now. Come on.
Well, the ghost took old Scrooge into the building and showed him a Christmas years past when he was a child with his family. Sure, it was tough living in two little rooms like that, but Scrooge remembered how wonderful it really was.
What's the matter, Scrooge?
Huh? Oh, got something in my eye.
You were pretty lonely when your folks when they...
Yeah. You know, there was a young kid that came around earlier this evening and sang some carols. I wish...
Yeah, what do you wish?
Oh, nothing.
Come on. I want to show you another Christmas.
The spirit showed him another Christmas and still another. And you know, no matter how tough Scrooge remembered his childhood had been, it always seemed that Christmas was wonderful. Then the spirit took him to a building down by the river where Scrooge got his first job. They went inside, and seated behind a desk, Scrooge spotted...
Fezziwig. Well, I'll be darned. It's old Fezziwig alive again. And there's Dick Wilkins. He was a good boy. We got along great. He liked me.
Okay, everybody, it's Christmas Eve. You can knock off and have yourself a good time. You better lock up, Dick.
Sure, right away, Mr. Fezziwig.
And don't look so unhappy, Ebenezer. It's Christmas. Come on home with me and tear into a big turkey. All locked up, Dick?
Yes, sir.
Ready, Ebenezer?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go and have Merry Christmas, you two.
Yeah. Merry Christmas, Mr. Fezziwig. Mr. Fezziwig. Merry Christmas.
Then the spirit took Scrooge over to Fezziwig's house, and they saw the wonderful party that Mrs. Fezziwig had gotten together. Scrooge watched and remembered, and the spirit said...
Wasn't Fezziwig a stupid, sentimental old goat?
Oh, yeah? Well, let me tell you something. He was a great guy, he was. You know...
What, Scrooge?
I was just thinking about Bob Cratchit, who works for me. I think I'd like to do something for him. You know he's got a wife and 4 kids?
Is that right?
Yeah, 4 kids. Come on, I've seen enough.
Okay, but you gotta see these things if you want to get squared away. And believe me, brother, you need squaring away. Let's go home, Scrooge.
Before he knew it, Scrooge was back in his little room, and the spirit was gone. Scrooge was pretty beat, and he climbed into bed and dropped into a heavy sleep.
Huh? What's that? It's 2 o'clock. Hey, that light in the other room. I got burglars.
Hey, Scrooge. Scrooge, come on in.
Who's that? What are you doing in the other room?
Come on in. Take a look. It's pretty nifty.
Hey, what is this? What have you done to the room? It looks like Macy's window. Where'd you get all the holly and the mistletoe? And how'd you get it in here?
You like it?
Oh, for Pete's sake, a Christmas tree. Who are you?
The ghost of Christmas present. Now, don't tell me you don't like the way I fix things up. I work pretty hard.
Oh, the second ghost. Okay, take me wherever you want to go, but believe me, the next time I try the train.
Come on, let's go. Now, what do you see?
Oh, I see bright colored lights. People having a lot of fun. Kids on sleighs.
See that building over there, the one with the big wreath on the front door?
I got 2020. That's where Bob Cratchit lives. He works for me. Hey, look, there's Bob now.
Yes, going into the house. Up all those stairs to the 5th floor. And he's got his little boy on his back.
Tiny Tim.
Yeah, got polio last summer. Pretty sick little boy.
I know. Bob said he'd need a lot of care if he was ever going to walk again.
Let's take a peek.
Hi.
Hello, honey. You and Tim have a good time?
Best. Didn't we, Tim?
Yeah, Dad. We watched all the kids on the block on their sleds. Mom, will I ever be able to ride a sled?
Of course, Tim. Won't he, dear?
Sure thing, Roughneck. Next Christmas, you'll be out there doing belly whoppers with the rest of them.
Dad, what's the matter? Your eyes are all wet.
Nothing, Tim. I just got some snow in them.
Want some dinner, Tim?
Oh, Mom, stew for Christmas?
I'm sorry, Tim.
Oh, that's okay, Mom. I like stew.
Bob, will you please say grace?
Can I say something first, Mom?
Of course, Tim. What would you like to say?
God bless us. Everyone.
What's the matter, Scrooge, old boy? Got some snow in your eyes, too?
Tell me something.
Sure, if I can.
What about Tiny Tim?
Oh, can't say for sure. But if his old man makes enough money next year to get the right doctors, little Tim will get along just fine. But times are tough, aren't they, Scrooge?
Yeah.
Now the spirit of Christmas present took Scrooge to many places and showed him a lot of happiness and a lot of misery. And finally, back to his little room, and the spirit was gone.
Oh, I don't know whether I can take much more of this.
Then the new ghost drifted in. This was the worst yet. He was really done up for haunting. He was all dressed in black with one arm sticking out and pointing right at poor old Scrooge. This was the last one of the spirits. Scrooge's knees sounded like castanets on a reducing machine.
Okay. You don't have to tell me. You're the ghost of the Christmas that hasn't come yet. You I'm really scared of.
The ghost took off with Scrooge right after him. The city disappeared, and Scrooge found himself in the outskirts of town, standing in the graveyard. The night was howling like it was mad. And as Scrooge looked down, he saw...
Hey, what's this? What's this stone?
The black spirit stood still and pointed, so Scrooge leaned down and pulled away the bushes and saw it was a tombstone.
Well, there's a name here. Ebenezer Scrooge. Oh, no. Look, not this. Believe me, I don't want this. I know I've done wrong, but I'm not kidding. I really know what Christmas means. It doesn't mean just today or tomorrow. It's every day of your life. I swear I'll do better. Only take me away from this. Let me try. Let me try to make Christmas right for me and everybody else. Please, don't let this happen. Give me another chance. Well, don't just stand there. Put your arm back in. You'll catch cold. Well, say something.
Suddenly, Scrooge dropped to his knees and reached out for the spirit. But something happened. The spirit started to shrink. Then it collapsed. And when Scrooge looked up...
What the... My bedpost. My own bedpost. I'm home. Oh, thank goodness. I lived the past and the present and the future, and now I'm home. Hallelujah. Spirits, wherever you are, believe me. From now on, things are going to be different. Oh, yeah. And thanks.
Paper! Mine and paper!
Hey, boy.
Yeah?
What day is this?
It's Christmas. What's with you?
Christmas. Oh, boy. I haven't missed it. The spooks did it all in one night. Boy.
Yeah? Oh, it's you, Mr. Scrooge.
How many papers have you got?
I don't know. Why?
Well, here's $5. Throw them away and go have yourself a Merry Christmas.
Gee, thanks, Mr. Scrooge. And a Merry Christmas to you.
Hey, boy, say that again.
Thanks?
No, the other.
You mean Merry Christmas?
Yeah, that's it. Merry Christmas.
Okay, I'm coming. What's the matter with you? Can't you see the store's closed? Look, mister, this is... Ebenezer Scrooge.
Merry Christmas, Barney.
Huh? Hey, you been drinking?
Not a drop. Well, what's the matter with you? Ain't you going to wish me a Merry Christmas?
Wish? Sure. Come on in. Wife's upstairs with her mother, but I got a bottle in the back. I think maybe you better have something strong.
Look, your grocery store's closed, but you could still sell me a turkey, couldn't you?
Well, I don't know.
Well, you got a couple. They'll just go to waste.
What do you want a turkey for? You've been eating at the automat every Christmas for the last 7 years.
Oh, it's not for me. But nevertheless, I have been invited to my nephew Fred's house for a Christmas dinner.
Well, then who's the bird for?
Bob Cratchit. You know, the young guy that works for me.
Oh, yeah. How much you going to charge him?
Here's $20. That ought to be enough for the bird.
No. It ain't worth that much. You sure you ain't been into something?
Well, if it's too much, give the rest to your kid and have him deliver the turkey to Cratchit's house.
Huh?
Here's the address, and don't tell Cratchit who sent the thing, okay?
Okay.
Merry Christmas, Barney.
Yeah. Merry Christmas.
Well, old Scrooge went back to his rooms and took out an old blue suit out of the mothballs. He shook it out, put a few creases in it, and went out into the street. The old boy was really with it. Everybody he passed, he greeted them with,
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Eh? Oh, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Scrooge went to church and gave a large donation, and Father McCarthy nearly forgot his sermon. And then Scrooge went out on the street again and down into the Bowery.
Oh, God bless you, sir, and a Merry Christmas.
Isn't it, though?
He kept walking and having a great time. Later that afternoon, he arrived at his nephew's house.
Well, what the... Merry Christmas, Fred. I've come to dinner.
Oh, my gosh.
Here, I brought you some presents.
Oh, my gosh.
Now, don't thank me. It's Christmas, remember?
Oh, my gosh.
Next morning, Scrooge was early at the office. If he could just catch Cratchit coming in late. And he did. Bob was a good 21 minutes late.
Cratchit,
Oh, no.
you're 21 minutes late.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Mr. Scrooge. I had a big evening last night.
You did, huh? You know what I told you if I caught you fancy-footing it in here late again.
Okay, so I'm canned.
You think you got it coming?
Oh, I'm too tired to argue, Mr. Scrooge. Jobs are tough enough, and I hate to lose this one, but I'm just too tired.
A raise would help, huh?
That's the silliest question of the year.
Then you got it. It's in that envelope.
What?
Yeah, and maybe after we see how the funds are, we can do something about Tiny Tim.
No, I don't get it. A raise? You want to do something about Tim? I don't get it.
Sure you do, Bob. Haven't you heard? It's Christmas. Now, go on home, take the day off.
Yeah.
Take the week off.
Oh.
Come back when you feel like it. Merry Christmas.
Mr. Scrooge?
Yeah?
Merry Christmas.
And Scrooge really did it. He was as good as his word, better even. He made it the merriest Christmas ever. And later, things got better, and he took care of Tiny Tim. And sure enough, Tim was out on his sled the next Christmas doing belly whoppers with the best of them. Every Christmas thereafter, all along the big street, it was said, if anyone knew how to make Christmas merry, old Ebenezer Scrooge was that one.
And I hope that can really be said about all of us, just like Tiny Tim said.
God bless us. Everyone.
That's right, Tim. God bless us. Everyone.
Merry Christmas. God bless everyone.
Oh, Rick.
Yes, Helen?
That was wonderful. Not quite the way Dickens wrote it, but it meant the same thing.
Oh, you really like it, baby?
Oh, I loved it. No reason in the world why old Scrooge couldn't have been living right here today. You've got the spirit, and that's what counts. How did you like it, Walt?
Rick, I gotta hand it to you. It was really great.
Lieutenant.
Yeah, what is it, Otis?
How'd I do in the play?
You were magnificent, Sergeant.
You know, I'll bet if I studied for a couple of weeks, I'd get me a part on Broadway. To be or not to be? That's the question.
Oh, no.
Now, Walt, leave him alone.
Oh, sure. Monsieur Otis.
Huh?
Wouldst thou accompany me over to the punch bowl for a short flagon of nectar?
Sure, I would.
See you later, Helen. Rick? Yeah. Come on, Barrymore. Let's see if the punch bowl fits your head.
Oh, aren't they lovely?
You want something to eat?
Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Listen.
They're out here by this window.
Come on, let's go listen.
Yuletide carol, fa la 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 la. See the blazing Yule before us, fa la 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 la. Strike the harp and join the chorus, fa la 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 la. Follow me in merry measure, fa la 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 la. While I tell of Yuletide treasure, fa la 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 la.
Beautiful.
Oh, wasn't that wonderful, Rick?
It sure was.
Rick, sing something with them.
Oh, no, honey. I don't want to loss up the act.
Please, Rick, come on.
All right. I tell you what I'll do. Everybody usually sings Christmas songs about snow. I'm going to sing one about sunshine. It's called Melikalikimaka.
Melikalikimaka?
Well, it means Merry Christmas in Hawaiian.
In Hawaii?
Sure. It's a brand new song. They love it over there, and we'll love it here. Melikalikimaka is the thing to say, and Haolimaka hee-ho. That's our Christmas greeting in Hawaii, and a happy new year, too. With the hope that Christmas may be green and bright, the sun to shine by day and all the stars that night. Melikalikimaka is Hawaii's way to say Merry Christmas to you.
With the hope that Christmas may be green and bright, the sun to shine by day, and all the stars that night.
Melikalikimaka is Hawaii's way to say Merry Christmas to you.
Rick, Merry Christmas.
Yes. And a Merry Christmas to everybody.
Oh, come, all ye faithful, joyful and triumphant. Oh, come ye to Bethlehem. Come and behold him, born the King of angels. Oh, come, let us adore him. Oh, come, let us adore him. Oh, come, let us adore him. Christ the Lord.
Down in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, radio station WBRE today is celebrating its silver anniversary of serving the people of the coal country with better programming. From all of us in Hollywood, congratulations to NBC affiliate WBRE on 25 years of broadcasting and best wishes for another 25. Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective, will return to the air at a new day and time, Sunday, January 15th. Till then, this is Eddie King relaying our best wishes for the holiday season. Now hear Home for Christmas and Hopalong Cassidy on NBC.
For the safety of your smile, use Pepsodent twice a day. See your dentist twice a year. Tonight, from the Veterans Administration Hospital at Sawtell, California, Lever Brothers Company presents the Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope and his special guest, Bing Crosby.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob broadcasting from the Sawtell Veterans Hospital on Christmas Eve Hope, telling all you guys that using Pepsodent will never hurt your purse, and when you whisper sweet nothings in the ear of your nurse, you'll never have to worry if your teeth are in right or in reverse. Yes, sir. Here we are at the Veterans Administration Hospital at Sawtell. That's a medical term. meaning jab the needle in my left arm this time, Nursey. I've already rented my right one out for a piccolo. I had a little trouble getting Crosby into the hospital. Dr. Hubbard took one look at him and said it was too late. They really have a lot of ground here at Sawtell. This morning, a doctor was making a tour of inspection and discovered 3 Spanish-American war veterans still firing. And they have 3 kinds of passes here, 24-hour, 36-hour, and I'm in the tunnel. Try and get me. And I found out why they call this Sawtell. I went through that Wilshire tunnel, and the things I saw I'd never tell. Most of these patients here are ambulatory. Ambulatory, that's a nurse's expression, meaning, for heaven's sakes, doctor, trip him the next time we come around the building. One of these nurses was missing yesterday, and they couldn't figure out what had happened to her until they saw one of the patients chasing his duffel bag down the hall. But I'm thrilled that I'm here. I had Christmas Eve dinner with these veterans, and before we started to eat, I made a very appealing talk, but I still had to pay. What a dinner. It's a memory I'll never forget. I've got the scars to remind me. These veterans really went after that food. It's the first time I ever saw a diving board in a gravy bowl. They ate 10 pounds of cranberries before somebody told them they were supposed to take them out of the cans first. One poor guy was on a liquid diet. He dampened the turkey before he swallowed it whole. And after they'd finished everything inside, I said, shall I call the waiter? They said, no, call the cook. He's got more meat on him. But it's a wonderful Yuletide, and I gave away a lot of fine, expensive presents this year. It's been a wonderful Christmas. I've been a regular Santa Claus.
It takes more than a pouch to make a Santa, Hope.
Oh, you're still up there in my head, eh, Conscience? What's wrong with you now?
Well, you didn't give me a present.
Why should I? All you ever gave me was dandruff.
What about the time I saved your life when you were a baby?
I don't remember your saving my life.
Who do you think stopped your father from drowning you?
But I guess I do owe you something, Conch. After all, you've stuck with me through thick and thin.
Only through thick, Hope. Remember, I'm in your head.
Anyway, why should I give you anything for Christmas? What'd you ever do for me?
What'd I ever do for you? Why, Robbie boy, I've done a lot for you. Remember when you were a little boy, you were crossing the railroad tracks, you didn't see a train coming? Suddenly a little voice warned you just in time. I saved your life.
That's right, I remember, Conch. Why, you saved my life. If it weren't for you, there would be no Bob Hope.
Yeah, can you blame me for staying up here and never showing my face?
Poor Miriam, neglected using Irium, so her singing smile had no end in style. I'll be home for Christmas.
Oh, no. Not you.
Let's go. So folks don't be like Miriam, use Irium.
The first time you try the new improved Pepsodent toothpaste, something wonderful happens to you. Your teeth look so radiantly bright. Your whole mouth feels so gloriously clean. For this new Pepsodent with Irium cleans in a way no other toothpaste can. You notice first its difference in taste. This new Pepsodent has a cleaner, brighter taste. That means cleaner, brighter teeth. Next, you feel the difference in the way it cleans. This new Pepsodent contains more Irium, so it gives an abundance of invigorating foam. It cleans in between and around your teeth better, and cleans your breath better, too. Remember, Pepsodent alone among toothpaste gives you this active Irium foam. It sweeps dulling film away, uncovers the natural brilliance of your smile. Let your taste tell you. Let your mirror show you that something wonderful happens the moment you change to this new Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium.
Miriam, sweet Miriam, now she's using Miriam. So her sing and smile had the men in style. I'll be home for Christmas.
Some smile.
So folks just be like Miriam, use Miriam.
Here's the beautiful Columbia recording singing star to sing a very appropriate song, a Christmas song, Miss Doris Day.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire, Jack Frost nipping at your nose. Yuletide carols being sung by the choir, and folks dressed up like Eskimos. Everybody knows the turkey and some mistletoe help to make the season bright. Tiny little tots with their eyes all aglow will find it hard to sleep tonight. They know that Santa's on his way. He's loaded lots of toys and goodies on his sleigh. And every mother's child is gonna fight to see if reindeers really know how to fly. And so I'm offering this simple prayer to kids from 1 to 92. Although it's been said many times, many ways, Merry Christmas to
Thank you, Miss Doris Day. Very nice. And now, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we have with us a veteran who has a few words to say to you on this Christmas Eve. A veteran who is one of our great leaders with a soft spot in his heart for all of you. He is a man who has fought with you in war and is fighting for you in peace. The boss man of the entire Veterans Administration, General Omar Bradley.
Hello, Bob. Thank you for this opportunity to say Merry Christmas to all veterans everywhere, but especially to those who are in VA hospitals tonight. I'm sorry that so many of you must spend this Christmas under medical care. We're doing everything possible to make your Christmas as happy as it can be, away from home, in a hospital bed. I hope that by next year, we will have many of you back on your feet so that you can celebrate Christmas at home with your families. And now, speaking for the thousands of you in our hospitals, I want to thank Bob Hope and all his associates of radio, motion pictures, and stage for remembering that the war is not over for thousands of veterans. Wherever there are sick and wounded veterans tonight, I know they would want me to tell you, Bob, how much it means to be remembered, how nice it is to be included in your Christmas parties and shows. We know that you will be with us again throughout the coming year.
Thank you very much, General Omar Bradley. We all consider it a privilege to entertain these veterans. And ladies and gentlemen, it's very interesting to visit hospitals such as this one here at Sawtell. You never know whom you're going to meet. Well, Miss Vera Vague. Sure. Well, Miss Vera Vague, Santy's auntie.
Well, Mr. Hope, thunder's blunder.
Well, now, Miss Vague, here it is the time of the year you're supposed to show goodwill toward all men.
Goodness, is there a season for us?
Yes. There is, Miss Vague, and this is it. Christmas. Today we must love our fellow man.
You silly boy. Why do you think I've been visiting the wards?
Well, tell me, did you make any headway with the boys, Miss Vague?
Well, I was doing fine until the nurse made me take off the red robe. Now, believe me, Mr. Hope, a pretty girl just isn't safe going through these wards.
Is that so? And how did you find it?
Oh! Oh, you dear bunion brain.
Yes.
Why don't you run down to X-ray and find out why your head rattles?
Yeah.
No, really, Mr. Hope, visiting awards was just wonderful, and every one of the boys gave me the sweetest smile.
Well, naturally, they have to be quiet in the hospital. They're not permitted to laugh out loud.
Bless your heart. Don't you know people in glass heads shouldn't throw stones? You don't realize that I studied nursing for years. I'm a trained nurse.
Who trained you, Frank Buck?
Go on. Make fun of me. I don't care. I have a blind date with a cute boy in the tunnel at 8. I have to be there at 7.
At 7? Why an hour early? Anxious?
No, but I want plenty of time to short-circuit the light.
Yeah. Thank you, Miss Vera Vague. And now, folks, I have a big surprise for you. I'm playing Santa tonight for the boys here, and so as to not disappoint them, here's the bag now. Bing Crosby, right here.
Well, good old trout snout. How goes it, my Pepsodent Pinocchio? That's him. Pepsodent Pinocchio.
Tell me, Lard.
Is it a lime cola on you or something?
Tell me, Lard, does my broadcast have anything to do with your being here, or did you just come in for your regular shots?
Now, just a moment. This is Christmas, the season of good cheer and good fellowship. Mm-hmm. Why don't we forego for tonight this girlish vilification and be chums?
Oh, no!
Be pals.
Oh, break it up for us peasants, will you, please?
What, vilification? A little...
Very nice, very nice. Wait till Gonzaga finds out about this.
Well, let's be chums, though, tonight. And be pals.
I think you're right, Bing. I'm sorry. We should. After all, we should have the Yuletide spirit. I want to tell you it's an honor to have you on my show.
Thank you, Bob.
You, the great Bing Crosby, the country's most magnificent voice on my poor, crummy little program.
Really? It's nothing, old man. My partner. It's a thrill for me to work with America's foremost comedian, America's finest actor.
What's wrong with Canada?
Well, the world's finest comedian, the world's finest actor. You are indeed good to have me here.
But no, this philanthropic gesture out of your bountiful goodness to pay tribute to me, a lowly punster, is merely a small symbol of your munificence.
I think we got more laughs with the insult.
Well, anyway, now it can be told, Bing, you're my favorite singer. Take Como, Sinatra, Russell Haynes.
I'm better, huh?
No comparison. None of them were anywhere near as good as you were at their age.
Now, you wait a minute, blubberhead. It's Christmas. I know you don't mean what you said. Deep down inside, you're a regular guy.
Thanks.
Just the outside that they're regular.
Now, listen, Elephant Boy, I want to tell you one thing.
Christmas, remember.
Yeah, I know. I saw you and your kids out singing carols on Vine Street last night.
So what's wrong with singing carols?
Well, you should sing them right through, not stop after each chorus and put in a commercial about Philco's. And who was that other little boy?
Other little boy?
Yeah, the one who kept following your boys around while they were singing.
Oh, him? Oh, that's Petrillo's son collecting dues. Don't run off. Now that I'm here, this is as good a time as any of my presents. You have something for me, haven't you? Some little gift or something?
Well, I had something real nice for you, Bing, but Mother thought she'd wear 'em a little longer.
I'll only take that because there's a big favor I want to ask you. How would you like to play Santa Claus over at my house tonight, Robin?
Why, what's the matter? Can't you fit down the chimney anymore?
No. Just that this year we're keeping the fire going, and my kids just love baked ham.
Well, they ought to. They've been living with one for years, you know. But believe me, ears, I'll make a fine Santa Claus.
Ears?
I really will. I'll be a fine Santa Claus. I'll just tuck a pillow in the front.
Good. From the rear, you're already in character. You need...
Wait a minute. What? That's not all me. Where do you hide your Christmas presents?
Hello, Bob.
Oh, Desi, this is Bing Crosby. You've heard of him.
Oh, sure. He's the American Tito Guitar.
Yeah. Hello, Tito. ¿Habla español?
¿Habla español? Sí, cómo
Dite,
no.
amigo, el señor Hope es muy simpático, ¿no?
Sí, simpático, pero chico, no, el dinero.
No
muy...
dinero.
No dinero. Muy
Wait a
poquito,
minute,
muy
wait a minute.
malo.
Wait, something tells me I'm not getting the best of this. Play, Desi, play. Come on. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now hear from the voice of Firestone, retreaded, Mr. Crowley.
Oh, buttermilk sky, I'm keeping my eyes peeled on you. What's the good word tonight? Are you going to be mellow tonight? Oh, buttermilk sky, can't you see my little donkey and me? We're as happy as a Christmas tree, heading for the one I love. I'm going to pop her that question. Do you, darling, do you do? It'll be easy, oh, so easy, if I can only bank on you. Oh, buttermilk sky, I'm telling you why, now you know, keep it in mind tonight. Keep a brushing those clouds from sight. Oh, buttermilk sky, don't you fail me when I'm needing you most. Hang a moon above a hitching post, hitch me to the one I love. You can if you try, don't tell me no lie. Will you be mellow and bright tonight, buttermilk sky? Don't tell me no lie. You can if you try. Oh, buttermilk sky.
Thank you very much. That's Mr. Bing Crosby and the Meltones, ladies and gentlemen. Stand by, Bing. Now, Wendell Niles, I understand you have something very special to hustle for the sponsor tonight.
Yes, I have, Bob.
Well, let's have it, Wen.
On behalf of Lever Brothers and Pepsodent, I want to wish all our listeners a very Merry Christmas.
Isn't that fine? Thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a stirring Christmas story entitled The Road to the North Pole, or Santa Claus Rides Again. We now take you to the faraway hideout of St. Nick. As we look in on this prefabricated igloo, jolly old Santa is making ready for his yearly trip.
Ho, 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 ho. Ho, 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 ho.
Well, you're mighty jolly this Christmas, Paul.
Jolly nothing. My red flannels tickle. Ho, ho, ho. Ho, ho, ho.
Going off on those trips and leaving me alone up here. Goodness, sometimes I'm sorry I saw you working in that bargain basement and married you.
Well, what makes you say that, Ma?
Well, of all the things in the May Company, I had to get the one you can't bring back and get your money back on.
Well, stop complaining, Ma. How many women can go to bed and sleep nice and warm all night under their husband's beard? Ho, ho, ho. I wonder who that can be.
Are you Santa Claus?
What do you know, Ma? It's Topsy.
Shelter. Shelter at last. Oh, I can't go on. I can't go on any further. Please, please let me in. Please let me in.
Come on, you got one Oscar. Don't overdo it. can I do for you, stranger?
Well, tonight, Santa, I want you to stop to the Veterans Hospital at Sawtell and bring something special for the boys. Something they've been waiting for all year.
Oh, their pension checks, huh? Well, they'll get them. That Crosby fella's bringing them on a horse. I don't know, son. Tell me, have they been good boys at Sawtell?
Don't be too hard on them, Santa. They can't help it.
What do you mean?
Well, you should see those nurses.
Pretty nurses, huh? Yeah. Hang on, here we go! Up, Dancer, up, Prancer, up, Dunder and Blitzen, up, Fortescue.
Fortescue? What's he doing in there?
He's the CIO organizer. Get up! Isn't it wonderful up here? Look down at that earth below us there, son. This is a night of brotherly love, everybody's friends. See that house all lighted up? That's George Raft's place. He's giving a big party for attorneys tonight.
Aren't they merry? And just look down there through that window over there. John L. Lewis is in the basement of the White House. He's shoveling coal in the furnace.
You see that there?
What's that there?
That's the peace conference. That guy is Molotov walking back in, right there. And a little further on, I'll even show you an audience applauding Blue Skies, right down there.
They can throw off. You mean to tell me everyone is friendly tonight? What about Harry Cohn and Charlie Veeder?
Oh, everything is fine with them now. They're not talking.
Oh.
Pull over there. Pull over. Pull over to the side of the cloud. Pull over there.
But, officer.
Pull over. You just passed a red star. Let's see your driver's license.
Why, I'm old St. Nick. Ha, 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 ha. Yes, sir, good old St. Nick. Ha, 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 ha.
And drunk, too.
I'm not drunk, officer. Now, just what's the charge?
Speeding and driving drunken horses.
Just a minute. Those aren't drunken horses.
Oh, no? Then what are they doing going around stealing hat racks? All right, don't give me that double talk. I'm on duty up here.
You're on duty, but we're 10,000 feet above the ground. What duty?
Rose Bowl traffic, top layer.
Why, this is ridiculous. How does your motorcycle stay up in the air?
Firestone balloon tires.
And how do you stay up here?
Oh, Sullivan balloon heels. Sorry, boys, I'll have to arrest you.
But, officer, I'm trying to tell you, I'm Santa Claus.
Santa Claus? Ah, yes, I know your sister well.
My sister?
Yes, Santa Monica.
Officer! Oh, Santa Monica. Officer, you surprised me.
No, you surprised me. I got the hiccup.
How'd you get the hiccup?
Just had a Tom and Jerry. That was Tom.
Listen, officer.
Who's that?
That was Jerry.
Listen, officer. What was that?
Relatives. Well, I'll have to give you two boys a ticket.
Looks like we're in a jam, Santa.
Yeah, and I know this officer can't be bribed.
Who says so?
Well, we can't waste any more time with you, officer. I got to go all over the world tonight. Get up!
Stop! Stop, or I'll shoot!
You'll never stop us with that cologne. It's only a water pistol.
Yeah, sometimes I wish I wasn't a California cop.
Oh, there's the Sawtell Hospital over there. Head in for a landing.
Are you sure it's the Sawtell Hospital?
Yeah, the buildings spell out no gambling.
Hang on, we're going down.
Okay, Santa, we're heading right down the chimney. Well, they were going to remodel this wing anyway.
Here's the bottom of the chimney. I'll walk out through the fireplace. Hi, everybody. Here I
am. Well, let me welcome you to Sawtell Hospital, Santa Claus. I'm Dr. Hubbard.
Dr. Hubbard, huh?
Yes, I'm the head of the hospital. Here, shake hands.
Well, hiya, Dr. Hubbard. Put it there. Ouch! Ouch, my arm!
Well, what's the matter?
What a sneaky way to give a man a hypodermic. Veterans, that was beautiful. Like Santa Claus at the orphanage, it really came packed with Christmas spirit. Sincerely, old man, your silent night has always put an arm around my heart and given it a big hug.
Well, Bob, I only wish that I could have come to Sawtell Hospital tonight and sung Silent Night in an empty theater. That would have meant that these 6,000 wounded veterans had gone home for Christmas.
And cut us out of a studio audience? Oh, they wouldn't dare play a trick like that. Seriously, Bing, it's Christmas Eve. What a night. Miles of homes lit up like an endless store window.
Living rooms chock full of pine needles and presents.
Doorbells ringing and folks barging in with greetings.
Telephones ringing and loved ones calling from across the miles.
Radios turned down soft for the Christmas carols.
Mother humming away in the kitchen while she stuffs the turkey. It's not exactly the perfect night for a veteran to spend in a hospital.
What night is? Bing, if you could ask Santa for anything, what would it be?
The fellows here at Sawtell and in all of Uncle Sam's hospitals could have their health back. How about you, Robert?
Well, when old Santa visits the mothers and wives and children of the fellows who didn't come back, I'd like to ask him to fill every stocking so full of Christmas cheer that there's enough left over to fill the empty place in every heart. Good night. Merry Christmas, folks. Merry Christmas,
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.